Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei joined the Justice League and fell in love with Supergirl Part 4. Before we start, please go support Seki Prime 2024 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made, there will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. Chapter 65. The Red Dragon Emperor's team vs the Hero faction. After defeating Shadow Man, I, Issei Hyoudou, headed towards Niju Castle with Kunu on my back. It was a fast ride, and my little passenger loved feeling the strong air currents while flying at high speeds. Within seconds I reached an open space and rose into the sky, then landed softly on the ground near where everyone was already gathered and waiting for me. Sorry, we're late. I apologized after approaching and was quickly greeted by Kara with a big hug. Ah, I feel so happy. Ice, are you okay? The face on my armor's helmet disappeared and I smiled quite happily at the strong hug Kara gave me. Yes, what about you? I asked as I returned her hug while wrapping her in the dragon wings of my armor. Yes, very good. Kara responded very happily and for a moment I was lost looking into her beautiful eyes. Wue. Just then, Rossweisse, who was leaning against an electric pole, was heard vomiting repeatedly. The 100 yen shop Valkyrie, the drunken Valkyrie, and now the vomiting Valkyrie. Incredible, in less than a day, she had earned so many titles. Ah, it's great that everyone is okay. Dibba smiled as he welcomed us. I was still worried about Rossweisse's unusual condition, but I'm glad everyone was able to get here safely. Kara and I separated a little, although she held onto my left arm with her arms, something I loved, and I looked over to where Asia was. Are you okay? Yes, thanks to Zenobia and Irina for protecting me, the enemies were defeated. Yes, leave that to us. Well, it's because having a healer also ensured our victory. Zenobia and Irina said. Zenovia's sword, Durandal, was already uncovered and I could see that it was carved into a scabbard. Well, that thing gave a different impression than when kept in a scabbard. The offensive aura didn't extend all the way, so it no longer needed to be kept in another dimension. Rossweisse, how are you? Yes, she was also fighting the assassins. Maybe the movement was too intense and she couldn't bear it. Dibba answered me with a bitter smile. Crash. As we were all gathered, the massive doors made a loud, heavy sound as they opened. Kiba smiled wryly as he watched the doors open. It seems they're tired of waiting for us. Yeah. I replied to Kiba and once we all confirmed, we set off for the confines of Niju Castle. Before my attackers fell, I was told that Kaokao would be waiting for us at the Hamu Palace. Kara told me as we walked along. Palacio Hamu, eh? Within the confines of Niju Castle, we passed by the gardens of Ninameru Palace and I could already see the moat surrounding Hamu Palace. We passed through the Aguraman gate that connects to Hamu Palace. The place we arrived at was filled with rows of ancient Japanese eaves. The garden was raked, pleasant, and clean. They were illuminated by lights from all sides, so even in the dark world of night, they were as bright as day. I see you've defeated my subordinates with Balance Breaker. Even though they only counted as lower mid-class sacred gear holders, they do have Balance Breaker after all. It's surprising that everyone was able to defeat them. I caught a glimpse of Kaokao standing in the garden, there were also many other members of the hero faction throughout the building. All wearing the same uniforms as always. Mother. Kunu screamed. Following her gaze, I found her. A beautiful woman in a kimono standing in front of us, with her fox ears and 9 tails. She was undoubtedly the leader, the Kyuubi. A super beauty. Mother. It's Kunu. Please wake up. No matter how much Kunu screamed, Yasaka remained indifferent. Beneath the darkness of her eyes, she had a completely expressionless face. Kunu furiously looked at Kaokao and his group. You bastards. What did you do to my mother? I told you. You're just taking part in a delicate experiment, little princess. With that, Kaokao struck the ground with his spear. At that instant. Uwa. Isaka began to cry in pain and her appearance began to change drastically. Her body began to glow and her form slowly transformed. Growing steadily, the 9 tails also began to explode in size. Oh. The gigantic golden beast roared and resounded throughout the night sky. Before her eyes, Kunu's mother had turned into a gigantic monstrous fox. She's huge. At least 10 meters tall. She's probably the same height as Fenrir. Her tail is divided into 9 parts and overall she looked much bigger than Fenrir. So that's the legendary Yaokai, Kyuubi. The figure of Fenrir had slender shoulders and limited loss and was beautiful as a drawing, but the form of the Kyuubi leader was so fascinating. Old Tannen's form was also spectacular. Do all legendary monsters have such charming figures? No matter how you look at her, her eyes held no emotion at all. She must be being controlled. Will we be able to defeat her? Will we be able to stop her without using lethal force? Thinking about it, I asked Kaokao, looking at him sternly. Kaokao. They made an exact replica of Kyoto and took control of the Kyuubi leader. What kind of experiment are you trying to do? Kaokao answers me while resting his spear on one of his shoulders. The existence of Kyoto is actually a large-scale magical device surrounded by powerful Li lines. The various locations known as Li lines are energy points, abundant in yokai spiritual power and demonic power. The ancient master of yin-yang hoped to mold the city itself into a kind of great power. Well, precisely because of that, all sorts of existences have been drawn to this place. Our current artificial space is located in the dimensional gap, both infinitesimally close and infinitely far from Kyoto at the same time. The power of the Li lines is now flowing here. The strongest being among the yokai, the nine-tailed fox, is said to be on par with the dragon kings in power. The relationship between Kyoto and the Kyuubi is also closely linked in a variety of different ways. That is why our plan must be carried out here. Exhaling, Kaokao continued with the shocking words. By utilizing Kyoto and the power of the nine-tailed fox, we will summon Great Red to this place. Normally, this would require a dragon gate, as well as several dragon kings, but gathering several of them by force is practically impossible. Even for God and Buddha. So Kyoto and the power of the Kyuubi will have to serve as substitutes. What are you saying? Great Red. Why do you want to summon that massive dragon? All it wants to do is swim and fly in the dimensional gap, but it's harmless to everyone, right? Who knew? And I said. Kaokao nodded in response. That's right, that dragon is essentially harmless. However, for our boss, its existence is an obstacle that makes going home a very unpleasant experience. Office. Office appeared like a little girl floating in my mind. The leader of the terrorists. From the perspective of the three great factions of the Bible, she is the most dangerous enemy. They want to fulfill their wish to return to the dimensional gap. But could doing so have adverse effects on everyone? This is no joke. So you're going to summon the Great Red and finish him off? Kaokao shook his head at my question. Well, I doubt we'll make it that far. Anyway, let's capture it first before deciding what to do. There are many unknowns regarding its existence, much to learn. For example, the effect the Dragon Eater would have on the Apocalypse Dragon. Anyway, no matter what, it's just an experiment to see if we can summon a powerful existence. The Dragon Eater. It was a term I heard for the first time. I was surprised, but I'm sure it's something sinister. I don't understand these things, but I'm sure bad things will happen if you manage to capture that gigantic super dragon. Besides, our mission is to rescue Yusaka from you. When I said that, Zenobia pointed her sword at Kaokao. The Durandal sheath, the various parts of the sheath, began to move and transform. Ooon. With a violent sound, the moving portions of the scabbard began to release a large amount of holy aura. The aura spanned the entire length of the sword, transforming into a super giant blade. Is this the new Durandal? The offensive aura wasn't affecting the surroundings, but was wrapped around the sword instead. Even with my armor on, I can feel the powerful pulse of the sword's aura. I see, so the new Durandal has been combined with the scabbard. That scabbard was able to keep Durandal's power in check. Ice already said it, your actions will have many consequences, no matter what, that would be a complete disaster for us and the people around us. It would be best to eliminate all of you here and now. Tiba nodded and agreed with Zenovia's declaration of war. I also agree with Zenovia's opinion. Me too. In response, Irina created a lightsaber in her hand. It's always a battle to the death when Haidu and his team are involved. Sajji sighed as he spoke. Sorry, Sajji, this kind of thing happens all the time. Well, this is for all my friends and colleagues anyway. Many black snakes appeared from Sajji's arms, legs, and shoulders, each one wrapping itself around his entire body. As his body became completely covered in black snakes, a large black snake also appeared beneath Sajji's feet. The massive snake appeared next to Sajji and formed a coil, flames emitting from its black body. Sajji's left eye turned red and became similar to the eyes of a snake. Sajji's presence was incredible and he hadn't even transformed yet. Vritra, I'm sorry, but please lend me your strength. Haidu, please support me from the side. Today we will fight with our hearts. Sajji spoke passionately and huge black flames appeared everywhere. The huge snake began to speak in a deep voice. Ah, my other half. What is my prey you speak of? Is it that being with the sacred spear? Or the fox over there? I don't care which one you choose. Or how about we do this? It's been a long time since I last appeared, I feel quite fine right now. What if we let ourselves go and consume all our enemies with my black flames? Wow, that's a terrifying speech this black fire serpent is giving. By the way, its consciousness has recovered to the level of acquiring speech, huh? So he's part of the Dragon King. He has a completely different feel compared to the old Tannen. It's a little scary and creepy. Vritra was said to have excelled in capturing the power of his enemies. Just when I was about to give the order to attack. Ooon. Zenobia raised Durandal pointing towards the sky. The massive aura erupting from the blade expanded to reach the height of the sky in an instant. A sacred aura in the shape of a supergiant leaf appeared before my eyes, and it was as if it was about to pierce the heavens. Very long, it's a very powerful and incredible aura. Earlier, the combination of Durandal and Ascalon also produced a vast aura of light that stretched into the sky. At this moment, there was a surge of spiritual energy like a pillar of light, but what happened before was nothing compared to what happened now. Another difference is that the offensive aura wasn't diffuse or spreading out in all directions like before. I could see that most of its power was concentrated all at once. Zenobia. The battle is just beginning. Are you trying to attack prematurely again? I'll attack first. Take this. Zenobia attacked with her massive sword of light and holy aura, bringing it down on the entire hero faction. It was like felling a tree trunk the size and weight of a skyscraper. The new Durandal collapsed to crush them all. Crash. A massive aura pulse enveloped everything in front of us. The ground split in two as a result of the tremor, also causing everyone except Kara to fall to their knees. After the attack, the entire area in front of us was a complete mess. The massive aura attack had crossed beyond the Niju castle moat and destroyed everything in front of it until it disappeared into the confines of this artificial dimension. Amazing. What devastating offensive power. Uff. Zenobia took a deep breath and wiped the sweat from her forehead with her hand. Durandal returned to its sheathed state once more. It was again with just a breath. And now he has that pretty face that says mission accomplished. With a single movement, he ended what he was supposed to start. Maybe this can be something good. Hey Zenobia. Didn't you go too far with that first attack? I felt a little emotional and Zenobia, seeing me, made a victory sign with her hand. The opening move is always important. Hey. Talking to her is useless. Oh, come on Ice, that was a fun move. Kara encouraged me by gently tapping me on the head with one of her hands. She found this situation very funny and her tapping was very stimulating. Relax, despite what I did, I made sure to adjust the power to leave them alive. I felt I had a chance of wiping them out in one fell swoop. But my goal is to capture them alive. I've learned from your methods of dealing with our enemies. Although, well, you know, raw power is our signature, as is the ideal battle style I strive for. If this had been in New York, we'd be in serious trouble no. If this were the real Kyoto, we'd be screwed already. Zenobia took the opportunity to caress Durandal's blade. This new Durandal is the result of combining Excalibur with alchemy. Irina began to explain to me. Zenobia already mentioned that the church used all of Excalibur's pieces to cover Durandal's blade, right? Excalibur's power allowed Durandal's offensive aura to be contained. Furthermore, Excalibur's power can attack at the same time, like Durandal, allowing their powers to amplify each other. And the destructive power output is deadly. Irina pointed at the destroyed wasteland. I see, so not only does Excalibur restrict Durandal's aura, but it also amplifies Durandal with another power. So by combining the two holy swords into one, it was like a strong extra attack power. Yes, Ice-kun. The fact that Durandal's aura could be applied to other holy swords caused Heaven to launch an investigation related to it. In the battle when you tried to retrieve Asia, she used the mutual amplification effect with Ascalon to increase the power of both of your auras. The same thing happened against Loki and his children. Kara nodded. Yes, I see. So after those events, the Heavens faction came up with the idea of improving Durandal. Irina nodded at what Kara said. The union of Excalibur and Durandal into a single sacred sword. But using the 6 fragments of the holy sword Excalibur when they only had those 6 fragments. Zenobia smiled with an ecstatic expression as she leaned her head against the Durandal blade. That's why I just renamed it X-Durandal. X-Durandal. A good name. It's similar to the old name. Yes, that's the most accurate name for this new sword. Well, if they could be defeated in one fell swoop, then it would make things much easier for us. Zenobia looked forward. Yeah, it seems like they didn't have as much experience as I thought and couldn't counter that attack. From the rubble, an arm rose in the desolate wasteland. A piece of earth rose and many members of the hero faction emerged, covered in a fine mist. They all looked a little dirty, but completely safe and sound. Yes, the mist can be used to defend against the power of holy swords. How terrible are the long-eyeness of a rank higher than mine. The enormous man whose arm was the first to appear was approximately 2 meters tall and flexed his neck tightly. Behind him, Kaokao audibly touched his spear to his own shoulder. They were unaffected by Zenovia's attack. Without that kind of power, they wouldn't have been able to carry out terrorist activities against the various factions and the Justice League. Kaokao rubbed his chin, laughing a little. Not bad at all. It was a cheerful tone that came from the bottom of his heart. Zenobia Quarta, you are a splendid swordswoman, as a human you are quite a formidable warrior, worthy of being able to be in our ranks if you so chose. I can say the same about Zez Zatenberg, you as humans have a very bright and glorious future. Are you sure you don't want to be part of the hero faction? Never. You're wasting your time. These were the blunt responses from Zenobia and Zez. Siegfried smiled ironically at these answers. So, I can fight with the intention of claiming Graham, what do you say? Kaokao nodded to his companion. Okay, go for Zez, but be careful, they can be almost as good as us. Oh, of course. I'm eager to get started on this experiment. My enthusiasm feels a little strange. Kaokao was striking the ground with his spear. The leader, the Kyuubi, began to glow. What was going on? Aorg, start the experiment. Understood. At Kaokao's command, the young man wearing a magician-style robe over his uniform, the one who possessed the Longinus dimension lost, Georg, approached the place where the Kyuubi was, extended his right arm forward, and with his palm outstretched, what appeared was an endless number of magic circles around him. The magic circle and the script numbers began to rapidly spin in circles. Coincidentally, Rossweisse determined the number of magic circles they summoned. He just created magic circles of Norse magic, demonic magic, angel magic, fallen angel magic, black magic, white magic, god magic, fairy magic, and spiritual magic. It's a whole wide variety of spells to think they would have a super talented practitioner of magic. Rossweisse narrowed her eyes as she said this in a low voice. A super incredible mage. And at the same time, he's a Longinus user. Damn, this is someone who possesses a superior Longinus and is also a super powerful sorcerer. A massive magic circle appeared beneath the Kyuubi leader. That magic circle, though different in appearance, had some of the ridges I'm familiar with. Yes, last time when Azazel awakened that massive dragon king, Midgardsormr's consciousness, the magic circle that formed was very similar. Oh. Roar. As he roared, Yasaka's eyes widened, his eyes flashed with a dangerous light, and his golden hair stood on end. This was clearly an abnormal situation. Was this going to be dangerous if it continued? The Dimension Lost user spoke. The magic circle and the sacrifice to summon Great Red are ready. The next step is to see if Great Red is interested in the city's power and takes the bait. Luckily, we happen to have a Dragon King and a Celestial Dragon present as bonuses. My apologies, Kaokao, but I'm going to be busy with the operation of the magic circle. It's very demanding. Kaokao nodded at the magician's words. I understand, I'll leave the rest to you. What's next then? Leonardo and the rest of Annihilation Maker are fighting the allied forces outside. I wonder how long they can hold out. Reports say that not only the Supreme Governor of the Fallen Angels and the Demon Queen Leviathan, but members of the Seraphim have arrived. Jean, Heracles. Yes. Oh. Those who stepped forward in response to Kaokao's call were a beautiful blonde foreign woman wielding a thin sword and the giant man from a moment ago. They are the ones who have inherited the will. The spirit of the heroes Joan of Arc, Heracles. Now, Siegfried, who do you want to fight? At Kaokao's question, Siegfried brought out his third arm. In each arm he was holding a legendary demonic sword, with the sharp tip of the sword's blade in his right hand, he pointed it at Zez, with his left at Kiba, and with his third arm, he pointed it at Zenobia. Seeing this scene unfold, the young lady named Jean and the giant named Heracles burst out laughing. Then, I'll stick with Angel-chan. She's very cute. Blonde or silver, what a difficult decision, but I think I'll choose the silver-haired woman. Even though she doesn't look very good. Everyone looked at each other. Kiba, Zenobia and Zez versus Siegfried, Irina versus Jean, Rossweisse versus Heracles. Then I'll fight Sekiryuutei and Supergirl. What about Vritra-kun over there? Kaokao glared at Sajji. He strengthened his flames, but I stopped him with my hand. Sajji, your opponent is the Kyuubi leader. You must find a way to free her. So you leave the battle against the monster to me. Well, it makes sense, since that guy has a holy spear. Understood. Haidu, don't die. The same goes for you, do your best, Sajji. I've already been promoted to queen. I've been filled with battle spirit from the start. As we encouraged each other, Sajji's body was surrounded by tall black flames. And then, the flames began to spread outwards and grew larger and larger. Promotion of Vritra. The flames reached the sky. The jet black flames gradually formed its body, a long serpent, like an oriental dragon. Roar. The enormous black dragon roared. In front of the Kyuubi leader, Sajji had successfully transformed into the Dragon King. Black flames surrounded the magic circle, and it began to release a dark murky aura. It said that there are many strange components to Vritra's powers, and some of them were successfully used during the battle against Loki. Although the species are different, let's hope it works against the Kyuubi as well. Asia, take care of Kunu. Yeah. Kunu, can I leave Asia in your protection? Leave it to me, but… I understand. We'll take care of saving your mother. I gave Kunu a thumbs up in response. At the same time, the face on my armor's helmet reformed. The one Kara and I would be facing is Kaokao, the leader of the hero faction. The man who wields the ultimate longiness. If I were alone, I'd be complaining about why I always have to go up against the strongest and most dangerous. No, I'd be saying that if I were the me from a few years ago. I'm part of the Justice League now and I've gotten used to it over the years. Plus, I have Kara with me. With her by my side, it doesn't matter what's in front of me. I can keep going no matter what's ahead. Are you stronger than Vali? I asked Kaokao. He smiled happily and shrugged. Who knows? The truth is, I'm no weaker than he is, even though I am a fragile human being. Stop talking nonsense, anyone who can stand up to Azazel can't be weak. Kara responded sharply. Haha, that's true. But he was holding back. I think I'm the one with the lowest power among us. Sekiryuutei, Supergirl. For a moment there was silence and then. Oh. Sajji and the Kyuubi leader had started a monstrous battle. Black flames danced as they surrounded Yasaka. The flames soon shook violently as the Kyuubi leader unleashed an aura of light all over her. This seemed to be the cause of her great pain. Was it the energy absorption I saw during the battle against Loki? If this keeps up, maybe the battle can end without harming her. Just as I thought, it's very convenient that Sajji came. The Kyuubi leader suddenly spat out large amounts of fire from her mouth. Although not as powerful as old Tannen's flames, but still powerful enough in the sense of fire. I could feel the heat, even through my armor. My companions will have to be careful and stay far away from the battle Sajji and Yasaka are having. Sajji's Vritra form also spat out black flames, and the two fireballs collided in the air above the Hanmaru Palace, causing a huge explosion. At the same time, the black flames immobilizing Yasaka also disappeared. It was a battle of giant monsters, the likes of which I hadn't seen since Loki, and it continued fiercely. Damn it. I can't use the flame barrier as effectively as I can against Loki. Focus, my other half. To utilize my power requires a high level of concentration. But then, that's not all. Although powered by Kyoto, the Kyuubi's massive yokai energy is very strong, it's that magic circle of that magician that's also causing some strange barrier effects. These spells are a bit tricky, very troublesome. It's interfering with my power, neutralizing my flames. The combination of Kyoto, the Kyuubi's power. The longiness, as well as magic. Even if you were to drain the Kyuubi's power, its yokai powers would instantly be replenished by Kyoto's flow. If this keeps up, we may very well be the ones to fall first. Sajji's conversation with Vritra could be heard through the boosted gear. The Kyuubi leader, the Kyoto energy flow, the magic circle, they were all enormous obstacles. Facing so many enemies at once was truly tiresome. Do you need my transfer? I asked him with my sacred gear. Perhaps by using my power, Sajji could harness the power of the Dragon King to destroy the magic circle. Don't do it. Since I still can't fully control my power in this state, if the Sekiryuutei's power is added, I'll only go crazy. The only thing I can master are the characteristics of my powers through battle experience, there's no other way. Vritra replied. Understood. Sajji, do your best. If the situation gets desperate, I'll do my best to help you. Okay. Haidu, you, Ddraig, and Kara kick these guys' asses as fast as you can. Count me in. We both ended our communication through our sacred gears. Vritra and the Kyuubi leader continued to attack each other with fire. Gigantic flames of fire collided in the air once more, causing large fiery explosions that seemed to melt the ground and everything around them. The fire battle also created a windstorm that swept across the area. My team and Kaokao's team, despite everything, stood firm against their respective opponents. Now that Sajji has started the battle, it was our turn to shine. Zez. You will lead Kiba and Zenobia against Siegfried. Understood. Kiba, Zenobia. We'll fight a little further away. We have to get the Kyuubi guy as far away from us as possible. Okay. Count on it. The two responded to Zez's command and began to switch sides. Siegfried followed them. Zoom. Zaz 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 zaz. The confrontation began, and the four became flashes of light because of how fast they were. Flashes of silver, dark red, gold, and various colors of demonic aura collided like metallic shockwaves. Using a three-handed sword style, Siegfried holds off Zez and Kiba and Zenovia's sword attacks with more serious moves. He counterattacks with sharp and deadly thrusts while being careful of Graham's aura. Zenovia's ex-Durandal, her scabbard, seemed like it could be adjusted to display the normal combat blade. We'll put more pressure on him if I use two swords. Zenovia grabbed a part of the ex-Durandal's scabbard, with a mechanical sound, the scabbard transformed, revealing a hilt. Zenovia grabbed the hilt and pulled, separating it from the ex-Durandal. What was thought to be just a hilt ended up producing a sword blade. What is with that? Does the new Durandal sword have extras inside? So, could it be one of the Excalibur fragments? This sword has so many innovations. As for the dual sword style, Zenobia adjusted her stance and adjusted the speed of her sword attacks. Seeing this, Siegfried burst out laughing. This is getting interesting. We had a great time. Show me everything you've got. Slash. Siegfried made a sweeping motion with his demonic swords. Kiba, Zenobia and Zez evaded and temporarily retreated for now. Siegfried's body emitted a kind of pressure that was difficult to describe. It sent a chill down my spine and killing intent spread. Balance breaker. Siegfried's sword grew 3 additional arms and he took on more weapons. Wow, he was just like Asura. The new weapons he took out were his other 3 remaining swords and his style became a 6-sword style. A demon sword Dane's Leaf. As well as a lightsaber for demons. And a lightning sword created with the power of the speed force used by speedsters. Despite how I look, I used to fight for the church as we know it. A sword wielded in each of the 6 arms. It really was the Asura stance. This is my Chaos Edge Asura Ravage. As a subspecies of twice critical, Balance Breaker is also a subspecies. The power is simple multiplying arms, a useful ability and enough for someone like me, who only uses techniques and demonic swords to fight. Let's see how far you 3 can go against me alone at this pace of combat. Kiba, Zenobia, Zez. Just as I was worried about the 3 of them, Irina had started an intense battle against a girl named Jean. Oh, light. Ja. Irina spread her pure white wings and directed several spears of light toward Jean from the sky. A sharp attack. The sizes of the spears of light were also very large. If an ordinary human or demon were struck by them, they would likely explode immediately. However, these attacks were lightly dodged by Jean. That lady was fast. Although she was inferior to Kiba, she was still fast enough to be a challenge to follow with your eyes. The attacks aren't bad. Angel-chan is very direct. Ah, I'm very touched. Why are you so happy? Jean used her sword and deflected Irina's light attacks. Then eat this. Irina flew from the air and attacked Jean directly. Holding her lightsaber high in the air, the space narrowed until she reached Jean. But Jean stood her ground, unfazed by the direct attack. Clang. A loud metallic clashing sound was heard. The 2 were engaged in a deadly confrontation. Even so. Jean smiled confidently. She must be planning something. Holy sword. As Jean said so, holy swords emerged from beneath her skin. Irina was surprised but managed to dodge it to the side. Jean used that opportunity to thrust her sword forward. Irina unfurled her feathered wings and retreated into the air. Not bad at all. Yeah. Looks like I underestimated you. That's my Angel-chan. But despite appearances, I am the ace of Archangel Michael, leader of the angels. Don't underestimate me. Is that so, Michael? I got it. Next, just like Sig-kun, it's time for 1E-san to show what she's got. Jean fluttered her eyes. Sig-kun. Was it Siegfried? Show. Could it be, just like Siegfried, she's going to. 1E-san's ability is Blade Blacksmith, the holy sword version of the sacred gear of the wielder of the holy demonic sword. I can create holy swords with all sorts of attributes. At the current rate, it seems that with my holy swords, we're not going to win. However, don't you believe in the existence of exceptions? The lady smiled elegantly. Jean's sacred gear was the version of Kiba's holy sword. This was something she should have known. After all, Kiba could create holy swords, a result of achieving Balance Breaker. However, with one exception, an ominous premonition filled my mind. And then it came true. Balance Breaker. Crash. From the feet of the lady who was smiling adorably, a large number of holy swords violently piled up. The holy sword seemed to be forming a giant object. As they gathered behind Jean, a huge dragon made of an uncountable number of holy swords was formed. This little one is my Balance Breaker, Stake Victim Dragon. Like Sig-kun, this one is a subspecies. Jean smiled, while Irina's expression was serious. The holy maiden Joan of Arc. This feels complicated having to fight the one who inherited the saint spirit, but I'm going to fight for Archangel Michael and everyone. Peace is the most important thing. Wow, she raised her lightsaber and renewed her determination. Irina, you really have to do your best. Hey boo-um. Boo-um. But the sound of numerous explosions, Rossweisse's demolition battle against the giant Heracles was in full swing. What? You haven't taken any damage despite being hit by magic attacks. Rossweisse launched a stream of magical attacks, but Heracles bore them down with his body, laughing madly. Ha. This magic attack tastes so good. He was laughing. Being hit by Rossweisse's Nordic magic and being bombarded with magic, yet despite all of that, he was able to mock his enemy as if nothing had happened. No. He was actually hurt. Even though the wounds were small, his body was covered in blood. But such damage against all magical attacks, his body sure is resilient. Boo-um. Every time Heracles punched, it created an explosion. It's like he's holding bombs in his hands when he attacks. Rossweisse nimbly dodged, rendering Heracles' fist ineffective as it collided with a tree. Instantly, an explosion rang out and the tree crumbled to dust. My sacred gear is variant detonation, which causes my targets to explode when I attack them. I guess I could keep going like this, smashing magic with my fists like a fireworks display. But seeing as everyone else is going for balance breaker, you'll probably be pissed off if I don't play along. Sorry, I'm just going to go into balance breaker and defeat you immediately. Balance breaker. The giant let out a loud roar and his large body began to emit light. The light gradually formed thick objects on the man's arms, legs, and back. As the light faded, Heracles' body was covered with protrusions and numerous sharp plates, and objects shaped like super missiles appeared in his hands. Oh, my god. This is my balance breaker. Mighty comet detonation. Heracles aimed at Rossweisse. Rossweisse, aware of his intentions, began to perform evasive maneuvers as he distanced himself. At this rate, this place won't be safe. With a bitter expression, Rossweisse quickened her pace in the direction of Hamu Palace. Rossweisse was trying to avoid being hit by the missile blast. Ahahaha. What a great woman. Trying to get my attention to keep her classmates from getting caught in the explosion. Alright. I've got you this time. Heracles laughed joyfully and enthusiastically. Having left the Hamu Palace, Rossweisse turned around in the air and cast numerous magic circles. Heracles' missiles were prepared to fire and he fired them all at once. Just like her, I won't let you succeed. I kept an eye on Heracles' direction and extended my left arm, pointing it at him. I prepared to fire a dragon shot. The instant Heracles fires his missiles, I'm going to shoot down as many of them as possible. But just as he was about to fire the dragon shot. Hey, I'm your opponent. Kaokao quickly appeared in the air having made a great leap by using his spear as a springboard. Well, you can try it yourself. I fired the dragon shot in my left hand. Crash. Kaokao used his spear and shattered the dragon shot I fired. Swish. Kara quickly flew out to help Rossweisse, but she stopped in her tracks when Kaokao extended his spear to block her way. The same goes for you, Kara Zor-El. At that time, Heracles' numerous missiles flew towards Rossweisse. Hey boo. As the countless missiles struck the magic circles conjured by Rossweisse, a massive explosion erupted in the air. A strong wind swept through the entire area. Within the smoke, a figure was seen. Looking closely, I saw that it was Rossweisse and she was covered in wounds but managed to escape relatively unharmed. Despite the defense provided by his battle suit and defensive magic, he still suffered significant damage. Worst of all, his magic, which could destroy cities, seemed ineffective against Heracles. Does this giant outclass Rossweisse in both attack and defense? Or does it have some kind of special advantage against magical attacks? No matter what, the first priority was to heal Rossweisse's wounds. Asia, recupera. I gave the order to Asia. Blizz. The green aura enveloped Rossweisse's body. Asia had fired her healing aura at Rossweisse. She gave a thumbs up in gratitude. It seems she was completely healed. Well done, Asia. Ha. Recovered. Well, that's fine with me. Heracles also seemed to have accepted Rossweisse's recovery. That guy is another battle freak. Heracles started running toward Rossweisse. Damn it. No matter who it is, they're all using balance breaker, every single one of them. As if reading my thoughts, Kaokao laughed heartily. Isn't that great? It looks like a balance breaker garage sale. Kara returned to my side and the two of us moved a little away from Kaokao. Even though there seemed to be many openings, we knew we couldn't let our guard down against the ultimate longinus. Maybe it was just my instinct, but I knew this guy was probably a master of the techniques. If Kara and I attack him recklessly, as we plan to try, Kaokao will use the slightest movement to stop us and render our attacks useless. Now that's terrifying. Aren't you going to use your balance breaker like the others? Kara challenged him and I felt a little panicked. Hey. Don't provoke him, he already has the most powerful longinus. Kaokao shook his head. There's no need to do that. I can take on both of them without going that far. However, today is my big chance to really see what Sekiryuutei and Supergirl are made of. Kara and I gritted our teeth, taking fighting stances. It seems you are underestimating us. But it doesn't sound like he's joking. Kaokao smiled upon hearing our words. I've been thinking for a while about how to face you two in what would be a satisfactory battle. This man is like Volley. The relaxed version of Volley. While the other uses strength to measure my power, this one here watches my every move with amusement. Kaokao raised his spear and pointed it at Kara and me equally. Come for me, Sekiryuutei. Supergirl. Chapter 66. The Heavenly Dragon's Way of Justice. Come for me, Sekiryuutei. Supergirl. These were Kaokao's words to begin our battle. Kara and I, Issei Hyoudou, looked at each other for a second before starting. We both nodded at the same time and she rushed at Kaokao, being the first to attack. Kaokao smiled quite happily, he gladly agreed to face Kara. Kara started with a series of punch and kick combos with her super speed. Kaokao had displayed immense speed and skill with his spear at the very beginning of the battle. He was now facing Kara's super speed and dodging it, almost as if the man had the speed force. Kara's attacks right now were going at super godly speed comparable to Kiber's or even Azazul or Volley. I'm not really sure if she's holding back her strength, but even if she wasn't, it's bucking incredible how all her attacks are being dodged by someone who called himself a frail human. Damn, I can't see any of Kaokao's movements when he's dodging Kara. I have no choice, I must use all my power. I clenched my fists very tightly, then crossed both arms diagonally as I took a defensive stance and unleashed the full power of my balance breaker. Boost. 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 My aura increased almost to the sky. The entire battlefield shook. The ground beneath my feet kept sinking. Flashes of red lightning formed on the jewels of my armor from the intensity of my aura that kept increasing. The amount of aura in each of my armor's jewels was insane. The power it was unleashing was monstrous. Boost. My maximum power was doubled to 25 times, and the explosion of power within me caused the battlefield to be dyed in a rather deep red color. Kara smiled with pride and confidence, and as Kaokao continued to dodge all her blows, she made sure to perform a feint so that I could join her in attacking Kaokao. Kaokao fell for Kara's feint, and I advanced towards them with my maximum speed, joining the battle against the possessor of the ultimate longiness. A line of red light formed along the path I advanced, and when I was about to hit Kaokao with my left straight fist at my maximum speed. Whoosh. Kaokao's spear extended until it almost pierced the very sky of this dimension, taking Kaokao with it to the highest heavens. It was a spectacular escape move. Kaokao's spear immediately returned to its normal size in less than a blink of an eye. Kara and I shot out of where we were and flew with our divine speed straight towards where we thought Kaokao was. Whoosh. Before he could be hit by a joint attack from Kara and me, he extended his spear again, but in a horizontal direction, which allowed him to escape again from the joint attack we were about to carry out. How about a little fire and ice? Kara suggested and I gave her a thumbs up, immediately accepting her. With a smile full of emotion, Kara rushed towards Kaokao again, but this time she didn't do it with the intention of attacking him head-on, something that Kaokao didn't know, and acted with the full intention of dodging Kara. While that was happening, I created a small flame inside my stomach. Kaokao evaded Kara, but in doing so, he positioned himself in the center of us. Transfer. Kara quickly fired her icy breath at Kaokao, and the moment that happened, Ddraig transferred part of our duplicated power to the flame inside my stomach, and I spat out a powerful dragon fire flame. Kaokao watched both attacks with a rather pleased smile. I see. They combined fire with ice. Kaokao didn't even try to dodge. Kaokao took both attacks. Crash. Kara and I stopped our attacks after a couple of seconds and saw that the place where Kaokao was, there was an immense divine aura that nullified both powers as if they were nothing. It was a good combined attack. If it weren't for my spear I would have died. Kaokao congratulated us as he descended from the top of the sky to the ground, using his spear to break his fall. Try to dodge this. Kara exclaimed, spreading both arms and then clapping with all her might. A huge shock wave advanced towards Kaokao. Kaokao smiled at that attack, and with a wave of his spear he tracks. He split the shockwave attack in two with the tip of his spear. Ranged attacks are useless against him. Once again, Kara and I rushed at our maximum speeds against Kaokao, who waited patiently for us. Upon reaching him, we attacked him with a series of punch and kick combos that should have been impossible to dodge. But Kaokao was able to read our movements and dodge every double blow attempt towards him with simple movements of his spear. He was playing with us. None of our hits were reaching him, but at the same time, he's not trying to perform any kind of attack. Well, that's also because neither Kara nor I are showing him any openings for him to launch any attacks. We remained like this for quite a long time, during which he just kept dodging our attacks by dancing with his sacred spear at every step. Kara attacked Kaokao with a powerful heat vision, and he with the tip of his sacred spear, managed to deflect Kara's rays without any difficulty, and the attack went directly towards Erg. Kara's crimson rays were deflected straight into my abdomen and pierced through my armor. Whereas The instant I was hit, Kara stopped her heat vision and quickly walked over to me. You have a splendid way of attacking together, but you underestimated the capabilities of my longinus. The armor plates on my abdomen were gone, and I was covered in fresh blood. I couldn't stand upright properly and fell backward, feeling a burning sensation in my abdomen. Why does it hurt so much? Ugh, what a stupid question. Obviously it's going to hurt since it's Kara's heat vision, and she didn't hold back in that attack towards Kaokao. But this feeling of pain, the damage I received, God, how it hurts. Damn, my consciousness is weakening. Ai-san. Blizz. The green aura surrounds my entire body. The pain in my abdomen gradually diminished. Asia had sent out a healing aura the instant I received Kara's beam that Kaokao bounced off me. Well done, Asia, you timed it just right. 1 second later, and I would have lost consciousness. For the love of Rao, ice. Hold on. Kara didn't think twice and took out her portion of Phoenix Tears, and seeing that the wounds on my abdomen weren't healing well, she sprinkled them on my wound. The wounds on me healed immediately, and Ddraig took care of regenerating the damaged parts of my scale mail. Did you know you almost died from that blow? That's because the moment I bounced Kara's Orel's heat vision away, I also amplified its power with the divine aura of my spear. Kaokao said this with a laugh. Did he say that I almost died? Kara's expression was one of shock upon hearing Kaokao's words. Realizing that, I had reason to tremble, but in the end, it was Kara who was trembling, since she was the one who accidentally almost killed me. Damn you, Kaokao. Between fear and panic at having almost lost me, Kara became enraged and rushed at Kaokao again, attacking him this time with the intention of doing him serious harm or even killing him. I had barely stood up when I saw her. She had displayed an uncontrollable rage as she attacked Kaokao with the intention of annihilating him, but in doing so, she was letting her guard down. I'm going to make you pay, you son of a bitch. Clang. Kara managed to hit him too hard. An immense divine aura surrounds them both. The divine aura had become as intense as a flash of light, strong enough to blind me for a few moments. Ooh. The next thing that happened was that Kaokao managed to hit Kara and she was shot towards me. Wait, what? She is sent towards me and I hold her in my arms. More. I'm vulnerable. I carefully took her out of my arms and looked at her, unable to believe what she was saying. Vulnerable? Kara is vulnerable? I'm sorry, what did I miss? What are you saying? Could this be some kind of joke? Kara looked at her palms, and both of her hands were shaking. Then I saw that her right hand knuckles were badly bruised and weren't healing like they were supposed to, with her fast healing factor. I understood it immediately. What did you do to my powers? Kara yelled at him, feeling too angry even though her body was shaking. Kaokao smiled slyly. Your intentions to kill me were quite clear. If I hadn't used my balance breaker at that second, I highly doubt my spear would have been able to protect me from your fury. Kaokao used his balance breaker during the instant Kara hit him. Did her balance breaker just take away Kara's powers? What kind of ability can the ultimate Longinus's balance breaker possess that is capable of deactivating Kara's superpowers in a second? Asia's healing aura immediately enveloped Kara's hands. You're damn, I swear to Rao I'll find a way to kill you. Ahahaha. Gosh, you're really different from Superman, aren't you? If you see your loved one hurt, you really turn into someone ruthless, just as I expected from an alien. Are you comparing me to Cal? Oh gee, if there's one thing that can annoy Kara more is people trying to compare her to her cousin. Kaokao was provoking her more and more. I have to put a stop to this before it's too late. Kara, please let me take care of him. I pleaded with her, placing my hands on her shoulders. She was still far from calm and she turned around to look at me. Kara tried to reprimand me. She was so upset. But instead, she stared at my face through the helmet of my armor. Maybe I didn't have her superpowers right now, but I felt like she could see right through my balance breaker helmet. Her gaze went from one of growing annoyance to an adorable smile that filled with affection. She wasn't going to win this argument. Sighing, Kara nodded once and I walked away from her to face Kaokao, who saw me looking very surprised and said. Wow, it seems you're not afraid of death. I thought you'd be succumbing to fear at the thought of facing me again. Oh? It's obvious I'm scared. But I can't succumb to fear. I have to land a good punch in your face, or I wouldn't be able to look my beloved girlfriend in the eye again. It's very difficult being the Sekiryuutei. Ah, ha 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 ha. Kaokao started laughing out loud. What is this guy? His facial expressions changed rapidly. That's good. Now I can understand why Volley liked you so much. Interesting. Volley, you've finally found a good opponent. Using his fingers to wipe away the tears of laughter he had, Kaokao opened the front of the spear and created a blade of light. Then. Kaokao's pressure intensified even further. Does he seem to be full of spirit? This is getting more and more sinister. I extend my right hand, preparing to fire the strongest dragon shot, using all my power. Ooh. I fired a supermassive dragon shot at Kaokao. If that gets into my body, it could be dangerous. Kaokao readied his spear to block my attack, but I had already anticipated it. The instant I fired that shot, I spread my dragon wings and rushed toward him. In order for Kaokao to repel my dragon shot attack, I sent a blow at him from the same side. Kaokao raised his spear high, and with one swift motion, he split my super-powered dragon shot in half. It was like cutting a watermelon. Well, what does it matter? I'm going to try to hit him with my right fist while he swings his spear down. I almost hit him. I feel your hidden potential being unleashed. Kaokao declared happily and quickly swung his spear to deflect my arm. Now. That right fist was actually a feint. The right fist stopped in front of Kaokao. Now's the time. I quickly thrust my left fist forward. At the same time, I transferred my remaining power directly into Ascalon. Transfer. I made Ascalon's blade appear from my left glove, then propelled myself backward using my dragon wings, while releasing a powerful pulse of aura with Ascalon. Blah. Sling. With a rasping sound, Ascalon's blade slammed into Kaokao's left arm, slicing it like a slice of meat. It was a successful attack. Feint after feint, and then the real attack within the feint. I managed to defeat it. Yes, no matter how powerful that spear is, the true Longinus's weakness is quite simple. The fragile body of a human being. In terms of physical durability, I have a distinct advantage as a metahuman who was trained to the death by a former Dragon King. And while Kaokao and the hero faction are far more resilient than ordinary humans, they're not as resilient as, say, Vali or Loki, and most beings from other planets or supernatural beings. Just as I thought, I can beat him. Ice, you did it. I heard Kara exclaim very excitedly. I loved seeing her in that state, and I landed next to her, quickly receiving a big hug. Well, at this point it wasn't exactly a big hug as I realized that her powers were still blocked by whatever Kaokao did to her the second she entered her balance breaker, and the effect hadn't worn off yet. There was also the fact that with my armor on, I couldn't feel her warmth like I normally do, yet with all my love for her, I reciprocated her hug by wrapping her inside the dragon wings of my armor. You did a good job. I'm very proud of you. Kara whispered to me as she looked at my armor's face with a big smile. At that moment, Kaokao leaped back and thrust his spear into the ground. The two of us, without separating, watched his severed arm continue to plummet downwards. Kaokao managed to catch it with his now only hand. He held his left arm with his right armpit and took something out of his pocket. While I wondered what it was, my gaze fell on the small bottle he pulled out, as it looked familiar. That is. Kara gasped as she said this, as Kaokao opened the cap of the bottle and poured the liquid onto the wound I had inflicted on her, then connected her left arm to the place where it had been cut. Smoke rose from the wound on her left arm, and then everything was restored as if nothing had happened. There was no doubt that bottle was Phoenix Tears. Why do you have something like that? I asked him, and Kaokao laughed before answering. On the black market. I obtained them through illegal means. All it took was money. I'm sure the Phoenix family definitely wouldn't want this falling into our hands. How could this happen? As an important recovery tool for demons, it would fall into the hands of terrorists. Countless victims suffer painfully from their attacks and could have been saved if only they had Phoenix Tears. You two are so emotional. On both occasions when you decided to attack me, I realized that you both let your anger get the better of you. That's not right. Letting your anger guide you makes you let your guard down, as you only seek to attack. That's surely the reason why you let yourself get carried away and entered Juggernaut Drive a few months ago. That's none of your business. Damn Kaokao. This bastard keeps sticking his nose into so many things. Crack. At that moment, I felt my armor crumble. What was that? I couldn't keep my balance and stopped hugging Kara and fell to one knee. Just as Kara's Orel made the mistake of attacking me when she got carried away by her anger, you did the same, allowing me to make a few cuts in your armor before you flew backward. Although there seems to be some delay, it seems that some of my simple attacks can destroy the Sekiryuutei's armor. So I was attacked without even realizing it. Ddraig, I'm sorry, but I'll leave the repairs to you again. I understand. However, most likely due to the effects of the ultimate Longinus, the armor's restoration is taking a while. Kara helped me stand up, I placed my left arm on her shoulders, and we both looked at Kaokao with quite a bit of anger. That attack you performed was pretty good. Very strong. Looks like I'll have to develop my sacred gear a little more. Ddraig had managed to restore my armor, and I was able to stand properly. What are we supposed to do? How long will Kara's power be blocked? Arena. Kara and I heard Asia's painful screams. Oh? You guys are still fighting. The woman's voice, looking over, we saw that it was Jean. She was carrying Arena's bloody body in her arms. Arena. Well, after all, it is the Sekiryuutei and Supergirl. They certainly surpassed the rest. Siegfried's voice, his clothes looked very worn and bloody. Wait a minute, where are they? In one leap, a figure wrapped in a black battle suit landed in front of Kara and me. It was Zez, and he looked quite bloody in his arms. He carried the bodies of Kiba and Zenobia, who looked worse than him in terms of wounds and cuts. Kiba, Zenobia, Zez. He looked at Kara and me with a rather sour expression. Phoenix tears. Siegfried was prepared to face the three of us. I'm sorry, Issei. Kara. Zez lamented, saying those words. I think I should have chosen Supergirl or Sekiryuutei instead of this woman. The enormous Heracles was the last to appear and threw Rossweisse in front of where Kara, Zez and I were. Her body was red, stained with her fresh blood. All of them were defeated. How can this be possible? Roar. We heard a roar of Ritra was entangled by the Kyuubi's 9 tails and roared in pain. Even Sajji. Kaokao touched his shoulder with his spear. You're all strong. However, with that level of power, you can't win against us, who have the power of true heroes in our hands. Georg, how are things going over there? The mist user nodded in response to Kaokao's question. I'm still stalling, but will Big Red really come? Even if not, we'll get information about why he hasn't come. We'll try other methods if that happens. What we're doing comes at a high price. Are you sure we should go that far? Don't say that. If possible, I expect a very good result. These guys have forgotten about us and are now busy with their experiments. Jean, Siegfried and Heracles regrouped with Kaokao, leaving my friends aside. Kaokao looked at Kara and me one last time. This was so much fun, Sekiryuutei, Supergirl. He turned around with his companions, calling it a day. Kara and Zez ran to where Rina and Rossweisse were. They were unconscious, as were Kiba and Zenobia, so they carried them both in their arms and took them to where Kiba and Zenobia were. Asia ran to their side and started healing the 4-5 counting Zez, while her tears flowed non-stop. In my mind, I heard the words of promise I had made before coming here. We will protect Kyoto with our lives. Master, I can't do anything. I glanced at Kiba, who was still unconscious. Ice-kun, thank you for guiding me this morning in the battle of Tagetsuku. I hope you will continue to guide me in the battle to come. Kiba, even though you told me that I couldn't do anything. Mother, please wake up. I'm Kunu. I'm here. Mother. Kunu cried as she desperately screamed for her mother, but the Kyuubi didn't even look at her. Your mother. We'll save your mother. Did I save anyone? No, we didn't accomplish anything. Zenobia. Irina. Asia continued healing them while crying. What was I doing? Why am I moved by such a sad sight? Even though my armor had been restored, Kaokao and his group didn't even look at me. Even though I knew they were strong, I didn't think they'd be a threat strong enough to leave us like that. But they treated us like this, and even though we gave our best, they outclassed us. From the beginning, they thought we were merely providing something approaching a level of entertainment, a side dish for the experiment. That truth caused me great pain. How can I say that I am the Sekiryuutei? This is unacceptable. My body trembled and I fell to my knees, tears of regret streaming endlessly. If I'm supposed to have become stronger, why do I feel so weak? At such a critical moment like this, I'm overwhelmed. No matter how hard I try, I feel like I can't reach him. There are still many enemies I can't even touch. Is this really my limit? Why do I have to go this far? On my knees, I pounded the ground with hatred and remorse. My comrades had been brought down by them, as had my chances of defeating Kaokao, who had screwed up Kara's powers like nothing, and now my chances of saving Kunu's mother were 0. No, there has to be a way for me to overcome this limit. I don't want things to end like this. I have to keep fighting. My other teammates might laugh at me if they saw us in this pathetic state. But there was no way to win. I regretted it. Pain filled my heart. I'm really sorry. Kara whispered those words to me after kneeling in front of me. Seeing her face, I saw that she was more concerned about my condition than her lack of powers. It's not your fault I'm the weak one. Kara shook her head several times. No, you're not weak, Ice. He assured me with his voice full of conviction. Kara continued talking without taking her eyes off my face. Did he beat us? Maybe. Will we give up? Of course not. She lovingly took the plates from the sides of my armor's face. We can do it, Ice. Sometimes we have to fall so we can get back up stronger to achieve those goals we so desperately desire. Will you keep crying? Someone spoke to me from inside my body. That voice belongs to Elsa. When I realized it, I was back in the white space inside my boosted gear. Yes, that's right. But tell me, why are you still crying? I feel so frustrated. I feel so pitiful. I'm frustrated by my own weakness. I'm failing at this critical point. Kunu's mother will die if I don't do something. Kara lost her powers because of me. My friends are hurt. I see, that must be very frustrating for you, but have you forgotten what the supreme ruler of the fallen angels told you before Loki's attack? Elsa helped me remember my teacher's words. Ice, I believe in you. Kara believes in you too. Of course Ddraig believes in you. All your friends believe in you. All your predecessors were absorbed by its power. You're the one with the irregular talent. You were able to recover balance breaker with the help of your emotions and feelings towards Kara. You reversed the berserker state of the juggernaut drive thanks to it. You're managing to develop the Sekiryuutei power in a rather special way. Yes, that's what Azazel told me back then. Something ignited in me. I am the Sekiryuutei of the Justice League. The Sekiryuutei who loves Kara Zor-El. That's right, current Sekiryuutei, celestial dragon of the Justice League. It's time for you to unleash your true potential, the one Belzerd and I saw in you. Now return to Kara Zor-El, she will help you complete your power. What? I realized I was back in the real world and was more confused than usual. Will Kara help me complete my power? Ddraig, what does that mean? Maybe you mean more solar power. Not sure. I guess she still has plenty of solar energy, even though her superpowers were blocked by the ultimate longiness, and since there's no sun in this dimension, you can't complete the energy charge you need. And how do I get Kara to give me her power? We're supposed to be the ones with the ability to transfer, not her. Perhaps through physical contact between you, I could make the Omega Nano Gear take your power, since that thing is capable of absorbing that kind of energy. Physical contact, I guess we could go to a private room and just kiss her like always and that's it. Draig's voice was filled with strong authority. But yeah, that might work, I think. Following Draig's plan, I stood up and Kara, who was still in front of me, did so too, although she was oblivious to everything that happened up to this moment. The helmet of my armor was removed and I looked Kara in the eyes. Kara, I need your power. Of course, I'll give you everything you need. I'm at your complete disposal. Kara answered me, also looking me in the eyes. She was willing to help me with whatever I needed. There was no hesitation in her, only devotion. Oh my god, this woman is really willing to do everything for me. I took Kara by the hips with my hands and then I joined our lips to kiss her passionately. Ah. I could feel her surprise the moment our lips met. She had a very happy expression and wrapped her hands around my neck. I could feel a very pleasant and exciting sensation, pleasurable. Before I closed my eyes, I could feel that I was glowing in an intense red light and Kara was glowing with a light that was similar to that of the sun. Our lips were still connected, we were still kissing passionately, and I could feel Kara's energy being taken by my sacred gear with the help of Ddraig. What the hell are those two doing? I heard Kaokao and his companions asking this, and it seemed they turned around when they saw the flashes of light. Kara's energy and my own energy had synchronized in the seconds we spent passionately kissing. I felt our energies merge thanks to the kiss we were sharing. I felt happy and excited, and as time went on, I felt like I was running out of air. Kara tightened her arms around my neck. The stronger the passion we were having, the stronger the energy that enveloped us. 95%, 96%, 97%, 98%, 99%. My sacred gear was giving those announcements, and then Kara and I broke off our kiss so we could catch our breath. And then it happened at that moment. 100%. Beat. I felt a strong beating in my heart. Beat. Here it comes. Let's go. Elsha raised her voice saying that and a red light overflowed with great intensity in each of the jewels of my armor. The heat could be felt coming from the inside of my body, like a kind of power that was overflowing in torrents. This is a totally different energy than I've ever felt rising up inside me before, but somehow this feels very nostalgic. Yeah, I'm feeling it too, buddy. This brings back so many nostalgic memories. Buddy. This is the aura I originally possessed. When I still had a body. And I wished to defeat the damn white bastard. Ddraig's voice was filled with happiness and joy, it was as if he was about to cry from the emotion. The red aura grew more and more intense and spread throughout my body, covering me, Kara, my friends, and the entire environment around me. Regaining my senses, I found myself back in the blank space within my sacred gear. This is the second time this has happened without me wanting to do it. In front of me was Elsha, but this time she was being accompanied by a middle-aged man. That man was dressed fashionably and looked at me with a proud smile. Elsha had the same smile as that man. The door to your potential has been opened. Elsha, thank you so much. I felt like I'd reached my limit and you guided me toward the right path to overcome those limits. Elsha nodded. I'm glad you were able to move forward. We've trusted you both. Now it's time to say goodbye. Say goodbye. Are you saying that you? Elsha nodded. That's right, we exist here only as residual memories and it's time for us to be free and part ways with this sacred gear. But then wouldn't that mean dying? I died a long time ago. What remains of me in this sacred gear is a copy of my consciousness. We're not even souls. That's why we intend to simply disappear. But Elsha, I still need you, I still have so many unanswered questions, there's still so much I need to know from you. Elsha shook her head at me. You don't need us. I followed the path of domination and you will follow the path of justice. Elsha smiled warmly again. You'll be fine. As long as Ddraig and Kara's Orel, as well as all your friends, are with you, everything will be fine. Go, current Sekiryuutei Issei Hyoudou. Even though the Sekiryuutei curse hasn't been lifted, it's something you'll figure out in time. If it's you, I'm sure the rest of your predecessors' consciousnesses will be freed as well. Elsha I was moved and overcome with a mixture of emotions of gratitude and appreciation, and my tears were almost flowing. Among my predecessors there really was someone who cared so much for me. We're leaving. Belzerd, please give this young man a few last words. Elsha looked at the man who accompanied him. It's you. The man known as the strongest Sekiryuutei. Belzerd was smiling at me. Please, I beg you give me some special advice. Nodding his head, Belzerd spoke to me as if he were singing. Waitin' round the bend. My huckleberry Issei. For a moment, I didn't understand what he was trying to express with those words. He has a singing voice, but the way he said it, what the hell is wrong with this guy who's supposed to be the strongest Sekiryuutei of the… It seems he's satisfied too. Then let's go, Belzerd. Elsha said as she smiled at Belzerd. Wait, what were Belzerd's parting words? What was that mocking look just now? Wait a minute, now that I think about it, isn't that the lyrics to the song Kara dedicated to me when I was in my berserker phase? Oh no, the two of them disappeared into the whiteness of the background. I can't believe it. The last words the strongest Sekiryuutei ever said to me, his last words were, it's that simple. The two of them left, raising their arms in a sign of goodbye. I think I get it now. I had returned to the real world. Here we go. Boosted gear. Along with my screams, the flickering red light around my body began to give off a massive aura. Power poured out without end. From the depths of my heart, from within my body, the immense power of my sacred gear flowed like a superplanetary waterfall. So this is Ddraig's original power. Combined with the negative emotions of that berserk state known as Juggernaut Drive, this became a dangerous power. But now it was different. Those negative emotions couldn't be felt at this moment and my consciousness was intact. That's right, partner. Ha 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 ha. I can't wait to be able to unleash this power with you after so long. Yeah, let's teach these hero faction idiots a lesson in true power. Oh, of course. Oh, I see. So this is what's in the Nano Gear Omega. Check this out, buddy. The Omega is now yours. I don't know how long it will take for it to fully adapt to your body or what you'll gain from it, but one thing is certain. Your chances of achieving powers beyond the Juggernaut Drive begin now, Ice. This is what Azazel was talking about. Desire. God. Determination. Dragon. Disaster. Defloration. Download. Many voices sounded in the jewels of my armor and then began to repeat the D sound as if it were breaking. D D D D D D D D D D D D D D D D D D D D D D D D D D. Partner, I have finished analyzing the Omega Nano Gear activated within you. I know how we can harness our powers, now that it is complete. Really, please show it to me. Ddraig showed me the past images of when Zenobia combined the powers of the Excalibur with Durandal, also the time when Kaokao amplified the power of Kara's heat vision with his longinus, and the special data that was in the Omega Nano Gear. What is this? I heard Kaokao complain from where he was standing. Our potential unleashed. Mine and Ddraig's. This is the power of our potential unleashed. I shouted to Kaokao as the helmet of my armor reformed. The energy stored in the Omega Nano Gear, the data within it, the power released from Ddraig. What came to my mind were all those times Kara used her heat vision, also the times Superman did it, and now that I have the Omega Nano Gear I feel like I can perform something similar to that. Mode change. Welsh Dragon Kryptonian Blaster. The red laser-like aura that reached kilometers in length was released from each of the jewels on my armor. The red aura gathered in large quantities on my back, my dragon wings disappeared to give way to a kind of backpack that formed on my back, while on my shoulders two massive high-caliber cannons formed. You who dared to hurt my precious companions. Buzz. Silently, the power of the Sekiryuutei combined with the power of the Omega accumulated inside the backpack, beneath my knees, some sort of anchors formed to keep me fixed in my position. The power accumulated inside the backpack did not reach its maximum capacity, but it did have the capacity necessary to launch a shot. A massive explosion of high beams was about to be released. My frustration and all my helplessness, I'm going to transmit it to all of you with this attack. The eyes on my armor's helmet glowed a deep red, similar to when Kara threatens to fire her heat vision. Time to send them flying. Dragon Blaster. Fused. The cannons on my shoulders fired a gigantic, extremely massive explosion. It was an immense beam of energy, colored red and emerald green, with exaggerated temperatures. It was similar to that time I empowered Kara with my power, and she fired her heat vision at the Midgard Summer copies. No. This felt beyond that. My energy beams were fired towards the place where the hero faction was. The ground beneath the blast melted from the high temperature. Interesting. I can feel that heat. I'm going to take this attack, legendary red dragon. Heracles stepped forward, he was trying to take my attack. Don't block it. Evade. Kaokao shouted at him and used the base of his spear to knock Heracles out of the line of fire. Kaokao and the other members escaped my attack. Without hitting anyone, the cannon shot continued flying forward far behind them. Hey boom. A huge explosion shook the entire space, while the city in the background was enveloped in a gigantic red aura. The energy continued to spread, surrounding the entire city with an intense light. What was once a dark sky was now a sky shining in a deep bright red and emerald green aura light. As the aura in the impact area faded, nothing remained. The cannon shot wiped out everything in front of it. Half of this artificial dimension was gone. Unbelievable, he disintegrated half of the dimension created by Georg's Longinus. No wait, I can see the impact continuing to grow beyond the artificial dimension, into the dimensional gap. If he had made the impact downwards instead of upwards, he could have shattered the entire dimension. Heracles finally understood the power of my cannons and let out a cry of surprise. It destroyed half of this artificial dimension, but this place was built to be at least 100 times more durable than the real Kyoto by a top-level Longinus. What kind of firepower was that? Siegfried stopped smiling and narrowed his eyes, seeing that the path my shot traced melted the ground to its limits. I'm not done with you yet, Kaokao. I shouted that guy's name, the cannons and backpack on my back dissipate into particles of light and my dragon wings reappear. I shot upwards at full speed and made a turn to go straight towards Kaokao. I want speed. Lots of speed. I want speed like the Flash. Oh change. Welsh Dragon Superluminal Kryptonian. The dragon wings of my armor disappeared again and in their place were giant thrusters. My armor was also freed. All the excess armor, all the shielding, all the defense, was gone. Now my armor was immensely thin, taking on a streamlined shape. My wish was to far exceed the speed of light and I had achieved it. Flash. Ugh. Kaokao didn't see me coming and I charged him head-on, then I rose up into the sky, bringing him with my arms crossed after having tackled his divine spear and him with super divine speed. He vomited a little blood upon impact. Phew hahaha. And now mode change. Welsh Dragon Kryptonian Buster. Now what I needed wasn't speed, it was strength. Super strength and invulnerability. The red aura gathered around me, restoring the armor I had lost, but the aura didn't stop with the restoration of my normal armor. It went further, forming a larger, thicker armor. Large amounts of dragon aura were concentrated on my arms, this was at least 6 or 10 times thicker than the usual glove. Despite the change, Kaokao and I remained in the air. Kaokao was able to recover and attack me with the blade of his spear. That through. I used the thick glove on my left hand as a shield and received the spear's attack. The holy spear struck the glove but stopped mid-strike and didn't penetrate my glove completely. Here we go, Ddraig. To all our comrades. You, Kaokao, will regret underestimating the Sekiryuutei of the Justice League. I attacked Kaokao with my massive left fist. At that instant, Kaokao withdrew the spear from my glove and used it to block like a shield. Crash. As the fist struck the spear, percussion hammers appeared on the elbow of the armor. As large amounts of aura were pumped in, the impact of the fists was massively increased. From the air, I attacked Kaokao towards the ground. Success. Receiving my attack, Kaokao fell towards the surface of the earth. The moment before he fell, and upon receiving my attack, Kaokao was smiling. The impact of his fall broke what little ground surface remained, creating a huge cloud of dust and dirt. I ended the melee in the air and landed where Kara and Zez were. My armor turned back into a rather translucent red aura of light and returned to the normal form of the balance breaker scale mail. Oh, by Rao Ice, that was amazing. Incredible is an understatement. You blew half of this dimension to pieces. Kara and Zez were totally amazed at my unleashed potential. So this is my new power. That's right. In addition to having your powers as a Sekiryuutei unleashed, the Omega Nano Gear allows you to harness solar energy in the same way as Kryptonians do, and as a result, you're able to fuse both superpowers, developing new versions of Balance Breaker. Yes, I have reached levels of power never seen before. Starting with Welsh Dragon Kryptonian Blaster. In that form, the Sekiryuutei power and solar energy merge and accumulate in the backpack in large quantities. I don't know if there is a storage limit, but what I do know is that the interior of the massive cannons is structured to take advantage of the stored power and fire it in the same way that Kara fires her heat vision through her eyes. That is why the fired beam is too hot, since apparently it is a combination of heat vision Sekiryuutei power. Apparently in the Omega Nano Gear, there was all the information about Kara's heat vision, and with the help of Ddraig, we were able to take advantage of that data to recreate it in my scale mail and fire it in the form of a cannonball, but with the addition of the immense Sekiryuutei power. The Welsh Dragon Superluminal Kryptonian is my form in which the aforementioned powers are fused again, but with the difference that instead of a cannon shot, it is simply super speed, a super speed that allows me to greatly exceed the speed of light using the modified propellants in that form. Finally, Welsh Dragon Kryptonian Buster would be my way of combining both powers to have super strength and insane invulnerability. The Omega Nano Gear did more than help me unleash Draig's power, it also gave me the superpowers of a Kryptonian, but in different forms. When I used each shape I felt something strange as if the material of my scale mail acquired something extra. I also noticed that, apparently each of these new forms possess the properties of NTH metal, due to the Nano Gear Omega being made of that material. By the way, due to the energy release it seems that the balance breaker time limit has been lengthened further and you have also started to regain your lost lifespan from taking Albion's power and using the Juggernaut drive. Does that mean the longer you are exposed to the yellow sun, the faster the Nano Gear Omega will restore your lifespan? Oh well, that's amazing. However, since you are not used to this new power you most likely won't be able to maintain these forms for long. I will add a counter to the Omega Nano Gear's energy the next time you use these powers, so you will have an idea of how long and how often you will be able to use it. Sounds good, thanks Ddraig. I'll make sure to train this new power properly. This has to be a joke. Har and I were confused by what Zez said, and looking at the place where he was looking, we both had similar reactions to him. What we saw was Kaokao standing up, climbing out of the enormous pit. His nose and mouth were bleeding. Kaokao wiped the blood and audibly flexed his neck. So this is the power of the Sekiryuutei. It seems you've gained a great power boost. If I hadn't defended myself with my spear, I would have died. Damn, the true Longinus is really scary. Despite all the punishment he received, being a normal human, he is able to get up as if nothing had happened. However, Sekiryuutei, it feels like you made an illegal move. Har, Zez and I's expressions became filled with doubt at the words spoken by Kaokao. An illegal move. Kaokao answered the question that escaped from my mouth. It means a move that isn't fair or shouldn't be possible. Every single one of the attacks you made was based on superpowers that only Kryptonians like Kara Zor-El or her cousin Kal-El should possess. Though looking at it from that perspective what he's saying is true, since I'm not a Kryptonian and my attacks were as if I were actually a Kryptonian with Ddraig's powers. Clearly, that's something that shouldn't be possible. It seemed to me more like Trihexa. Ddraig expressed his opinion. What do you mean? What does that mean? Trihexa is the trident of Poseidon, the god of the sea in Greek mythology. Better known as the trident, your combination attacks use 3 different shapes and I felt they resembled Trihexa's sharpness. A big smile formed on my lips. I like the sound of that. So, I'll call this new power illegal Trihexa movement. How terrifying in terms of direct offensive power, this is a match for Volley in his Juggernaut drive form. No, Volley is also improving every day and you have only just awakened this power, but perhaps with time yes things between you two will be very interesting. Thanks for the praise. To be honest, I don't think I've caught up with that guy yet. He's a genius, after all. The attack must have consumed massive amounts of energy and aura. You're far from mastering it either. No, even if you do, the amount of energy it consumes can be quite significant, but since it's a combination attack that fuses your Sekiryuutei power with solar energy, perhaps the more you're exposed to the yellow sun, the less it will consume or perhaps the energy source for those powers will be broader. In any case it'll be interesting to see how you progress from here. That's almost the correct answer. Kaokao even concluded that I use solar power and came up with several possible conclusions about what I'd be like in the future. Zez sighed and said to Kaokao. You guys are truly formidable. You've underestimated us so far, but even with everything that's happened, you still calmly analyzed the situation. Hara gritted her teeth a little hard. This will be difficult and although I feel that whatever Kaokao did to me is over, it is very likely that he will try to cancel my superpowers again. Kaokao smiled at what he was told. It was a great mistake on my part to underestimate you a bit. My apologies. As someone who has had knowledge of the previous Sekiryuutei and does not revel in such great power, you truly are a formidable adversary. The same goes for you, Kara Zor-El. I did not expect you to attempt to attack me with true murderous intent. Besides, you contributed to the development of the Sekiryuutei. Oh my goodness. You two are quite the pair. Kaokao struck the spear on his shoulder. How stimulating, I haven't felt this way since the last time I fought Volley. Truly, fighting celestial dragons and a Kryptonian is the best. This is also proof that I'm the descendant of heroes. Stimulant. Descended from heroes, he's just a battle madman with twisted ideals about being a hero. Kara glared at him, clenching her fists tightly. Are you thinking of having an all-out war with all the factions? Kaokao shook his head at her question. You're wrong. My team isn't suited for long-term wars. While we're strong individually, we can't stand up to the allied forces, much less the entire Justice League. Yes, we'll inflict heavy losses on them, but we'll eventually be eliminated. It's better to target vulnerabilities with sudden attacks. That's how the organization I'm in will sustain itself. So he doesn't really have any reason to stay with office. He must have other reasons. Bzzzzz. Bzzzzz. The noise began to rock the existing side of this dimension. I've heard that sound before. It's the sound of space cracking. Looking back, which was the direction from which the noise was heard, a hole had formed. This is what appeared in my mind was the image of the gigantic red dragon in three-dimensional space. Looks like it's about to start. Kaokao laughed happily. So Great Red has been summoned with the Kyuubi leader and the magic circle. It seems that the magic circle and the enormous power you displayed attracted the true red dragon faster than expected. Kaokao spoke in a rather mocking tone. What are you saying? It's partly my fault? Aorg, prepare the Dragon Eater ritual. Kaokao stopped mid-sentence. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the dimensional gap with a questioning expression. Wait, isn't that Great Red? That's also this Taki. Broer. What appeared was a huge, slender eastern dragon, a few dozen meters long. That's not Big Red. Who is? Filled with a green aura, the dragon flew gracefully through the skies, almost as if in a dream. Kaokao began to shout. Mischievous dragon, Yulong. Yulong? Isn't he one of the 5 dragon kings? Although Kaokao was surprised by the arrival of the eastern dragon, his gaze did not focus on Yulong, but on the small figure standing on the dragon's head. What was above Yulong's head? The small figure jumped off the dragon's head as if it were nothing and landed gracefully on the ground. A massive influx of Kai, as well as the flow of domination and a lot of solar energy. Because of this, the capital city is filled with strange fluctuations. The figure had the voice of an older man, and he approached Kara, Zez, and me, slowly, step by step. He was so small. His figure was very short. Could he be a boy? No, he wasn't, although he was the same height as a kindergartner. His skin was radiating gold. A monk's cassock was taking shape over his body. He really did look like a monkey. His face was all wrinkled. Was he a Yaokai monkey? He appears to wear rosaries around his neck and a golden diadem sits around his forehead. A kind of cybernetic design dark glasses covered his eyes. He smiled confidently while smoking a pipe. Oh, it's been a while, Holy Spear user Kaokao. This old monkey greeted. Well, it's the great victorious fighter Buddha. I never thought you'd come here. I've heard you've been thwarting our efforts almost all over the world. Damn brat, you've gone too far this time. It wasn't easy for me to be assigned to hold talks with the Kyuubi leader on behalf of the Celestial Emperor, and here she is kidnapped. There are heroes who become gods and then heroes whose descendants poison the world. Tyranny and domination only last for a generation, am I right, Kaokao? Poison? Being called poison by you is an honor. Kara and I realized with surprise that Kaokao was treating this old man with reverence as he spoke. Not only that, was the entire hero faction looking at this old monkey man very seriously? Or was it because of the tension? They seemed to be under a lot of pressure, by the way. Heavenly Emperor the messenger. The Heavenly Emperor was chakra right. So the Kyuubi leader is going to negotiate with this old monkey man. For a messenger he's an extremely powerful monkey. The old monkey man looked at Kara, Zez and me with a warm smile. Children of the Justice League, you can leave the rest to me, I am the first generation Son Wukong. Son Wukong, Son Wukong, Son Wukong. That is to say that he is the real Son Goku. They're the first generation Son Goku. The one who was used as inspiration to create Dragon Ball. The famous monkey from Journey to the West. Oh my god, it's him, the real one. The inspiration. When Azazel mentioned reinforcements he meant him. No wonder he was so mysterious. Azazel knows I'm a Dragon Ball fan. He had such a surprise in store for me. Sekiryuutei boy, what a formidable job you've done. That was an extraordinary Dragon Pulse. Now you can relax. I'm the reinforcements your boss mentioned. Leave everything to this old man. Yulong, I'll leave the Kyuubi to you. The old monkey Son Goku gave the order to Yulong in the air. And then the Dragon King, Yulong, expressed his displeasure. Hey. How dare you order around a dragon of my rank? Old man. Damn it. Just getting this far tired me out. Anyway, what happened to the Hakuryuku Witch's partner? Oh, look, it's Vritra. Hey, 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 the one fighting the Kyuubi is Vritra. How many centuries has it been? This dragon is very enthusiastic. Nothing has changed. Really, Ddraig? Son Goku puffed on his pipe and spoke to him. You can eat a whole feast of Kyoto cuisine later. What do you say? That's a promise, old man. You have to spoil me with lots of treats later. Now. 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 Don't underestimate a Dragon King Sama Kyuubi. I'm so awesome. Yulong accepted on the condition of the feast and went to support Sajji by taking the Kyuubi leader. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. I'm sorry for you boys, but I'm going to have to punish you for your mischief. Son Goku turned his sights on Kaokao. Siegfried activated Balance Breaker, grabbing all his swords in each hand and launched himself head-on, leaping at the Monkey King. Siegfried, don't attack him. It's you. Even though Kaokao tried to stop him, Siegfried happily jumped towards Son Goku. If you are that famous Monkey King son Wukong, then I have no objection to having you as my rival. Spread out, Kane. Crash. While speaking calmly, the Monkey King extended a staff similar to the one Bhikkhu used and with it easily reached Siegfried, hitting him in the stomach. Siegfried flew back the way he came. Ugh. Siegfried fell behind Kaokao and dropped his 6 swords, being struck down with a single blow. That's how strong he is. He defeated Siegfried in one hit. Not even Kiba, Zenobia and Zez could do that. You're not ready to be my opponent, young man of the demonic swords. You don't have enough strength in that waist. You'd better train again. Start with a trot. The first to fall was Siegfried, at which point Yulong began to complain. Oh wawawawa. Hey, you old bastard. This bitch is really strong. Hahaha. What a bad choice of words. Yulong was trapped in the tails of the Kyuubi. It was its being a very tough fight. This Dragon King is too enthusiastic. Pull yourself together. You're a Dragon King, aren't you? The old Monkey King sighs upon hearing Yulong. Among the Dragon Kings, I am the youngest. And also the most alive. Are you sure you know how to argue? You're the youngest Dragon King, who first proposed retreating the instant his most illustrious battle ended. Use your youth to get ahead. Understood. I'll do my best. Those two quickly came to an agreement. They must be good teammates. The Dimension Lost user released a magic circle binding the Kyuubi and extended his hands toward the elderly Son Goku. It seems that compared to Great Red Summons, the ability to manipulate this old ape man was more important. Capture, spread fog. The fog ahead began to approach the old Monkey King and seemed to engulf him. By the justice of heaven, thunder will seal the jaw of the dragon prostrate on the ground. There was a dull noise. Son Goku chanted the spell, then struck his staff on the ground once and dispersed the mist. He destroyed the fog of the upper level Longinus just like that. Your training with the sacred gear is very weak. You must enter into dialogue with it like the Sekiryuutei child behind me is doing. Ah, he praised me. Being praised by Son Goku makes me feel very happy. The mist user was very surprised. Of course, he had the power of a higher level Longinus, but it was completely ineffective. Whoosh. Kaokao saw his opportunity and extended the blade of his spear, thinking of ambushing the old Monkey King. With one finger, the old Monkey King blocked the spear. Come on, that can't be possible. He defended himself against the spear just like that. Your attack isn't bad at all. But that's all. You're still too young. If I could stop that move with one finger, it's impossible for you to eliminate the other gods and Buddhas. Whether it's you or the user of the mist, they didn't seriously attack me. Don't underestimate me. Hearing the old Monkey King's words, Kaokao laughed. I see. That monster strength still exists. We keep hearing how strong he was in his younger days. But what is he like now? To Kaokao's question, the old Monkey King simply shrugged his shoulders fearlessly. Siegfried stood up with great effort trying to catch his breath and said to Kaokao. Kaokao. It's over. Son Wukong is famous for stopping the Chaos Brigade's operations numerous times. If we continue to attack recklessly, we could get hurt. I was very naive. He's ridiculously strong. Hearing this, Kaokao repudiates his spear. Time to retreat, huh? Choosing the wrong moment can result in serious injury. Smack. The hero faction quickly gathered in one place and the mist user began activating a giant magic circle conjured beneath their feet. It's a transportation magic circle. They're planning to escape. Kaokao left a few words. Let's see each other someday, first Monkey King, Sekiryuutei, Supergirl, and the rest of her team and allies. Hopefully we'll see you next time. Wait. I don't think they can escape. I can't forgive the actions you took today. Like kidnapping Kunu's mother. And everything your damn faction has done to this day. I pointed my left arm towards Kaokao and a miniature of what are now the barrels of my Welsh Dragon Kryptonian blaster formed on it. BZZZZ. The energy was gathering slowly, he didn't need much, a massive attack is unnecessary, just attacking this guy will be enough. The old Monkey King smiled at me. Are you going to finish my mission? Sure, that's fine. I'll let you punish that boy. Just for a little while, but I'm going to increase your power. The old Monkey King gently touched my armor with his staff. And then, the aura flowed from my body. Is this the power of Senjutsu? My body, has it always had this aura? No, was it asleep? Thanks a lot, old Son Goku. With this, I have enough to fire a small cannonball. I focus the cannon attack target on Kaokao. You think you can just walk away without any punishment? This is my little gift for you, your souvenir from Kyoto. And my response to your offer to join you. Boom. A burst of dense power was fired from the muzzle of my gauntlet. Arrogant bastard. Heracles and Jean stepped forward, planning to protect Kaokao. No. I want my attack to go straight for Kaokao. If necessary, I'll chase him until I hit him in the face. Come on, hit Kaokao. At that instant, the trajectory of the lightning I fired changed to evade Heracles and Jean. Zaz. The surprise attack successfully hit Kaokao in the face and then continued on its way, crashing into the non-existent destroyed space of this dimension. Ooh. Red smoke had covered Kaokao's face. My shot had curved. Apparently I can further improve the trajectory of my long-range attacks. Kaokao's right eye was bleeding. His face was stained red hot and still smoking. As he covered his now non-existent right eye, he looked at me with a truly psychopathic expression. Lyoho Sekiryuutei. His spear began to increase in power, Kaokao began to chant a kind of incantation. Oh spear. True holy spear that pierces even God. Absorb the tyrannical dream within my ambition, blessing and destruction will be. Siegfried covered Kaokao's mouth and held him down. Kaokao, stop singing. It's too early to reveal the truth idea. Leonardo must also be at his limit. At this rate, the outsiders won't be able to wait much longer. After all, we've already gained a great deal of valuable data and gained a lot of valuable experience. Kaokao calmed down a bit, took a deep breath, and removed Siegfried's hand that was covering his mouth. I understand now. Kaokao looked at me in the distance with his left eye. A piercing gaze. What kind of gaze was that? Sekiryuutei no, Haidu Issei. If you don't let us have our real fight, I won't be able to laugh at volley anymore. I'm in the same state as you, who always managed to get on our nerves in the end. You mean the battle I had with him in Gotham City? The light from the magic circle intensified. Before disappearing, Kaokao said a few last words to me. Haidu Issei, push yourself even harder and become stronger than volley. If that happens, I'll be able to show you the true power of the spear. Kaokao and the hero faction have now finally disappeared from this dimension. The hero faction, the ultimate long-eyedness, they were all so mysterious. They were all terribly strong. I hope I don't run into them too soon. Chapter 67. Back home. After the hero faction managed to escape, only the old Monkey King and Yu Long, who arrived as reinforcements, the Kyuubi leader who was arrested, and us, the Sekiryuutei team, along with Kiba, Sajji, and Kunu, remained. I'm exhausted. If Ritra weren't here, she would have been a nuisance. Yu Long leaned back behind where we all were and took a deep breath. The Kyuubi leader was stopped by Yu Long and recovered by Sajji Vritra. After that, Sajji returned to his human form but fainted on the ground and is now receiving healing from Asia. Thanks for your hard work, Sajji. On the other hand, the Kyuubi leader did not return to her human form and now, her eyes were still gray and she had not regained consciousness. Mother. Kunu, who was leaning against her mother's unconscious body, cried as she called out to her, but there was no response. Now, what should we do? Even though I can use Senjutsu to eliminate the presence of the evil Kai, that will take a long time. Said old Son Goku, puffing on his pipe, thinking of different possibilities. We could try the same thing that happened during the battle against Loki. Ddraig suggested me and my mind became confused. What are you taking about? Before my doubts, Ddraig showed me a memory in which I helped Akeno and Barakiel after he miraculously saved himself from the bite of the false Midgardsormr. I don't know how that ability works. Sorry. I don't know how it happened either, but hey, I have nothing to lose by trying. Come on, mysterious ability I don't know how to use. Activate it. Help me connect with Kunu and Yusaka. I focused my aura on that wish. This was costing me a lot, but then, it happened. A strange space formed around Kunu, her mother and me. When I turned around, the same thing happened as that time, and I could see the real form of Ddraig who was behind me. It worked. But what kind of technique is this? Well, never mind. I looked back in the direction where Kunu and her mother were. Kunu, try talking to your mother from the heart now. Kunu saw me confused and nodded, closing her eyes. Then, I heard Kunu's voice, her true feelings. Mother. Can you hear me, mother? Kunu's voice had become quite soft. Mother, please come back to normal, I beg you, please. Misaka still hasn't responded. Tears streamed down Kunu's face as she continued. I'm going to stop being so stubborn, I'm going to eat the fish I don't like, I'm not going to fly out of Kyoto at night anymore, so please be my mother again, please forgive me, mother. What I heard was a depressing statement. Kunu kept apologizing to Yusaka many times. Then. Saint for you. It was very faint, but I definitely heard that voice. Kunu raised her head and began calling her again. Mother. It's me, Kunu. Please sing that song for me again. Please teach me how to dance again. I'll be a good girl for you from now on. I want to be with you and walk the streets of Kyoto again. The soft light surrounds Kunu and then the light begins to cover Yusaka. The Kyuubi leader's body begins to glow, shrinking in size. As the light faded, Yusaka had regained her human form. Wonderful. He's back to normal. I couldn't stop throwing up my arms in joy. The strange imaginary space disappeared. This place is. Yusaka's body was trembling, which was worrying. Although her consciousness was still hazy, at least it had returned. Kunu ran to her mother's side and hugged her tightly. Mother. Mother. Yusaka tenderly hugged Kunu, stroking her head. You're still my crybaby. Asia finished healing all the wounded and upon seeing that scene she also cried, quite moved. Oh, this is truly touching. It's wonderful, Kunu. It was at that moment everyone was happy with this beautiful moment that was happening between Kunu and Yusaka, or so I thought until I saw Kara again. She looked depressed as she watched Kunu and Yusaka. Without thinking, I approached my beloved girlfriend, making the helmet of my armor disappear and asked her. What's going on? Kunu got her mother back, she can hug her again, feel her affection, something I can never get back, I couldn't even say goodbye when it happened. Her tears slid down her cheeks, she was remembering some moments of her life on Krypton. Seeing Kunu and Yusaka must have brought back special memories. Kara was in a fragile moment, so I deactivated my balance breaker armor and, as I got closer to her, I gave her a big hug. Kara couldn't hold it in any longer and sobbed on one of my shoulders, hugging me fragilely. Several of our colleagues were watching us. I'm sorry. Kara whispered to me sadly, her voice breaking, and I shook my head, smiling. It's okay, Kara. I'm here for you, always. I whispered to her and while I continued to hug her, I gently stroked her head with my left hand. Thank you. Kara's voice was calmer and after wiping her tears with one of her sleeves, I felt her wrap a little tighter around my neck. Thank you for being there for me in times like these. I could see the old Monkey King was looking at Kara and me with a smile, then he said. Well, it seems this incident has been resolved. Yes, the fight is finally over, we were able to rescue Yusaka. Kyoto, Japan. The intense battle came to an end and we all returned to the real world, gathering on the rooftop of the hotel where Azazel and the others had been staying. Azazel put one of his hands on my shoulder and said to me with great pride. You really did it, Ice. Illegal Triana movement, huh? When we get back home, I'm really looking forward to seeing and analyzing each of these new forms. For now, go rest with Kara. Medical team. Please carefully examine Ice's team, as well as Kiba and Sajji. Thanks to Asia, they weren't too hurt or injured, but they are severely lacking in their magic or resistances. Azazel gave instructions to other members of the medical assistants. People like Azazel are a blessing in this kind of situation. Yeah, after using Triana, I'm a bit exhausted. I need to go to sleep. We all do, in fact. The battle against the hero faction turned out to be a two-part affair. On one side was the battle within the dimension created by Dimension Lost, and on the other members of that faction were fighting there with the allied forces. Despite the barricade set up, the hero faction managed to slip away. The fact that they did so with Seraphol Leviathan against them proves they're more troublesome than one might think. The boy wielding the Annihilation Maker had created an uncountable amount of anti-doomsday, allowing for the great escape. Asia was tired of healing her companion so much and due to the tension of the battle she now fell asleep while leaning next to Zenobia. The healing treatment had already ended a while ago, but just to be safe, it was best to take everyone somewhere else to be checked out. At this moment, I was next to Kara, who was hugging my left arm while resting her head on my shoulder. It was then that Kiba came back to us and said to me in a sorry manner. Sorry, Ice-kun, I was pretty useless back then. Kiba apologized, telling me that. I shook my right hand. It's the effort that truly counts. Gen-chan. Genshiro. The Citri group's maids approached Sajji, who was lying on a stretcher, both of them with tears in their eyes from worry. The Dragon King transformation consumes a great deal of energy and Sajji had lost consciousness after the battle. Since he didn't need me to talk to him to help him control his state, he seemed to be working hard. Sajji has grown and I can see that he is well liked by his fellow members. Although his relationship with Sona didn't progress at all. The old Monkey King took advantage of that moment to approach me and stood on a pillar to be at my height. Child. Oh, yes. With his presence, Kara stopped leaning on me and stood up properly. It seems you've gained your own power, a great power other than the Juggernaut Drive. What a good boy you are. The Juggernaut Drive is an incomplete and foolish power. It's simply out of control power and pure violence that ends with your death. I see you have a girl important to you. I'm being praised by Son Goku again. It's a great honor to be praised twice in one day by the protagonist of Journey to the West. He pointed at Kara when he mentioned that last part. Kara and I looked at each other again, she smiled at me flirtatiously, and that made me blush a little more before seeing old Son Goku again. Ah, ha. Yes, that's right. Then take good care of her and don't make her cry. You're someone who will continue to grow stronger for her dreams and for her. Besides, the Sekiryuutei and Hakuryuku are already concentrated masses of power. Even if you don't rely on the Juggernaut Drive, you can strengthen yourself to any degree. However, you're still in danger until you resolve that curse. The first Son Goku saw me nodding his head. Now I don't understand what he wants to tell me, why does he keep looking at me analytically? He blew a puff of smoke and laughed. Besides, that idiot in my family will surely continue to cause you trouble. I apologize for that. Does your family? Si rifiera Biku? Kara shook her head, smiling at old Son Goku. Oh, don't worry about that. I already beat Biku up once, and I can do it many more times if he tries to be a bother to me or Ice. Old Son Goku looked at Kara with a rather satisfied smile. I like your girl. After saying that, he started rubbing my head. Emotions will bring out the Juggernaut Drive, remember that. That last blow to Kaokao was also an excellent attack. You must work hard in that direction. Never give up on your dreams and hopes, keep training. Make sure to break the curse within you and turn the Juggernaut Drive into something never seen before. Now, since I've finished my mission as Chakra's messenger, I'm going to find that idiot. Since he went off with Volley, I'm going to have to teach those two a lesson. You two take care of yourselves. Jade Dragon, we'll leave the Kyuubi here. I get it, you damn old man. Goodbye Ddraig. Old Son Goku jumped and landed on Yulong's forehead, and before I knew it, they were gone as they flew off into the night light. The day came to return home. Azazel and we, the Sekiryuutei team, along with Kiba, Sajji and their companions, were gathered in front of the Kyuubi leader Yusaka, Seraphol Leviathan and Kunu, in the place where the Javeline was parked. Azazel Dono, Sekiryuutei Dono, Supergirl Dono, and the rest of your team and allies, I would like to offer my gratitude for all you have done. You have my thanks. We plan to continue discussions with Demon Queen Leviathan Dono and the great victorious fighter Buddha. So that Kyoto will never succumb to such people again, I wish to proceed with a planned mutual alliance. Said the leader Yusaka, and Azazel extended his hand towards her and said. Yes, we'll be waiting for that, Miss Leader. They both shook hands, and Seraphol joined them by placing her hand over both of theirs. I plan to enjoy Kyoto a little longer before I leave. Guys, make sure you take care of yourselves and get home safely, okay? The lovely Demon Queen told us. Yeah. I answered for everyone. Sekiryuutei. Kunu smiled and called my name. You can call me Ice right now. Hearing my words, Kunu's face turned red and she asked me shyly. Ice, will you visit Kyoto again? Yes. Kara and I will get back together someday. That's a promise. Kunu will be waiting for you both. Kara laughed happily seeing Kunu. Kunu, next time you'll have to show us hidden Kyoto. Yeah. All of us who were leaving from Kyoto boarded the Javeline, with Azazel as the pilot. Kunu shouted just before the ship's doors closed. Thanks Ice. Everyone. We'll see each other again someday. The doors closed and the Javeline took off, going high into the sky. It was a great adventure in Kyoto. I know we'll return to Kyoto someday, I just hope that when that time comes, there won't be some stupid villain or terrorist group we'll have to face. Tori Azazel Manhattan. After leaving Kiba, Sajji and their group in Kuo, we headed back home. Here it was already night, being the Western Hemisphere. Before Kara and I could go rest in our apartment, Azazel called us both again. Yeah. Kara and I walked over to him. The daughter of the Phoenix clan, Ravel, will be transferred to New York. I hope you have no problem accepting her as part of your team. We were both surprised by what Azazel told us. Ravel? Seriously? I asked and Azazel nodded. Yes. Apparently she was influenced by you when you were in the underworld and wants to be part of your team. She will be of great help to you, I have no doubt about that. I like Ravel, her sweets are delicious. Kara was delighted with the idea of Ravel joining us. I wonder what things will be like then, and where exactly will he live? If she's planning on moving to the city that never sleeps, she probably already knows where she'll stay, right? Azazel smiled very playfully at the question I asked him. She bought the entire building where you live. That. Be. Superman and Batman. And the Watchtower. Bruce, we've received the data obtained from the hero faction. It seems they have 3 high-level longinus, as well as a collection of balance breakers. Not only were they trying to summon Great Red, but they also seem to have other plans. These terrorists are detestable. They seem to be operating under the goal of destroying the demons and the Yokai Alliance. Disregarding the core members, this is what the lower subordinates believe to be justice. This is why the various factions on the Kyoto barricade suffered heavy losses. Not only do they possess Annihilation Maker, but they also wield multiple balance breakers, which is changing the situation far more than we imagined. From a human perspective, aliens, dragons, demons, fallen angels, and yokai are all enemies. They likely see our allies as monsters. The alliance of the 3 factions. The Bible seems to have been the spark that ignited the demons' action to get along with the fallen angels. It's surprising, but heaven working with the underworld is even more incredible. It's no surprise that there are humans who feel threatened and angered by the natural turn of events. The hero faction, while from a logical standpoint some of their motivations are understandable, it doesn't make sense that they would have joined Kao's brigade unless they actually didn't. What are you thinking about? I believe they have a secret alliance with a different organization and are only with Kao's brigade to justify their attacks on the supernatural factions. We'll stop them, is what I'd like to say, but something tells me it'll be Ice and Kara who will stop them. Speaking of him and your cousin, they achieved a victory over the possessor of the true longinus. I know, I'm happy that they achieved it. You sound very proud of him. I assume you're aware of the new power he's gained. Yes, Azazel is a genius, and Kara was willing to do anything to ensure Ice no longer had to resort to the incomplete version of the Juggernaut drive. I'm both surprised and excited about what happens next. I'm surprised you're not upset. A Kryptonian's superpowers are very dangerous. Kara Zor-El is already very dangerous to this world. And now Ice possesses not only the powers of a celestial dragon, but also the solar energy to replicate the powers you possess and fuse them with the ones she already has. How could I be upset? Ice and Kara are my hopes. I want to see more of their development. Besides, they're the perfect union between humans, supernatural beings, and space creatures. You're so naive. And you are very distrustful. They both looked at each other and each smiled in their own way. Volley Lucifer. And so concludes my report, Volley-sama. Ah, thank you Lefei. And thank you for bringing the first-generation son Wukong and the Jade Dragon to that dimension. How are Issei Hyoudou and Kara Zor-El doing? I'm so excited. I finally met the Sekiryuutei. Oh, and Supergirl too. That's right. Yes, very good. One more thing. The first Monkey King seems to be looking for you and Biku. We can run from them soon. Getting the first Monkey King completely off our backs is going to be very hard, but going into the depths of the sacred gear, Issei Hyoudou has initiated contact with his predecessors. Volley-sama. Convincing others with words isn't my style. I'm going to take on a greater challenge. I'm going to dominate my predecessors, so things will be more interesting. Kaokao, if you want to defeat us, you'd better do it while you still can because Issei Hyoudou and I will completely surpass your powers. Hero faction location. The Kyoto project failed, there's another plan in the works, but I recommend waiting. The Astra team will now enter the scene. Is that so? Fine, Siegfried. We'll have to wait. Suddenly, someone else joined them and asked Kaokao. How's the eye that the Sekiryuutei injured you? It's not good, I won't be able to use it anymore. Ho ho, it really hit me this time. What made you take the Phoenix Tears I sold you and not use them? Do you need a replacement for your lost eye? Are you going to make the Sekiryuutei pay for what they did to you? You know, an eye for an eye. Of course not, I'm not that kind of third-rate villain. This is a valuable lesson. The wound on my right eye is a reminder to me, Haidu, Issei and Volley are the best celestial dragons. You can't imagine how much joy they bring me, Amanda Waller. Well, for now, I recommend that you and your faction stay in Cadmus, off the radar of the Justice League. The data they have given us about the experiment in Kyoto is very valuable information, as is the blood of the celestial dragon and that of the last daughter of Krypton that you left in your spear. Fort Ra's unknown location. General Bartox was captured and Kaokao along with the hero faction are retreating. Typical of their breeds. Before retiring, he managed to give us something special, the identity of the girl who accompanies the Sekiryuutei. She is Allura's daughter. My dear little niece, of course. She ran away with her cousin. The two of them are a much smaller threat to our mission than the Hakuryuku Volley Lucifer and Superman. You're wrong. If she's anything like her mother, she'll be just as formidable, and in the company of the Sekiryuutei, she could be an even greater threat. It was my right to rule Krypton. Now, I'll rule Earth. All of us together. Find her and kill her, and Vali will take care of the Sekiryuutei. Are you sure, General? After all, Kara's Orel is your family. I won't let anyone get in the way. Not even my niece. Chapter 68. Stronger Together. Azazel Tower Artificial Battlefield 3.0. November 20, 2017, 9:45 am. This happened a week after the trip to Kyoto and the final confrontation against the hero faction. What's up, Kara? Is that the best you've got? You better not say anything or this will stop being a race. I, Issei Hyoudou, was facing off against my beloved girlfriend, Kara Zor-El, in an aerial race using Artificial Battlefield 3.0 as a track. What started as training to help me improve my control of my new powers ended up turning into a super speed battle to see who was the fastest. That's why I was currently using my speed tree in a form, and so far I've been several seconds ahead of Kara in this battle. I still remember how competitive and arrogant she was during our stay in the mountains of Old Tannin's territory, and now that I have this power I was beating the hell out of her at super speed. Kara let out a growl and managed to get closer to me. Now you're making it personal, Ice. Suddenly she flew with a super divine speed and surpassed me. Haha, that's a shame, Ice. Oh, so that's how it is. Huh? I tried to fly faster, but I couldn't. Why can't I go faster? I remember when I fought Kaokao, I was able to reach super godly speed, why am I not achieving it now unless… Dragon. Winning isn't enough, mate. Let's make her cry. Play-I-I-I-Osh. The thrusters on my back released an absurd amount of aura. I had instantly caught up to and overtaken Kara, only to leave her several seconds behind me. This is impossible. Kara complained when she saw that I had surpassed her by an absurd amount of speed. She tried to fly faster, and she succeeded. Kara was flying faster than ever. However, no matter how fast she flew, she couldn't close the gap between us. I can't believe it. You should consider changing your name from Supergirl to Slowgirl. How dare you? I could feel that the look he was giving me was quite angry. I'm going to make you apologize to me. Anger caused Kara to fly even faster, and she closed the gap between us. Let's see who slow is in the end. When it seemed that Kara was close to catching me, my speed increased immensely more, and the distance between us extended immeasurably. The distance was getting longer and longer, and we got to the point where I was lapping him again and again. Ha. On the communicators inside my armor I heard the laughter of Azazel, who at this moment was being accompanied by Asia, Zenobia, Irina, Rossweisse, Zez, and Ravel. They were also in this artificial dimension and were thoroughly analyzing the speed stats on my current Trihexa form. That's enough for now. Good work, Ice. Azazel told me, ending the speed test battle. I landed gracefully in a place that was far away from Azazel and company, and seconds later, Kara also landed next to me with her face full of disbelief. It shouldn't be possible, Ice, please, how did you do it, how could you get that fast? Did you really think the superluminal part was just for show in this form of my armor? I answered Kara with a wide smile, returning my armor to its normal form, then deactivating it, and she could see that big, satisfied smile I was having on my face. Kara blew out her breath, looking dejected, as she hates to lose. How did I not notice that detail? To be honest, I never imagined your balance breaker was so powerful. I think, no matter how hard I try, I won't be able to match your speed, at least not anytime soon. She looked at me with some pretty adorable little eyes while pouting her face, and we slowly approached our companions. Well, you're still faster than me at one thing. What do you mean? What am I fastest at? Say it, I want to know. In bed, Kara, that's when you move faster than me. Immediately after I told him that, his face turned almost as red as his cape. Was that necessary? I don't want to talk about this anymore. Please, could you drop the subject? Yes. Seeing the state she was in, I smiled a lot happier and hugged her as tightly as I could with both arms. Kara took a deep breath, still embarrassed. Let's pretend it never happened. But it happens almost every night. SHHH. Kara silenced me by smiling at me with a slightly embarrassed expression because I was only telling the truth. Shut up, Ice, or Azazel will hear us. I don't want him to find out since he is. Yes, Azazel would take every moment to mock Kara. That's when I decided to silence Kara, joining her lips with mine in a very passionate kiss. She immediately began to tremble with emotion at the feeling of my lips on hers, and she hugged me a little tightly, not giving me any chance to pull away, reciprocating the passionate kiss I was giving her. Ahem. Suddenly we both heard Azazel cough, which caused Kara to move away from me a little, and we both turned to see him who was with our friends and our friend. What's up, Azazel? Kara asked him, and Azazel replied with an amused expression. I see you two share the same competitive spirit that Flash and Superman have in racing. The competition between Clark and Barry had gained a lot of fame, so I guess it's only natural that the same would happen between Kara and me. Yes, competitive spirits are something both Ice and I are good at. Kara nodded in agreement with Azazel. Although I feel that even if the four of us competed, all three of us would lose to the fastest man alive. Or was it the man who cooms the fastest? Amai-sama, Kara-sama. Ravel, who was very focused on her tablet, called us. What's going on, Ravel? Kara asked her as Ravel turned the screen of her tablet over. There's a huge fire in New York Harbor. It looks very bad. Wow, the fire sure looked terrible. Kara and I nodded to each other. I activated my balance breaker again, spread my dragon wings, and we quickly left the artificial dimension of Azazel Tower and flew straight towards New York Harbor. By the time we arrived at New York Harbor, firefighters were already on the scene but could not control the fire. We both landed in front of the person who was the fire chief. What can we do, Mike? Kara asked her before I had the chance, and I noticed a subtle smile of victory in her expression at having beaten me to it. This ship contains nearly 1 million barrels of oil. If the fire reaches them, it will be like dropping a bomb and the crew won't get here in time. Just at that moment another explosion occurred in the fire. The fire was getting bigger and bigger, so much so that the flames seemed to never end. I quickly told Kara. Okay, Supergirl. Think you can put it out with your icy breath? Maybe. I think I can get the fire under control. Are you in charge of the boat? Of course. We both took off again heading straight for the flames. Kara proceeded to blow her icy breath towards the flames that were approaching the ship while I headed towards the back of the ship after cutting the chains that tied it to the ship. Alright Ddraig, we need to make sure we don't damage the ship while we're moving it, we need to transfer power to the ship's stamina. I'll take care of that. Boost. 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 My aura began to increase too much until it reached my maximum power and at the same time, my power was doubled up to 5 times, then I placed both hands on the ship. Transfer. The emerald green aura completely enveloped the ship as I used my strength carefully, making sure the ship wouldn't break under my grip. Now, I started to move it away from the shore using my dragon wings as momentum. After just a few seconds, Kara managed to completely extinguish the fire, the results were incredible and the danger was under control. Then all the firefighters and other people present began to applaud and cheer us on. Seki and Supergirl. Seki and Supergirl. Seki and Supergirl. It was done. Kara and I hovered in the air for a while, thanking everyone for their support and expressing our gratitude. Thank you all. Thank you all. We both raised our hands in the air, responding to the cheers with great delight, and then took off at full speed. After sorting out the issues at New York Harbor, Kara headed off to Katko for her workday, while I returned to Azazel Tower to continue training Trina's limits. After a week of intense training, testing my body's limits with my newfound power, I came up with the following data. First, the solar energy consumed by Trina varies depending on the forms used and the consecutive changes between those forms. My speed form uses the least energy. In terms of strength, it's not much different from my normal balance breaker form. However, its defense is quite low, although the properties of the NTH metal maintain a good protective shield. This form lasts for almost an hour with continuous use. My super strong and invulnerable form uses up a good amount of energy, the increase in strength is quite brutal, since it is a one-shot type blow. Kaokao was the exception, since he has the true longiness, and until now I could not test the limit of the range of my super strength. As for invulnerability, it is capable of resisting Kara's strongest blows. She was surprised by how resistant that form was. With continuous use, its time limit is less than half an hour. And as for my last form, the Dragon Blaster, it is without a doubt the form that drains my energy the most, and its limits so far they are incalculable, because the backpack that stores the Sekiryuutei power along with solar energy has not shown a storage limit to date, and this form is the reason why there is now an artificial dimension 3.0. The 2.0 did not resist the cannonball, despite how extensive and resistant it was. Ddraig can help me control the range of the Dragon Blaster's explosion, but by doing so, the damage in the impact area would increase greatly, even with little charge. That is my ace up my sleeve, my last resort. The charging time is a minimum of 5 seconds, the maximum is still unknown, and the recharge time varies, depending on how many cannonballs I have fired consecutively and with how many seconds I did it. Performing the changes of each form of Trina also affects its duration. Luckily, its duration is independent of my normal balance breaker, which thanks to the release of my Sekiryuutei power, is now capable of lasting a month. When my training was over, Ravel approached me with a bottle of water. Thank you, Ravel. I thanked him and then started drinking. It's nothing, it's always good to see Isama's progress. I'm glad I could be part of your team. It's true, Ravel had requested to join my team, and for that she contacted Sajji, who is in contact with Azazel, and after many discussions between both leaders, Ravel joined without problems. She has currently settled in the Azazel Tower, on the VIP level, although she lives in the building where Kara and I live. In fact, she owns the building. Lately, she has been working on the software systems of Azazel's satellites, improving them and further investigating hostile alien activity, such as the prisoners at Fort Ross. But so far there has been no sign of a new one, since Vartox. Plastino Chemicals. As night fell at a New York chemical plant, 2 guards were on their nightly rounds in the tank area. Look, Superman is the boss, I assure you, all I'm saying is that it's great to have our own superhero team here in New York with the Sekiryuutei and Supergirl. Yeah, you said the same thing when we had our own professional basketball team. And look how that turned out. The 2 guards went their separate ways to cover more ground. The first to speak noticed a person in his area of travel, though that person was acting suspiciously, so the guard approached him. "Hello, is everything okay?" "Yes, I'm done." The unknown person responded by throwing a plastic hose he had apparently been using. The person turned around and appeared to be a worker from this plant, given his uniform, but the guard didn't recognize his face. "I want to see your ID. Step away from the tank." The guard warned him, taking out his service weapon and alerting him by radio. "There's a security breach in Sector 52. The unknown person opened his mouth, which split into 4 parts like in horror movies, and made the sound of some kind of monstrous insect. The guard panicked and began to run, very scared, but not before shooting the monstrous creature once. The guard ran as fast as he could, but this creature began to climb the pipes in the ceiling using all 4 limbs, reached the guard, and then jumped on him to kill him, while the guard gave one last heartbreaking scream of pain. The next day. I, Issei Hyoudou, along with my girlfriend Kara's Orel, Ravel, Azazel and a group of fallen angels, went to the chemical plant known as Plastino Chemicals. The reason is that last night there was a murder, and Gregory's satellites detected a fairly strong alien signal in Sector 52. Azazel was tasked with obtaining a special order, as Gregory has high-ranking agents working in national security, something he didn't know until today. Kara approached the victim's corpse, it was a guard, and had amber spikes embedded in his chest. At that moment, Azazel approached where Kara, Ravel and I were. "So, what do we have?" Ravel was the first to respond. "This building specializes in chemical manufacturing sodium hypochlorite, ammonium nitrate, ingredients that can be used to create a chemical bomb. TCH. And we've had such a great time this past week." Azazel complained, picking at his ear with his finger, feeling quite irritated. The team of forensic experts who were fallen angels removed the long spike from the guard's chest, and Kara stared at that spike as if it seemed strangely familiar. Tori Azazel Manhattan. Back at Azazel Tower headquarters where supernatural activities involving the Cows Brigade are taking place, after Kara seemed to have a flashback to her life on Krypton, she investigated with the coroner about the alien spike, and after finishing her conversation, she approached where we were all waiting for her. By the way, at this moment my entire team was already gathered here. They're looking for a hologramite. The stinger they recovered, I'd already seen on Krypton. My mother sent one of them to Fort Ross. Wow, looks like your memories are coming back with a bang. Ravel nodded as she worked on her tablet. Yes, according to the data we recovered from Fort Ross, there was a hologramite prisoner. And what do we know about that species? Azazel asked in a voice that expressed his boredom. Not much. The one who said that was Rossweisse, who showed us an image of the alien on the large screens in the headquarters. Kara stood in front of the screens and, as if at an exhibition, told us everything she knew about the species. They're basically like giant insects. They can camouflage themselves into any shape, even humanoid. Azazel showed a bitter smile. The giant insect that steals chemicals to make a bomb. HMPH. HMPH. Just normal in Manhattan. Now that I knew what we were up against. Okay, Rossweisse says, you guys will help with the satellite search for the hologramite. Zenobia and Arena, you guys try to hunt it down. Keep in touch with Rossweisse says. Asia and Ravel, I want you to be the eyes and ears for Kara and me. We'll start patrolling the skies of Manhattan and the other boroughs. I gave an order to everyone on my team. Understood, Issei. Okay, Issei. Of course, Ice. Yes. Working with Zenobia on a hunt always goes well for me. I will, Ice-san. Sure, I'll gladly be your eyes and ears, Ice-sama. I accept, Ice. Seeing the scene, Azazel smiled and said. I, for one, will start a search for hologramite in bars. You never know when you might go for a good drink. Lol. You just want to go drinking, you're not fooling anyone. After leaving Azazel Tower, I activated my balance breaker and Kara accompanied me to begin our patrol, the two of us flying through the skies of New York at high speeds. We were both happy. Kara was flying next to me with a big smile on her face. I was also smiling inside my armor. "Well, girls, what do you have for us?" Kara asked Asia and Ravel, increasing her flying speed as if she were competing with me at this moment. Ravel was the first to speak. "Armed robbery at Prince Street Pizza on Prince Street." We both increased our speed considerably and headed towards Prince Street immediately. Asia was the next to speak. "I-san, Kara-san, remember that since it's bulletproof, bullets might bounce off you and onto civilians, please be careful." The two of us arrived at the pizzeria in record time, and sure enough, there was a group of 5 criminals armed with shotguns, causing a huge disturbance in the pizzeria. By the time the manager was about to hand over the money to the gang leader, Kara and I had arrived. Everyone felt a strong wind and sound pressure when we arrived. When the leader turned around, he found Kara with her palm over the muzzle of the shotgun. He fired anyway, and the shot repelled him backward with force. The 3 criminals standing in front of me pointed the muzzles of their shotguns at innocent people. "Don't move your hands or we'll kill them." One of the criminals shouted, causing me to smile amusedly. "If you insist." Instead of moving my hands, I attacked each one with the claws of my dragon wings, breaking their shotguns with them, and I gave the third a quick swipe across the face with the tip of my armor's tail. Now only one criminal remained, who decided to surrender willingly, getting on his knees and dropping his weapon. Sorry, God forgives, I don't." Kara told him and knocked him out with a blow with the least force possible, then she asked Asia and Ravel. "Following?" Asia responded immediately. "There's an ambulance stopped between 2nd Avenue and E45th Street with a heart attack victim, they won't get to the hospital in time." Ravel spoke after Asia. "There's a car accident on 8th Avenue near Madison Square Garden. You take care of the ambulance and I'll take care of traffic." I asked Kara and she nodded happily. Kara-san, remember to gently lift the ambulance or you might break it with your super strength." We both went to our respective locations. Kara took care of driving the ambulance to a nearby hospital, and I saved pedestrians caught in the car accident and people trapped inside their overturned vehicles before they exploded. You like this one, Kara-sama. It's a classic. There's a kitten trapped there." Ravel alerted her, and coincidentally, we both arrived at the same location. But what Kara rescued wasn't a kitten, but a medium-sized, almost golden-colored snake. "Loki." The girl squealed with excitement. "Here you go." Kara handed the animal to a girl, who had no problem receiving the snake in her arms. "Ravel, you said it was a kitten." Kara almost whispered those words, wiping her hands. "How was I supposed to know he was a snake if his name was Loki? Actually, there's a Thor movie that explains it." I told Ravel, then flew out of the place being followed by Kara. Unknown location. As night fell, in an old vault in the city, the Holgramite was tending to a wound near his shoulder. It was then that he heard a strange sound. Instantly, a Kryptonian man in a black battlesuit landed. The Holgramite panicked and ran for his life, but a second Kryptonian landed again in front of him. He tried to flee to the other side again, but the first Kryptonian fired his heat vision at the ground to stop him, then he grabbed the Holgramite's chest at super speed and made him crash into a metal beam, managing to disorient him and making him fall to his knees. "I don't want any trouble. You should have stayed hidden under a rock with the rest of the insects." The second Kryptonian told him. "I had to eat. General Astra promised you she'd take care of your needs in this world. Her only requirement was your loyalty. Tell him I'd rather be alone. Tell him yourself." The Kryptonian said with a ruthless smile, touching his right shoulder, and the 3 of them looked up when they saw the general arrive. She landed gracefully and approached the Holgramite, looking down on it. The Holgramite was the first to speak. "I don't want to be part of whatever you're planning. As I told you when we crashed here and escaped Fort Ross, we are stronger together." The general said, and the 2 Kryptonians forced the Holgramite to his feet. He became frightened and looked at the general with great fear. "There's a Kryptonian in the city working with Red, my niece, in fact. She calls herself Supergirl. You're excellent bait to help me catch her." The Holgramite became more and more frightened and said to him. "You said it, she's with one of the celestial dragons. And I've seen what happens to people when they face the white or the red. It's not an invitation, it's an order." Issei and Kara department. When our patrol was over and after we had dinner with Coast City Pizzas on top of a rooftop, Kara, Zor-El and I, Issei Hyoudou, returned to our apartment. "Now that we're home, what do you want to do, Ice?" Kara asked me with a rather happy and tender smile, as my balance breaker was deactivated by turning translucent and disappearing. What to do? Well, there's something I really want to do right now." I approached Kara again, and when she looked into my eyes, I lifted one of her thighs with a rather erotic touch, giving it a gentle squeeze. There was a slight blush on Kara's face, and her heart started to beat a little faster, so I whispered to her. What I want is to take you to bed and show you how much I love you. Instead of me being the one seducing you, you're the one taking the initiative now, although I'm not complaining. Kara responded to my whisper with a huge smile, and I felt how much she was feeling attracted to me at this moment. The same thing was happening to me. My lips met hers, kissing her softly, teasing her a little more. I also took advantage of that moment to remove her blue skirt. Kara opened her mouth wider to continue kissing me, then she climbed onto my lap and kissed me more and more passionately, to the point where our tongues intertwined with so much passion. Do you want to go to the room to continue, Ice? Kara whispered as she broke our kiss for a moment and wrapped her legs around my waist, a big lustful smile on her face. Of course. I responded with a smile just like hers, kissing her again quite passionately, and took her to our room to continue our fun for the rest of the night. Tori Azazel, Manhattan. The next day. When we all gathered at headquarters, Azazel stood in front of the large screens, which now displayed the entire map of the USA. Zez headed to another part of the base, accompanied by Rossweisse. Confused, Kara and I followed Azazel. What's up? Do you know anything about Holgramite? I asked Azazel. Irina and Zenobia have confirmed 6 attacks on chemical plants across the country. She headed to New York to possibly create a weapon of mass destruction. At that moment Rossweisse returned. I wouldn't be so sure, Azazel. Zez then appeared with a vial containing a blue liquid, and Rossweisse continued speaking. The lab reported that tests on your blood indicate your alien DNA isn't carbon-based like humans. It's chlorine-based. Making a connection, I investigated whether each attacked complex had confiscated DDT. That's a chlorine-based pesticide. After finishing listening to Rossweisse, I was quite confused. If you're not building a weapon, why do you want DDT? He's eating it. Kara responded by answering my question. Rossweisse nodded. Correct. Given the atmospheric conditions on your planet, DDT should be the closest thing on Earth to your food. Zez spoke after Rossweisse. DDT was banned, and the government has been destroying the remaining supplies. Their food supply is dwindling. If that thing is hungry, let's treat it to dinner. Azazel declared with a big smile. As night fell, we the Sekiryuutei team along with Azazel and some fallen angels put our plan into action. To lure the Holgramite, we got as much DDT as possible and loaded it into barrels on a truck driven by Zez, with Ravel in the passenger seat. Behind the truck were Rossweisse as the driver, followed by the church trio in a private car as security. In the sky were Azazel, Kara and I, in balance breaker. We both saw the 2 vehicles passing over the bridge without any visible warning. Several backup vehicles also passed by, containing the fallen angels who accompanied Azazel. Azazel, there is no sign of the hostile. Zez warned through the communicators. Roger that. Let's hope this feast appeals to you. Azazel answered her and Kara crossed her arms, very thoughtful. What's going on? I asked him. Holgramites have a good sense of smell, they must have smelled the trap like a shark in the sea. Kara explained to me and Azazel made a thoughtful sound. HMPH, maybe our space bug knows it's a trap. Ice, Kara, split up and look for it. With so much DDT gathered, it probably won't be far behind. Yeah. Understood. Kara and I responded to Azazel, then nodded to each other and split up to fly over the city. A few minutes passed and when I was about to fly back to the location where Azazel and my team were, I saw a kind of man climbing the walls. At first I was surprised, but I quickly realized that it was the Holgramite, so I chased him until I reached an abandoned warehouse. I also sent a message to Kara to let her know that I had found him. Upon landing I decided to try talking in a friendly manner. Come on, get out of wherever you are, it will be worse for you if you don't get out. That's when I felt a familiar presence land behind me. I thought it was Kara, and before I could turn around, the woman spoke to me. I've waited a long time to finally meet you, Sekiryuutei, Issei Hyoudou. When I turned around, I saw that it was an adult woman with blonde hair and a good figure. I had seen that person before in a hologram. Your Laura. It was her. Kara's mother. But how is she supposed to? Wait a second. Did she just call me by name? Even with the armor on and without ever interacting with her, does she actually know who I am? Who told you that name? The adult woman asked, trying to sound serious. Who told you mine? I answered her question by throwing out another question while pointing at her with my right hand. The woman smiled in such a way that it made me feel uncomfortable. That's fair. I know who you are because my contacts at Chaos Brigade know who you are. Allura works for Chaos Brigade. Impossible. That wouldn't be possible. You're not Allura, you must be Kara's aunt, Astra. The woman stopped dead in her tracks when I said that. And how did you come to that conclusion? Allura, she couldn't possibly be part of a terrorist group since she was one of the judges who locked up criminals in Fort Ross. It wouldn't make sense for her to do that, but you look like her, so you must be Aster. Kara told me about you in the past. I know that Allura and you are twins. Aster clapped, visibly surprised. You leave me speechless. I guess I underestimated your intelligence. Yes, I am General Astra. Just then, Kara landed behind her aunt, looking completely incredulous, and her eyes seemed to be on the verge of tears. Having noticed his presence, Astra turned around. It's been a long time, little one. Look how much you've grown, so beautiful. Kara answered her with a voice full of confusion. But you died when Krypton exploded. Everyone died, you died, Aunt Astra. Except I wasn't on Krypton when she died, I was a prisoner at Fort Ross. Did your mother never tell you that? How did she send me to prison? She banished her own flesh and blood, imprisoned me for telling the truth while she only told lies. With every word Astra said, there was contempt, anger, hatred, resentment, and a strong sense of betrayal, all directed at her twin sister Allura. Kara asked her aunt in a rather fragile voice. Why did he send you to Fort Ross? For being a heroine and trying to save the world. A heroine? Is she serious? I couldn't believe what Astra was saying, so I told her how I felt. That's hard to believe since you're part of Kao's brigade. Hearing me, Kara looked at me and then at Astra, and seeing the expression on her aunt's face, an expression that didn't contradict what I was saying, Kara became disappointed and spoke with nostalgia. I remember many nights, sitting on your lap, while you taught me the names of all the stars. Astra walked towards her niece and caressed her right cheek with her left hand, wiping away the tears that fell down her cheeks, and spoke to her in a rather serious voice. Let me educate you again, my dear niece. Your alliance with the Sekiryuutei is misguided, do not oppose me. I let a planet die, it will not happen again. Kara was silent for a second, then answered her aunt in an equally serious voice. Wow, I was going to tell you that very thing. Astra stood like a statue for a few seconds, as if she was analyzing the situation, then she moved faster than my eyes could perceive and slapped Kara with her super strength, sending her crashing into several walls. Kara. Instantly, I raised my aura to its maximum capacity. Boost. 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 Boost, 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 boost. My opponent was Kara's aunt, a Kryptonian. I couldn't let my guard down. If I'm going to attack her, I must do it with all my power at maximum and double to my limits. Swish. With my dragon wings spread, I rushed towards Astra to charge at her, but the older Kryptonian turned around before I had enough time to change my attack. Clash. Astra punched me brutally with her straight left fist right on the left side of my armor's helmet and sent my body crashing through multiple walls. How strong Astra is, too strong. Her blows are almost as strong as Sekiryuutei's. The helmet of my armor had been fractured by that blow, and Ddraig began with the repairs. As I leaned on my elbows, I saw how the battle between Kara and Astra was currently unfolding. Boost. Both women fired their heat vision at each other, turning the confrontation into a clash of powers. The intensity of the two women's crimson rays caused this reservoir to glow a deep, beautiful crimson color. As I stood up, I was going to go help Kara, but then the whole Gremite stood in front of me. It's nothing personal, but every species has the desire to survive. After saying that, the whole Gremite extended its hands forward and shot its spikes at me, but they bounced off when they hit my armor, and the whole Gremite felt true terror at that moment. I'll give you a chance, get out of here and don't get in my way, or I'll make you feel the same pain that Diodora Astaroth experienced when he faced me. The whole Gremite didn't think twice and jumped off onto the roof of the building. Ddraig, where do you think he went? He will surely try to take advantage of this opportunity to attack the DDT depot and the trap, but he will get a nasty surprise. Returning to the battle of the Kryptonian women, the two continued to clash their powerful heat visions, causing the temperatures inside this warehouse to increase greatly. Maybe I was wrong about you. Come with me, little one. Don't call me that again. Kara snapped in annoyance and rose into the air as the two continued to clash their powers. By doing so, she caused both powers to collide on a beam that was above Astra, breaking it and making her fall. Astra quickly dodged the beam after rising into the air to begin an aerial battle against Kara. The two were exchanging punches with forces and speeds that easily made the city tremble. Kara hit Astra with a strong right punch straight to her chest. Astra counterattacked by hitting Kara in the face, and then the two began to struggle. The struggle didn't seem to be going anywhere, so Kara double-kicked her aunt in the jaw, forcing her to move away from her. An enraged Astra rushed to Kara again, feinting, then hitting Kara with a flying kick that made her crash to the ground. Instantly, Astra approached her to subdue her. You chose to end up like this instead of allying yourself with your family. You can die alone. At that moment I fired a dragon shot directly at Astra. She noticed and quickly moved away from Kara. My dragon shot changed its direction towards the sky, bursting with too much power, and I took advantage of that moment to help Kara stand up. Do you really think Kara will die alone? You might want to reconsider your words. Astra leaned her head on one of his shoulders with a terrifying smile. Didn't you tell him, little one? Be quiet. Kara yelled at Astra in a huff and lunged at her aunt again. Astra did the same, and the two women appeared to be two lines of light, one red and one black, as they collided, causing increasingly lethal shockwaves. This deposit won't last long if this goes on too long. I can barely keep up with them. Ddraig, what about you? In terms of strength and speed, your partner has the advantage, but in terms of combat experience, his older relative has the advantage. We're talking about a grown woman who has earned the rank of general. Crash. Just then, Kara crashed to the ground. Ouch. Ice, she's coming for you. Kara warned me desperately, and sure enough, Astra appeared in front of me with a scary smile. I quickly focused all my power on defense by taking a defensive stance with my arms. Clash. Astra hit me too hard and I flew backwards with my gauntlets badly fractured from the impact. I crashed into a steel pole, bending it with my body, and Astra advanced towards me. If I want to change my niece's mind, I must kill you first. Then I'll deal with volley. If you're going to kill me, then I have no reason to hold back against you, right? Astra stopped with a smile from ear to ear as she played with a few strands of her hair. Do you really think you have something that can hurt me? Of course, its name is illegal Trihexa movement, and here's a demonstration. Welsh Dragon Superluminal Kryptonian. Change star Superliminal. Fly ash. My armor purges and I rush towards Astra at a speed that is much faster than light. I manage to get in front of Astra before she even notices. Welsh Dragon Kryptonian Buster. Change solid impact. Even under the effects of my super divine speed, the red aura on my armor increased tremendously. My armor went from being the thinnest to the thickest. Astra didn't have enough time to react and I hit her head on with my left straight punch. The blow I gave him was precise and my elbow made the damage of my blow increase a lot thanks to the percussion hammer located on it. Astra's body shot forward after making a rather explosive sound and pierced through countless building walls. At that moment, Kara, who had already stood up with the intention of attacking Astra before she reached me, approached me quite quickly and hugged me quite tightly while still in my solid impact form. Ice. What a relief, I thought I wouldn't make it in time. Don't worry, I won't be defeated so easily. I responded by hugging him back and just at that moment we both heard several pieces of debris flying in the distance. I couldn't see what happened well, Kara on the other hand did see it and let out a sigh. She left. I don't think this is the last time we'll see her. Tori Azazel Manhattan. An hour passed since Kara and I faced Astra. When we arrived at Azazel Tower we learned that the Holgramite was captured, just as Ddraig had suspected. He thought he had a chance to steal the DDT, while Kara and I were busy dealing with Astra, but he fell into the trap of multiple magical barriers that transported him and my friends to the artificial battlefield of this building. Erzinovi released her power of Durandal and crushed the insect with her great sacred power, then Asia healed him since he was on the verge of death and now he was in one of the containment cells in a sector of the headquarters. All our friends were surprised to hear about the fight we had against Astra. Now that I had deactivated my balance breaker, I found myself in a medical bay inside the headquarters with Kara, where the fallen angel medics treated us in case we had any injuries. Luckily, it was just bruises, nothing serious. The two of us were alone again, and when I looked at my partner again, I said, "What are you doing here? I can't imagine how you must feel now, knowing you still have family after so much." There was a silence after I said that. Kara shook her head as she sat down next to me. "I have you, Ice. With you, I never felt alone, and since I came to Earth, you've always been with me, there every moment. Even so, how are you feeling after what you witnessed?" "I'm glad she's your aunt and not your mother, I would have been more scared of having to face my mother-in-law." Kara laughed. Ha. I don't know if that was a compliment or an insult. After a while, Kara's gaze turned sad. "I don't know, but for my part I'm angry and confused." I understood why he felt that way. "You find it hard to accept that she is our enemy." "I still intend to save her, she's my aunt and I love her, I can't accept that she's a terrorist." I know what Kara wants to do and I also know what I'm going to do. I took her hands in mine and looking into her eyes I said. "If you think you can change her mind, then I'll support you. No matter how complicated it is or how long it takes, we'll save Astra if that's your wish." That was my answer, and upon hearing me say that, Kara wrapped her arms around my neck in a tight hug and her lips met mine in a kiss full of love and affection. When his lips separated from mine he said to me. I knew I could count on you. You're always by my side and supporting me no matter what. Hearing her say that, I wrapped my arms around her waist in return, hugging her and without taking my gaze off her eyes, I said to her. Ever since I met you, you've also supported me despite everything. Of course, you can count on me. I love you, Ice. I didn't get a chance to tell her I loved her too, as Kara kissed me again, but this time the kiss was much more passionate and she settled onto my lap. As I reciprocated his kiss and the passion with which he kissed me, the doors to the med bay opened again. Excuse the intrusion. We both had to part our lips and saw the person who had entered, who was none other than Azazel, who had a rather mischievous look on his face. Azazel? What do you want now? Kara spoke to him with a little annoyance since we were interrupted, and Azazel responded saying. There's something I want to show you, Kara. The annoyance in her changed to curiosity. What is it? Not knowing what he wanted to show us, the two of us followed Azazel down a different hallway outside the headquarters, one level deeper into the sub-level. Superman has a fortress in the Arctic, the Fortress of Solitude, where he is able to communicate with his father and others, even though they are no longer here. Azazel led us to a door where there was a fingerprint scanner and looked back at Kara. The door will only open for you. Kara saw me confused and nodded. Oh, alright. What can I expect to find here? He wondered as he placed his hand on the scanner. The door opened a few seconds later, and upon entering we saw that at the back of the room was a hologram of Allura, just like in the message from the other time. Mother? Kara whispered through teary eyes, surprised to see her again. Hello, Kara. Kara saw Azazel still confused, not knowing what to think. How is this possible? Your cousin can speak to his ancestors through holograms. They're like interactive artificial intelligences. After finding your mother's message, I discovered it was exactly the same, even though she's not exactly your mother. Kara, I was programmed to help you here on Earth. Kara approached Azazel and for the first time hugged him tightly. Thank you, Azazel. She thanked him in a rather sensitive voice, whispering, and the supreme ruler of the fallen angels found himself in a somewhat complicated situation, since Kara did not contain her strength in the hug. TCH. It's okay, it's nothing. When Kara pulled away from him, Azazel looked at me. Let's let the women speak alone. Yes, that's fine. I said goodbye to Kara by giving her another quick kiss on the lips. After breaking it, Azazel and I left that room and the door closed behind us. As we walked down the hallway, I saw Azazel still shocked by what he did. I don't know how to thank you for everything you did for her. You don't need to do that, it's the least I can do for you too. Azazel, you are truly a great blessing. Kara and Allura. After Ice and Azazel left, Kara Zor-El saw the image of my mother without knowing what to do. I'm not sure what to ask you. I was feeling really nervous and excited. Whatever you want to ask Allura, I can answer. I would ask for a hug. I was struggling to hold back the tears in my eyes. I'm not programmed to do it. It took a lot of willpower, but I managed to do it while nodding my head. I want you to tell me about my Aunt Astra. Unknown location. After the blow Astra received from the Sekiryuutei Issei Hyoudou in his Welsh dragon Kryptonian buster form, the general returned to her base quite sore, with broken ribs and wounds that were taking a long time to heal. She immediately called for medical assistance. Special doctors from the Cows Brigade immediately attended to her, assessing her condition. Kryptonians are nearly indestructible on Earth. How could he hurt me like that? Astra was very confused and in pain. It's not clear. I've never seen damage like this before. It was definitely a blow from the Sekiryuutei's balance breaker scale mail, but there are unknown properties to it. The doctor said as he studied the source of the damage Astra received on a computer. On the computers, a holographic image of what hit Astra, the Welsh dragon Kryptonian buster, appeared. It seems that the fists of that armor when they hit you, temporarily nullified your accelerated healing factor and absorbed much of the solar energy from your cells along the area where you were hit. Apparently the Sekiryuutei is more dangerous than we thought. Someone else spoke. We must readjust our plan to take over the Earth. Astra told him quite annoyed. Haidu Issei is a dangerous threat, what about Kara Zor-El? My niece, she's stronger than I thought. She's not just a little girl from Krypton anymore. She chose the Sekiryuutei above all others. There was regret in Astra's voice as she realized that. She knew now that she couldn't get Kara on her side, no matter how hard she tried. From now on, she was her enemy. Chapter 69. Lightning doesn't strike twice. Manhattan, New York. November 23, 2017, 10:45 p.m. The day was the day, or rather the night, that Kara had been dreading for the past week. How long has it been since we both started this adventure? I think about 7 months, and since he arrived on Earth, 10. Wow, 10 months since I met her and 6 months since we started our relationship. And now, it's time for us to face something new and dangerous together. But what could be more dangerous than a Kryptonian ant attached to the Chaos Brigade? Phew, here I go, ice. Kara took a deep breath and walked down to the city streets to take the vehicle Cat Grant was in and drive him to the rooftop of her Catco building. Yes, what we were currently dealing with was the first official interview. In recent years, I've done quite well without any interviews, ignoring the pressure from the media trying to contact me for interviews. And because Kara works in media, one thing led to another, and here we were. The funny thing was that even though Kara insisted on doing the interview, she was the one who was most terrified of it, as she kept saying. Miss Grant is not stupid, she'll know who I am when she barely sees me. Ice, what if she starts to suspect who I am? I don't want to be interviewed by Miss Grant, I don't want to leave, I don't want to leave. Among other things. Kara had to review many times in front of Ravel to gain more confidence, in fact the last review she did was almost an hour ago. Miss Grant slowly got out of her car parked on the roof of her building, while Kara approached me as we both floated in the air. Kara took a deep breath and said to her boss. Miss Grant, we heard you wanted to talk to us. Well, let's talk. Hey, calm down Kara, you seem agitated, calm down a little more or he'll realize you're very nervous. The woman looked at us both, nodded once, and spoke with some impression. So it's you two. Indeed, Miss Grant, you have questions for Supergirl and me, and we'll be happy to answer them. I said to Miss Grant as she took her phone out of her coat. Oh, do you mind if I record this? Kara looked at me quite doubtfully, to which I responded by shrugging my shoulders. I guess not. Yes, no problem. Miss Grant smiled as she turned on her phone's recorder, beginning this interview. Great, let's start with Supergirl. What's your relationship with Superman? You both wear the same symbol, and there are many similarities in your clothing styles. Kara took a breath and said to him. He's my cousin. We were both born on the planet Krypton, and when it was destroyed, my parents sent me here to protect it. Miss Grant frowned upon hearing this and said to him. Protect him? I highly doubt the Man of Steel needs your protection right now. Kara bowed her head with a sigh. Reminding him of that detail was bittersweet for her, as it was a reminder that she had failed her primary mission. That's because when my planet exploded, something went wrong during my journey. I arrived on Earth this year. I was very surprised to see that my baby cousin was already a full-grown adult. Miss Grant nodded and now looked at me. As for you, Seki, what is the reason for the wings you are using now? Oh. This. Well, it's a natural improvement on my scale mail that developed a few months ago. Yes, that's all I can tell you, since it's not convenient for me to reveal so many details about the enemy I had to face, the feeling of loss that shattered me when I thought I lost Kara and my berserker state. When did you two meet? That question is very easy to answer. Since I arrived on Earth, Seki was one of the first people I met. He and my cousin were very helpful in helping me adapt to this planet and its culture. The woman nodded and moved on to the next question. Did you have the same teachers or did you train on your own? I answered that question. Supergirl and I had different teachers who helped us along our path. What drove you to become the heroes you are today? Throughout my life, I always wanted to make a difference, to do something more, and when I had the opportunity to help my city, I didn't hesitate to do it. Miss Grant nodded, smiling at my answer, and looked back at Kara. Well, at first I didn't want to be a hero and I didn't want to be anyone's champion, but since I came to Earth during my first months at least, I tried not to be what I was apparently destined to be until certain events made me make this decision. And why New York? Why not Metropolis? You said Superman is your cousin, right? I chose New York because it's where I want to be, and it's where the person I'm most willing to fight for is. Oh, so you chose Seki over Superman. Are you two already a thing? Kara blushed profusely and started babbling in Kryptonian. Miss Grant looked back at me and raised one of her eyebrows, waiting for an answer. I'm very lucky to have Supergirl by my side. I didn't think I'd ever love a person so much until I met her, ha. As soon as I said that, Kara looked at me quite moved with a rather radiant smile and hugged me tightly, snuggling her head on the jewel on the chest of my armor. Sorry if I'm a little excited, it's because I'm very happy to have you by my side. I really love you, Sekio. She almost called me Issei instead of Seki, but managed to correct herself beforehand, laughing at her clumsiness very adorably. The scene was getting very cloying, which made Miss Grant clear her throat so we could return our attention to her. So, do you have any plans for Thanksgiving yet? Of course, Miss Grant. Seki told me about that custom. I'm so excited to spend Thanksgiving with your family. It's definitely something I'd love to witness and be a part of. Kara responded with great emotion, letting herself be carried away by the moment. That's all for now, thank you for giving me this exclusive, and I just have one thing to say to both of you. Kara and I paid close attention to what Miss Grant would say. Keep up the good work defending New York, and please, could you get my car off the building? MMM. Oh yes, of course. Kara responded immediately, carrying Miss Grant's limousine in her arms and quickly making sure it was lowered. Well, this interview turned out to be better than we both had anticipated. Tori Azazel, Manhattan. Over the next few days, all the news channels covered one particular topic. The interview Kara and I had with Cat Grant. We didn't really expect that topic to last so long, but apparently we underestimated the audience. In a stunning revelation, Cat Grant, director of Kaokao Media, informs us that Supergirl and Superman are indeed related. Not only that, it seems our Sekiryuutei does have a relationship with our Supergirl. These weren't just rumors, and it's one of the reasons why she chose New York over Metropolis. There will probably be plenty of broken hearts before Valentine's Day arrives next year. Yes, it was a landmark news story in the city that never sleeps, and Kara's boss had plenty of exclusive material to brag about to the Daily Planet. That day, a lot of things happened, like the confrontation with Reactron, after that guy thought it was a good idea to attack a school bus mid-morning. A fairly quick confrontation in which Seki and Supergirl managed to stop him as quickly as he appeared, and now he's in a special cell in Azazel Tower. He was the first human we locked up here, and he won't be the last. I have a special cell named after Kaokao in case he ever shows up again. That night there was a special dance at the party that Cat Grant threw. Luckily, Superman's former enemy had been the only enemy to show up that day, and since we stopped him at the first attempt, it gave Kara and I enough time to get ready for that party. Then the next day, Miss Grant uploaded a special critique towards our alter egos, where she criticized that we couldn't stay away from each other for too long, which is true, as well as kind of mocking the people who were in love with Seki and Supergirl, for the fact that they would have their hearts broken, which made us laugh quite a bit while watching movies on Netflix. But things didn't just get that far. Now that my relationship with Kara was official, Azazel didn't hesitate for a second to take advantage of that and launched our brand together to the public. What's more, I think that was part of his plan since he founded the Azazel Tower in the middle of this year. He launched millions of goods not only for New York, but also for the underworld in just a few days, and in the few days that passed, he managed to raise a great fortune. Maybe that's why Shamhaza didn't mind Kara and I doing that interview. In fact, all the fallen angels working at Azazel Tower were delighted with it as they saw it as a green light to line their pockets. That's why fallen angels are so no special word comes to mind, but I know that's why they fell from heaven too. And well, leaving aside everything that happened during those days. We were currently one day away from Thanksgiving. And right here in Azazel Tower, a newly captured alien from Fort Ross managed to break his chains before the group of fallen angels escorting him to his cell could do so. The alien looked quite grotesque and enormous, almost 2 meters tall. With a punch, he knocked down one of the fallen angels and the other distanced himself from him, firing spears of light that weren't powerful enough to harm him. Many other fallen angels regrouped at headquarters, which is where that creature appeared, and that's when Kara and I arrived, but this time it was only her who took action. Kara hit it with her straight right punch, sending the creature tumbling back. She then followed up with another punch and another punch, then jumped back just before the creature tried to hit her. The alien growled like an animal and tried to hit Kara several times, but my girlfriend easily dodged and counterattacked. In fact, Kara was having fun, since there was a smile full of excitement on her face. Suddenly Kara kicked the creature, making it fall to its knees, then she climbed onto its back and jumped into the air. The creature got back up, and Kara turned around and hit it again in the face, knocking the creature down again, but the thing didn't give up. Do you want me to help you? No, I can handle him, don't worry about me, Ice. Kara responded with great self-confidence and continued hitting the creature. At some point the creature managed to catch Kara, surrounding her with its enormous arms, and held her with its super strength. Kara tried to break free, but the creature's grip was strong, so she rose into the air taking the creature with her, and when the creature became disoriented by the height, Kara took advantage to quickly dive down and crash the creature into the ground, finally leaving it out of combat. Kara was still on the ground and I approached her, giving her a hand. She accepted my hand and breathed a little due to the effort she made to defeat the creature. Units, reporter. The loudspeakers announced, and a large number of fallen angels appeared along with Azazel. He was very rude. Kara said to Azazel as we both approached him, which made Azazel laugh a little. Berta, she's a girl. Oh, my respects. I was dumbfounded by what Azazel said and Kara paid her respects to the alien woman who fought her a few moments ago. Suddenly my cell phone started ringing and I saw that it was my dad. Hi Dad, how are you? Hi Issei. I'm calling to let you know we're on our way. On the way? Oh, that's right. They're coming to visit us today. Tomorrow is Thanksgiving and they said they'd come spend it with us. Oh, well, thanks. Kara and I will be waiting for you, bye. When I hung up the call I asked for Azazel. Azazel, is it possible that Sure, you can have days off today and tomorrow, anyway tomorrow is Thanksgiving Day. Huh? Yes. Can I? Of course, as long as you save me a seat. HMPH. HMPH. Does Azazel want to attend? Of course we'll save you a seat. Kara immediately agreed with a sigh of relief, then looked at me and pointed towards the exit. Right, we must go. I quickly entered Balance Breaker, and together we quickly left Azazel Tower to go to our apartment. Issei and Kara department. Kara and I arrived at our apartment in record time, the window was open as always. Upon landing, I deactivated my armor and set the table while Kara organized the kitchen, since my parents would be arriving any moment. And as for the guests we would have for tomorrow, they were already confirmed. Asia, Azazel, Irina, Zenobia, Ravel, Rossweisse, Kiba and Zez, the church trio was debating all week whether to spend it with us or with the Kents, but when they found out that they would be going to Metropolis to spend it with Clark, they decided to come and spend it with us too. I can't believe it, Thanksgiving is so close now. I'm so looking forward to seeing your parents and all our friends together again. Kara approached me with a rather excited smile on her face and hugged me a little tight. It was amazing, it was earlier this year when she arrived on Earth and it took her a couple of months to adjust, but here we were and she was so excited about tomorrow's date. Wow, I'm surprised at how excited you are. This is the first time I'll be celebrating Thanksgiving, so of course I'm excited. I feel so happy and grateful for everything, being with you, with your parents, and being able to spend this special time with almost all of our friends. Kara looked up and saw me with very bright and excited eyes and a very happy smile. I love you. And I love you. Kara whispered in a rather loving voice and planted a small kiss on my lips. Toc toc. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. They are your parents. Kara confirmed this with her X-ray vision and quickly went to change to greet them as they opened the door. Welcome Mr. and Mrs. Haidu. Oh Kara. How are you Kara? As soon as they saw her, my mom and dad hugged Kara with so much affection, it was as if they were her parents and not mine. Kara was also very excited and reciprocated the affectionate hug, although she had to be very careful, since my parents do not have the same resistance that I do to their strong hugs. Oh, my beautiful, fabulous, wonderful girl. How are you? You look more beautiful every day. My mom said quite happily, and when she and my dad separated from Kara, they focused their attention on me. Oh, come on, come here Issei. My mom encouraged me and with a smile I approached her and my dad, reciprocating the hugs I received from them. Nice to see you again. Yes, I was really happy to be able to see them after everything that happened. Blue looks so good on you Kara. My mom said as she evaluated the beautiful blue blouse Kara was wearing. Thank you, you look very good too, Mrs. Haidu. And red looks great on you, as always, Issei. I'm glad you said that, mom. Oh, you have no idea how good red looks on me and blue on Kara. Catco Manhattan. This is Leslie Willis, coming to you live and connecting from Catco Plaza this Thanksgiving week, which means it's time for my annual list of things I'm not thankful for. And this year there's only one thing I'm not thankful for. Supergirl, the blue and red cavities in her bright New York smile. I despise her loathe her whole look at me, I'm a beautiful, dumb blonde kind of thing. It's infuriating. Did she get rejected from the Olympics because of that skater outfit she's wearing? Wear a skirt and tights, please. It seems like too much, especially since no one in their right mind would want to go in there. Who other than Seki would? In fact, I don't understand why she even decided to do it. Was he actually able to penetrate her chastity belt? Is she actually interested in him? Because she seems to give off a bit of a lesbian vibe in that hideous female Superman costume she's always wearing. What would it be like to be with an alien? Is there the same thing down there, or do they have tentacles? Maybe she should reconsider taking a sabbatical and going back to where she came from, or getting a new look. Kara's Orel. After breakfast with Ice's parents, Kara's Orel, headed to Catco while I stayed to spend time with her parents, taking advantage of the fact that she would have free time these days, thanks to Azazel. The day's weather started out warm and clear, but there was a weather warning for thunderstorms, and by now you could hear a few rumbles of thunder, although that's more likely due to my excellent hearing. On my way to the main office of the building I met Win, and together we went to get some coffee, then went to our work desks. How was breakfast with your in-laws? Wow, that was really great. I love and appreciate you all so much. In fact, you treat me like I'm already part of the family. Wow, it's not every day that someone can speak so highly of their in-laws. Win said with a laugh, taking a seat at his work desk. And have you already thought about what you'll do for Thanksgiving? Win leaned back in his chair and answered my question with a rather fake laugh. Yes, orphan action with Thai food and an orphan black marathon. Alone? What about your family? You heard me Kara. Win said this while gently beating his chest. Friends? Well, I only have you as a friend. When? No. No, that's crazy. What? Yeah, okay. Join us tomorrow. All of Ice's and my friends are meeting up tomorrow. You have to go. You're my friend from work. You don't have to do it. Oh come on, we'll watch Orphan Black too. Turning around I saw Miss Grant's office and realized that Leslie Willis was there. What is Leslie Willis doing in Kat's office? Well, she spent the whole morning talking badly about Supergirl. Did he do it? I'd better hear what they're talking about. I heard your broadcast. I warned you about bad-mouthing Supergirl. Miss Grant said as I sat down in my desk chair. Did she speak ill of me? Well, since I don't watch her shows, I wouldn't know what to think. You're always warning me about something, it's our dynamic. You tell me not to cross a line, and a week later there's a new line to cross. Leslie responded and the discussion continued. Oh Leslie, I discovered you on that pathetic radio station. I taught you the best I could. For the most part, I'm proud. But the cheap criticism, insulting her body, how she dresses, her sexuality. Lack of sexuality. And last time, as long as it got you a certain rating, it didn't matter what sacred cows I attacked. Why is it different with her? I had to clench my fists tightly as I heard Leslie's false accusations and suppress the impulse that told me to walk into the office and slap her. Because I, Leslie, do my best to cultivate a relationship between Seki, Supergirl, and Kaokao. If I could adopt her I would. Besides, we both know that much of your attacking her is due to jealousy that the shining red dragon knight is no longer available. Hearing Miss Grant's words I smiled, although I didn't expect the last thing she said. I read one of your articles, Kat. You're as tough on her as I am. Supergirl is untouchable from this moment on. Will you control my content now? Yes. Seki and Supergirl have been changing the conversation in New York. People don't want to hear your negative comments, Leslie. They want optimism, hope, enthusiasm. What a hypocrite, Kat. It's over, Leslie. I have a 2-year contract and you're too cheap and too proud to buy me. That's true. But I'm not firing you, I'm transferring you to the traffic helicopter. You'll be the highest paid traffic reporter in New York. If you do that, you'll regret it. Your shift starts at 4:30 p.m. If you're not in the catcopter when it takes off, I'll send my lawyers to you. Oh, and take a motion sickness pill. It's going to be a turbulent flight. 2 flashes of lightning flashed through the window after Miss Grant said that. Yes, a big storm was coming. Leslie stormed out of Miss Grant's office. It was so funny seeing her like that. As night fell, Ice and I went to do some last-minute shopping for tomorrow's evening. Our last guest would be Win, so there would be 12 of us in total. By now, the weather had turned very dark and cloudy, and the thunder and lightning had become very frequent, and Ice seemed a bit uneasy about it. Are you okay, Ice? I asked with some concern, as I was noticing that he was very attentive to the lightning whenever it was seen in the windows. I don't feel very comfortable in this weather. I feel like I'm going to get struck by lightning at any moment. Ah, I understand now. He was struck by lightning once, and I think now that he's not in balance breaker, he might be feeling a little vulnerable. Nothing's going to happen, it's just the weather today, and I'm here to support and protect you. I reassured my boyfriend very kindly and hugged him a little tight so he could feel more secure and protected. I don't know how resistant I am to lightning, but if it's for Ice, I'll protect him from every lightning that tries to attack him. We always support and protect each other. Ice responded happily. I smiled at him, nodding my head, and gave him a small kiss on one of his cheeks, showing him how grateful I am to have him as my partner and the man of my life. That's always the case, Ice, no matter what situation we have to face. I whispered in her ear, and together we continued with the last few purchases. Later, as we were heading toward his vehicle where he had parked it, I suddenly saw a large bolt of lightning fall from the sky and strike the tail of a helicopter, causing it to begin to destabilize and fall on its way to collision with a building. More. I understood what Ice was about to tell me and I told him. Clear the street, I'll get it to land. Just then, we packed all our purchases into the trunk of his vehicle. Ice then closed the trunk and together we ran toward the nearest alley. Ice activated his boosted gear and was instantly enveloped in a powerful aura of red energy. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. When Ice activated his Balance Breaker scale mail armor, I got rid of my civilian clothes, putting on my Supergirl costume, which was apparently criticized this morning by the very person I was now supposed to save. Welsh Dragon Superluminal Kryptonian. Change Star Superluminal. Immediately, Ice's armor was considerably purged of its volume, now being much lighter. I quickly rose into the air towards the helicopter, and Ice in his Welsh Dragon form of super divine speed made sure to remove all pedestrians from the possible impact zone. I never tire of seeing how he is able to move faster than light, being a line of red light from my point of view. The helicopter became increasingly unstable, and one of its doors flew off along with the pilot. I caught him in my arms in time and quickly brought him down to safety, but the helicopter was seconds away from hitting a building, and just when it was an inch away from colliding, I quickly flew towards it and stopped it. What the hell? Leslie wondered, very disoriented, until she saw me at the window next to her door. You. Stop complaining and take my hand. I told Leslie and she obeyed immediately. Fewest. That's when lightning struck Leslie and me. The electricity hit me so hard that I stopped moving, just like she did. I don't know how long this lasted, and boy was it painful. I think some god took it too literally when I talked about protecting eyes from lightning. When it was all over, I was able to land the helicopter in a safe area and was concerned to see that Leslie was pale and had white hair. Oh no. Are you okay? Ice appeared beside me and I felt his gloved hands on each of my cheeks. He was very worried, but not about Leslie, but about me. Yes, thank you, but she doesn't look well at all. I looked at Leslie and Ice took her in his arms since she was still in her Trihexa form and quickly took her to the general hospital. Well, at least he didn't get struck by lightning this time. Hospital General Manhattan. The next day, after breakfast, Miss Grant and I went to the hospital where Ice left Leslie. When we arrived at the room, we both saw that she was in a coma, on a ventilator. If I'm not mistaken, that's how Ice was for almost a year after he was struck by lightning, and now the same thing will happen to Leslie. I really hate hospitals. How long do we have to stay here? Miss Grant complained. He's not serious. Of course. I suffer from intense germophobia. And I'm not crazy about her new look. She looks like Katy Perry. If you didn't care about Leslie, you wouldn't be paying for her hospital room. Does she have any family? That's what I've been wondering since I entered this room, since there were tons of flower wreaths and quite a few balloons dedicated to her. He never mentioned it. So who sent all this? Miss Grant sighed before answering me. His fans. Apparently, there's an altar outside Kaokao, which I'll probably have to step on when I pass by. Miss Grant said in a rather irritated voice. Supergirl must feel terrible. Miss Grant looked at me as if I had grown another head. Why? She saved the pilot, prevented the catcopter from crashing into the ground, and Seki brought Leslie to the hospital in record time. Thanks to both of them, Leslie is still alive. I put her in that helicopter, I'm the one who should feel guilty. And I'm not. Okay, that's enough, we pay our respects, I have a company to run, after you. Miss Grant insisted and I left the room, then I heard her say to Leslie with my super hearing. Bet that ass up, Willis. We both know you're tougher than a flash. Please. A slight smile formed on my face when I heard her say that. Apparently Miss Grant is not as cold as she wants to appear. Issei and Kara department. The night of the next day finally arrived. It was Thanksgiving Day. Gathered in the dining room were Ice and I, Ice's parents, the church trio, Rossweisse, Ravel, Zez, Azazel, Kiba, and my friend from work, Win. The turkey Ice's mom made was pretty big, but will it be enough to satisfy more than a dozen people? I don't know, but I hope so. Oh, everything looks delicious, especially the cake. Win commented, making Ravel smile. Oh yeah, he's the best in the galaxy, I'm told. Ravel responded proudly, making all of us who knew about the supernatural laugh. Before we ate, I thought it would be nice if we all shared the things we're thankful for or any other feelings we want to share with family or friends, and let's share. Asia suggested and we all agreed. Well, me first. I decided to go ahead and said as I looked at them all. I am very grateful for all of you, my good friend from work. Win, my friends. Asia, Zenobia, Irina, Ravel, Rossweisse, my friends. Kiba and Zez, also for Azazel, Goru and Mickey Haidu, my cousin who is currently in Metropolis, and of course, to the person I love the most in all the universes, Ice, thank you, I feel very lucky to have you, my great love. Everyone smiled happily at the words I said and Ice raised his hand. I'm still, well, like Kara, very grateful for all the friendships I've made over the past year. And especially for meeting you, Kara. You changed my world for the better. Same here, Ice. My life wouldn't be the same without you. You're my love, my best friend, and my soulmate. You made me the happiest woman in the universe. You make me feel so loved and cherished. Ice brought his face closer to mine, and I felt his lips touch mine in a rather short kiss that gave me that feeling of love and desire, so I responded by kissing him with a little more passion and hunger, sighing when we separated. Asia was next. I'm so happy that the first people I met were Ice-san and Kara-san. Thanks to you guys, my life changed for the better. I'm surrounded by many friends with whom I was able to form a family, and every day feels like an adventure with all of you. Amen. Zenobia nodded and followed after her. Although the first people I met weren't exactly Ice and Kara, I'm glad I met Ice. When I needed it most, he gave me a second chance at life, and thanks to that opportunity, I was able to gain a best friend whom I cherish with all my heart. Amen. Irina pouted adorably at what Zenobia said and shook her head, smiling amusedly. I am happy to have reunited with my childhood friend and also with Archangel Michael, who accepted me as his ace. Amen. Those of us who knew Irina's true nature laughed in unison. She's quite the self-proclaimed angel complex girl. The next to speak was Rossweisse. I'm happy to have a new job, especially with Black Fridays. Black Fridays are a treasure. The 100 yen stores I knew in Japan are a treasure. I want similar stores for Manhattan. I don't know how to react to that kind of gratitude, Rossweisse. Ravel continued. I am happy that Isama taught my older brother a lesson and also that he helped him regain his courage, but I am more grateful that he gave him physical and mental development the first time he saw him. No, I am more grateful to be here and now with Isama and Karasama. Is Ravel truly grateful that Ice brutally beat Rias twice? I don't know what to say to that. The next to speak was Zez. I'm grateful to be here with all of you, my good friends. I love you all. Here's to more adventures. After Zez, Kiba followed. I thank Ice-kun for everything he did for me on his trip to Japan when that thing that was linked to my past and my former classmates happened. Now it was Azazel's turn. I give thanks for the good alcohol today. We all laughed at what Azazel said and Win followed after him. These holidays aren't celebrated in my house and that's why I'm very grateful to have been included. I'm grateful to have been invited by Kara, thank you. How sweet. I'm grateful to have a friend like him too. Gracious, Win. He nodded and now Ice's parents followed. I am thankful that Issei and you met, our son was never as happy as he is now, thank you for everything Kara. Issei's dad said. Yes, me too, thank you for everything you did for our son Kara. Issei's mom said. The two of them made me blush with excitement. Thank you for your kind words, Mr. and Mrs. Haidu. I've said it before and I'll say it again, I feel so lucky to have met Ice. He's the one who makes me feel safe and loved, the one who makes me laugh and cry, and the one who gives me his unconditional support. Ice was also blushing a lot. Come on, please stop putting so much honey on the food, don't you see that you're the only young couple around? Azazel complained with a bitter expression, making all our friends laugh. Without a doubt, my first Thanksgiving here on Earth was the best. Chapter 70. The Livewire Threat. Manhattan, New York. November 30, 2017, 10:45 p.m. Earlier this week, Leslie Willis fell into a coma. Since then, there have been strange instances of blackouts in the building where she was hospitalized until tonight when she opened her eyes, revealing that her pupils were now completely dark and both her eyes were charged with a large amount of electricity. She stood up as if nothing had happened, lucky not to have encountered any of the building staff, and continued on her way to the storage area for the clothes she had worn the night of her accident. Leslie left the building and it was not easy for her as she began to have problems walking, and after arriving near a parked ambulance, she finally looked at her hands and saw the powerful current of electricity that accumulated in both palms of her hands. She also noticed that her skin was now pale and her hair white. The electricity in her hand shot out toward a nearby light sign, which scared her greatly. What's going on? She asked herself in surprise and a man approached her. You look very attractive. Halloween was a month ago, but hey, with a butt like that, all I can say is happy Halloween. Leave me alone, idiot. Leslie responded sharply, pushing him by the shoulder with the intention of continuing on her way. Ha! Do you want to have fun? No, me too. The man tried to grab her arm, Leslie turned around to push him away, but in doing so, she accidentally gave the man a severe electric shock, killing him in the process. It took Leslie a few seconds to process what had happened. She felt bad, not for killing the stranger, she felt bad, very hungry, she needed to feed. Her eyes saw flashes of electricity and as she stepped out of the alley, she focused her attention on Times Square. Her eyes discerned strong amounts of energy and a wicked grin spread across her face. She needed to feed herself with energy. Leslie walked to Times Square where there were too many people gathered along the avenues who looked at Leslie with some fear since she looked very gloomy. Leslie spotted some sort of transformer beneath her feet, fell to her knees and ripped out the grates, accidentally drawing the attention of everyone walking past her. Leslie firmly gripped the thick wires of the electrical outlet, generating many sparks around her, feeding off that energy. The patrolling police officer saw her and spoke into his radio. Central, there's a 1085, send some units to the south corner of Duffy Plaza. The officer approached some civilians who were in his way. Could you step back for a second? Everyone back, please. Move aside. All the civilians moved away immediately, leaving the officer and Leslie, who continued to feed on the electricity. Miss, get away from those wires right now. Miss, take your hands away from those wires and let me see them, please. Leslie looked up at the officer, and upon seeing her, the officer became frightened and pointed his gun at her. Miss, stay there, don't move. Leslie stood up and stepped back. Stay still. Get down on the ground. Leslie accidentally walked onto the street when the light was green and a truck honked its horn, nearly hitting her. She pointed her hands at the truck and released a powerful electric current that lifted the truck into the air and then tossed it far away like a ball. Leslie's actions terrified everyone, who fled from her in panic. Several patrol cars arrived at the scene, surrounding Leslie. "Miss, get on the floor now. I want to see her on the floor, now." Some officers warned her by speaking to her through megaphones. Some civilians using broadcast cameras recorded it live, and Leslie's image was seen on the giant light billboards in the square. I gave him a direct order, face down, arms and legs extended. Leslie smiled bitterly at the officer's order. She felt powerful. The officers threw tear gas grenades, but they began to levitate, emitting electric shocks. Leslie's smile widened, and in a fit of rage, she unleashed a dangerous electric shock that sent all the officers' patrol cars flying. A dangerous confrontation had begun on the island of Manhattan. A few moments ago. I, Issei Hyoudou, was finishing up my date with my dear girlfriend, Kara Zor-El. Throughout the night, the two of us enjoyed the amusement park, which we hadn't been to since the time old Odin came, and this time it felt much more exciting. We also went through the different places there were in Manhattan. The most notable one ended up being one in the Korean neighborhood that delighted Kara with the dumplings they served her. In fact, I think those dumplings ended up being very addictive for her, although not as much as the ice cream. Yes, Kara definitely has a weakness for the sweet palate, especially when it comes to ice cream that at that moment we were both eating and enjoying. Have you ever tried Korean meatballs? They were so delicious. Kara continued, still smiling as she walked beside me, finishing her ice cream. No, actually it was my first time too, and yes, they were very good. That place opened a month ago. I had no idea they served such good meatballs. I loved them, ice. Kara said it with great joy, as if she were a little girl, and continued enjoying her ice cream. We both couldn't stop smiling at each other. At that moment I saw there was some ice cream on her lips, so I stopped in front of her and touched her lips with mine, wiping the ice cream off her lips as I pressed them to mine in a short kiss. "Oh, ice, just now." Kara blushed a little and then slowly reciprocated the short kiss I gave her. "What's going on?" I whispered to him, still with passion on my lips. "I didn't expect you to kiss me in the middle of the street." Kara was still blushing, and before I could say anything, she kissed me back, pressing my lips to hers, with more force and passion. Her hands took my neck and I took her by the waist, smiling quite happily, while we both kissed with more force and passion. The seconds passed, Kara kept caressing my neck and I felt her tongue yearning to enter my mouth, to let us go even further. "Buddy, something's not right." "MHM?" Suddenly I heard Ddraig's voice, interrupting my moment with Kara, prompting me to suddenly cut off the kiss she and I were sharing. "What's up, Ddraig?" It's not normal for him to interrupt me so suddenly. Something's not right in Times Square. I'm sensing strong readings of a human battery. Human battery in Times Square? Confused by the words Ddraig said inside my mind, I looked in the direction of the location Ddraig gave me. "What's wrong, Ice?" Kara took a step back, looking at me strangely, and then looked where I was looking. Ddraig told me he felt something. I explained to him, and as we both looked at the distant buildings of that location, we noticed that the light signs began to flicker. Yeah, something wasn't right there. We both looked at each other again and nodded to each other before running into an alley. "Alright, Ddraig. It's time." My boosted gear activated and my entire body was enveloped in a very bright red aura. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. The aura took the form of my balance breaker scale armor, and Kara, who was at my side, shed her civilian clothes, remaining only in her blue Girl of Steel outfit. I spread my dragon wings and rose into the sky, accompanied by Kara. Together we headed to Times Square immediately. We both arrived just in time to see a strange woman with electrical powers throw a large number of police cars into the air. One of the patrol cars was going to fall on an officer, but before that happened I quickly descended and landed in front of the officer and held the patrol car with the two claws of my dragon wings. "It's a good thing you're not one of those who rides horses." Kara, in turn, stopped two other patrol cars that were about to attack innocent people. The remaining officers opened fire on the electric woman. Surprisingly, the bullets were ineffective. The officer I saved then said over his radio, "All units hold fire and wait for my signal." The officers were still opening fire on the electric woman as I carefully lowered my patrol car from my wings. "All units hold their fire. I repeat, hold their fire. Stay alert and cover Seki and Supergirl." Kara and I positioned ourselves in front of the electric woman, and upon seeing her, Kara gasped quite incredulously. "Is that you, Leslie Willis?" All the signs in the plaza focused solely on the woman Kara had identified as Leslie. Does Leslie Willis wake up from a coma armed and dangerous? They were the letters on each of the light signs that focused on Leslie. The woman smiled grimly. No, Leslie Willis is dead. Dead, dead. She died in that catcopter that Cat Grant's dog owned. No, I'm Leslie 2.0. Livewire. And you and I and Seki and Cat are going to have to talk. Leslie Willis. The same woman who, I heard, harshly criticized Kara, the person Kara couldn't save, and made her feel sick for half a day. How odd, as far as she knew, she was in a coma. But how? You were in a coma. Kara questioned with a rather confused expression. You said it, I was. Livewire responded by raising her eyebrows as if it were obvious. You don't have to do this, let Seki and I help you, okay? I'm fine like this. She attacked Kara by firing a large stream of lightning, and Kara immediately counterattacked with her heat vision. Doost. Kara easily gained the upper hand in the clash of powers and blasted Leslie with her heat vision, turning her into a mass of pure energy. For 10 seconds, Kara channeled her heat vision at Livewire. After that time, Kara stopped her attack, and what had been a mass of pure energy reverted to Livewire's human form. She took all that attack without being harmed. That was delicious. Livewire licked her lips and then released a brutal blast of pure electricity forward. Doos. The surge of electricity was so strong that it affected half the square. Kara and I were thrown backward. The electric shock I felt was absurdly painful and brought back memories of when the lightning first struck me. I fell to the ground just like Kara, but I recovered in time to see that the giant light signs that were on most of the tall buildings in the square were torn from their supports and were about to fall on innocent people. I quickly created a dragon shot and fired it at the sign, completely destroying it in a burst of red aura. To my left, the exact same thing happened, but Kara took charge of stopping them, holding them in her hands, and then throwing them into the sky in what would be a safe location. The civilians who had gathered in the distance saw what we did and began to cheer for both of us. Seki and Supergirl. Seki and Supergirl. Seki and Supergirl. The light signs that showed Livewire now showed Kara and me with a message that said, "The Red Dragon Emperor and Supergirl vs Livewire." That bothered Leslie quite a bit, who looked at us both with pure contempt and said, "You're so selfish." Tranquila, Lesliewire, Levelisly o como ck autoproclamist. You let Supergirl set me up. His statement confused Kara and me quite a bit. What? Of course not. What trap are you talking about? We just want you to calm down, Leslie. Leslie pointed at me with her electrified fingers. I speak ill of Supergirl, and you leave me to my fate with her so that I can be struck by lightning. And how were we supposed to know that lightning would strike you exactly? Stop talking nonsense. Because that's what you always say, isn't it? Silence. Leslie placed her hands on the metal grates, and the entire street was filled with an immense amount of electricity. My partner and I quickly rose into the air, but then we saw that the electric current generated by Leslie had lifted all the other police cars into the air, and the highly electrified current spread to all metal objects. Too many civilians were in danger, as they were about to be brutally electrocuted by the metal rods or any other object that conducts electricity. I have to act as quickly as possible. Welsh Dragon Superluminal Kryptonian. Change Star Superluminal. The plating on my armor was purged, and all my senses were accelerated to the point where electrical current seemed to be suspended in space-time. Super Divine Speed. The speed that surpasses light. Play Ash. The boosters on my back made me move super fast towards the civilians. There were too many, but I could do it. At this point he was the only one who could. Kara could take care of the police vehicles that were thrown into the air. Is this how Barry sees the world when he's moving super fast? The feeling is truly incredible. The electric currents in the metal bars were just inches away from killing many people, but with my super speed, I was able to grab the civilians closest to the danger, and in doing so, I wrapped them in my Sekiryuutei aura to protect them from the friction that could be caused by being faster than light. I took one person in each arm and a third with the tail of my armor. The directional of my thrusters allowed me to move in a zigzag. In that way I was taking 3 people to quickly transport them to a safe location. It was a round trip, taking 3 at a time. Once I'd rescued all the people who'd previously been in the danger zone, I scanned my surroundings for more civilians, and when I found them, I did exactly the same. All while I watched Kara dive slowly, as if she were a goalkeeper saving balls in penalty kicks, only instead of balls, the objects were police vehicles. She caught one while I had finished relocating the civilians, and now I took care of the officers in danger. I also took advantage of certain moments to redirect several police vehicles towards Kara so that she could take care of them, and when the last person was finally safe, I approached Kara again, deactivating my super speed just in time to see her carefully catch all the police patrol cars, lowering them carefully to the ground. The powerful aftershock surged through my brain when I deactivated my accelerated Triana superluminal perception. Everyone, civilians and authorities, saw a trail of red light that relocated them in a flash, and the loud cheers for me grew louder, which didn't help the mental headache I was suffering from much, although I felt happy about the gesture. I guess I need to work on really improving the mental toughness of my super perception. Each form of Trihexa is incomplete, as there are so many features to refine in each one. Kara noticed my discomfort, but knew this was not the time and focused on our current enemy. Is this how things will be, Leslie? Kara questioned him. What do you think? Leslie responded arrogantly by firing multiple electrified blasts from her hands, but despite my mental illness, I was able to react in time again, and in my Trihexa form, those lightning bolts looked so slow and easy to dodge. The same thing happened to Kara, whose perception was in overdrive. Seki, keep her busy for a while. Kara asked me, to which I quickly nodded and advanced against Leslie, flying in circles around her with my super divine speed that immediately formed a ring of red light around her. Stop moving. Leslie screamed angrily, shooting her currents of electricity at me, but they remained isolated within the circle she was making. Wow, I didn't know Trihexa could insulate electricity so well. Your Trihexa forms are evolving every day, my friend. That they become more powerful is the least you can expect, although that in turn will continue to be a great burden for you. Yeah, I didn't expect my head to hurt so much from racing thoughts. You can stop now, Ice. Oh? Kara's voice inside my head. I had taken care of that a moment ago. Ddraig explained to me as I stopped moving with my super divine speed, stopping in front of Leslie, who had a rather macabre smile. Are you tired yet? Leslie asked that question, tilting her head sharply toward her right shoulder, and then she was about to fire electrified bursts from her hands again, but before she had the chance, a huge jet of water shot out at her, making her fall to the ground. Seeing where that came from, I saw Kara, who was in the distance holding the hose of a fire truck, being helped by them. Ha! They even lent him a firefighter's helmet. That was enough. Kara said this with a rather happy smile as the water stopped flowing and she high-fived the firefighters. Like, great John. Well done, great job. It was a pleasure doing business with you. Kara sheathed the hose as if it were some kind of revolver and then handed it back to the firefighters. At that point, a special SWAT team approached the now unconscious Leslie, her livewire, whatever the crazy electrified woman is called. My armor returned to normal and Kara levitated for a few moments, approaching me. How do you? Water and electricity are not a good combination. Kara explained to me with a rather happy smile, and when I saw Leslie again, who was still unconscious, I said with all the intention of mocking. Well, Leslie Willis, the same woman who discriminated against Atticus by saying they don't bathe now, won't even be able to wash her hands when she goes to the bathroom. Seki. Kara gave me a look that told me this wasn't right, even though she wasn't really angry. In fact, she smiled at me despite what I said. Is it necessary to make fun of her? She came up behind me and held her hands on my shoulders as she asked me. And you really have a kinder heart towards her? Oh come on, you know it's funny. Maybe it is, but what you say is very cruel. Did you forget we're talking about the woman who said you give off lesbian vibes because of how you dress? As I asked that question, I looked up and saw the doubtful expression that was now on my Kryptonian partner's beautiful face. Well, if you put it that way, you're absolutely right, it's funny and he deserves it. Ha! Kara agreed with me and smiled flirtatiously at me. Tori Azazel, Manhattan. With the help of Azazel and his secret law enforcement associates, Leslie was transferred to one of the holding cells here in this large building. He was very fascinated by what happened to Leslie as she apparently became a metahuman. So Leslie was struck by lightning and now she's become a metahuman. I understand that Ice and Barry were metahumans at the time because of the particle accelerator, but please, there wasn't one that turned on that night. Kara said what she had been thinking, and which in turn had us very confused. Azazel, who was in front of us, turned around and shook his head, still smiling with that look that expressed all his fascination with Leslie's powers. She wasn't struck by lightning, you were. Your substance X, Kara. The electrostatic discharge intensified as it passed through your Kryptonian DNA, giving it unique properties. That's what created it. Azazel's eyes shone with excitement with every word of his explanation, though that didn't make my partner feel any better. So it's my fault she's like this. Don't feel bad about it, Kara, it's a very fascinating detail. What? I'm going now. Kara turned around and walked away, deciding not to listen to what Azazel had to say. Yes, she feels guilty about what happened to Leslie. She's wrong to think it's 100% her fault that Leslie became livewire. My teacher said with a deep sigh, and I looked at him again, listening carefully to what he was saying. Leslie was a little screwed up even before that incident. Powers don't make you a villain. It's how you use them that can make you a villain. Barry and you are a good example of that. The three of you were struck by lightning, and the two of you decided to use those gifts to save people, not destroy them. Make sure you remind her of that, Ice. As I finished listening to it, a big smile formed on my face. Azazel always knows what to say at the right moment. Of course, it's good to know that you have a lot of faith in her. My teacher shrugged with an amused smile and then ruffled my hair with one of his hands. Don't make her wait too long, Ice. Of course, thanks for everything, as always. I thanked him and quickly ran to the exit. Issei and Kara apartment. When I entered the apartment where I live with Kara, I found her lying on the couch with her face resting on one of the pillows she was hugging with her arms. Before I could say anything to her, Kara stepped up to me and whispered. I know you're going to tell me it's not my fault, but I feel like it is somehow. Kara slowly turned her face from the pillow to look at me as I stood in front of the couch where she was lying. She had already taken off her cape and boots. I sat down on the same couch next to him and opened my arms in case he was more interested in cuddling up to me. A tender smile graced Kara's face and she crawled a little to throw herself at me, leaving the pillow aside. It may seem like it's your fault, but powers don't make someone good or bad, that's forged depending on what the person is like inside, and I think Leslie had already become Livewire long before she got those powers. And why do I feel like it's my fault? Kara looked at me with her beautiful blue eyes, searching for an answer to that question she was having in her head. You're pretty good. I explained to her, hugging her as tightly as I could and continued explaining. You feel bad for a person who openly declared war on us, that's something adorable about you. Taking advantage of this moment I gave her a kiss on her head. What's done is done, Leslie is in custody, we saved many people who were going to be hurt at Leslie's hands, we saved the night as always. For a moment Kara was silent, analyzing what I said. Leslie was a threat that was handled in time, and the others are already safe from her, so there's no reason to worry about that now. Kara saw me with a very tender smile and hugged me tighter than I was hugging her. Yes, you're absolutely right. It's true, we did it like always. Kara brought her face a little closer to mine and kissed one of my cheeks, making me smile huge. We always do it and we always succeed. Saying that, Kara's smile became a little more flirtatious and as I felt her hands around my neck, she whispered near my ear in a rather low and very seductive voice. I guess all that's left for us to do now is celebrate our home win. And how are we going to celebrate it, Kara? His smile became even more flirtatious and he began to kiss me very softly on the neck, causing me to look up. His kisses were so soft and very stimulating, it was then that I heard another of his whispers in my ears. In many ways, my love. Kara made me look into her eyes, manipulating my neck with her hands, and kissed me on the lips with a passion that increased in tone, and I reciprocated immediately. After a while, I took Kara by her thighs, stood up, and while we continued kissing quite passionately, I walked towards our room. I'm happy to be with you, dear. Kara whispered to me in her voice, which was quite soft and husky at the moment, full of love and sexual desire. When we got to our room, she closed the door with one of her hands and we both let ourselves be carried away by the fire that was between us for the rest of the night. Astra and Non-Kao's brigade. At this moment, in one of the headquarters operated by the faction led by Astra and Kao's brigade, she and her husband Non were discussing their next moves. We can't wait any longer. It's just a matter of time before Kal-El and those with him find us. We must act now that we have the element of surprise. Non insisted, to which Astra responded. For our plan to work, we need the best satellites on Earth, and Azazel Tower, despite appearing to be an ordinary and very exposed building from the outside, the truth is that it is an impenetrable base of operations. And what do you say about entering without using force? Astra frowned upon hearing her husband's suggestion. What are you thinking about? She asks him, to which Non responds with a ruthless smile. A trap that not even your niece, her dragon, and the supreme ruler of the fallen angels will see coming until it's too late. It's very obvious they want to trap us, and if they do, it's more than likely it will be in that tower. If one of us fakes defeat, they would be leading us straight into the tower, and with the help of our Kryptonian technological virus, we would gain access to all the satellites. What Non said brought a smile to Astra's face. That's a brilliant idea, and once we're on Gregory's servers we could even improve Myriad. Why limit it to just humans? When we can expand it to affect those supernatural beings as well, especially those pesky angels and demons. And not only that, with the help of Gregory's satellites, Myriad would become so powerful that once activated, it would be able to completely cover the Earth. We will make them believe that they are defeating us, so that in the end they are the ones who suffer an immediate defeat. The transmission arrived at headquarters. General, the anti-kryptonite armor is now complete. Chapter 71. Collision. Supergirl vs. Astra. Manhattan, New York. December 14, 2017, 9:45 p.m. It's been 2 weeks since Ice and I, Kara Zor-El, stopped Leslie Willis, who now calls herself Livewire. My Aunt Astra and those with her are still hiding, wherever they are. I know I said I wanted to save her, but what I learned from my mother's hologram about the things she and Nan did on Krypton, the people they killed, the crimes that condemned her to the Phantom Zone. I don't know what to think about that. I don't know what I'm going to do the next time I see her. The night was being quite pleasant in the city that never sleeps. I found myself lying alone and peacefully, looking for any crime or civilian who needed me. Ice, on the other hand, continues working at Azazel Tower, fulfilling his role as Gasper's teacher, helping him improve the little half-vampire's control over his sacred gear, capable of stopping time. My friends Asia, Irina and Zenobia are in Smallville training at the farm where Cal's adoptive parents live. Ravel and Rossweisse are working on Azazel Tower with their respective searches to find anything that references Cal's brigade. Kiba is also in the city tonight and is training with Zez at Azazel Tower. This isn't my first time patrolling alone, but I'm so used to Ice's presence that it feels weird that. Whoosh. Ah. Suddenly something had hit me. Whatever it was strong enough to knock me off my feet. What in the name of Rao is going on here? As I stood up, I saw two men dressed in black armor land. I know those suits. They're the ones the Kryptonian military used. How come? A third figure landed in this place. This time it was not a man, but a woman, and not just any woman. She was my Aunt Astra. They are with me. Astra. I didn't expect to meet my aunt like this. At that moment, the two men who were with Astra approached me and grabbed me by both arms so I couldn't escape. My dear niece. Did you really think it was over? Sarcastic and confident, that's how Astra was acting. Why did she have to appear at this time? Why? Before attempting anything against my aunt, I made a quick movement with my arms, freeing myself from the grasp of those who tried to hold me captive. I quickly freed myself from both of them. They tried to grab me again, but they underestimated me, and with a quick blow, I knocked down one and then the other. But at that moment, my Aunt Astra quickly approached me and charged at me head-on, causing me to fall back to the ground. Astra then pulled me to my feet by firmly grabbing my right arm and pulled out a strange emerald green knife and pointed it near my neck. The radiation emitted by that knife started to make me nauseous. It's not normal for me to feel nauseous or for my head to want to explode. That must have been kryptonite. But why doesn't it affect Astra? What was it? Why doesn't kryptonite affect you? Astra smiled at the disbelief on my face and let go of my arm with a sinister laugh. My dear niece. Just like any dangerous substance, if you protect yourself with the right materials, it becomes harmless. What was missing? Great, simply great. Are you afraid of a fair fight? I don't want to fight with you, Kara. Astra came closer to me and continued talking. I've been blaming you for things that happened a long time ago. Don't touch me. Astra had tried to approach me, but before she did I moved away from her, approaching the edge of this rooftop. The worst part was that Astra seemed pleased with the anger he was feeling towards her. Your mother always said you had the heart of a hero. And I need you to be a hero, Kara. It's time we were a family again. A family again? Do you really think I'll change sides just because you ask me so nicely? That only makes me angrier. You stopped being my family. I know you hate me, Kara. Good. So we finally understand each other. I told my aunt with a rather aggressive sarcasm, and when I reached the edge of this rooftop, I didn't hesitate to jump into the void. I fell heavily to the ground, making a disastrous crater with my body, and before my Aunt Astra or her followers could locate me, I flew quickly through the underground paths where the trains pass. I couldn't fly into the sky without being detected. I had to go quickly through the subway to the most secure location in New York, the Azazel Tower. And luckily I got it. Tori Azazel, Manhattan. It happened after I, Issei Hyoudou, finished training Gasper. I was about to go to my apartment when I received a notice that Kara had arrived at Azazel Tower and needed me and Azazel. When the three of us met up and headed to the hand center, Kara informed us what happened that night. Astra's back. She's planning something, and she had a kryptonite knife. The mention of the knife caught Azazel's attention more than Astra's return. Did you happen to get that knife? Kara shook her head, looking at Azazel suspiciously, and he sighed in response. TCH. I would have loved to have that knife to complete my knife collection. Knife collection? Why doesn't it surprise me that Azazel has a knife collection? Wait a minute, Astra was manipulating kryptonite and didn't feel weakened. Why didn't the kryptonite affect her? I asked that question and Kara answered me ironically. Ah, that's another fabulous news. She created a suit that makes her invulnerable to her. The three of us stopped when we arrived at the command center and met Ravel and Rossweisse, who overheard part of our conversation. If she has a suit that makes her invulnerable to kryptonite and she also has kryptonite, then that changes everything. She's a danger to you or your cousin. Rossweisse spoke and Ravel continued. Considering they're the last active faction of the Cow's Brigade and the hero faction has yet to reappear, it's no wonder they're acting so meticulously. But what did they want with you, Kara-sama? The last operational faction. I wonder what Kaokao's doing now that he's not showing up. What's he waiting for? Then there's Volley's team, but they're not a faction as such. Kara answers Ravel's question. She wanted to recruit me to her crazy cause, no matter what it was. She said Earth needs both of us. But according to my mother's hologram, Astra's idea of saving people on Krypton was to blow up government buildings. I was going to say something, but Azazel got in the way. If he wants you out of the game, it's the beginning of what we've been speculating about since Fort Ross crashed on Earth, a global-scale attack. First the Thanagarians and now the madmen of Fort Ross, literally God has abandoned us. I'll go now. Kara said it with great determination and irritation at the actions of someone who is supposed to be part of her family. But before she left the command center, I stopped her by standing in front of her. Wait, I know this is personal, but you have to stay calm. Let me pass, Ice. Kara responded to me a little angry and upset. Yeah, it wouldn't be wise to go out now and try to find Astra. Maybe Kao's brigade isn't as dangerous as it was a few months ago, but we're talking about an unknown number of crazy Kryptonians following a crazy general with a Thanos complex, or is that more like Darth Vader? If Luke had been his nephew instead of his son, this would be a huge piece of reference. I won't do it. Kara exhaled a little air. And what are you going to do? Arrest me? She asked sarcastically, almost as if she were daring me to do it. She was staring into my eyes so intensely, as if we were really about to fight. Azazel, Ravel, and Rossweisse watched us from a distance, each of them very surprised. Are they afraid that things between Kara and me might go sour because of their aunt's faction? I would tell you that there is nothing to worry about, since with Triena if you set your mind to it you can stop her, but I know you well enough to know that you don't need my power to calm her down. Hearing Ddraig's voice, I smiled as I looked at Kara. Yes, no matter how upset she feels here and now, Kara is still Kara. Instead of answering his sarcastic question, I placed my hands on his shoulders and then gave him a big hug. For a few moments Kara froze, then finally she blushed and feeling moved she returned my hug. That's it, don't let it get to you. Let's go home, okay? I suggested without separating from her, feeling her hugging me tighter and tighter. Kara's hugs can hurt humans, but thanks to Old Man Tannen and the fact that I'm a metahuman, that's not the case for me. I promise you can face Astra tomorrow if she ever shows up again. Okay, Ice, but could you please promise me something? More than a promise, she said it as a plea, as we looked into each other's eyes again. She looked completely different than she had acted a few moments ago. The beautiful bluer eyes of her eyes looked at me almost as if she were about to beg me for something she feared I wouldn't accept. What thing? If Astra were to appear tomorrow, please allow me to face her alone. Can I be in your corner? Of course, Ice, just please promise me you won't intervene in the fight, okay? Although his insistence worried me, I understood it perfectly and I didn't have to think too much about it to accept it. Of course, I won't get involved in the fight, I promise Kara. Thank you, Ice. She smiled at me, very grateful for the unconditional support I was giving her, and kissed me affectionately on the lips, something I enjoyed and reciprocated with great pleasure. Hatco, Manhattan. The next day. Kara's Orel, went to work, expecting it to be a slow day at work. Then what is being described as a vicious cyberattack, Cat Grant, founder and director of Catco Worldwide Media, has been hacked. Cat Grant has been unable to comment, but how long can she remain silent? So far, no one has filed a lawsuit. It makes us think that whoever did this simply wanted to embarrass her. Yes, this day couldn't start off peacefully. It had to begin with an unexpected hack into my boss, Ms. Grant's, personal email account. Very embarrassing things were revealed about her. She immediately responded by summoning her company's lawyers, and I was also present here, as her assistant. Mrs. Grant began pouring herself a glass of chocolate sprinkles while listening to the various media outlets broadcast on the televisions in her office. Well, mission accomplished. In just 1 hour, the Daily Planet published my real age, the fact that I have 3 personal shoppers available at Barney's, and that I asked Idris Elba out on a date and he said no. It's his loss. Mrs. Grant said as she reached her desk, then looked at her lawyers and continued speaking. So? They're my lawyers. Can't we sue the sources who are publishing these emails? The lawyer answers him. We can try, but it's a process. Imagine if someone offered you all of Lois Lane's personal emails. Wouldn't you want to publish them? Only if I wanted to bore people to death. Mrs. Grant responded ironically and the other lawyer said. With all due respect, Ms. Grant, you are the public face of Catco. The entire company was embarrassed by this incident, don't make it worse. Mrs. Grant signaled with her hands for the lawyers to leave. They nodded and turned away, and before they left the office, I opened the door for them. When it was just her and me left, I approached Miss Grant to see if I could calm her down. I'm sure this will pass soon, Mrs. Grant. What planet are you from? Prize what? Damn, I almost put my foot in it. Mrs. Grant looked at me suspiciously as if she were analyzing me, then she took her seat and said to me. Stories like this never disappear, they explode. Then you must defend yourself. No matter what the lawyers say. Mrs. Grant became very thoughtful. I would, but I don't know who I'm defending myself against. I have to get ahead of this. Schedule a board meeting and also review every one of my emails. Highlight anything they could use against me. If there's anything embarrassing, I want to know about it before the world finds out. I wrote down everything he told me to do on my tablet, but the last thing he said made me stop. All your emails from around the world. Mrs. Grant looked at me quite intensely. Can I at least get some help? Fine, do it. Mrs. Grant agreed, and with a calm sigh, I turned to leave her office. Hey, wait. I stopped before leaving and turned around to look at her again. Mrs. Grant said to me. Only people you trust. Of course. After leaving Mrs. Grant's office, I sent a message to Asia, Irina, Zenobia and Ravel, asking them to help me with Mrs. Grant's emails. The 5 of us would meet in my apartment. Ravel with her magic was in charge of teleporting all of Mrs. Grant's printed emails to the living room of my apartment so that the 5 of us could work on them. Here are all of Mrs. Grant's emails from the Kaokao server printed out. I said as I divided the documents equally between Asia, Irina, Zenobia and me. There is so much sinful evil in these printed formats. Irina whistled as she began to flip through some pages. The Daily Planet just published another wave of emails. Asia informed us while checking the news on her phone and was shocked by whatever she saw. Irina-san, Zenobia-san, look how much Mrs. Grant pays her stylist per month. Zenobia smiled bitterly and said. If Rossweisse were here, she'd probably be foaming at the mouth at that number. Irina smiled and was shocked by what she saw next. And I also use the corporate jet. But it's yours. I said this in defense of my boss, and Irina looked at me with an amused smile. To fly to Burning Man. Ravel grimaced in disgust. How disgusting. Thanks to Oni-sama I know what happened there. Okay, Asia, Irina, Zenobia, and I will check the emails. Ravel, could you track down the hacker? Ravel smiled at me very proudly. Of course, getting into Kaokao servers without getting caught will be very easy. The technology they use there is far below the level of security I'm used to dealing with. Ravel sat down in one of the armchairs, but before starting to work on her laptop, she looked at me worriedly. But Kara-sama, shouldn't we work on the matter of psychopathic Antastar returned for round 2? Zenobia was surprised. Is that true? Why didn't you tell us? Calm down, Ice, Azazel and Rossweisse along with the rest of the fallen angels will take care of finding her, let's save Mrs. Grant. The church trio looked at each other and nodded, agreeing to help Mrs. Grant. Thank you, my dear friends. Tori Azazel Manhattan. A few hours later. I, Issei Hyoudou, found myself in the artificial battlefield of Azazel Tower, simulating a training match with Kara. I was using my balance breaker scale male, ordinary, but with my power doubled to my maximum capacity. Since we started this fight, we both were exchanging blows, until with one blow, Kara made me retreat backwards. Again. She demanded with her guard up, and I fired 2 dragon shots to attack her at point-blank range. But Kara was much faster than me and easily dodged my attacks. She then closed the distance between us and delivered a double kick to my abdomen, bending the plates of my armor despite my maximum defense. For a second, he knocked the wind out of my lungs, then he climbed onto my shoulders. And using his strength and his thighs, he slammed me into the ground, creating a huge crater. Again. Kara exclaimed again, levitating in the air. Okay, now I'm really getting angry, something is wrong with Kara and I'm being treated like the punching bag she seems to take her anger out on, but that's over now. Welsh Dragon Superluminal Kryptonian. Change Star Superluminal. All the armor on my balance breaker armor was blown away in the form of a red aura, now gaining an extremely thin and streamlined appearance. I quickly flew and closed all the distance I had against Kara. In this form, I was superior to Kara in terms of speed. My control of this form of Trina was the best of the 3 forms and the one I used the most. Every blow Kara threw at me, I easily dodged or simply deflected from its original course, and every attempt at a direct hit she attempted, I easily countered with my godly super speed. The speed at which I perceive things also shot up to ridiculous levels, and thanks to that I was able to better appreciate what was wrong with Kara and how erratic each of her attempted strikes were. Normally when we fight like this, with me using Trina, Kara is more agile and precise, but now, despite her attacks being too fast, she hesitated with each blow she landed, and that's why she took a little longer than she should have to react and attack, which left her much more exposed to my attacks. Play Ash. I quickly moved away from Kara using my godly super speed, long before she realized it, and then I rammed her from behind and made her crash into the ground, creating a huge crater with her body. Again. Kara growled in her loudest voice, and I stepped away from her, on guard against any of her possible moves. She stood back up with her guard up. Why do you hesitate to attack me? Ice, you can't understand, you're the one I love, and it doesn't feel right to have to. Oh please, we've trained so many times in the last few months that I know that's not true. Knowing this match was over, I deactivated my balance breaker and drank some water, while Kara kicked the ground as if she was frustrated. Be quiet. He exclaimed in a very sharp and angry manner. If you can't fight me properly, then you're not the right person to face Astra. Why can't you understand it? Kara grew a little angrier, rather grumpy and deeply disappointed. I could tell there was a sense of helplessness in her. Of course I understand you. I doubt it. She said it in a slightly calmer voice, still in a very bad mood. Leave. Kara tried to say that very coldly by turning around, but before she could take another step, I grabbed her left wrist to stop her from doing so. What are you doing? Kara turned her gaze, now a little angrier. I know you're upset because I pushed you too hard and also because you're still clinging to the beautiful memories you probably had with Astra on Krypton. How do you know? Her voice became increasingly softer, with an expectant and curious attitude about what he was going to say to her. So with a smile I answered him. Because I know you. Kara was silent for a few moments, then nodded with a sigh and said to me. It's just so difficult, and every time I remember my past when I was a child it's hard for me to accept that she's now a villain. Yes, what was happening with Astra was affecting her a lot, since she is her family, her little family from Krypton. Her family is really complicated. There's no point in arguing about what to do or not to do. Knowing that, I slowly let go of his arm. Shall I buy you something to eat? Yes, please, Ice. Kara responded with a voice that became very tender and then stood in front of me to give me a big hug. After leaving Azazel Tower, the two of us went to a bakery where I bought her several chocolate donuts. She enjoyed the smooth taste and texture, and after the third donut, she felt much better. Thanks, Ice, I really needed it. Whenever you want. I was very happy to see that Kara was feeling well now. Do you know something? Suddenly she dared to ask, wiping the chocolate off her lips. I've been thinking about what you said. If I continue to see Astra as my aunt instead of an enemy, I won't be able to do the right thing to defeat her. What will you do? Just one thing. I'll do what must be done. I'll face Astra and defeat her. Kara said it without hesitation, her voice a little firmer and calmer. I think her mind finally cleared. Her eyes were filled with determination, backing up what she had just told me. It was at that moment that we both heard a live broadcast on one of the televisions in the cafe. An unidentified woman is flying over Central Park with what appear to be the same powers as Supergirl. Does she mean us harm? Should we be worried? Is she an enemy of the Red Dragon Emperor and Supergirl? The unidentified woman floating in the air was Astra. After paying the bill, we both headed towards an alley. Kara quickly changed into her Girl of Steel suit and I activated my balance breaker. Instantly we both flew directly towards the location where Astra was. Upon arrival, I stopped in midair to keep my distance and Kara continued moving forward until she was close to her aunt. This is not my battle. Astra. Kara screamed and the aforementioned turned around to see Kara. I see you brought your dragon. Astra said it mockingly and looked at me out of the corner of her eye. And you came without bodyguards? Astra nodded, seeing Kara somewhat defiant. No knife, no armor. No one but you and me. Will you talk to me now? You can't say it's not fair. I've already made my decision. Astra was expectant. What happened on Krypton stays on Krypton. I don't care that you're my aunt or what your intentions are, right now you're my enemy. Astra's expression turned quite bitter. So be it then. Kara quickly attacked Astra with her heat vision, sending her several meters back. She then quickly flew towards Astra to attack her, managing to connect a series of very brutal blows, ending the combo with a very strong blow that threw her aunt to the outskirts of the city. Kara chased her aunt again, flying so fast that she looked like a line of red light. Astra did the same as a line of black light, and both Kryptonian women clashed their fists brutally at the top of the skies of Manhattan. Crash. The force of the impact was so great that it broke all the windows of the buildings below the two Kryptonian women and also caused a huge shake across the entire island of Manhattan. The two maintained this continuous clash of blows and moved faster and faster in the skies of the city, altering its appearance as all the clouds were eradicated shock wave after shock wave. Okay, I can't keep up with this fight in this form of my armor anymore, I'll switch to Trina. Welsh Dragon Superluminal Kryptonian. Change Star Superluminal. My armor shed its plating and my eyes could finally follow the course of the fight without any problem. The two collided faster and faster and used more and more strength. Each blow that Kara made against her aunt was full of determination. There was no doubt in her. On the other hand, Astra was a military man with too much combat experience and was able to confront Kara by stopping her blows, but when she tried to attack Kara, my girlfriend managed to dodge her, since she has the experience of fighting against my Trihexa form, and Astra's movements are much slower than mine. Are you sure you're not going to interfere? Ddraig asked me that question. I promised Kara I wouldn't, and I trust her. Tracks. Speaking of which, Kara had thrown Astra with a blow against a building, and her aunt ended up passing through it from side to side, which caused immense and gigantic amounts of debris to be released towards the streets where many civilians were. Not on my watch. Lyash. I quickly fired up my Trihexa form's thrusters and traveled at super godly speed, picking up every gigantic piece of debris that fell from the building, bringing them down to a safe area. You. The battle between the two Kryptonians continued at the other end of the city, this time attacking each other with their powerful heat visions. At first, it seemed that the two women were on equal footing, but Kara's crimson beams were gaining ground against Astra's. Astra had no choice but to cut short the clash of powers and escape Kara's heat vision. The two continued flying and colliding with their divine super speeds. At certain points during the fight, it seemed that Astra was gaining the advantage by knocking Kara down, but Kara recovered before falling and rushed at Astra again, using even more power. Suddenly, Kara manages to hit Astra too hard in the face, and the blow is so brutal that it sends Astra crashing on Madison Avenue, 1 block from Central Park, and that caused great destruction in the city streets. Kara then landed near her aunt, but Astra had already stood up and through a parked car at her, but Kara easily destroyed it with her heat vision. Astra took advantage of those few moments in which the vehicle exploded due to Kara's heat vision to shorten all the distance between her and my partner. In doing so, she brutally rammed her, making her fall to the ground. My instinct screamed at me to go help Kara, but the promise I made to her prevented me from doing so. I had to stay and wait for Kara to defeat her. Astra, who is now standing over Kara's body, tells her in a very arrogant voice. Again. You're just like Allura. Kara was very upset with the words Astra said to her. She was a better woman than you'll ever be. She was a murderer. Liar. Oh, he called me a liar, too. He had to. He had to blame someone else for his deceit, his cruelty, his weakness. There was a lot of resentment in Astra towards Kara's mother, and that was a breaking point for Kara in this battle. His only weakness was letting you live. Kara grabbed Astra by the legs and spun her around in the air until she fell to the ground. Kara descended onto Astra's body and began repeatedly punching her in the face. Thud. 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 The blows resounded brutally throughout the city. After that final blow, Kara prepared to deliver a final blow to Astra, but she couldn't do it. Her fist trembled in the air. She wanted to finish Astra off right here, right now, but she couldn't. She didn't attack Astra again. Her aunt seemed to smile, but she wasn't able to stay awake. She lost consciousness. Kara had won the fight. Tori Azazel, Manhattan. A few minutes after the battle ended, Kara and I went to the headquarters in Azazel Tower. Kara brought Astra, dragging her unconscious body across the floor like a large garbage bag. She didn't talk to me the whole way, she was really affected by the things Astra said to her mother. When we arrived in front of Azazel, Kara stopped dragging Astra. 10. Azazel called some fallen angels. To restraint, now. The fallen angels took Astra and carefully carried her to a special cell for her. Kara turned towards the exit. You have to go. I have to go to work. I quickly realized that she was no longer as excited about returning to her job at Catco. Shall I call you if he wakes up? I asked her, trying to smile, but she denied it flatly. No. Let it rot. Kara was gone. Why do I feel like this isn't over yet? Chapter 72. Hostile Invasion. Issei and Kara Department. December 15, 2017, 11:15 a.m. After I, Kara Zor-El, managed to defeat and lock up my Aunt Astra, I had to quickly go back to my apartment to continue working with my friends on the Mrs. Grant hacking case. Hi girls, what's up? The first to respond was Ravel. Hello Kara-sama, first of all, I'm very glad that your crazy aunt didn't kill you. Thank you Ravel. And second, no, I haven't had any luck with the hack, yet I've already checked it from top to bottom, and there's no sign of malware or intrusions. Nothing unusual, which makes me think whoever did the hacking is using very futuristic technology, which is impossible for modern humans. Or the hack was simply carried out by a special worker within Catco. Could the person who hacked Ms. Grant have been someone inside the company? Asia, Irina, Zenobia. What do you say about the emails? The church trio sighed in unison, and Zenobia said to me with a bitter smile. They're everywhere. How serious is it? I asked to know what Asia, Irina and Zenobia took turns and told me one after the other. There are crazy and strange things like the fact that Mrs. Grant invested in the Jekyll and Hyde musical. He sent a videotape to appear on Undercover Boss. There are 317 emails in which she refers to Lois Lane in a very bad way. Well, if that's the worst you can hear about Mrs. Grant, I think she's safe. Thanks, girls, I mean it. I should get back now. The meeting she held is probably over. Of course, Kara-sama. You can trust us. Ravel nodded, followed by the church trio, and I quickly headed to Catco, Manhattan. I arrived at the exact moment Mrs. Grant's meeting ended. She was the last to leave the meeting. Mrs. Grant, how did it go? I quickly approached Mrs. Grant, noticing the seriousness in her, which gave me a vague idea that things were not going as well as they should. Mrs. Grant spoke to me feeling very upset. Everyone smells blood in the water. He keeps going through my emails, turning over every stone. No matter what the press uncovers, Dirk Armstrong will pounce on it. He's a first-class hypocrite. Mrs. Grant was explaining to me when one of her employees showed her some designs. At that moment I took advantage of it to turn around and look for Mr. Armstrong, and I quickly located him in front of the doors of one of the building's elevators and immediately used my super hearing to hear what he was talking about. We've already opened the doors, the press is doing the rest. I think he'll resign by the weekend. It was him. It just can't be. That? Mrs. Grant asked, confused, and I turned around to look at her. I forgot your food. Is Cobb salad okay? Mrs. Grant answered me with a rather serious expression. Delicious. Mrs. Grant turned around again and I took advantage of that moment to run out and go back to my apartment. Issei and Kara department. It was Dirk Armstrong, the chairman of the board. He hired someone to hack into his emails. That's what I said as I walked back into my apartment and my friends stopped what they were doing. Irina was the first to react with an expression full of confusion. How do you know? I heard him after the meeting talking about arranging Mrs. Grant's downfall. The next to speak was Zenobia. Did you hear it? How? Obviously with my alien Zenobia ears. Ravel smiled as she went back to working on her laptop. I see, so it was the chairman of the board, huh? Well, now that I know who did it, I'll be able to hack him before he realizes it. Phew. I'll get all the evidence from his server. That guy's actions are definitely corporate crime. If Ms. Grant is half the woman I think she is, then he'll end up arrested before this day is over. Ravel was smiling devilishly as she played with her laptop. Yeah, I think she's a little creepy sometimes. Suddenly I received a call and saw that it was Ice. Is everything okay? Astra woke up. Ice, I told you I'm not interested. She said she'll only talk to you. Okay, I'll see you soon. I ended the call with a sigh. Is everything okay between you and Ice-san? Asia asked, very intrigued, and then all my friends looked at me again, almost as if they agreed with that same question. Yeah, it's just that my aunt woke up and just wants to talk to me. Honestly, I'm getting tired of this whole Astra thing. I wish she'd stayed in the shadows, but deep down I know she's still my aunt. Azazel Tower, Manhattan. Minutes after finishing my call with Ice, I arrived at Azazel Tower in my heroine outfit and headed straight to the cell where Astra was locked up. When I arrived at her cell, I was surprised at how comfortably enclosed she felt. It was a huge bedroom with fairly comfortable furniture. There was also a bathroom, a table, and a state-of-the-art LED television. From Earth she lacked nothing. What kept her contained were magical lights that, according to Azazel, perfectly simulated the radiation of a red sun, nullifying any powers Astra should have. Gremory technology was so advanced that it only affected Astra. I didn't feel weak in the room where my aunt was locked. That's quite curious. Every time I enter Azazel Tower, I feel almost like I'm in a building in Argo City, the capital of Krypton. Part of me yearns at the thought of changing jobs to work at Azazel Tower, since the Catco building honestly feels very primitive to me and I'm kind of jealous of Ice for working there. But I can't just give up on Mrs. Grant, that wouldn't be right, and she hasn't given me any reason to want to give up either. Well, that's not important now, what does matter is talking to Astra, who refuses to talk to anyone but me. Seeing me enter, Astra stands up and smiles at me. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're back in a cell. You fought well. You have 2 minutes. I warned Astra, not wanting to waste my time with her. Astra approached me and showed me that she still has that device, the spy beacon. I remember those days on Krypton when Aunt Astra and I communicated using that spy beacon. Those memories brought me a slap of nostalgia. Do you still have it? Astra looked at me seriously. You must know the truth, Kara. When I was on the run, I carried this with me. I held it in my hand and remembered why I turned my back on my family and betrayed the council. It would all be worth it if you survived. Astra smiled at me when she finished explaining. Again with that. Why were you interested in me? Did you care about the people you and your fanatic husband killed? We did what we had to do. Allura is the one with blood on her hands. Blaming my mom again. I'm so tired of this, I'm so tired of hearing Astra rant about my mom. I gritted my teeth and said to Astra, feeling that I was almost at my limits. My mother was the best woman who ever lived. Tell that to those who locked us up in that nightmare of a prison. I began to tremble with rage. I think you went crazy at Fort Ross. I think seeing the endlessness of empty space made all the good in you die. I didn't want to talk to her anymore, I didn't want to know anything about her anymore. I turned around and started to back away from Astra's holding cell. He caught me using you. That. Astra continued speaking through tears and with a broken voice. That day in your room, was it your idea to send me the message with the lighthouse, or did Allura tell you? It must be a lie, he must be lying. I turned around and faced my aunt again. I don't remember that. Your mother signed the death warrant for our entire race and used you to do it. That's not true. Yes, it is. Like Krypton, this planet is also on the brink of ecological disaster. I can prevent it. Humans, the three major factions, or the Justice League won't like my methods, which is why I need you. They trust you. Together we can save them. You'll never get out of this cell. I beg you, please help me. No, I'm not going to help you. Once again I turned around, but this time, I had to talk to someone, or rather a copy of someone. Kara, I love you. I don't care about that anymore, Aunt Astra, you chose your side and I chose mine. Leaving Astra's containment cell, I headed straight for the room where my mother's AI is and ran into Ice along the way. Kara. What's wrong? Now is not the time. Ice followed me and together we entered the room where that AI was. Did you use me to get Astra arrested? Hi Kara. Don't say my name now, did you use me to get Aunt Astra out of hiding? Yeah. Was everything he said true? How could you do it? Astra broke the law. You were the only one I trusted to do it, it was necessary. Could he have saved us? She was a criminal. But was he right? I'm not programmed to give you that information. Tell me. Sorry, I'm not programmed to give you that information. I could no longer hold back my tears and anger. You let my loved ones die. You abandoned me, you left me alone, you sent me away. How could you do that? I'm not programmed to give you. My eyes filled with rage, and I fired my heat vision at the hologram of my mother with a lot of hatred, wishing it wasn't a hologram and that it was her in person. How dare he do that to me and everyone I knew? Why did he do it? Suddenly my mother's hologram turned off, I didn't have to guess to know it was Ice who did it. Kara, hey, calm down. She's not the real one. Ice tried to calm me down and hugged me. Her hug calmed me a little, but I couldn't stop crying. I felt betrayed by the woman who gave birth to me. She lied to me, Ice, my mother lied to me. Hey, it's just a hologram, it's not real, you don't know what really happened, you only know what Astra said, and you don't know what plans she had, it could have been a lie, give me time Azazel, and I will get this damn AI to tell the truth, in fact I myself will make Astra tell the truth. Do what you want, Ice, all I know is that Astra and I received a death sentence from my mother, we had no choice. Ice tried to wipe my tears, but before he could, I turned away from him. Kara. I heard Ice call me, but I had already left Azazel Tower. Issei and Kara department. A few hours passed before I returned to my apartment to meet up with my friends who were still helping me with the Dirk Armstrong hacking case of Mrs. Grant. I was a little calmer than I had been a few moments ago, but it was so hard to get my mother and aunt out of my head. What's wrong, Kara-sama? Are you okay? What did he do to you? Ravel was the first to ask. Was it Astra? Did he hurt you? Do you want me to go teach him a lesson with Durandal? The church trio also asked me those questions, but those were the last things I wanted to know right now. Please, I don't want to talk about it, we could better. Ravel understood what I meant and smiled at me in a friendly way. In half an hour or less I'll have everything ready and informed, Kara-sama, you have nothing to worry about. Thank you, Ravel. I smiled half-heartedly at everything she did that day and also at what she achieved. The next to speak was Irina. Yeah, well, we found something strange, it's an email from the bank asking Kat for her electronic signature to authorize an electronic transfer to an account belonging to Adam Foster. Irina explained, taking out a sheet of paper to hand it to me. Who is Adam Foster? For some reason that name sounds familiar to me. Zenobia was telling me. According to what's on the internet, she's 24, lives in Opal City. Kat makes monthly deposits into her personal account. Asia and Irina nodded, the self-proclaimed angel girl continued. Yeah, it's like Kat's, you know, keeping it hidden, being a sugar mommy maybe. Opal City. Come to think of it, I think Mrs. Grant sent a letter to that city around Thanksgiving. I'll go talk to her, thanks girls. Atco Manhattan. Wait, so you think I'm keeping a lover? Mrs. Grant questioned me. Upon returning to his office, I showed him the document and how strange the situation seemed to me. No. If I wanted to have sex with a boy, I'd still sleep with Dick Grayson. Do you think I need to pay for that? Wait a minute, isn't that the Robin who is now Nalguin? Yeah, I think that's his name. No, of course not. The girls did before. It's better now. I assured Mrs. Grant. If he's not a prostitute. I have no idea. But when Zenobia, a trusted friend of mine, mentioned Opal City, I remembered that I sent a letter for Thanksgiving, addressed to A. Foster in Opal City. Mrs. Grant stood for a few moments and then sat back in her chair sighing heavily. Adam Foster is my son, the oldest. His father is someone I didn't hang out with much, I didn't know him very well, he's not Carter's father. Adam was just one of those unplanned things when I built Catco. Mrs. Grant's face became quite sad as she continued to tell me. My ex said I didn't care about my son, that I only cared about my company, so he didn't think it was a good idea to stay. Was it true? I don't know. I sued him for custody, I hired a powerful lawyer, I threw everything I could at him. But I didn't win. Mrs. Grant sighed again. He tried. Sometimes all he can do is try. I said to Mrs. Grant, taking a seat at her desk. I didn't lose, I quit. I dropped the lawsuit. I was working at Catco 24/7 and I really thought we were going to be better off. And what happened? You just abandoned him. Did she abandon her son the same way my mother did when? Mrs. Grant continued speaking quite sadly and dejectedly. No, I didn't abandon him. You have no idea how it feels when you have to tell yourself, maybe my son could live better without me. Is this perhaps how my mother felt? I just know how it feels to ask you about the choices your mother made. And would she have made a different choice if she went back in time? I stopped wondering about that years ago. Not having been there for Adam is my biggest regret. And now, for all we know, someone's going to tell the world. You could talk to him, try to make him understand. I tried to be optimistic. No. After not speaking for so many years, I don't want to do that. He'd get hurt, for me, again. But I'm not going to let him end up in the middle of a hateful media storm. Mrs. Grant stood up very determinedly. And what do you want to do? I'm going to negotiate a nice and lucrative escape, I'm going to disappear from Catco fast. Mrs. Grant said it very sadly but determinedly. It was then that I heard several people approaching her office. When I turned around I saw that it was my friends. Asia, Irina, Ravel and Zenobia. Hello, Kara-san. Asia was the first of the four to greet me. Girls, what are you doing here? Zenobia decided to answer my question. Saving the day. Ravel approached Mrs. Grant and handed her some documents. You have to see this. Mrs. Grant accepted the documents with a rather incredulous expression. Where and how did they get it? Does it matter? Ravel answered Mrs. Grant's question with another question. I don't recognize any of you, ladies. Oh well, allow me to introduce you to my friends, Mrs. Grant. They are Asia Argento, Irina Hyoudou, Ravel Phoenix, and Zenobia Quarta. Mrs. Grant looked at each one in great surprise. Congratulations, ladies. Each of you has earned Catco's open doors for whatever you need. Mrs. Grant looked at the documents again and then at me rather strangely. Why did you order Ddraig to be investigated? Because I heard something, he said after the. At that moment all my friends made the sign towards the neck and I quickly understood that I was about to put my foot in it. Luckily Mrs. Grant was now behind my friends and didn't see that and I quickly improvised. Actually, it was because of what you said that he was smelling blood. Okay, Kira, tell that personification of white male privilege to come to my office immediately. Later, after notifying Dirk Armstrong that Mrs. Grant needed to see him immediately, my friends and I remained gathered outside Mrs. Grant's office, listening to the conversation through a magic circle that Ravel created for us. Pat. Dirk greeted us as we entered. Dirk. Mrs. Grant stood up. I assume it's because of your email. He took a seat. Forget it, Dirk. I know you're behind the hack, I know you want to take over Catco. And I have the proof. Mrs. Grant showed him the documents to read and continued after taking her seat again. Yeah, you laid out the whole plan. Hack, embarrass me, force me out, start a hostile invasion, you even listed the steps. You're a creep. Okay, fine. And your proof against me that I hacked you is hacking me? Ha, my lawyers are going to have fun with this. Dirk laughed ironically, throwing the document on Mrs. Grant's desk. She took the documents and said to him. Yes, except this email was written on a computer purchased by Catco. It was sent using an email account tied to Catco and to the company's business. That means technically, your emails belong to the company. Legally, they belong to me. Dirk didn't want to listen to her anymore and stood up to leave, but before he could do so, Mrs. Grant also stood up and told him that some officers arrived on this floor and were advancing towards Mrs. Grant's office. Oh, and just so you know, what's happening as we speak. Catco Security, along with the NYPD, are seizing your computers, your iPads, and your mobile devices. and as for you. That's when the officers entered his office. Gentlemen. Make sure the press gets lots of pictures of him while you throw him out. Mrs. Grant smirked as the police led Ddraig out of her office, Ravel giving him a wry nod shortly before he left. We had done it. As night fell, I saw Mrs. Grant on her balcony and walked over to her as there was still some paperwork to do for everything that happened that day. Mrs. Grant was sipping some whiskey when I handed her some final papers she needed to sign. Mrs. Grant turned to see me putting her glass aside. Kira. Another week, another crisis averted thanks to you. Mrs. Grant signed the papers and handed them back to me as she continued to talk to me. My secret weapon, my guardian angel. It was nothing. I was about to retire. Oh, no, it was something. It was something extraordinary. You saved me from an awkward and very embarrassing situation with Adam. Mrs. Grant picked up her glass again and walked in circles. Oh okay. I was thinking about how you listened to Ddraig after the meeting. I was standing right next to you and there's no way you could have heard what he was saying. Ah, well, it's just that. And I also thought about all the events that happened this year. The appearance of Supergirl, your arrival in New York, the time your boyfriend showed up and you both got uncomfortable when I considered the White Dragon Emperor a possible ally of the New York heroes, the fact that he has a good photograph of him. Oh no, this isn't right. I was about to say something, but Mrs. Grant didn't even give me a chance to speak. The time I had that interview with Seki and Supergirl, Seki's voice seemed very familiar to me because I had heard it before. That was when I understood that Issei Hyoudou is the Red Dragon Emperor, but that didn't make sense to me since he and Supergirl are together. I even went so far as to consider that Ice was cheating on you with Supergirl, or he was cheating on Supergirl with you. I had never thought about how obvious it was. They are both beautiful blondes that dress quite well. Did she really think Ice was cheating on me with my wait a second? Did she know who Ice really was this whole time? What are you talking about? He's not the no. Of course not. And I'm not who you think I am either. Do me a favor, take off your glasses and that ponytail. And my glasses I know can't see without them, ha 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 ha. Please stop this, Mrs. Grant. I doubt it. If you're not who I think you are, what does it matter? Mrs. Grant, I. Do it or I'll take it as confirmation and it'll be my next exclusive. At this point, my heart was already beating a mile a minute. It almost felt like it was going to burst out of my chest. This is bad, this is very bad. What should I? Damn it, I have no choice. With a sigh of resignation I had to take off my glasses and untied my ponytail and looked Mrs. Grant straight in the eye. That's when her suspicions were confirmed. Well, let me start by saying thank you for all the support you've given me over the past few months, Supergirl. Mrs. Grant raised her glass and I quickly had to excuse myself to get out of this awkward situation. Excuse me, I must well. Oh, the city surely needs you. Azazel Tower, Manhattan. Shortly after Kara left, I, Issei Hyoudou, prepared to interrogate Astra either by fair means or foul. Azazel was the person who accompanied me. Are you sure about this? Yes, the moment Kara cried this became very personal. Azazel smiled at me. I'll be on the other side of the door in case you need help. Don't let your guard down too much. She may not have her powers, but she's a very experienced general. Of course, master. I entered the room that is the cell where Astra is locked up and the woman, upon seeing me, had a rather strange expression, full of doubt. And who is the person visiting me? Maybe this will refresh your memory. I activated my boosted gear and Astra stared at my left arm for a few brief moments, quickly understanding who I was. Sekiryuutei Issei Hyoudou, you are much less handsome than I had expected. And you look much older than Allura. My answer did not please her and she glared at me rather spitefully. If I had my superpowers right now, I'd snap your neck. If you had your superpowers right now, I'd kick your ass again using Trihexa. Astra thought about it for a few moments and smiled again as if this was funny to her. And what's the reason for your visit? Have you come to try to negotiate with me? No, I actually came to question you. Astra shrugged as if she didn't care. You can try if you want, but shouldn't you be wearing your armor? It wouldn't be worth it, especially against my girlfriend's aunt, who is currently at the level of a human. Astra started walking in circles. Where is my niece? Why hasn't she come to see me? She's in bad shape, thanks to you. I just told him the truth about his mother. You made her cry. Of course she should be crying, for all the atrocities her mother did. I pointed at Astra with my left hand. Listen to me carefully, the only person who can make Kara Zor-El cry is me. Astra froze and looked at me with a rather confused expression. When we are in bed. At this moment I could swear that Azazel was standing with his arms crossed and a rather proud expression. It took Astra a while to understand my words and when she did she clenched her fists tightly. Of course that's why my niece will never be on my side as long as you're still alive. No Astra, even if I weren't with Kara, she would never ally herself with someone as vile as you. I love my niece, I love her very much, I would have even protected her from people like you destined for the path of domination and destruction. Do you feel that much love for Kara? Astra nodded determinedly. So tell me, where were you when she arrived on Earth? Astra opened her mouth but wasn't able to utter any words. Or where were you when the Justice League Trinity kidnapped her? Or when Darkseid kidnapped her? Where were you all this time when she had to accept that Krypton was history? And now when you're part of Kao's brigade you try to act around her as if nothing had happened in all that time. You're right about that. Astra agreed by bowing her head, but then looked up again, seeing me very defiant. But if you think I'm going to change everything I've fought for these years, you're very wrong, Sekiryuutei. I already know that, and that's why I'll get all the information out of you my way. Astra was not intimidated by my threats. I accumulated quite a bit of ore in my boosted gear. Now, Astra, you're going to tell me what your master plan is. Silence, for a moment there was only silence. Is something supposed to happen here and now? Astra tilted her head in doubt. Why can't I hear his voice? Is it because I'm not in Balance Breaker? What are you trying to do, buddy? You already know. I want to know what Astra really thinks. The ability where you seem to be able to read a woman's heart. Yes, that's right. And how exactly does that ability work? Don't know. Try it while in Balance Breaker, it might work. Good idea. Balance Breaker. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. The red aura completely enveloped me, forming my Balance Breaker scale mail armor with my dragon wings spread out. Now then come on, activate my strange ability that allows me to know what a woman really thinks. Silence. Oh, please. Why isn't it working? I don't know, mate. Well, it's not like you've made an effort to learn how that ability of yours works. What are you trying to do? Come on. I extended my hands forward and Astra took a step back in confusion. I should have been able to know everything you're planning by now. 3, 2, 1 now. Nothing happened, absolutely nothing. Astra started smiling and sat down on one of her chairs. For the next half hour, I tried to activate my special ability, but nothing happened. In the end, Kara's aunt laughed so hard that she started crying from laughter. I didn't understand what was going on, so I left his room without deactivating my balance breaker. Azazel was waiting for me on the other side with an expression that tried to suppress a laugh. But what was all that? Nothing. I think I'll go home for a while. Issei and Kara department. I needed to take a break. It was already night by the time I got to my apartment. I entered through the window deactivating my balance breaker, and the next thing I did was go to the fridge to get an orange soda. I was about to drink my drink until I heard a rather strange sound coming from near the couch. Ddraig. Yeah, I heard that too. I approached the table in front of the cabinet and there I found what looked like a strange open cocoon with a bit of moss around it. Upon touching the thing, I noticed a certain stickiness, indicating it was still fresh. What the hell is this? Suddenly I felt something above my head and when I looked up at the ceiling, I saw some kind of alien plant thing that jumped towards me and then everything went black. Chapter 73. To the Celestial Dragon who has everything. When I woke up, all I could see was the ceiling of a bed. I am Haidu Issei, but I know everyone calls me Ice. But what's happening to me? Was I dreaming? Yes, I remember dreaming something, but I don't know what it was. I remember beautiful blonde hair, as radiant as sunlight, but that person's face was very blurry to me. 1 second. This can't be my room, right? It looked so spacious and comfortable. My eyes focused on a clock on the wall that said it was 4:30 in the morning. Why did I wake up at this time? Ice. How about you come back to bed with us? The one who said that was a woman who was also in my bed. Looking at her I realized that it was a beautiful woman with crimson hair. It was Rias. She raised her upper body and sat on the bed while saying that. Wait a minute, what is she doing to me? I realized I wasn't the only one sleeping in what was supposed to be my bed. Faces of women very familiar to me were also here. Ravel Phoenix, Akeno Himejima, Asia Argento, Irina Shidu, Zenobia Quarta, Rossweisse, Kaneko Taojo, Kuroka, LaFay. All of them and other women I didn't know were half naked and sleeping comfortably with me in the center of them. What the hell, where am I? My confusion caused Rias to give a light laugh. Obviously we are at home, husband. What did he just call me? You're awake now, Isama. Ravel, who raised her upper body, but while she was clinging to me, asked that question, wrapping her arms around my neck and then kissed me as if we were lovers. What the heck? What's going on? I didn't know what was happening, but slowly I reciprocated his kiss, letting myself be carried away by passion, although deep down I felt that something was wrong. Issei and Kara department. December 15, 2017, 10:45 p.m. The moment I left Kaokao, Kara's Orel, called Ice to let him know what had happened, but he didn't answer my calls, which worried me, and I went to Azazel Tower to talk to him and ask him why he was ignoring me, but when I got there Azazel told me that Ice had already gone home, which surprised me even more. Is he mad at me? Was it something I said? I didn't know what was happening to him, I was just really stressed out about everything that had happened with my mom and my aunt, maybe I was too harsh with him about it. That's why before heading home, I decided to stop by Coast City and pick up the pizzas Ice loves so much. Curiously, when I entered through the window of my apartment, everything was dark and it didn't seem like anyone was here. Ice, my love. I'm back and brought dinner. There was no response and I continued further into the room. How strange it doesn't seem like. Oh by Rao. There was Ice, lying on the floor with a strange plant stuck to his chest. I dropped the pizza boxes on the table near where that weird cocoon-like thing was, then grabbed my phone and called the supreme ruler of the fallen angels. Azazel, it's Kara. I need the med bay ready. It's Ice and she's in a coma. Bring it immediately. Hurry Azazel Manhattan. In a matter of seconds I flew to Azazel Tower with Ice in my arms and soon I arrived at the command center where Azazel, Ravel, Rossweisse and several fallen angels who work here were. What happened to him? Azazel asked as he approached me on the way to the medical bay. I have no idea, I found it like this. Then Rossweisse asked. What is that thing? I have no idea, damn it. It's not that I wanted to yell at my friend, it's that this was already too much for me and I'm really scared to think that Ice won't be able to wake up. Upon arriving at the medical bay, I laid Ice down on the stretcher. What is your condition? Azazel asked one of the fallen angel doctors. The fallen angel who was a doctor answers him while working through some magic circles characteristic of fallen angels. Sir, he's not responding to any stimuli, but his brain activity is normal. It's as if he doesn't realize anything is wrong. What the hell happened to you Ice? That thing is definitely not from this planet. I'll go talk to my mother's AI to try to find out if she knows anything, please let me know if anything happens. I pleaded with Azazel who nodded. Don't worry, we'll save him. I hope so because I don't know what I would do if I ever did. Enough, Kara. Don't even think about that possibility. I won't lose hope. He'll be okay. I hope so. Underworld in Issei's mind. Let me get this straight, so I'm Rias Gremory's pawn, she used 8 evil pieces to revive me and now I'm a special class super devil. Of course, partner, you have been his pawn for almost 4 years and you reached that rank after defeating the alliance of hell commanded by Hades and Angra. And all the girls I woke up with are. These are all your wives, buddy. Are you okay? I don't know, I feel like something doesn't fit, I don't feel like there's a special spark. At this moment, Issei Hyoudou, was walking around what was supposed to be the Gremory territory in the underworld while chatting with Ddraig. Don't worry, you had a complicated battle against the hacker Yuku, it's normal that you feel confused. You mean Volley? Ice-kun, you finally woke up. Oh? I heard a girl call my name and I quickly looked at her. It was a beautiful girl with long, straight blonde hair, her eyes were blue and she had a mole under her left eye, which made me remember one of my friends, but it's impossible that it was him, since the one who just appeared is a woman. Oh yes. Ddraig, who is this girl? Don't you remember her? This is Haidu Yumi, the Knight of Rias Gremory, your main wife. Azazel Tower Manhattan in reality. That creature wasn't trapped in Fort Ross. Do you know what planet it's from? Is it sentient? Kara's Orel, asked my mother's artificial intelligence, and she was still one of the people I least wanted to see with everything that happened, and it was too much to process in the short time that passed, but if this somehow helps me save Ice, of course I'm going to do it. Sorry, I don't have enough information on that species. You can't be serious. Ice, the person I love, is in danger because of a damn space plant. Didn't you say you came to help me? Up until now you've just been a damn piece of shit who can't even tell me the truth about my Aunt Astra. I swear to Rao, if this keeps up, I'm going to ask Azazel to take this thing apart piece by piece. I don't have enough information about that species. And you think my Aunt Astra might have the necessary information? Please, I have to find a way to save him. Since I arrived on this planet, Ice was one of the few people who accepted me. If it weren't for him, I would still feel alone and lost on this planet with such primitive technology. I can't imagine my life without him. I was finally letting it all out. I felt calmer and sighed heavily, hoping at least Issei would give me some advice. She may have knowledge that is beyond my reach. My eyes filled with tears of happiness when I learned about this possibility. Thank you. Anytime, Kara. After finishing that conversation, I immediately ran to the containment cells of Azazel Tower. Before entering the room that was my aunt's cell, I wiped the tears from my eyes, took a deep breath, and with great determination, entered the room. Astra saw me and smiled as she stood up. Careful, little one. These inhabitants of planet Earth love their little toys that inhibit our Kryptonian powers. Something happened to Ice, a strange alien plant thing attacked him when I wasn't with him, do you know what it is? Astra was thoughtful for a few seconds, and when she looked at me again she said. It is a telepathic parasite known as Black Mercy. He's in a kind of coma, but his brain is still active, he's awake. That plant trapped him in a hallucination. Perhaps in a fantasy life. One that will become more and more real with each moment. And how do I make him wake up? Astra smiled maliciously, shaking her head in denial. Aunt Astra, please tell me how I can save Ice. If you support me, maybe I can support you too. You're trying to manipulate my emotions, but you're weakened by your own fear. I'm not afraid of you. Oh wow, I found it so funny that my Aunt Astra thinks I'm scared of her when I was the one who beat her and put her in that cell in the first place. Not to me, but to the truth I possess about your mother. The seriousness with which Astra said those words made me feel uncomfortable. There were a few seconds of silence, and after shaking my head with my gaze towards the ground, I looked Astra straight in the eyes again. This has nothing to do with her. This is to save the life of the man I love. My mother may not have been the woman I thought she was, but I know you and Nan are. Are you sure? We're bound by blood, little one. If blood ties unite us, tell me how to save Ice. I demanded, feeling more and more desperate. He doesn't belong to our family. Astra answered me by turning around. I don't agree with you. Everyone's lives are intertwined, whether you like it or not. Humans are not our family, they locked me here. Astra said, pointing with her hands to this room. She won't help me save Ice. You caused it yourself, and in case you've forgotten, I was the one who locked you up, and I would do it again if for some reason you tried to escape, and now that I realize you won't help me save Ice's life, I'll make sure you're sent back to the Phantom Zone. There was no affectionate feeling towards her in my voice. The way I said those words made Astra turn around again and look at me with disappointment. He's influenced you too much, you've already chosen your side. Without anything else to say, I left my aunt's cell and walked back to the medical bay where Ice was in a coma. Did you get anything? Azazel asked me with a calm expression, but his eyes were very anxious. I replied with quite a bit of disappointment in my voice. Allura doesn't know anything, and Astra, even if she knows, she's not going to help me. I had no choice but to cry and hope that somehow Ice would be saved. Suddenly my phone started ringing. It was Win. What's going on? Mrs. Grant insists you come immediately, you're an hour late. What? Is it daylight already? I looked at the time on my phone and sure enough it was almost 9 o'clock. I understand, I'll go there. Before leaving the med bay, I looked at Ice one last time and then left. Please Ice, you have to come back, I really need you. Underworld in Issei's mind. Everything was still very confusing. I, Issei Hyoudou, felt like my memories were still distorted while I was having a date with this beautiful blonde girl with blue eyes, a curvy figure and a radiant maidenly smile. This beautiful girl, as strange as it was, made me remember two different people, although no matter how hard I tried, I didn't know why. And most importantly, this girl was my main wife, since I apparently have several wives, which is a lot for me to digest, since I don't remember how and when all of that happened. Yumi was hugging my left arm with both arms, and I could feel her breasts pressing against my arm, causing some stimulation. What's wrong, Ice-kun? You've been distracted all day. Huh? Oh, I'm sorry, hahaha, I just can't remember anything, and I'm having a hard time understanding everything that's happening here. I see you're not at 100% yet from your last battle against the hacker Yuku. They're mentioning him again. Yeah, I remember my opponent, but I don't understand how and why we fought. In fact, I don't even know if I won or lost that fight. It's not like I want to know the outcome right now, I just need answers, but the more time goes on the more confused I get and the more I fall in love with this girl and the other girls who are apparently my wives. With Yumi I feel a spark forming, but despite that a part of me keeps telling me that something isn't right with all this. Hey, Ice-kun, if you want we can go home, I wouldn't want you to feel too. Okay, I'm fine. Do you want to go to the movies? I'd love to. Yumi's smile was too beautiful. Atco Manhattan in reality. After receiving Win's call, I, Kara's Orel, went to Katko, but I couldn't stop thinking about what happened to Ice and how to make him wake up. My Aunt Astra knows the answer, but she won't say anything, maybe Cal knows something. While thinking about these things I entered Mrs. Grant's office. Good morning, Mrs. Grant, sorry I'm late. Hi. Mrs. Grant looked at me quite seriously and said. I understand. There must have been a building on fire, right? I tried to laugh when she said it, but the laugh that came out was so fake it didn't fool anyone. Are we still going on with it? It's very funny. Here, there are many topics I find appropriate for humor: English cuisine, black lipstick, but I never joke about a good story. Mrs. Grant, I'm sorry you think that, but I assure you I'm not Supergirl. You can repeat that to yourself until you believe it. Once, at a party, Paul McCartney swore to me that he and Yoko were best friends. He was more convincing. I just don't want him to be embarrassed when he realizes he's wrong. Now Kira, why don't you sit down for a moment? Mrs. Grant offered excitedly, which made me feel uncomfortable since I didn't know what she was planning. In the end I gave in as I watched him, not knowing how to react. Do you need me to help you with something? Well, you were probably flying around. I was doing a little research into your past, just to clarify a few details. Mrs. Grant arranged a couple of documents and said. Are you 19? Of course. So how old were you when the Iron Man movie came out? Iron Man really? I have to weigh in fast. 10. It's the same age you were when you started, what grade? 5th. What was your teacher's name? Mr. Zarzicki. Phew, what a relief, luckily I had learned all that before starting my life here in New York. Mrs. Grant handed me a ticket. According to this ballot. Did you get my ticket? Of course she does. She's my boss after all. His name was Adrian Mays. Mr. Korn taught science in Queens. That's a trick question because I transferred there until 8th grade. Have I convinced you yet, Mrs. Grant? I hope my accurate answers will finally convince her that I am not who I really am. I have no doubt. Mrs. Grant nodded with a deep sigh. Ah, thank goodness. But you are Supergirl. Shit. But I knew all the answers to your crazy questions. This is simply outrageous. Exactly. Only a person determined to lie has an answer to every question they're asked. How do you think I caught Lance Armstrong? Mrs. Grant is too good at this. Honestly, I don't have any answers for that, and it's not like I want to be here and now when someone I truly love needs me and not a boss who thinks she knows who I really am. You see, Kira, you and I fight for truth, justice, and the American way. My methods just keep getting better and more fun. That's all for now, Supergirl. She was making fun of me by saying goodbye. With a sigh full of resignation, I got up from my seat and left her office. That's when I got a call from Azazel. Hello, what's up? I already know how to save ice. Tori Azazel, Manhattan. A few moments ago. I, Azazel, went to see the Kryptonian Aster personally. Kara had told me that she knows what happened to Ice, and maybe there is a possibility that she knows how to get that plant out of him without killing him. My scientists and doctors had already tried every method of extraction, but that strange alien plant has a symbiotic defense. Removing it by force would only kill it. That's why I myself went to personally talk to that Kryptonian woman Kara calls Aunt. Nobody messes with one of my boys without suffering the consequences. Using a teleportation magic circle, I entered the room where Astra was locked up. Upon seeing me, the woman smiled as if she liked what she was seeing. Let me guess, you're the famous Azazel. HMPH, this woman is really perceptive. Well, you know who I am, and you probably know why I'm here, so you better start talking. Astra looked at me nonchalantly and said. I spent years at Fort Ross, you'll need more than a serious voice to scare me. Scare her, you say? I had no idea this woman was so funny. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Astra frowned at me, laughing too hard at her. Azazel, what's so funny? Years at Fort Ross. What, I'll need a serious voice to scare you. Those are just empty words coming from a woman who thinks she has nothing to lose, when the truth is quite the opposite. Now Astra saw me very intrigued and raised one of her eyebrows, very interested in what I was about to tell her. Your first mistake is believing I have no options to take that valuable information from you. What was a lifetime for you was a blink of an eye for me. I've been alive since before the fallen angels existed or Lucy decided to betray God. Do you really think I won't be able to get the information out of you? You women who joined the Cows Brigade are a joke. Are you making fun of me? Of course I do. But I'll tell you something, if I don't manage to get that Black Mercy off Ice, you'll lose everything, Astra. You don't have the guts to. I gestured for him to stop there. Do you really think I can't? Do you even have any idea how many people I killed in the Great Three Faction War? I have no problem killing you, or your stupid husband who had the misfortune of having you as his wife. Or all the soldiers under your command. Damn it, have you forgotten that I'm the supreme ruler of the fallen angels? I can get all your blood on my hands, and I'd happily wipe it off and then go have fun at a bar. Astra realized a mistake she made when she said she wouldn't have the guts. She was about to say something, but I didn't let her as I kept talking. And you think Kara will be mad at me for killing you? Please, you must be a smart woman, Astra, so ask yourself this. What does Kara care about more? Your life or Ice's? She didn't answer my question, she didn't need to, the way she looked into my eyes answered my questions, which brought a smile to my face. Now, I'm going to ask you, and you better answer, or everything you and your fanatical husband have fought for until today will be lost, just like your home planet. My aura was unleashed throughout my body, and I looked into Astra's eyes with the intention of making her suffer if she doesn't answer me. How do I get that plant away from ice? He must be the one to wake up from his fantasies. I'll tell you what to do. After my special talk with Astra ended, I called Kara to return to Azazel Tower. Now I had a good plan to save ice. Those who met with me were Kara, Asia, Irina, Ravel, Rossweisse, Zenobia, Zez, and my vice-governor Shimhaza. After explaining my plan to her, Kara said to me, I understand, so the way to bring him back is to enter his mind and convince him that the illusion he's living isn't real. That's how it is. Rossweisse had a doubtful expression. That would be very dangerous. We don't know what could be going on in Ice-kun's mind. Do we even know what will happen when he wakes up? If we're lucky. Kara took a deep breath and said to Rossweisse. That's why I'll go alone. Her decision worried all the girls, including Zez. Hey Kara, I know Ice-kun is important to you but I've made my decision. Kara answered Irina, then looked at me again, this time with great determination. I'll help you create the device. It's not that I need. I know Azazel, but I still want to help you do it. Está bien, acompáñame a mi laboratorio. Ice is really lucky to have a woman who cares so much about him. Katko, Manhattan. As night fell, I, Kara Zor-El, returned to Katko as I had received several missed calls and messages from Mrs. Grant. For most of that day I had been working with Azazel in his special laboratory in the Azazel Tower to create a device that would allow me to connect to Ice's mind. I thought it was going to be complicated and time-consuming, but the technology the fallen angels possess is very similar to the advanced technology I was used to on Krypton. It was very refreshing and felt quite good, although the occasion didn't warrant that, and now when there was almost time left, Mrs. Grant insisted that I go see her. Mrs. Grant was sitting in one of the armchairs on the balcony of her office. Before I got there, I grabbed a small notebook and pen in case Mrs. Grant wanted me to take notes on anything. Until you finally show up, what's keeping you so busy? There haven't even been any reports of armed robberies. What do you need, Mrs. Grant? I had to try hard to fake an innocent smile. Sit down. Mrs. Grant indicated the armchair opposite her. Accepting that invitation, I sat down in front of her and Mrs. Grant said to me. Look me in the eyes, Kira, what do you see? Ah. Baggy eyes. Huh. I stayed up late watching reports about Supergirl. All the robberies stopped, the accidents prevented. And the more I watched, the more I thought about the terrible things that happen while you're here. You have no idea how true your words are right now, Mrs. Grant. Maybe that's proof enough for you that I'm not Supergirl, right? I mean, she's out there while I. Oh please, we both know Supergirl is capable of pulling this trick off. She even has Seki, who surely makes her life easier, right? Always flying through the air with him wherever he goes. It wouldn't hurt him to stay out of this for a while and let Supergirl prove she can do this on her own. Which also brings me to how insignificant this job is to you. That. I had to blink several times to understand the last thing Mrs. Grant said to me. Sorry, what? No. I like this job. Every minute you waste playing assistant is a minute someone isn't being saved. Mrs. Grant, what are you saying? Mrs. Grant became more and more annoyed and said. I'm saying I'm no longer part of your game. Either you prove to me you're not Supergirl or you'll be cleaning your desk tomorrow. After giving me that ultimatum, Mrs. Grant got up from her seat and returned to her office. Is this how things will end? Do I tell him who I am or do I get fired? I took a few minutes on her balcony and thought about everything I've experienced this year since I arrived on this planet. The things I did and also the things I didn't do. Could Mrs. Grant be right? Something I've realized since I started living here in New York is that really my secret identity wasn't as useful to me as I originally thought. The things I do as Kara Danvers were limited exclusively to my job at Katko. When I leave this building is when I can be myself without any problem, since the person I love the most and almost all of my loved ones know who I truly am. The only people who don't know are my in-laws and Win, as I'm not sure which group to place Mrs. Grant in. I remember wanting to start this project to better understand my cousin's life as Clark Kent, and I've tried my best to be Kara Danvers every time I walk into this building, but here's the thing. Hal doesn't see Clark Kent as a secret identity, since he lived his life with that identity. He is the most human person among humans despite being Kryptonian. Me too. All my life I've been Kara Zor-El, and maybe it was a mistake to want to fit in as Kara Danvers when really it's not like I need to. Perhaps if I had lived on Earth for years or decades instead of months, my mentality would have been different, but that's not the case, since it hasn't even been a year since I came here. And if things are going to get to this point, then I only have one thing left to do. I stood up and walked into Mrs. Grant's office. Mrs. Grant. She was sitting on the couch in her office and looked up at me expectantly. I know I'm not going to be your assistant forever. And no matter what I do next, I know it'll be easier thanks to you and everything you've taught me these past few months. But if this is how things are going to be from now on, then I accept it, I resign. Okay, make sure you clean your desk before he comes tomorrow. Mrs. Grant accepted my resignation very nonchalantly, and I think that made it easier for better or worse. I will and thank you for everything, Mrs. Grant. With a final breath, I left the building and headed with even greater determination to Azazel Tower, so I could save Ice. If things end up going wrong, the only thing Mrs. Grant will have to worry about is that I won't be able to clean my desk. Tori Azazel, Manhattan. The time has come. Azazel, Asia, Irina, Zenobia, Ravel, Rossweisse, Zez, the vice-governor of Azazel, all of them were gathered in the medical bay where Ice was, with the Black Mercy plant still attached to his chest. Of all the people already gathered here, Ravel was the one keeping Ice the most company. Azazel handed me the special helmet that we both worked on all day. You already know, the helmet will connect you to Ice's consciousness. With it, you'll experience what's happening inside his head in real time. You have to be very careful. You might not have your superpowers within Ice's reality, and you have to make sure he rejects whatever fantasy he's living, whatever it may be. I know this will work, we make sure all day long that it does. I answered Azazel with a very determined look. I put on my helmet and lay down on a stretcher next to Ice. Sweet dreams. I heard Azazel murmur as he activated the helmet, and seconds later I was fast asleep. Underworld Issei's mind. When I opened my eyes, I woke up in an unfamiliar place. It looked like a normal Manhattan street, but the feel of the ground and the colors of the sky. The colors of the sky. When I looked up at the sky, I realized I wasn't on Earth, as it was a mixture of colors I had only seen twice. It can't be I'm in the underworld. Why is Ice's dream to be in the underworld? I don't see the point in that. Well, never mind, I have to find him, it can't be that complicated. I take it back, this was a lot more complicated than I had originally thought. He had been walking through the streets of the underworld for hours, and there was no sign of Ice. Why did it have to be here? Why not a well-known place? As I continued walking through the streets of this underworld, I approached a display of high-quality televisions, and, seeing my reflection in it, I let out a deep sigh. I wish I had a sign or a clue as to where Ice is. Suddenly, all the televisions in front of me were tuned to a recorded broadcast. Right now, what's next? Op-I Dragon. Now starting. Just when I had begun to lose hope there, on every single television, I saw Ice in his armor surrounded by many children, and I was thrilled but at the same time stunned. The dragon what? Op-I. The children around Ice said this in a very loud voice. Ice and the children started dancing. Occasional music began to play. Ice and the children danced along to the rhythm of that strange song. Several letters appeared all over the sky, the title and lyrics of the song also appeared. My eyes opened wide in shock at what I was seeing. What in the name of Rao is this? Op-I Dragon song. Lyrics. Azazel. Compositor. Serzich's Lucifer. Choreography. Seraphol Leviathan. I don't know what to do. Op-I Dasuki Dorgan Sundaru. Otenki no Hewa Op-I. Sagashita o Sanpo da. Dorgan Op-I Dorgan. Momi Momi Chichi Pafunpafan. Urwaro na Op-I Eru Karido. Ipari Aki no Georgia Ichiban Dasuki. Op-I Dorgan Kill Motobu. Tormachi no Sumikoda. Op-I Dasuki Dorgan Warad Ida. Irashi no Hai Demo Op-I. I'll be happy if you come to OSU. Dorgan Op-I Dorgan. Pachido Zumu Zumu En. Pakusan Op-I Mita Karido. Ipari Aki no Georgia Ichiban Dasuki. Op-I Dorgan Kill Mo OSU. Yumi no Sunahamada. Op-I Dasuki Dorgan Hashideta. Natsu no Yumi Washington Op-I. Ipai Yumipai. Dorgan Op-I Dorgan. Bain Buron Boing Boing. Izugi no Op-I Sukoi Kido. Ipari Aki no Georgia Ichiban Dasuki. Op-I Dorgan Kill Mo Aiku. Toro Chichi Tanima Might. Op-I Dasuki Dorgan Koyo Shida. Suki Haim no Op-I. I'm so happy. Dorgan Op-I Dorgan. Momi Momi Pachido Boing Boing. Pakusan Op-I Eru Karido. Ipari Suki Haim ga Dasuki. Op-I Dorgan Kill Washington Neru. Urwaro Op-I Adakido. I love you so much. Op-I Dorgan Ashita Motobu. This is awful horribly catchy. I hope Ddraig isn't in this fantasy world too, I think he'd cry if he heard something like this. Is this really the fantasy world that Black Mercy created for Ice? Okay, I have to find Ice before it's too late. It took me a long time to find it, but I finally did, after following several musical clues and seeing maps of the underworld that referenced an estate within Gremory territory with references to Ice's strange name. I quietly entered a huge mansion that was much larger than Wayne Manor. As I walked down a hallway, I heard several voices talking. Sarah, you would be so proud of your cousin. That was the voice of an adult woman I didn't know. My mother is too, she performed very well throughout the Azazel Cup. I did recognize that voice, it was Sekiryuutei's. Although her son defeated her in a horrible way. I continued moving towards the source of those voices and the laughter there was, and that's when I saw them all gathered. Ice, Sekiryuutei, Ice's parents, a brown-haired woman who had features similar to Rias, and a blonde woman who had features similar to Kiba. Dad, I don't know what you're talking about. Whereas. I called out to him as I entered the room and he looked at me, very confused. Who are you? Kiba stood behind Ice, and it was so strange to see him turned into a woman. Ice, it's me, I'm Kara. I'm your partner. I don't even know who you are. Whereas. Ice didn't recognize me and activated his boosted gear while looking at me very seriously. Ice, you're under the influence of Black Mercy. That thing created a very strange illusion, so you're not on Earth. I explained to him as I slowly approached him. Black Mercy? Ice asked confused. Yes, it happened a day ago and everything happened so fast, I came to take you back home with me. But I'm at home, right? Ice looked at the female version of Kiba with a confused expression. It was then that the female version of Kiba looked at me with great intensity, and what he or she held in his hands was a kind of metal beam. Are you planning to attack me? I'm not going to fall for something like. Thud. Everything went black and I lost consciousness. I'm not sure how long I was unconscious, Azazel had warned me that maybe in this place I wouldn't have my powers, and I confirmed it in the most painful way possible. When I opened my eyes I felt that there were a pair of shackles on my wrists. I also realized that I was being guarded by some guards who were presumably demons, and in front of me was Sajji's Lucifer with a rather serious look, being accompanied by Grafia and Azazel. What is it that? I have decided together with the High Council that the verdict for the alien spy of the X will be to be imprisoned in a dimension that Azazel named the Phantom Zone. Sajji declared with a rather serious expression. The X? The Phantom Zone? This can't be. Desperately I started looking for Ice with my eyes. I saw him in the distance, being accompanied by the female version of Kiba and those who were supposed to be our friends. Ice, if they send me there, we'll both be trapped here until that parasite kills us. I tried to approach my beloved, but I was held back by the guards who were watching over me. The female version of Kiba said to Ice. Don't listen to her. We'll be happy when she's gone, just like before she came here. I'm starting to think that this version of Kiba is definitely my worst enemy. Why do you think they don't want me to talk? They're afraid of what I'm saying. Rias approached Ice. He's just trying to confuse you. And now Rias. As I continued to struggle to free myself from the guards, I said to Ice in the hope that he would come to his senses and listen to me. If you continue, you'll be doing what Kao's brigade wants. Please, you have to listen to what I'm saying, Ice. I'm telling you the truth. You're better than this. You know this world isn't real. You need to react. Ice. At that moment, a strong tremor shook this place, and Ice seemed to be coming to his senses. Could it be that he is finally rejecting that parasite? It's working. I know it is, and I won't stop until I save it. Maybe our life isn't so perfect, and there are times when one of us might die. But that's life. He who is afraid of dying may not live. That's what you said in Gotham City when you took Folly's jewel. Remember how we met there? I saw you and accidentally shot you with my heat vision. The guards tried to stop me with demonic seals, but thanks to my training with the Amazons, I was able to face both of them, even though I was chained. All this happened while Ice continued to look at me with a doubtful expression. His mind was already in conflict, and he was unconsciously fighting against Black Mercy. I quickly tried to approach Ice, but Rias got in my way, stopping me from getting close to Ice, and the guards from before used their demonic magic to stop me, but then another tremor occurred. And you've done so much for me since I met you. You're the one who must wake up. You're the Sekiryuutei of the Justice League. The man I love. Issei Hyoudou. You are. Ice tried to approach me, but the female version of Kiba stood in front of him to block his way. Remember your life, Ice. Remember your real life. You and I live together in New York. And we're not alone. There's Azazel, Asia, Irina, Zenobia, Ravel, Rossweisse, and Zez. When I became Supergirl, I chose to be with you over my cousin Cal. Everyone needs you. I need you. Another tremor happened and the demonic seals brought me to my knees. You have to come back with me, Ice. Please. Ice closed his eyes with an exhalation, then looked at me and smiled the way he always does. I'm going with you. The female version of Kiba shook her head several times. No, 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 no. You are not the one I love, it is her I love. Ice pointed at me and I couldn't help but smile at her, moved. Ice kun. Shut up, you're not even real. You're a damn illusion that made me doubt who I really am. I am Seki, the Sekiryuutei of the Justice League. Supergirl's partner. The woman I love is Kara Zor-El. The female version of Kiba summoned a metal beam in her hands. You'll never get out of here. I saw the very scared expression on Kiba's face, but it was then that a tremor that was much stronger than the previous ones rumbled, making Kiba and all the women in this illusion fall. Ooh. Hold on, Ice, I've got you. We both reached out to reach each other so we could hold hands and leave this fantasy world, but that's when a great glow appeared all over the place, everywhere. And when we were about to touch. Tori Azazel Manhattan. MMM. Suddenly, I, Issei Hyoudou, started to open my eyes feeling a severe headache. Whereas. Isan. Ice-kun. Whereas. Self-sama. Issei-kun. Issei. Hara, Asia, Irina, Zenobia, Ravel, Rossweisse, and Zez. They all stood around me smiling happily. Asia, Irina, and Ravel looked like they were about to cry. As I sat down on the table where I had been laid, Kara threw herself at me and hugged me so tightly that for the first time in a long time, my bones rattled. Kara. Do you have any idea how worried I was about you? Idiot. Kara had wrapped her arms around my neck and I heard her voice quite broken and tearful. I'm sorry I'm so glad you're here with me. This time his voice was more relieved and very happy. Thanks for bringing me back. I whispered back, hugging her as she wiped the tears from her beautiful face with the back of one of her hands. All my friends and I looked at Kara and me with pretty happy expressions, and when I looked down at the ground, I saw that the strange alien plant had withered. Was that thing what made me live in that strange world? It's good to have you back, Ice. The one who said that was Azazel, whose smile was quite complacent. Yes, everything is fine now. Issei and Kara department. Later, Kara and I arrived at our apartment and the first thing she did was disintegrate that strange cocoon of the alien plant with her heat vision. I don't know who brought that plant, but when I find out who it was, I swear I'm going to blow it to bits with my dragon blaster. Kara laughed quite happily and then looked at me with a rather strange look. What's going on? I was wondering, why did you imagine Kiba turned into a woman? Kiba? I asked foolishly, not understanding what he was talking about. Kara nodded her head several times and said. Yes, my love, that blonde woman who was with you was without a doubt Kiba, didn't you realize? No. Yeah. No. What's going on? Yumi was actually Kiba. No, that's impossible. I shouldn't. Actually, now that I think about it, she did look a lot like Kiba. Oh crap, I just imagined what Kiba would look like as a woman. I screamed desperately with both hands behind my head. Ag. This can't be happening. I didn't know it was Kiba. I refuse to accept it. I absolutely refuse to accept that this is my fantasy. There must be something very wrong with me. Kara sat on the couch hugging her legs. I have another question, does the word Oppai dragon mean anything to you? Oppai dragon? I asked confused and Kara nodded several times shaking her head. No, in fact, it's the first time I've heard it. Oppai dragon, I wonder what hidden meaning that name holds. Ddraig, what do you say? It doesn't sound familiar to me, but I feel a strange relief at not knowing. How strange. But weren't you with me in that world? No. It seems that when the alien plant possessed you, something blocked me. So the Ddraig I talked to there wasn't you, huh? As I continued to think about what Oppai dragon could mean, I noticed Kara was a little distracted, her gaze somewhat lost. What's up, Kara? Kara looked back at me and smiled half-heartedly. I quit my job at Kaokao. What? But I thought you liked that job. What happened? I went to sit next to her on the couch and Kara curled up in my lap. Mrs. Grant thinks I'm Supergirl. Wow. Kara Danvers is Supergirl. It must have been a huge surprise to her that the most beautiful blonde girl in the universe is the most beautiful and powerful blonde girl in the universe. Kara laughed a little at my sarcastic words and gently knocked her fists on my shoulders. Yeah, and he told me that if I didn't prove to him that I wasn't Supergirl, I'd have to clean my desk tomorrow morning, and well, I quit and in a few hours I'll have to go clean my desk. Kara, why didn't you say anything? Azazel might have a solution, maybe a little magic, so he can see you and Supergirl as different people, or maybe he'll manage to create a gun in time to erase his memory and… I was going to continue giving her ideas, but Kara silenced me by joining her lips with mine in what was a rather long kiss. After about a minute passed, Kara broke our kiss and her hands remained around my neck. Okay, Ice, I'm fine with that, since I realized something important. You hate being called Kira. Ha. No, well, yes, I hate it, but that's not what I was going for. Kara took a moment to explain to me. I had accepted that job to follow in my cousin's footsteps and see if I could follow his path. Perhaps with time I would have gotten used to it, but with the short time I work there and with what I did today at Azazel Tower to be able to save you, I think I've found a calling more suited to me. The big smile formed on my face. Well, whatever your calling is, Kara Zor-El or Kara Danvers, you have my full support. Our faces were getting closer and finally, after all the things that had happened in the last few days, we gave each other a long-awaited kiss. Kara became as passionate as I remember her, and as we kissed passionately we both hugged each other tightly. Hugging my beloved's soft body and feeling the erotic scent emanating from her body made me feel like I was truly home. She is definitely my home is with the woman I love most in the universe. We both kissed again, with love and passion. Chapter 74. Falling, Part 1. Issei and Kara Department. December 17, 2017, 6:45 am. Just like almost every day, at this time in the morning, the alarm clock started to ring, indicating that it was time for Kara and I, Issei Hyoudou, to get up to start this day. "What time is it?" Kara asked half asleep, with a rather angelic and still sleepy voice. We were both naked under the blankets, the experience and memories of everything we did here last night came rushing back to my body and mind. A very pleased smile formed on my face as I continued to enjoy the wonderful, warm sensations that Kara's sensual and erotic body generated in mine. Kara was very snuggled up to me, having her like that is a great pleasure and privilege for me, I really hit the jackpot with her. On the other hand, the alarm kept ringing, and to turn it off I activated my boosted gear, took my left arm out of the sheets and extended it as much as I could to reach the alarm clock and quickly turned it off by pressing the switch with one of the sharp claws of my gauntlet. Adventure time. I joked by answering her question with a reference to a TV show, making her laugh, then she sat upright on top of me, throwing off the covers, and I was able to take this moment to admire her completely. She truly is a beauty from another planet, with her curvaceous figure, her large breasts, her long and very sensual legs, her beautiful blonde hair and her face that is so beautiful, and I could almost call it divine. "I'm going to take a shower." She warned me with a smile, as if she expected me to say something. I instantly understood and smiled at him too. "I'm going with you. I'll take you, my love." Kara took my hands in hers, levitating in the air, and with a quick movement led me to the bathroom. Whenever we wake up we tend to be very affectionate, and this was not going to be the exception. As we smiled, she snuggled up to me again, placing her hands on my chest as the shower water fell over our bodies. Kara was teasing me, and I would gladly reciprocate. I took her by the waist, and when she looked up I crashed her lips against mine, having our good morning kiss under the shower water. Kara raised her hands and placed them behind my neck so as not to let my lips go from hers. Our kiss became more and more passionate, and before she did, I took the initiative by first putting my tongue inside her mouth, making her moan with pleasure. MMMH. Her pleasurable moan delighted me, and she slid her tongue against mine, reciprocating very intensely to the kiss we were having under the shower. Time passed while we kissed, at some point I took her legs and she closed them together, wrapping them around my waist with a little force and her breasts pressed against mine, causing me a great surge of pleasure. Yes, it might take us longer to get to Azazel Tower. Tori Azazel Manhattan. We arrived at Azazel Tower about an hour later, since Kara had to clean her Catco desk. I also asked her again if she was really sure of what she was doing, to which she responded with another very passionate kiss which I reciprocated. The news of her resignation took Win by surprise, who could feel very lonely without his work friend, to which Kara assured him that they would always stay in touch, even though they no longer work for the same company. Mrs. Grant was not in the building at the time, having traveled to the west coast of the United States as a guest on the television show known as The Talk. On the way to Azazel Tower, Kara had been smiling very happily, not only because of what her new job would be, but because of something she did at Catco before retiring from that building. I asked her what was going on, and she explained that she simply gave Mrs. Grant one last indirect gift, which was to send a letter to a certain person living in Opal City on Mrs. Grant's behalf. I didn't quite understand her intentions, but if something happens, this might not be the last time we see Mrs. Grant. Well, here we are, Azazel Tower. We had arrived at this spectacular building holding hands. How many times have we come here together? Just for training, or for some activity involving against Kao's brigade, I don't know the exact number, but this was the first time we came with the intention of introducing Kara to what her life would be like if she truly chooses to work here with me. Downstairs, the atmosphere was already very different and futuristic compared to Catco. There were even holographic projections, and the fallen angel staff carrying out their activities. After greeting the receptionist, I guided Kara to the sectors of the tower that she was unfamiliar with, since until that day, she had only been familiar with the command center level, the training camp, the VIP room on the top floor, the cafeteria, and the sub-level where we met for the battle against Loki. In the levels not designated for activities related to Kao's brigade, there are R&D projects based on fallen angel nanotechnology, robots, artificial sacred gear, and a variety of strange experiments that Azazel gave and his fallen angels developed. In fact, there were also spaceships here that used Techins as a power source to travel at the speed of light through space. This building definitely didn't look like it was from this planet with everything going on. At the end of the tour and after introducing him to many more things that even I didn't know what they were for, we headed to the VIP room where Azazel was. Ice, Kara. Nice to meet you. So, what do you think? Are you willing to join Azazel Tower? Those questions were for Kara, to which she very excitedly said. Yes. The best thing is that here I don't have to pretend to be someone I'm not. I can be myself, and I see so many projects I'd like to work on, even including a spaceship. Why am I just now finding out there's a spaceship here? Azazel began to laugh with a loud laugh. Yes, that was recent. You see, one of my scientists had a newly completed Tachin prototype, and I had the idea to use it as a power source for a spacecraft. After Azazel said that to her, she looked back at me with a raised eyebrow. I told you, that's how things are when you work officially, although mine is different, since I don't have a super brain capable of understanding everything they do. Kara looked back at Azazel. What would my job be? Azazel took out some leaves, then approached Kara and handed them to her. Fill out these forms and based on your answers I will see the most suitable position for you. List. Azazel hadn't even finished speaking, and Kara had already completed the entire form. Azazel smiled, shaking his head as he received the completed form. He then quickly read each of the possible answers, nodding thoughtfully. Just at that moment, the three of us saw a meteorite fall from the sky, quickly impacting a building several blocks away from the Azazel Tower. We should. Before I could finish speaking, Kara took me in her arms and quickly took me out of the building to go to the area where the meteorite had fallen. When I arrived at that district, I was already in Balance Breaker, flying alongside Kara, who was already dressed in her Supergirl costume. Firefighters were also already on the scene trying to put out the blaze from the flames generated by the meteorite. One of the firefighters got trapped under a very heavy metal beam, his colleagues tried to lift the beam, but it proved to be too heavy until Kara and I landed right in front of them. Seki, Supergirl. This way. The fire is under control. The very desperate firefighter exclaimed, to which Kara responded with a quick nod, lifting the metal beam as if it were a feather. Thank you. The fireman exclaimed, and then I saw a very bright red flash under a pile of debris. Could that be the meteorite? With great curiosity, I lifted the debris and what I saw was a space rock that shone a very intense red color. Since when are meteorites made of this mineral? I picked up a strange red meteorite and Kara, who was next to me, felt dizzy for a few brief moments. Are you okay? For a moment Kara seemed to be enveloped in a red aura and the malaise she had felt disappeared. Yes, I'm doing great. Kara assured me with a smile, and the two of us continued helping the firefighters. As for the red meteorite, I decided to keep it inside my sacred gear to later give it to Azazel, maybe he knows what kind of space object this is. The watchtower. Later that day, Kara and I headed to the watchtower. It's been a while since we last went there, if I am not mistaken, that was shortly before we had to face Diodora and then Shalba. Since then we have remained in the command center of Azazel Tower or simply flying in the skies of our city. At Watchtower HQ, we were Superman, Batman, John Johns, Green Lantern, Zez, Kara, and me. Diana was busy on her island, and Flash oddly enough, was dealing with legal issues involving a metahuman named Devo. The reason for this meeting is to talk once again about Chaos Brigade, which now seems to be in its final hour, as only two factions remain, one of which remains off the radar, and the other lost its general, who is currently locked in a cell inside Azazel Tower. There is still no news of Kaokao, and the attacks of the Sacred Gear users have stopped since the last appearance of their leader, which leaves the question whether they have truly retreated or are waiting for a large-scale attack by the faction led by Astra and Non, or well just Non, since the general was captured by Kara. Superman said, and when she mentioned his cousin, he looked at her with a frown, since at some point in the meeting, she turned her chair around to give us all her back, her legs were resting on the table, and she seemed not to be interested in what her cousin was saying, since she was more interested in her nails. We all looked at her in silence, and Kara turned around again to look at her cousin. I'm sorry, Kara, am I boring you? Superman asked him politely, not sounding very serious. Only bored people get bored, Cal. Kara responded to her cousin in a disinterested manner which was very strange. Both Kryptonians stared at each other for at least 10 seconds. Could you give Kara and me a moment? Looks like someone's in trouble. Superman and Supergirl. When everyone left, Superman approached his cousin who looked at him with a very noticeable lack of interest. Kara, are things okay between you and Ice? If they weren't, do you really think we would have come together? Kara responded to her cousin, looking at him with a frown, and Superman was surprised by the air of hostility that was in her. I just want to know that you're really okay. I heard you quit Catco. Hey, are you okay with that? Because there's more than one way to assure Cat Grant that you're not. Why would I want to go back to a horrible job where I have to pretend to be someone I'm not? I'm tired of working there. At least in Azazel Tower with the fallen angels, I can be myself and be with who I truly want to be with. Kara stood up from her seat, her voice rising in pitch. Calm down, I'm on your side, I was just worried that. What? Stop pretending to be someone I'm not. Cal, I wasn't raised on Earth and the last thing I need right now is your unnecessary concern. After she said that to her cousin there was a silence between them, then she turned around and left the headquarters. Superman barely had time to digest his cousin's verbal hostility. It was the first time she had behaved like that with him, and when Kara left the headquarters, her face emanated a very intense red aura for a moment. Manhattan, New York. Already at night, Azazel informed Kara and Issei Hyoudou, about another possible alien prisoner from Fort Ross who was causing a lot of trouble in our city, the city that never sleeps. According to reports, 2 armored vehicles had already been attacked in less than 6 hours, carrying thousands of dollars in gold. The attacker was a very robust humanoid alien, with numerous protuberances on his face and a cybernetic eye that made him look like a very malformed and somewhat grotesque Terminator. Until now what we knew is that his name was Kund and he is said to be very strong. Kara and I were supposed to be watching from the top of a building as a pair of agents loaded a few last suitcases of gold into a red armored vehicle, but the last thing Kara was doing right now was paying attention to the operation. She would just either do the same thing as at the Watchtower meeting, or just download games on her phone, or just take selfies. What's wrong with him? You seem more impatient than you usually are. And you seem too focused on catching a bucking alien and not spending time with me. Kara responded very sharply, which made me stop paying attention to the operation to look at her. What are you saying? Kara looked up from her phone and glared at me. It seems that the safety of those pathetic humans is more important to you than spending time with the only person worth your time, which is me. Oh? Okay, if she seemed to act weird before, now she's much worse. Suddenly, her behavior seemed to take a 180-degree turn and the way she looked at me stopped being serious, becoming quite flirtatious and suggestive. That's why I'm telling you, Ice. It's not all about working and catching bad guys. We need to get out, relax, spend more time together, and have more fun. What got into you? We always have fun. Well, it doesn't seem like it. You've spent the whole evening talking about capturing the alien and not about how much fun we could be having right now. Let me get this straight, are you demanding that I focus on stopping a dangerous criminal who escaped from Fort Ross instead of helping you? I don't know, maybe. Kara responded sarcastically and held the ends of my scale mail dragon wings with both hands, her gaze became a little intense again, although it was still flirtatious. Look, if we had all the time we wanted instead of rushing after that loser my mom locked up, we could have a good time, just you and me right now. You know I love having a good time alone with you, although I feel like this isn't the best time. Kara seemed to think a little about what I said and spoke to me again in a very suggestive and insinuating voice. So when he shows up, leave him in my care and dedicate yourself to me. Okay. Of course. We know how good I am at stopping bad guys. I assure you, you'll have more time for me in no time. This is getting pretty weird, although I can find her new attitude very hot. It was at that moment that Kund appeared, stopping the vehicle by grabbing its rear end with his super strength. He was dressed in jeans, a red shirt and a leather jacket, making him look even more like a T-800 knockoff gone wrong. Well Kara, it seems that you. Swash. Before she could finish speaking, Kara had already rushed Kund, ramming him with her super strength and super speed, allowing the guard's vehicle to escape before things could get too bad for them. Boost. 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 Transfer. All the power that I had duplicated in me was transferred to my eyes, and at the same time I could see the guard vehicle moving away several blocks, and Kara who was about to face the alien alone, since that is what she wanted. Kara's charge sent Kund straight into an alley, and before he could try to chase the truck again, Kara rammed him again in a blur of red and blue. Kund got back to his feet, and this time he could see his attacker. You. Your mother. Kund exclaimed after recognizing Kara due to the symbol on her chest. He sent you to Fort Ross, blah blah blah, he ruined your life. I've heard that story before and I really don't give a shit about you. Do you want to fight or are you going to let him beat you up? Kara responded ironically but seriously, taking a combat stance. Kund became very angry and advanced as quickly as he could in front of Kara to hit her head on. But she dodged him too easily and hit him in the face too aggressively and easily. The alien tried the same tactic as her after recovering from his disorientation, but suffered the same result. Kara came back, hit and dodged, making him retreat again. That's all. Kara asked that laughing at her enemy, I don't remember the last time she did that. Kund was now more furious and tried to attack Kara faster, but she kept dodging him very easily, and instead of hitting her, he ended up hitting a block of steel instead. Kara kicked his butt like he was a soccer ball, which made Kara tease him more, making him almost as red as my armor. Kund was filled with rage. He kept trying to hit Kara repeatedly, without much success since Kara was humiliating him by dodging him very easily, until she decided to stop Kund's fist with one of her hands, then she applied a lot of force on her hand, making Kund's fist thunder very painfully, making him scream in pain. I was almost feeling sorry for him, since Kara was just making him suffer. Kara clenched her other fist tightly and punched Kund straight in the chest, sending him crashing into a wall, passing through it from side to side before falling to the ground. Kara then used her super speed to get in front of Kund, and before he could stand up, Kara stepped on him, placing her right boot on the alien's neck. I've faced demons, humans who use longiness, also against gods and new gods, and a high-ranking fallen angel. You're not even worth it, but I told my boyfriend I'd take care of you, and that's what I'm going to do. Kara said that as a threat, and then she started hitting Kund without controlling her strength. Thud. 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 Her blows had become so strong that they made the entire city tremble, and in no time she made the alien bleed. This was getting out of hand. I have to stop her as soon as possible. I quickly flew straight to where Kara was, who kept hitting Kund, who was already defeated. She was about to throw another punch, but that's when I arrived and stopped her next punch by grabbing her arm with both hands. Hey. Hey. That's enough. Don't you see? Kara saw me tilting her neck and smiled at me very maliciously. My love, that's how you have to treat them, otherwise they'll never learn their lesson. Kara separated from Kund, who lay very bloody and unarmed on the floor, his red optics were broken, and he had been unconscious for some time. Maybe you went too far. Maybe I was, and I must admit that I enjoyed them very much. Superman wouldn't do this, maybe Batman would, but Superman wouldn't. Let me clarify, this loser is still alive. Kara added, licking her lips with a sly smile on her face. What's going on? I imagine you'll find out soon. Issei and Kara department. After I called a group of fallen angels to take care of transporting Kund, who was seriously injured and unconscious, to Azazel Tower, I headed with Kara to our apartment, and when I had barely deactivated my armor, she approached me with a rather seductive face. Do you know how long I waited for this today? Kara leaned into me as she said that, her lips pressing against mine in a kiss that was so passionate. His lips were kissing mine in such an intense and passionate way that it was difficult for me to keep up with him, even though I had already reciprocated. After a few seconds passed, I felt like Kara was making sure to drive me crazy, and I rushed to take off her blue top along with the cape, and Kara smiled evilly without leaving my side. We were really enjoying the kiss, and I quickly felt her put both hands under my shirt and then yanked it off at the same time. I had to break our kiss since it had become so intense and passionate that I urgently needed to catch my breath. Wow, Kara. Yeah, that's the reaction I was waiting for from my man, now come here. The sensual way she was referring to me turned me on so much, and when I caught my breath I dove back in with her in a rather crazy and passionate kiss. Our tongues became very intertwined, and at the same time we were completely undressing each other until we finally reached our room. Kara separated from me again and threw herself onto the bed, naked, and made a very seductive gesture for me to join her. I was really liking how direct she had become during this evening, discarding the clear aggressiveness she maintained towards the rest. Without a second thought, I went for it in bed, and for the rest of the night we had some pretty rough and active action that was much more intense than many other nights. Chapter 75. Falling, Part 2. Issei and Kara department. December 18, 2017, 9:45 am. The next morning, after sleeping peacefully for most of the morning, I, Issei Hyoudou, woke up feeling Kara curled up on top of me. Unlike the other times we had fairly intense hex, this time I felt extremely fatigued, my muscles were very sore and red, my back was covered in scratches, and my body felt pretty dry like the ground in a desert, but without a doubt what hurt the most was my pelvis. Ugh. I gave a soft sigh as I woke up, and as I did so, Kara woke up too. Tired, my love? Her voice was as affectionate as ever, but the look in her eyes, the expression on her face, felt different. She then patted me a few times on the cheek, smiling at me in a more playful way. Oh, it was worth every second. I assured him that I had enjoyed every second we spent together until we woke up. For me too, of course. Kara nodded with a satisfied expression. You made me feel so good, gosh, you were really rough this time, like you wanted to make sure no one could ever please me as much as you did. Kara's smile turned a bit evil and daring. Oh, of course. No one can make you feel like I do. I'm the only one who can leave your body so exhausted and tired, yet so satisfied. She laughed mischievously after telling me that. I wonder when she became like this. You know, I'm loving this new side of you. My smile expressed how much I liked it, and Kara began to caress my face with a certain tenderness using only her index finger. I love that you like this new side of me too. Sometimes I like to make you feel like a vulnerable boy who needs my presence." Her voice was quite sensual, and her smile more malicious and mischievous than before. Yes, I really like the side of Kara that she's playing, and I let her know it in more than one way by pressing her lips against mine in a very passionate kiss while I grabbed her breasts to squeeze them as much as I could. Oh, what a fantastic feeling I'm feeling in my hands. Kara let out a soft moan of pleasure, my tongue and hers were already intertwined, exploring each other, her hands wrapped somewhat tightly around my neck, and over time I felt Kara becoming more and more dominant to the point where I found it hard to keep up. After a while, I broke off the kiss so I could catch my breath and realize the time. "Shouldn't we? Shh, that's the least of it right now, isn't it?" Kara silenced me by placing her index finger against my lips. What do you prefer, Ice? Staying here with me or going about your routine at the tower?" "Stay." "Good." My answer pleased her very much. "It's clear that you can't live without me, Seki. You too, Supergirl." Lavo nightclub, Manhattan. When night fell, I went with Azazel to a nightclub that was already packed with people dancing on the dance floor. Kara wanted me to go ahead since she had something to do, and I gladly obliged. The music was extremely loud, Zez was also at the party and in fact, he was already dancing with a beautiful girl on the dance floor. Azazel and I were at a bar, and while we were drinking good cocktails, he told me everything he discovered about the meteorite that fell yesterday. "It's red kryptonite." Red kryptonite. But Kara didn't feel sick when she was near that rock. "Yes, it doesn't affect you in the same way as regular green kryptonite would. In this case, what the red does is considerably increase aggression and emotions." I see, that's why she didn't hold back against Kund yesterday. Azazel looked at me seriously. "What's going on? Is there anything else I should know? Are you okay?" "Ice, it's strange that you're missing. Did something happen with Kara?" "Oh, so you're worried that Kara might be as aggressive with me as she was with Kund?" "Oh yeah, everything happened with her." Azazel made a devilish and mischievous face. "I see, so she just wouldn't let you out of bed. You're a lucky bastard." I admit it, I like his new side, leaving aside the harsh scratches and him trying to be very dominant with me. Suddenly Azazel opened his eyes wide. "TCH. Now I understand why." "Oh?" I decided to look where he was looking and I had the same reaction as him. Kara had arrived at the party wearing a black outfit similar to the one she wore when she was kidnapped by Darkseid. If you didn't know her, you might think she was a fallen angel. Her hair was tied back in a ponytail, on her torso she wore a rather short and tight black top, her legs were covered by black and red pants, her heels were higher, and she almost looked like she was floating instead of walking, and on her arms were bracelets that connected with a red fabric. Yes, it was too similar to when she. "Hello, wow, look at you." I couldn't stop staring at the black bra she was wearing, it was like her breasts were calling me. Realizing what I was doing, Kara smiled at me maliciously, allowing me to see her as much as I wanted. "I see you very focused on my breasts, do you like what you see?" Kara said it with great satisfaction, enjoying modeling her most sensual side. "Yes, I love them. And your outfit is so. I approve. I approve 1,000 times over." Kara laughed very flirtatiously and roughly grabbed one of my wrists to pull me out of the bar. "I'm glad you enjoy it because I'm going to make you enjoy it even more." Every word that came out of her mouth sounded so sensual and she led me to the dance floor of this club. "Don't worry about me, I'm fine here." I heard Azazel say animatedly, raising his glass with a smile that seemed somewhere between bitter and daring. "I love the way this song sounds, Ice." Kara started dancing behind my back and when I turned around she hugged my neck a little tightly, making sure I fully enjoyed her erotic and exotic body. My eyes kept straying to her bra and we both danced to the music. Every time I stared at her breast so intently, she smiled quite happily, as if her ego was growing bigger and bigger. "And of course, I love how much you depend on me." Again with that. "You're more dependent on me, Kara. Do you really think I couldn't live without you?" I looked up again to meet her eyes, and her eyes met mine with a very eloquent smile, which made me look very expectant, waiting for the answer to her question. "Well, to be honest, life without you would be pretty boring and sad. There'd be no point in moving forward if you weren't with me. But you don't have to worry. I won't let you leave my side ever, Ice." His eyes shone a deep crimson, and his smile was even more malicious than before. God, that last thing he said almost sounded like a warning. It sounds terrifying when Supergirl says she'll never let me go with that voice and those crimson-lit eyes. That was the intention, Ice. Kara smiled more mischievously and daringly, and I felt so mesmerized by how beautiful she is, so I grabbed her butt and with great enthusiasm and excitement, I kissed her with great passion, a passion that she reciprocated with greater ferocity. We both ignored everyone dancing on the dance floor and continued kissing with so much passion. I could feel how thirsty Kara was, she was thirsty for love, and I was her target. With each passing second, Kara became more dominant, her passion was like a flame that burned more powerfully. I liked this, and I gave her all control, surrendering myself to her passion. This felt like a trance, as if time had stopped and we were the only people on this dance floor. The rest of the world can go book itself. I just want to keep kissing my eyes. I could hear Kara exclaim those words, but the voice didn't leave her lips as they were occupied with mine in a kiss that was still very passionate, which confused me for a moment until Kara entwined her tongue with mine in a more aggressive play. I felt our tongues moving so in sync, it was as if our bodies needed more than we'd had all day. Our breaths were so in sync, and we moved in such perfect rhythm until I had to break off the kiss due to the excessive lack of air. Oh my god, this was so. We were both about to kiss again, but were interrupted when my phone started ringing. One moment. I asked Kara, taking my phone, and saw that it was an unknown number. This surprised me, and Kara quickly snatched my phone away from me, looking at the number with disdain. This has to be a bucking joke. What the hell do you want with my boyfriend, Cat? Kara answered my phone with an aggression that made my skin crawl. Hat. Did your ex-boss just call me? How did she even get my number? You and I are already over, did you forget that I quit? Kara turned around, very irritated, and cut the call, aggressively handing me back my phone. All good. She smiled broadly. Of course, I just have to tie up one loose end, behave yourself. And if anyone touches my territory, I'll make sure it's the last thing they do. Territory? Kara didn't say anything else, she just said goodbye with a wicked smile and walked away before anyone could even see her leave. Let's see what just happened. I think she's planning to hurt her ex-boss. You're joking, aren't you? Kara wouldn't be able to. Remember what the supreme ruler of the fallen angels mentioned regarding red kryptonite. So what you're suggesting is that we should go see that he doesn't get into legal trouble. Ddraig, do you really think Kara would be capable of that? I mean, it's been 2 days and she still hasn't shown any signs of being that dangerous. She didn't show any signs of being so with you, since she loves you passionately. The rest of the people she doesn't have a strong affection for, well. Oh no. Atco Manhattan. Throughout the night, Cat Grant had been trying to contact her former assistant, but her attempts to reach her didn't go very well, as all her calls ended up in voicemail. So she tried another method and used her contacts to get the number of her former assistant's partner. All with the goal of being able to communicate with his former assistant, and he succeeded. In record time, Kara Zor-El had changed into her blue superhero costume once again and flew up to Kat's office balcony, where she was waiting for her, sipping a glass of whiskey. What do you want? Kara spoke to her former boss in a rather serious and impatient manner. I hadn't noticed how absurd you look in that ridiculous costume. Yellow, blue, and red. You look like a jumbled color wheel. Pat started to say, sounding a bit conceited. How about you tell me what you want to know so we can get this over with as soon as possible? You're wasting my valuable time. Kara spoke to her, sounding more conceited than Kat, making the mogul look at her suspiciously. So, just playing games. You're not pretending to be who you really are anymore, Kira. For a second there was an awkward silence. So you called my boyfriend to come here and all you have to say to me is that? Pat smiled slyly. So you finally admitted it, Kira. Was it so hard to tell me the truth? A few days ago, you quit because you steadfastly defended the fact that you weren't my assistant. Kara was getting more and more impatient and clenched her fists very tightly. Anyway, what I want to know most is what's going on with you. Yesterday, you overused your powers while facing a villain, and Seki had to stop you before you could kill the alien, whatever it is. Kara shrugged, completely indifferent. And? Supergirl wouldn't do something like that, so I'm going to assume you're a little stressed about having to resign, and well, I have no problem with you going back to work for. I wouldn't assume anything from today on, Cat. You called me Cat. The mogul was quite incredulous at the aggressiveness Kara used in her voice. You've portrayed me in the media as an explorer. Supergirl is brave, kind, and strong. You don't know how to create a character. It was a bit flat. Everyone has a dark side. Yes, but you're not an ordinary person, you're a superhero. You and Seki are supposed to represent the goodness in the world. Well, I'm fed up. You know what's even more tiring? Allowing them to play the victim. Kara turned around and looked at the other buildings of New York City with contempt and malice. Oh my god, my building is on fire, la la la, Seki and Supergirl will arrive to save the day. Well, get used to dragon fire, humans, because I'm quitting. The veins on Kara's face glowed a rather intense red and her eyes shone with a strong crimson light. Kira, I think you're having some kind of mental breakdown. Don't worry, it happens to the best of us, and I'll be happy to take you to a doctor for some sedatives. Kara turned around and looked at Kat with different emotions, who continued talking to her as if she were her tutor. That's if your alien brain responds to tranquilizers. But in the meantime, I wouldn't go out if I were you. That attitude isn't your thing. The smile Kara had at that moment was much more malicious. Well, I learned from the best, Kat Grant. The aforementioned smiled and then Kara continued speaking, but this time she did so with great disdain. You're the most arrogant, self-serving, and miserable person I know. That really bothered Kat and she responded quite seriously. Now listen to me. I made you, and you're not going to let me down. Hearing that threat, Kara looked at Kat with great disbelief. Are you saying you did me? Do you think so? Do you really think you did me, Kat? Are you serious? Yes. I don't give a shit what you think, Kat. Kara yelled at Kat, pointing at her with her index finger. Also, that thing about you making me is a pathetic lie. You didn't make me, you didn't even introduce me, as if to insinuate that you did. It was my cousin and Seki who introduced me to the world. You exploited the media like the leech that you are. I mean it, Kira, you won't let me down. Or what? You'll see. For a moment Kara was surprised by the courage Kat was having, and then she smiled even more evilly than before. Oh, I forgot, you're supposed to be the most powerful person in New York. Or that's what they say on TV, right? Kara moved closer to Kat. Your power is a joke, Kat. The only thing you're good at is running a communications company. And tell me, did that power help you be a good mom to Adam Foster? I see not. Maybe it came in handy when the Thanagarians invaded Earth. I see not. I feel so sorry for you. Kara's words hit the tycoon's heart hard, her eyes glazed over when she mentioned her first child. Do you want to see true power? Do you want to know what it means to truly be the most powerful person on the planet? Watch. Kara grabbed Kat by the shoulders and effortlessly threw her off the balcony into the void. She then leaned against it and calmly watched as the mogul screamed desperately for her life. And when she was about to crash into the street pavement, a flash of red light caught the magnate, saving her from the clutches of death and carefully placing her on the ground. Seeing this, Kara was filled with a strong feeling of betrayal towards the person she loves the most. Sekiryuutei vs Supergirl. Issei Hyoudou had arrived just in time when Kara decided to throw her former boss out of her building. I was already using my balance breaker, and thanks to it, I caught Mrs. Grant in my arms and carefully took her out of my arms. Many people were filming with their phones, seeing firsthand what had happened. True power is deciding who lives and who doesn't. The one who said those words was Kara, who floated in the air as if she were a villain. Don't contact me again, ever. That threat was directed exclusively at Kat, and now Kara looked at me with disappointment. I see, so Kara is capable of going to these extremes under the influence of red kryptonite. If I don't stop her here and now, many people will be hurt. Kat was now safe and I spread the dragon wings of my armor to rise into the sky to the height where Kara was. Supergirl, you're not like that, it's red kryptonite. Kara leaned her head against one of his shoulders, not understanding what he was saying. The good thing is that she is listening to me. Listen, the meteorite that fell yesterday was red kryptonite, as Azil explained it to me a few moments ago, and that's the reason why you're feeling strong negative emotions. I really don't care if it's me or not. Kara responded with a wry smile that then turned quite annoying. Please just breathe, we'll find a way to help you. I cautiously approached her and when I was close to her, I tried to caress her cheeks with my hands. Swash. Before I could touch her, Kara grabbed me tightly and pushed me against the building where I used to work, which ended up crashing through me from side to side until I stopped my drag in the air using my dragon wings. Kara. Her outburst took me by surprise, and before I could find her, she appeared in an instant in front of me and grabbed me too tightly by the neck. Tracks. UGH. Damn, she's choking me mercilessly. Hey, you're being. Tracks. Ah. She didn't mind strangling me harder. I wasn't going to convince her with words. If I really want to save her from herself, I have to fight, defeat the woman I love. Kara, please. You better shut up. Her way of speaking to me was different. I realized that now there was no love in her, what there was the pure desire to submit me, and that gave her quite a bit of pleasure, this new facet of the woman I love. Welsh Dragon Superluminal Kryptonian. Change star Superluminal. The red aura completely enveloped me, and my armor changed to the superluminal Triana form, now much lighter. Much of the armor was discarded to the point of becoming immensely thin. This in turn allowed me to quickly distance myself from Kara, whose grip almost finished me off. It took her a while to realize what had happened, and as she followed the trail of the red light with her eyes, she saw me looking very angry. I have no choice, my love, I'm going to stop you. Do you think you're capable of stopping me with that ridiculous armor of yours? It's time to find out. Kara saw me in a rather sharp way, and with all her divine super speed she rushed in front of me. I saw her coming, and before she managed to hit me, my senses moved so fast that for a few moments Kara seemed to be suspended in the air, and I was able to dodge her attempted attack while I already had the counterattack ready. In both palms of my hands I accumulated a good amount of my dragon aura, and when combined with my metahuman energy, my dragon shots were formed which I fired at Kara without missing. Hey boom. Boom. Kara was enveloped in the red aura, and her eyes glowed with an intense crimson light, implying that she would now use her heat vision, and thanks to my divine super speed, I managed to quickly get away from her firing range, taking enough distance to be out of danger. The red smoke from my aura dissipated at that moment, revealing that the damage from my dragon shots had only burned the sleeves of her blue top. You know what you have to do if you want to stop her, mate. I wouldn't want it to come to that. At that moment, Kara rushed at me again using all her speed and tried to attack me with an endless barrage of punch and kick combos, which I dodged in a continuous zigzag motion powered by Trina's divine super speed. The blows that Kara performed were so powerful that they generated waves of compressed air that traveled beyond the earth sky. A single blow from her might be enough to knock me down in this form, but as long as her blows don't reach me, I'll be able to contain her. Are you going to be like this all the time? Great. Let's see how well you can keep Trina active. Kara became more confident when she said that, and her attacks became faster and more dangerous, which led me to move away from her, who didn't think twice about jazzing me all over the city sky. She's pretty fast. If I was using my normal balance breaker she would have already taken me down. The chase was going on for quite some time, and with every passing second, Kara became faster and more dangerous to the point of almost matching my speed. So when she was about to catch me. Fly Ash. The aura released by my thrusters rose to the maximum, and I immensely surpassed Kara's speed. In fact, my speed increased so much that in less than a divine blink, I had managed to trace a red circle around the entire planet. Everything around me seemed to stand still in time, including Kara. This is my chance. After circling the entire planet, I was positioned behind Kara and prepared to attack her. Ascalon. Blyeyed. The blade of the sword protruded over the knuckles of my left glove, and I was in position to try to cause a large cut to Kara. I'm happy to have met you, Ice, to be here with you now. Dude. Before I could attack her I hesitated for a second, and that was all Kara needed to turn around and attack me with a powerful heat vision that I managed to instinctively dodge by quickly flying to my right. You are my precious person. In my hands I created a powerful dragon shot again, using a greater amount of power, and was about to fire it. I want to know everything there is to know about being an Earthling girl. I hesitated again. I wasn't able to shoot it, and my hesitation allowed Kara to charge at me. Ooh. Ugh. Kara kicked me brutally under the jaw of my armor, and if it weren't for the fact that I'm now in Trina mode, she could have easily ripped my head off with that kick. For a few seconds I was brutally stunned, and Kara took advantage of that time to grab one of my ankles and mercilessly throw me higher into the sky. Doost. Ai. She attacked me with her heat vision at full power, overcoming the protection of my armor. The pain I felt from that attack was one of the worst I have ever felt, and it is because they were attacks that could easily finish me off in my normal balance breaker state. Damn, I can't stop remembering all the good times we had. I couldn't stop remembering our happiest moments, and Kara kept attacking me mercilessly with everything she had. Every hit I received made my bones shake, and the pain got worse and worse. In the end, I fell from the highest point in the city to the middle of an avenue, and a very deep crater was formed in my fall. How much damage had he already received? I think several of my bones have already fractured because all I can feel is bucking excruciating hellish pain all over my body. Don't get up. This is my last warning. Kara warned me, landing in front of me. In the distance I saw that people were very terrified of what could happen if this continued. I can't give up. With great effort I got back on my feet. I'm not going to give up. I do this all day. Kara glared at me and walked quickly towards me. Ash. The flash of golden light appeared in front of me. It was a golden armor with purple jewels and a large spear of very bright golden light. Do you mind taking over for me, Seki? Azazel had appeared with his artificial balance breaker. Why you? Oh, great, that sounds perfect. I'll finish you off before I continue punishing Seki. Kara smiled arrogantly as she made that statement, and Azazel laughed a little. Well, Supergirl, let's see if you're a good rival or not. Kara quickly advanced against Azazel to try to hit him, but he blocked her attack attempts without much difficulty, showing her why he is the supreme ruler of the fallen angels. This surprised Kara, but she didn't give up and continued trying to attack Azazel, but he somehow seemed to easily read all her movements, and in a very quick way, he gave Kara a blow so strong that the Kryptonian shot up like a baseball. Azazel turned around to look at me. Seki, I'll distract her, but you have to be the one to give her the finishing blow. Huh? I know what you're capable of, so aim up when you deliver the finishing blow. Azazel took out his 12 fallen angel wings and flew quickly towards where Kara was, beginning a brutal battle in the sky with her. Boon. 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 The skies were filled with powerful shockwaves as the intense battle between a line of red light and a very bright golden line of light was seen. Aim up when landing the finishing blow. I get it now, I know what you mean. Ddraig, I trust you. Understood, mate. Following the intense battle between Azazel and Kara, my master easily dominated Kara, advancing against her at speeds that would have been very difficult for me to achieve even in Trihexa. The control and manipulation of his own aura was also on another level. He didn't waste unnecessary energy and easily contained Kara's heat vision by creating magic circles that were able to feed off of heat. He also blocked Kara's physical attacks using his signature golden light spear, which made Kara feel more enraged, making her attacks more predictable to him. It seemed that Azazel was playing with her, and at some point in the battle, he managed to brutally knock her down from the top of the sky to another of Manhattan's avenues. Boom. Kara fell to the ground, creating a huge crater, and got up, staggering a little. Do you think this will stop me? HMPH. HMPH. Do it now, Seki. That was the sign. Kara was so focused on Azazel that she forgot about me. Fly Ash. With the maximum speed of my Trihexa form I rushed towards Kara, and when I reached her. Welsh Dragon Kryptonian Buster. Change solid impact. My armor filled with an immense amount of red aura once again and became quite robust. Even under the speed effects of my super light form, I saw Kara slowly turn around. She wouldn't be able to protect herself from the blow I was about to deliver. Aim up. I delivered a powerful uppercut to Kara with one of my giant fists. I then precisely punched her with my elbow to increase the damage. Kara's body flew to the top of the city after making a very loud explosive sound. You don't know how much it hurts me to have to do this to you. But I have to do it. Welsh Dragon Kryptonian Blaster. Change Fang Blast. My armor returned to its normal form. Then a backpack formed on my back and the cannons appeared on my shoulders. Both cannons were aimed at Kara. Ooh. The Omega's dragon aura and energy were building up in the backpack. The Trihexa Dragon Blaster's weakness is its charge time and destructive power. But if I fire it aiming at my target in the air, and even more so with Ddraig's help, I can do it. Dragon Blaster. Doist. The immense blast of lightning-like aura traveled with immense divine super speed and brutally impacted Kara. Bang. The explosion occurred high in the sky of New York and enveloped the entire heavens in a combination of bright red and emerald green aura. The city was brutally shaken and a humanoid figure fell from the highest part of the sky. It was the figure of a beautiful, unconscious blonde woman who was covered in quite serious wounds and with almost all of her clothes burned by the fire. Supergirl. I quickly undid the cannons and backpack from my back, returning to my normal armor. Where the backpack had been, my dragon wings emerged and I soared into the sky where Kara was falling and managed to gently catch her in my arms before she could crash to the ground. Kara. He's still breathing, you did it, mate. Well, I had help from my teacher. In the distance I saw Azazel, who was also floating in the air. He raised his thumb and a big smile formed on my face. Now he could breathe a sigh of relief. It was finally all over before things got too complicated. Azazel Tower, Manhattan. After managing to arrest Kara, Azazel and I took her to a special medical bay in Azazel Tower. She was now unconscious, lying on a stretcher surrounded by solar panels. Physically she is already completely healed and the effect of the red kryptonite that was on her was completely removed when she received the dragon blaster that I fired in one of my Trihexa forms. Most of my bones had also healed thanks to my metahuman status and the healing capabilities of the Omega Nano gear, although my right arm was still broken and in a cast, it would take a few more hours to fully heal. Right now, it was just Kara and me in the medbay. It wasn't necessary for all of us to be there when she woke up. While I waited for her to wake up, I sat down on one of the chairs next to the stretcher where she was lying. After a few minutes Kara finally began to open her eyes and the first thing she saw was me, or rather, the arm that was in a cast. Did I kill someone? He asked me fearfully. We destroyed a few buildings, a couple of streets, but no one died. Kara carefully sat down on the table and placed one of her hands against my still badly bruised cheek. I'm sorry I hurt you, Ice. Her voice was quite broken and her eyes began to tear up a lot. Seeing her in that state hurt me more than any blow she had ever hit me. This is nothing, Kara. What really matters is that you're okay now. These wounds will heal quickly. They're not serious. It didn't take long for Kara to understand that I was serious, and when she did, she looked at me with beautiful blue eyes that conveyed a feeling of great love and guilt. For a moment she wanted to try to apologize to me by giving me a big hug, but decided against it when she remembered that I was still somewhat hurt. Kara took a deep breath, but then she could no longer contain her tears and frustration at everything that had happened. Oh, Rao, it was horrible, Ice, it was terrible. I felt like every bad thought I've ever had came flooding back. I couldn't stop it, I didn't mean to do it, I didn't mean to do everything I did to you, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry for what I did to you. She was very distraught and took a while to calm down again with her head bowed down. I'm not going to blame you for what happened, so don't blame yourself for it, okay? Kara shook her head from side to side, as if in denial. She was having a hard time accepting how easily he'd forgiven her for everything that had happened. Kara, look at me. She did as I asked and again looked at me in an ashamed and guilty way, not wanting to accept that I had already forgiven her. I love you, and that won't change just because you were hit by a space rock. Now the expression on his face became much more emotional than it had been a few moments ago. But I can't stop feeling guilty about what I did to you. Then when we get home I'll make you feel so good that all that guilt will go away. Kara blushed immediately and after a few seconds she started laughing at what I just told her, and while doing so she smiled at me quite lovingly. Now, if you allow me. I got up from my seat so I could sit next to him on the stretcher and carefully lay down, so we were closer together. I'm not going to reject you. Kara answered me in a rather soft voice, smiling at me as I got as close to her as possible, now as happy as before all this happened. I also made sure to give him a hug with my left arm, which was quite healthy, and the two of us stayed very snug on the stretcher. I promise you everything will be okay. I hope so, Ice. Kara sounded much more comfortable, and the feeling of us being snuggled up on the stretcher was quite gratifying after everything that had happened that day. Issei and Kara apartment. Later, in the final hours of the day, the two of us were finally able to return to our apartment. Kara was currently wearing a rather short white top and blue short shorts, along with a pair of heels. Luckily, our apartment was still in one piece. Now all that was left was to continue resting and preparing for the bomb that could be unleashed tomorrow with everything that happened on the city streets a couple of hours ago. Ice, I'm really sorry. Kara apologized again in a voice that was mixed with sadness and regret. Oh come on, that's over now Kara. It's easy for you to say that, but I can't feel good about myself for the fact that you've suffered so much just because of me. Besides, it really bothers me to know that I've hurt you. Hurt me? That made me laugh a little and I told him. Please, you hit like a girl so you didn't hurt me too much. Like a girl? Kara asked with a sarcastic voice and a smile that easily betrayed her anger at my words. And I really loved your way of being daring with me and your dominatrix side. Did you really like it? Kara was a little surprised while still smiling at me in amusement. Yes, and I would love for you to be like that more often during our nights. Really? Her voice softened slightly and she began to blush a little at the thought. Kara was actually quite surprised that I liked seeing that side of her. So what do you say we have fun now? She didn't say anything, she just walked over with her hands resting on my shoulders and a look that told me everything I needed to know. I took her by the waist again and joined our lips in what was a rather passionate kiss from the start. Kara reciprocated with equal passion, very excited for us to continue enjoying each other. As time went on, she kissed me more happily and her hand squeezed my shoulders, but this time without her super strength and just when we were about to give ourselves even more in our love. Cracks. The glass tumbler fell heavily on the floor, causing us both to separate as our kiss broke off. Apparently I had inadvertently carried it to the dining room table and in doing so we dropped a glass. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Kara rushed to pick up the broken glass, yes, she can do it without a broom, since it's indestructible. Suddenly she complained of great pain and a cut appeared on her hand and began to bleed red hot. Oh. Are you bleeding? The glass Kara grabbed had hurt her and now she was bleeding. How can this be possible? Unless. Have we left her without powers? Chapter 76. Until we meet again. Tori Azazel, Manhattan. December 19, 2017, 8:45 a.m. Losing your powers is definitely traumatic. You might feel confused or even scared that they won't come back. Your battle against the Red Dragon Emperor and exposure to red kryptonite drained your Kryptonian cells of their solar energy. You are now as vulnerable to your environment as any human. You will be affected by pain, illness, death. But have faith, Kara. When your cells have absorbed enough radiation from Earth's yellow sun your powers will return. Don't be afraid. And until you're fully recovered, lean on those you trust. I am deeply sorry that I am not able to be there to support you, my beloved daughter. As always, my collective knowledge is at your disposal for future analysis. Thank you Mom. Then hours had passed since we, Kara and I, Issei Hyoudou, arrived at Azazel Tower to find out why she had lost her superpowers and if there was a way for her to get them back. The experience was terrifying and traumatic for her since she bled from the glass. It wasn't the first time Kara had hurt herself, but it was the first time she had done so without her superpowers. Here at Azazel Tower, Gregory's top scientists, along with Azazel, performed various tests on her, from spending hours exposed to solar radiation to being in a special chair that could detect anomalies. When the afternoon came, Kara decided to consult with her mother's AI. I waited outside, hoping the AI could provide some solution, but apparently that was too much to wish for. In the end, there was no immediate solution. All that was left was to wait until her powers returned, that's what the AI said. Kara was never good at waiting, and now she had to wait until a part of her that she had a hard time accepting when she came to Earth came back eventually. She looked so vulnerable, dejected, she almost looked like she was going to cry or break down, but every step she took I was by her side, and now the two of us were together in a private room. "I'm sorry about your powers, I. It's not your fault." He answered me with a smile and sat down in an armchair rubbing his forehead, as if his head was bothering him. "It was me who gave you that final blow. I already told you it's not your fault." Kara stood up, walked over to me, and extended her arms to surround me in a hug. Being hugged by her touched me. But even though she told me it wasn't my fault, I still felt guilty about what I did. In fact, I already felt guilty when her blue suit was disintegrated by my dragon blaster, apparently her only blue superhero suit. Now she was wearing one that was different, but to be honest, the one I was wearing now began to enchant me even more than the previous one. With a deep and pleasant breath, I reciprocated her slightly tight hug and enjoyed the sensation of holding onto her, of feeling her breasts press against my chest, of breathing in her unique scent and that of her beautiful, radiant blonde hair. Gosh, it's so hard to believe that yesterday the two of us were fighting, and that even though my actions with the Trihexa illegal movement harmed her powers, that she's forgiven me and doesn't even blame me for what happened. Gosh, I really feel blessed to have this woman with me. I'm also sorry about your clothes, although I admit that your new look fascinates me more than the old one. Supergirl's current look was different and more exotic. Instead of a blue crop top with long sleeves, it was a white crop top with short sleeves, with black lines at the end of the sleeves, neck and torso. Her blue skirt was shorter and smoother than before, with a blue ribbon instead of a belt, and her red cape no longer reached almost to her ankles, now barely passing her waist. The symbol of the house L was the same, and she wore a simple black headband on her head, and her hands were covered by white gloves. "You're winning me over, Ice," Kara whispered, sounding quite playful, and as we continued hugging, she moved her hips in a sensual way. If I thought the blue suit was very sensual before, the white one she wears now is undoubtedly much more sensual, and in fact, even Kara herself felt a little more confident with this new change. "I would be very happy if you kept the color white for a longer time. Then it will stay for a long time. I also love this new suit." Kara seemed to put aside her worries about her lack of superpowers, which made me very happy since I hated seeing her depressed. She invited me to sit in a chair, and when I did, she sat on my lap and rested her head on my chest, still hugging me. I can feel the great sense of calm that now resides within her, and I felt so happy to have her in my arms, a feeling that was mutual. I love when Kara and I are hugging like this. Time continued to pass, sooner than I wanted, and the time for my special training arrived. "Okay, Kara, now it's my turn. What training are you going to do?" he asked as he got up from my legs to sit next to me. "I'll see if I can finally use Boost, my ability that doubles my power while I'm using Trihexa," I explained as I stood up and activated my balance breaker. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. It's been a while since I first awakened Trihexa, and I think I'll be able to use the ability to double my power without ending up destroying myself from the excess of power. But that could be dangerous, Ice. Kara stood up, approaching me again, and touched the armor plates on my shoulders with both hands. I understood her point and still told her with a smile as I removed my face from the helmet of my armor. "If I get hurt, I hope you're by my side on the stretcher. I will be with you at all times." He responded with a rather tender smile despite the concern he felt for me. "Yes, I'm confident that my power has now overcome several initial weaknesses, although there may be a limit to how many times I can use that power on Trihexa. I just hope I'm able to endure it." Artificial Battlefield 5.0 Azazel Tower. Welsh Dragon Superluminal Kryptonian. Change Star Superluminal. The red aura completely enveloped me, and the balance breaker scale mail armor changed into its superluminal Trihexa form. "Okay, Ice, you know what to do." I heard Azazel speaking to me through the speakers. "Alright, Ddraig, we have to do it. I trust you, partner." "Of course, here we go." Boost. Wow. The deep red aura completely enveloped me. I can feel Trihexa's immense power doubling. It feels like a massive energy overload. The weight I feel on my body has increased considerably, but it doesn't affect me. Oh, yes, this is fantastic. HMPH. HMPH. The ability that allows you to double your power has synchronized with your current Trihexa form. What you're feeling right now is the Omega's power overloading and doubling beyond the capacity you're used to. How are you feeling, Ice? Different. Let's see how fast you can go, I'll count. Following Azazel's instructions, I got into a racing position. 3, 2, 1 run, Ice, run. Play-I-I-I-Osh. Trihexia's 4 thrusters activated with a massive excess of aura. The speed I was moving at was far greater than what I was used to whenever I used this form of Trihexa. God, it feels incredible. Amazing, your vital signs are perfect and the speed you're going at is beyond anything you've ever achieved before. I know, Ddraig. And I feel amazing. Ddraig, Master, I can go even faster. I can use it a second time. Do it. Do it. Azazel and Ddraig said it in unison and with increasing excitement. I did it. Boost. Fly-I-I-I-I-Osh. Breaker. What the devil? The silver light. I saw a flash of silver light and suddenly I was no longer in the artificial battlefield of Azazel Tower. Maybe my double boost speed made me break through the artificial dimension and that made me exit into the city, but I moved so fast that I got to the other side of the country just in time to see a blonde woman fall off a building. How funny, that blonde woman looks slightly like Kara, but the way she dresses is so different from her. It doesn't look like it is. Huh. Oh no, yes it is her and she doesn't have her superpowers. I quickly flew forward to where she was, took her in my arms, and carried her to the outskirts of the city, which I identified as National City, after seeing one of the city signs as I left it. As I stopped, I carefully took her out of my arms and saw that her clothes were on fire. Oh no, Kara, you're on fire. With my hands I put out the fire on her breasts. She didn't seem to be affected by the fact that she was on fire, and when she saw what I was doing to her, she blushed quite hard and stepped back. Hey W, what do you think you're doing? What do I do? What are you doing in the city? Besides, you were falling off a building. I don't need you to save me. What he said made me laugh a little. Oh come on my love, you fell off a building, and as far as I know you still haven't managed to recover your superpowers, or am I wrong? Even though I said it in a rather flirtatious voice, Kara didn't react to me and looked towards the city. I have to get back to the city. Saying that, Kara flew off, dropping her civilian clothes from above, revealing a new blue and red costume that closely resembled Superman's, except for the skirt. His clothes fell into my arms and I was quite stunned. What the hell, Kara? In my confusion about what was happening, I flew below her, easily reaching her. She looked at me with a strange confusion and landed. I immediately arrived back next to her and now Kara didn't look as upset as she had a few moments ago. Kara, when did you get your superpowers back? How do you know who I am? It felt so weird for her to ask me that question, especially because of the way she looked at me. Why wouldn't I know who you are? And where did you get that suit? I like the white one a little better and the old one you always wore. I'm sorry, I feel something for the scream. How did you save me? Kara asked, feeling a discomfort in her ears. Did someone shout it out loud? Are you seriously asking me that? She nodded, waiting for a good explanation. Well, me Kara, you fell out of a window. I caught you and brought you here to this place. This strange place that I'm sure I've never seen. Why yes, but I still don't know. How do you know who I am? Moreover, who are you? Kara, it's me, Issei, your eyes. Who do you say? Kara, it's me. Wait, don't you know who I really am? Ought. Your confusion is killing me. Unless she isn't. What about Azazel? Kara made a face as if she didn't know who I was talking about. Asia. Zenobia. Irina. Rossweisse. Zez. Ravel. What about Volley? I'm sorry. Kara apologized embarrassedly and I finally understood that she was not my Kara. Oh, no way, this will definitely be strange for you. Sighing, I deactivated my armor, showing Kara who I was. When she saw me, she was surprised and even a little excited, so I introduced myself. Hello Kara, I'm Issei Hyoudou, the Red Dragon Emperor Sekiryuutei. And I feel like I'm in another Earth. Do you think you can help me get back to my Earth? From confusion he went to seriousness and from seriousness to an honest smile. Kaokao National City. If things were already strange enough, my surprise was even greater when I found out that she had a secret office in a building where she was supposed to no longer work. I mean, well, as far as I know, she hasn't returned to Kaokao, and even less so with what happened a day ago, but maybe things happened very differently here. I would have loved to go to the Azazel Tower, but apparently there was no Azazel Tower here. There wasn't even a single building in the whole world that referenced that fantastic building. And for that reason, I was now in this secret office, searching for information on the internet and social media, but there was nothing, absolutely nothing. Let's see, explain. What do you mean you're from another Earth? Oh, how many Earths are there besides this one? You know, we're on the Earth. Let's see, I don't understand why they have New York, but not an Azazel Tower, and much less a Justice League. There isn't even a Flash who can help me try to get back home. It was so frustrating there was nothing here. With a rather heavy sigh, I stood up from my seat and thought about how to get back, but nothing came to mind. Hey Ddraig, what do you say? Well, this is the first time something like this has happened, it never happened to me or my previous hosts. Suddenly the doors of this office opened and two people entered, one of whom was Win, and the other didn't know who he was. Hey, are you okay? Win asked, very worried about Kara. Yes, I'm fine. What happened to Xiaobon? Oh well, after attacking you Mariah Carey style, she ran away. Oh, so she exists here too. We have a Mariah Carey, I guess that's something. I told Kara, who isn't my Kara, smiling at her, and Kara smiled the same way my Kara would. Who are you? The man who wasn't Win asked me. Hello, my name is Issei Hyoudou. James Olsen. We both shook hands when we greeted each other, but when he said that name, I became even more confused because where I come from I think he has red hair. And he is. Kara was going to introduce the other man, but she already knew who he was. Win. I said with a funny grimace, confusing this Win, this James, and of course this Kara, who looked at me quite strangely. Well, listen guys, I'm not sure how to say this. Well, I know how to say it, it's just that. James cleared his throat at Kara's amused babble. More? Yeah, sorry. He Issei came from another universe. Kara introduced me by pointing at me with both hands. Genial. Win exclaimed quite excitedly and continued talking. Ha. Wow. So the multiverse theory is true. True. We both said at the same time. It is. Absolutely. Win was pretty excited about that, and Kara said. I know, I can't believe it either, and I'm from another planet. Which in every universe I think is a pretty cool thing. Saying that, Kara laughed quite happily. I wonder if your cousin or John are also on this Earth, or are you just… What do you mean by this Earth? James asked, very confused. Let's see how he explained it. At that moment I saw a blackboard and an easy way to explain it occurred to me. Give me a second, I'll explain it to you like Flash once explained it to me. I took a marker and started drawing several circles on the board. Well, imagine there are several versions of this Earth, one where the Nazis probably won the war, another where Disney never bought Marvel, one where Sam Raimi made Spider-Man 4, another where Paul Walker didn't die, and one where we're all evil. Win asked, raising his hand. I was there for a few hours with the Justice League, and the way it ended was very special. I said with a smile as I looked at Kara, who blushed when we looked into each other's eyes. Yeah, well, and all these Earths occupy the same place in space, but they vibrate at different frequencies, and that's why they can't see each other. Yes, but if you reach a certain speed it would be possible to open a rift and travel between other worlds. Win followed my explanation by also approaching the blackboard. Yes, that's what happened. I was so glad he was a genius. How did you achieve that speed? James questioned with his arms crossed, and both Win and Kara looked at me quite excitedly. Ah well Win, stand next to Kara, I'll show you something. Win approached Kara, and then I activated my boosted gear for the first time since I accidentally came to this Earth. Balance breaker. Welsh dragon balance breaker. The red aura completely surrounds me, forming my scale mail armor with my dragon wings fully extended. What I did left the three of them with their mouths open. Welsh dragon superluminal Kryptonian. Change star superluminal. My armor changed into its superluminal Triana form, and I then left this building going faster than the speed of light. I went to an ice cream shop and bought 4 ice creams, which I protected with my dragon aura so they wouldn't melt, and I returned to the office where Kara, Win and James were, giving each of them an ice cream, and returning to my normal scale mail form, without the face of my armor's helmet on. Yeah. Kara exclaimed, very delighted and fascinated to see her ice cream and the flavor that was her favorite in her hands. Ella, Win, and James turned around to look at me, and I explained a short version of my story. Yeah, you see, I used to believe I was a normal human, but it turns out I was born with something special, something called boosted gear, which happens to be one of the original longinus that the biblical God created to give power to humanity since supernatural beings, all the mythical stories about gods, mythologies, the devil, angels, demons, fallen angels and dragons. Everything exists, and well, when I was in Central City I was struck by lightning when a particle accelerator exploded, which made me much more compatible with my sacred gear, and thanks to that and a lot of training, I was able to reach the most powerful form of my sacred gear, which is the balance breaker, that is, the armor you are seeing right now, and since then I became a superhero, the Red Dragon Emperor who flies over the skies of New York, whom everyone calls Seki. Win and James' mouths dropped open while Kara laughed excitedly at my story. Then James started to say. Let's see, so God exists. Yeah. Well, technically I don't think so anymore, but I shouldn't say that. And you were blessed with a longinus. Totally. And you're a superhero. Who always returns with Supergirl over the skies of New York. Yeah, I guess that's great. What's wrong with him? He doesn't seem sincere. Win, hearing that, raised his hand and said to me. Are you and Kara superheroes on the other side of the country? I mean, where you're from. Yes, we are partners, a team, you know, the best of both worlds. And you're able to travel between universes. What else can you do with that armor? No, actually this was accidental. I was using my ability that allows me to double my power, and the speed I traveled at was many times beyond the speed of light, and then well, this happened by accident. Can you duplicate your superpowers? That excited him more. Yes, in fact it is one of the main abilities of my boosted gear. I can double my power, I can also transfer it to others. And where does your name come from? Why do they call you the Red Dragon Emperor? Because within my sacred gear dwells a true legendary dragon. I present to you one of the two legendary celestial dragons recorded in the Bible, the Red Dragon Emperor Sekiryuutei, Ddraig. The aura around me took the form of a red dragon's head and he appeared, communicating with them. Greetings fellow earthlings, I must say it's quite odd that my partner and I are stuck on another earth, and it's quite funny that the first person he interacts with is a Kara's Orel, who is not his Kara's Orel. The dragon that is real. Oh. Oh, by Rao the first didn't know that. Well, I am legendary Red Dragon Lord Issei, don't worry, we will do what it takes to get you back to your universe with your Kara. It's weird that you talk about Kara when you're Kara. She laughed again, shaking her head. An idea came to my mind and I told this Kara who is not my Kara. Well, how about you tell me things about yourself while I tell you things about myself while we go to eat. Of course. Do you like donuts, Issei? Kara asked with a rather adorable smile. You know I do. Come with me then, Seki. Kara finished her ice cream and left this office, and I accompanied her, leaving her friends from this earth behind. The Kara of this earth and I were going to go eat donuts, but before doing so she went to the upper floor that would lead us to the office, which is on the same floor as her boss's office. Wait, I just have to do one thing before we leave, Issei. Think. Oh. Just as Kara was about to grab her things, her boss called her the same way my Kara's former boss used to, who, curiously, was the same person on this earth. In my country they also call you that. I said to Kara with a smile, and together we went to the Cat Grant office of this earth. Judging by the treatment they're receiving, perhaps the red kryptonite incident didn't happen on this earth. You're alive. This is Grant. Don't worry. I was rescued. Don't state the obvious. You were in the middle of the action, and I want you to act accordingly. And yes, another of my former employees sought revenge, but why do I have a feeling that another possible déjà vu is coming? Mrs. Grant turned over her laptop where an image of me as a red line of light was seen saving the Kara of this earth. There's a new superhero in National City. And he'll be a big competitor for Supergirl. Oh my, here we go again. First it was with Volley and now it's with me. He doesn't have to be the competition. Would you prefer an assistant? Ugh, I better get this over with as soon as possible. He's not your assistant, Mrs. Grant, he's more like your equal. A temporary ally. Maybe even a partner. I told Mrs. Grant, who saw me the same way Mrs. Grant from my universe saw me when Kara and I talked about Volley. Wow. It's the same thing, but in a different universe. And who are you? Ah, he is. I'm Issei Hyoudou, hahaha, I'm from New York and I'm good friends with Kara. Yes. Sometimes I feel like I've known him my whole life. Hahaha. Mrs. Grant looked me over carefully and then at Kara, eyeing us both with rather suspicious eyes. Suddenly she saw someone else who entered this office. Well, I need a picture of the speedster, James, get it? When I turned around, I saw that James and Win had indeed entered Mrs. Grant's office as well. He didn't seem very excited about what his boss was telling him, unlike Win, who was quite pleased. And Kira, now many will want to know what happened. We'll have the information, and I'll let you know when to reveal the exclusive details. Now, I have to name this new hero. I was thinking about the Buzz, or the Red Bolt or the Stain. It's lucky she can't get out of this sacred gear, because now I really want to burn her alive for trying to give out such names. Calm down, Ddraig, I'll take care of it, we've been through this before. Wouldn't you prefer something with more mystery? Intrigue. Like, for example, Sekiryuutei, the Red Dragon Emperor, might not be a speedster as such, but rather an individual in Red Dragon Emperor armor, right? That sounds very fanciful. Dragons. Please, dragons don't exist. If aliens exist, why not dragons? Things didn't seem to go as well as they did in my universe. Well, that's right, Issei, hahaha, could you give me some time off? I'd like to be your guide since this is your first time in National City, please, okay? Kara tried to negotiate with her boss, attacking her with rather adorable looks. Okay, but first you three leave. She meant me, James and Win. The three of us left the office and I waited for this Kara to finish talking to her boss so we could talk about who knows what. National City. Kara and I were sitting on the edge of the rooftop of one of the tallest buildings in the city. She was wearing her blue superhero costume and I was wearing my normal balance breaker armor and we were both enjoying some very delicious donuts while we shared stories from our lives to see what else our lives had in common. So you came to this earth when you were 13. You were adopted by a family whose last name is Danvers and you have an adoptive sister. That's definitely new. Wait, are you telling me that's not how I came to your earth? Kara was surprised to learn this detail as she took a big bite of her donut. No, in fact you arrived almost a year ago in my land and you are between 18 or 19 years old. You never wanted to tell me your real age. Let's see, so then if I was that age that means that you lived your whole life on Krypton, you finished your studies there and you were going to join the Kryptonian military. It meant I was able to spend more time with my mom and dad. Kara had a melancholic expression upon realizing that. Yes, and it wasn't easy for you to adapt, but you managed, you had good support, and several complicated things happened before you became Supergirl. And you were with me every step of the way, Issei. Of course. Besides, I wasn't going to leave you alone. Kara blushed quite a bit when I said that, and I realized something that hadn't crossed my mind until now. What's wrong, Issei? Oh well, I was just thinking it's been a while since I came to this earth. My Kara is probably very worried. I'd like to quickly find a way to go home. She needs me now more than ever, and I need her too. Explaining that, I looked back at the Kara of this universe whose expression was quite moved and her eyes almost seemed on the verge of tears. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? No, nothing like that. It's just I'm surprised that in another universe, there's a version of me who has you and is definitely very happy, which makes me feel a little envious of myself from that earth. I wasn't as lucky in love as she was. Love, but I don't. I know from the way you talk about her and care about her, it's good to know I found that kind of happiness with a partner. I don't need to hide who I really am from. Don't lose faith, you'll find your Seki. Kara gently hit my right shoulder, smiling at me with a rather funny face, and we both continued telling stories about our lives, enjoying these wonderful donuts. Hako's secret office. Several hours have passed since I accidentally came to this earth, after having learned several things about the Kara of this universe, and she having learned several things from mine. I returned to her secret office where her friends Win and James were. The three of us were each working on a computer, trying to find a way for me to return to my earth, but so far we haven't had much luck. Traveling to other universes again wasn't part of my New Year's plans, especially after having faced the crime syndicate earlier this year. Now that I think about it, they had an object that was capable of teleporting someone from one universe to another. But the object in question has already been destroyed, and I don't know anyone who is capable of recreating something like that. I was hoping someone from Team Flash would be here, but there wasn't anyone, which is pretty weird. Did something happen to them? Suddenly the door of this room opened and the Kara of this universe entered. I need a favor. James and Win quickly approached the Kara of this universe. What do you need? Yes, say it. I actually talked to Issei. Hearing her refer to me, I got up from my seat and approached her. What's wrong, Kara? Odd, it still seems pretty weird to refer to her as Kara when she's not my Kara. Her friend stepped back, James with his arms crossed and Win with his hands resting on a desk, and Kara began to explain to me. Well, there's a villain named Livewire. Leslie Willis. Yes. Wait, there's one on your earth. Actually yes, my Kara and I faced her a week after Thanksgiving. It took us a couple of minutes to defeat her. Really? I had to face her on Thanksgiving Day. This Kara sounded quite jealous of the fact that she had to deal with her on such a special date. Yeah. I guess it was a bit of luck that she didn't wake up that day. It was my Kara's first Thanksgiving. I thought so. Oh, wow, I'm so jealous of her right now. At that moment James gestured with his hands for us to stop. Wait a second, what do you mean by first? We both realized that James and Win were hesitant because they didn't know those details. Oh yeah, well, you see, in Issei's universe, I didn't arrive on Earth when I was 13, it turns out I did so when I was already over 18, which in his universe turned out to be less than a year ago. Wow, that's pretty weird but pretty cool. It means Krypton didn't go K-boom until 5 years after what happened in this universe. Win sounded quite surprised and excited. James on the other hand was sitting heavily on the couch, not very motivated. Anyway, what I was getting at is she Livewire Leslie, well, she escaped from her prison and all she wants to do is kill Cat Grant. How funny, all the girls who worked for her and turned evil want to kill her. Kara smiled foolishly, shaking her head. Issei, you know I don't think I can protect her with Xiaoban free. National City needs the Red Dragon Emperor. I need you, Seki. I understand, you can count on me. Kara was taken aback for a moment. What? Just like that? I mean thanks. But I thought, well you wouldn't agree so quickly since you're busy trying to figure out how to get back to your universe. Did this Kara really think I wouldn't support her so quickly? Yes, I want to return to my universe, that's my priority, and I know you're not my Kara, but I don't need to think twice about helping you with whatever you need. A very honest smile formed on my face when I told her that and Kara blushed quite a bit. Companions? Kara asked in a rather adorable voice, extending her arm towards me. Partners regardless of the universe. Kara and I shook hands, beginning our alliance to stop the mean girls from their universe. National City. The Kara of this earth and the Win of this earth took me to a secret military base located on the outskirts of this city, which reminded me a bit of the Azazel Tower Command Center, except this place looked pretty gloomy, outdated, ugly, and there wasn't a single fallen angel, they were all military humans. Another of the strange things that exist on this earth. The Kara of this earth was dressed in her Supergirl costume of this earth, which looked quite a bit like Superman's, and I for my part was back in Balance Breaker, with my dragon wings spread out. The people who work here felt very uncomfortable and intimidated when I appeared in the company of Supergirl, and I guess the only reason they didn't point their guns at me is because I was with her. Well, I'm surprised I didn't expect something like this when you mentioned you had a relationship with the government. Kara smiled at me very happily after I told her that. And that's the ship I'm on. She pointed to the spaceship behind me, it was a silver-colored ship that I could easily identify as Kryptonian, since it resembled the ship that the Kara of my Earth used to come to my Earth. Well, that ship is gold and this one is silver, I guess it's another of the subtle differences that exist in our universes. Great. Hey Win, do you think you can take a picture of me? I asked Win, quickly approaching the ship to pose near it. Of course. Win gladly accepted. Win. Kara spoke to her friend with a rather authoritarian seriousness, and then several of the DO agents approached the three of us and pointed their weapons at me in a hostile manner. What, I can't take a picture? Hey Seki, I don't think that's a good idea. Alright. That's right, and who's the battleship? An alien. The woman stepped forward, she must be the woman in charge of this place, I guess. Metahuman. Kara responded to the woman by standing in front of me with her arms crossed. There are protocols for visits at the DO, Supergirl. Listen, calm down, he'll help us find and stop Livewire. Then I will accept your help. The woman said, and the officers lowered their weapons. The woman pointed her eyes at me, resting her hands on her hips. What do I call you? See ya. Iron Man. Red Ranger. Got it? Got your references? Apparently, we have that in common across our universes, too. Issei Hyoudou. I presented myself to the woman in charge after removing my face from the helmet of my armor. Lucy Lane. I hope you bring more to the table than just flashy red armor. Then I won't let you down. Besides, where I come from I've already dealt with Livewire and I know how to catch her thanks to the weird stuff my boss comes up with and shares with me. Miss Lucy made a face of confusion and I looked back at Kara who had a rather pleased expression. Kara, is there a lab where we can work? Yes. In my sister's lab. I still find it hard to believe that you have an adoptive sister on this earth. And I find it hard to believe that I don't have it in your land. We both joked around and went together to the lab she mentioned. While I was putting into practice some of the methods Azazel taught me in case any escape happens, which is totally unlikely to happen in Azazel Tower, Kara and Win kept showing me fascinating things about this earth until we managed to get Livewire's current location. We managed to find Livewire. Kara notified Lucy and James who at some point came to the DO, he was chatting with Lucy. That's great. James said entering the lab with Lucy. Actually, it was Issei. Win explained, pointing at me with one of his hands, looking at me with a rather amused look. Of course. Now James sounded very discouraged. Well, it was actually thanks to my teacher Azazel since I learned it from him. Oh come on, Issei. Take some of the credit. Kara encouraged me by gently tapping one of my shoulders. And this is said by the woman who is shy enough to take her own credit on more than one occasion. Hey. Ahem. James cleared his throat, interrupting us. Oh, yeah. Well, Azazel, who's my boss and also my teacher, shortly after Kara from my universe and I caught Livewire, he taught me how to create an algorithm that monitors the city's electrical power fluctuations, since Livewire's powers are based on electrical energy. And well, the algorithm shows us an abandoned warehouse located within the city. It seems like the bad guys love abandoned warehouses on both Earths. Yes, it's quite curious. Kara nodded in agreement. I'll send a team. Lucy said. No, she's dangerous. Issei and I will take care of it. Sounds good, what's the plan? I accepted immediately and Kara turned around to look at me again. Catch the villain, bring her back to her cell so she can't harm anyone and we'll probably have to fight. Kara explained to me, hitting her hand with her other hand. I think I have a better plan. Does anyone have a refilled water bottle? A 2-liter if possible. Kara, Win, Lucy and James looked at me very stupefied. What? I mean it. How would something like that help catch Livewire? James asked quite seriously. I'll make it work. Do you trust me? I trust you. Kara said it without hesitation, accepting my idea. Okay, just give me a second. Lucy nodded as she left the lab, accompanied by James. Abandoned warehouse, National City. The car of this universe and I flew quickly through the skies of the city, heading for the location of the abandoned warehouse. Halfway through, Kara became very competitive, as if we were in a race. She's as competitive as my Kara. As we were about to reach our destination, I changed into my superluminal Trihexa form, vastly surpassing the Kara of this universe in terms of speed. I arrived at the warehouse long before her and even had time to check the perimeter, then I stopped to wait for Kara, who landed next to me looking at me with a rather happy expression. What's going on? What are you laughing at? I almost beat you. Kara pointed at me with one of her hands as she said that. You almost beat me? Don't tell me, you're dreaming. She laughed a little after I told her that and together we started looking in every direction in this warehouse, waiting for Livewire to appear. Are you sure this is the place? I hope so. At that moment several currents of electricity manifested in front of us taking the form of a female human figure. I missed you, super silly. You didn't think you could do it alone and brought a date. How cute. Yes, it was the same Livewire from my universe. Luckily, I came with 2 liters of water in my backpack and a completely accurate perception of reality. I'll take care of it. Are you ready, Ddraig? Of course. Kara took a step back. Welsh Dragon Kryptonian Blaster. Change Fang Blast. My armor returned to its normal form, then a backpack was created on my back and the cannons appeared on my shoulders. Both barrels pointed at Livewire. Unlike the previous times I used this form of Trihexa, this time it wasn't the power of the solar energy stored in the Omega, combined with the power of my Sekiryuutei aura, no, this time it was simply 2 liters of water, combined with the power of my Sekiryuutei aura. This was something that came to me after the defeat of my universe's Livewire. Ddraig assured me that it was possible to do something like this. Buzz. The dragon aura built up to an amount that was more than enough with the water inside my backpack. This took me less than a second since I didn't need an immense buildup, of course, not since my opponent isn't a Kryptonian, or some kind of highly dangerous alien, or someone with a problematic sacred gear. Dragon Blaster Water version. Boost. An immense explosion of water in the form of lightning traveled at great speed, brutally impacting Livewire, who was left with her mouth open just before receiving that cannon shot. By ion. The water explosion was so great that it blew up half of this abandoned warehouse, filling it with water everywhere. The water in front of us filled with electric shocks and Livewire's lifeless body floated face up in the water, taking the mythical Yamcha pose. It was all for her. Wow, that was so cabbage. Kara clapped quite surprised as I returned to my normal balance breaker form. Ah. Suddenly, a rather loud scream echoed with too much intensity in the remains of the cellar. It was an unbearable sound. A sound so loud it was damaging my ears, just like Kara's. We both fell to our knees trying to cover our ears with our hands, but that didn't stop the brutal sound. What the who is the one who? The screaming stopped for a few seconds and a woman dressed in a black costume and Halloween makeup appeared. There was a wide oblique line on the woman's torso, her gloves and boots were white and the Halloween makeup gave her a very skull-like face. Her hair was full of white streaks and no, I'd never seen that woman before in my universe, but boy does she scream like Black Canary. Do you know her? I asked Kara, whose ears were bleeding from the woman's loud scream. True, she has pretty sensitive hearing and if it affected me so much I can't imagine how much worse it must have been for her. It can't be, are you Xiaoban? Xiaoban Smythe is no more. My whole life was a curse, but now I know how to use it to my advantage. I am Silver Banshee. The woman jumped from where she was standing and positioned herself in front of the unconscious Livewire. You don't have to do this, let me help you. Kara pleaded after standing up and taking a step forward. And here is my answer. Oh no. Not again. I knew Silver Banshee was about to scream again, but before she could, I rushed towards the Kara of this universe, took out my dragon wings and wrapped them around us both, and channeled all the aura of my scale mail into the protection. Boost. 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 Transfer. My power doubled several times, and all that power was transferred to my dragon wings, forming a rather thick and red aura on them. Silver Banshee's sonorous screams were terrible, but they were not able to pierce the defenses of my dragon wings. Kara, who was wrapped around me, was surprised and looked up to see me. She looked quite flushed from what she had just done. Thank you. Whenever you want. When the scream sounded, Silver Banshee took a step back, very stunned by what had just happened. What the hell, what are you? I am the Red Dragon Emperor, but you can call me Seki. In my hands I channeled a good concentration of my dragon aura and the energy from my normal nano gears to create a quick dragon shot. And this is a dragon shot, dragon shot. I then fired the dragon shot directly at Silver Banshee and the movement was so fast that he didn't have time to try to dodge. Hey boom. She was engulfed in an explosion of red aura and then fell unconscious, quite burned and injured, although nothing serious, I hope. Jesus say you made it look pretty easy. Kara was very surprised, which made me smile very proudly inside my armor. Dio National City. After defeating Livewire and Silver Banshee, Kara and I made sure that they were locked in special cells within the Dio. If I could, I would even help the Dio improve their technology, but I'm not a genius like Azazel for those things. What I was able to do was make sure to greatly enhance the containment cells by transferring some of my power to them, although I hope it will never be necessary. You know, you would be very valuable if you decided to stay at the Dio, Seki. Miss Lucy Lane told me just before Supergirl and I left the building. It's true, it's not every day you catch two supervillains so quickly and so easily. Besides, you said your universe has its own Justice League. Here, it's just Kara and her cousin. When agreed with Lucy, I could even see in the eyes of the Kara of this universe that she thought that idea was very good. Although I appreciate the offer, I can't accept it, but if it's within my possibilities, I would gladly come back to lend a hand, and who knows, maybe I'll come accompanied by the Supergirl of my universe. That would be fantastic, good luck, Seki. Lucy extended her hand and with a smile I accepted to shake it with mine, and then I flew away following the Kara of this universe. As I enjoyed flying through the skies of this city in the company of the Kara of this universe, I realized that something seemed to bother her. Are you okay, Kara? She looked at me and tried to smile. Yes, I'm fine, although I still hear bells. Are you sure? You don't look so good. We both stopped while still above the clouds of the city, with the sun already beginning to set on the horizon, giving us a very majestic and beautiful view. I'm sorry, it's just with everything that happened today, Livewire Xiaobon, and thanks to your help, I felt able to keep going no matter what was ahead. It's the same thing my Kara told me that time. The Kara of this universe kept talking to me. Something happened to me a few weeks ago, someone exposed me to a substance that drove me crazy, and I did a lot of horrible things. Sounds harsh. And when I was saving others as Supergirl, I was so happy, and now that many don't want my help, I feel lost. Well, I felt lost until I met you, and having to say goodbye so soon it hurts. This is going to sound ironic coming from me, but Kara, don't push yourself too hard. Just keep doing your job and forget about the rest. People will forgive you, I promise. And why are you so sure? Because the same thing happened to my Kara a few days ago. Oh really? Yes, I even had to fight her. And what fixed everything? Her eyes became very pleading at that question. Well, as far as I know, I think she suffers from the same problem as you. Like I told you, I wouldn't know how to answer that since it happened so recently, but I know that time will fix things between her and the inhabitants of our city. But are you and her okay? I mean, didn't you get to? Do you mean if we suffered any breakup in our relationship because of what happened? Kara nodded her head several times. Do you want me to tell you the same thing I told him? She nodded again, and the part of my armor covering my face fell away. I'm not going to blame you for what happened, so don't blame yourself for it, okay? I love you, and that won't change just because you were hit by a space rock. The expression on Kara's face became very emotional and her eyes filled with tears. Oh wow, how lucky she is. Kara sniffled a little as she wiped her tears with the backs of her hands. You and her usually fix things with your strength, or in my case with Ddraig's powers. And sometimes it's hard to accept that there are things beyond our control. And when you stop looking for a solution, everything will happen on its own. I'm really sorry you're far from your world and your Kara, but I'm glad you're here. I really needed to meet you. Me too. Kara smiled at me quite happily and hugged me tightly, something I was already used to in my universe. With a rather honest smile, I returned his hug as I watched the sun continue to set over the horizon. I think I know how we can get home. Really, Ddraig? Yes, although it's only a small possibility, there's a high probability that it won't happen or that we'll end up on another Earth. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I trust you, Ddraig. The Kara of this universe and I returned to the place where we met, the outskirts of National City. The sun had already completely set and now the moon and stars were visible. Do you think this will work? Well, Ddraig has a point. When you and I join forces, we're unstoppable, whether it's in my universe, yours, or others we don't know about yet. So if I transfer some of my power to you, your speed might catch up to mine, and if you throw me at high speed, Ddraig and I might be able to break through the dimensional barrier and return home. What? Wait a minute, are you I mean you? Are you talking about a race? Kara asked, resting her hands on her waist with a rather content smile. Yes, I guess so. I affirmed, smiling at her in the same way, making her laugh very adorable. Do you think you can catch me, girl of steel? Ah, you'll see, Red Dragon Emperor, Welsh Dragon. Hahaha. Great. The Kara of this universe and I stand side by side. I'll miss you, Issei Hyoudou. I'll miss you too, Kara Danvers, or Kara Zor-El. Which is your real name, since you're a Kryptonian, and no matter what universe you're from, I'll find that really cool. Ah ha 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 ha, and hey, when you get back home, give my regards to myself who is always with you. Take it for granted. Kara extended her arms in a hug and with a rather content smile, I undid all my armor and we both hugged each other tightly. Oh wow, it feels so good to hug someone without fear of breaking them. And how did you know you wouldn't break me? Because where you're from I'm your girlfriend, right? Good point. After a while, the two of us parted ways and I re-entered Balance Breaker. Okay, I'm ready, Seki. Okay Ddraig, do your thing. Kara and I held hands. Boost. 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 Transfer. All my power is transferred to Kara. She is enveloped in an aura that is red in color. Ayati, this aura feels so good of. Kara started stuttering, quite blushing. Welsh Dragon Superluminal Kryptonian. Change star Superluminal. My armor returned to its superluminal Triana form. On your marks. Ready? Yes. Play I-osh. Play I-osh. We both broke the speed of light. We were neck and neck. Head to head. We probably even circled the planet several times without realizing it. That's when Kara gives me a firm shove in the back and for a moment I feel like I've entered completely unfamiliar territory. The next thing I see is a beautiful sunset in the city that never sleeps. Am I finally home? Earth 38. It happened after Kara Zor-El, gave Issei Hyoudou that push. He just disappeared from my sight, entering some very strange gap. That was it, he was gone. I stopped landing where our starting line was. See you soon, dear Ice. I hope that one day you and I will see each other again. Chapter 77. Myriad, Part 1. Azazel Tower, Manhattan. December 20th, 2017, 4:29 p.m. I returned. It's the question I kept asking myself since Issei Hyoudou, was thrown by the Kara of the other universe when we went faster than light. Looks like you're back, buddy. I can feel the presence of multiple supernatural beings, mostly fallen angels, as well as the tower you always work and train in. So I did come back. But for how long was I gone? Let's find out. After hearing Ddraig say that, I traveled at a very high speed, arriving at the command center of the Azazel Tower, where my master, my companions and the rest of the fallen angels worked. Everyone. I'm back. For how long have I been gone? The first person to react was Ravel, who came to me quite happy. Sama, congratulations, you just broke your old record. Hey? That's true, you were able to reach maximum speed in your Triana form and then managed to quadruple that speed. The one who said that was Zez, who had a pretty cool attitude. How strange, it's like none of them were aware that I was gone for so long. Unless you didn't, maybe the speed you used allowed you to break several rules and you were able to arrive in our universe at the same instant you seemingly disappeared. Are you saying I've traveled back in time? That's right. Wait a minute, did you say 4 times faster as that would be? As fast as Volley and Juggernaut Drive. The one who said that was Azazel, who poured himself some sake to celebrate that success. The next thing he did was raise his glass in a toast, smiling at me with an expression that was quite mischievous. HMPH. HMPH. Well, maybe even faster. Was I really able to reach that level? Well, if I was able to come back at the exact moment I left and I broke several established rules, then I must be that fast. The idea of being able to achieve that kind of speed excited me and I started looking for Kara, my Kara, the one from this universe. Maybe for her it wasn't a long time, but for me it was a whole day and I truly missed her every moment I spent on that earth. How strange, I can't see Kara anywhere. Hey, has anyone seen Kara? When I asked that question, I saw a bitter smile on my friends' faces and Azazel sighed. She went to clear her mind. You may not know it, but there was a transmission from her former boss just when you started your training. My teacher explained. Sorry, what? Which transmission? Azazel snapped his fingers and one of the large monitors in this base of operations showed Cat Grant, Kara's former boss. As you know, I've been a key supporter of Supergirl. Imagine how difficult it is for me to tell you that here at Catco, we can no longer support you. I trusted her, I assured them she was our friend, and I was wrong. You already saw her last night. Supergirl changed, she's unstable and very dangerous. Sometimes heroes fall, they go their separate ways. I ask for your safety to stay away from her, and the same goes for our Red Dragon Emperor, who was able to contain her. But you never know if you'll be able to do the same thing the next time an incident like last night's happens again. The transmission has ended. Oh Kara. I have to go. Without giving anyone time to answer me, I left Azazel Tower still in my Triana form. This is unacceptable. Separate ways. Of course not. What will I do the next time something like what happened last night happens again? Obviously, I'll save her from herself. Maybe in the future, things will happen, maybe there will be times when we have to face each other again, or one of us will turn evil, but no matter what happens we will face it together. When I left Azazel Tower, the first thing I did was look for Kara in our apartment, but she wasn't there, then I tried to call her, but her phone was off, so I started looking for her all over the city using Triana, and finally found her. There she was on the outskirts of the financial district, so beautiful and elegant, but the look on her face was quite sad. My first instinct was to go right to where she was and hug her tightly, but then a better idea came to my mind, and I looked where she was pointing with her gaze. The Brooklyn Bridge. Ddraig, I need you to help me. Of course, what do you need, partner? Ars or L. I love the city, I have since I started living here, and it was the best decision I made. I, Kars Or-El, realized how much I could contribute to the city. Metropolis has my cousin Cal, Gotham City has Batman and his Bat family. I'm not entirely sure if that's what they're called. Central City has the Flash and Team Flash, but as for New York. They already had Ice and Zez too, then they had me, but now they also have Azazel Tower Asia, Zenobia, Irina Rossweisse, Ravel, and who knows who else will come here. I guess New York doesn't need me anymore by now. And much less now that I've lost my superpowers. Perhaps Mrs. Grant is right. Sometimes people like me fall and take different paths, like paths that are delayed for several decades, and when you reach your destination, the purpose for which you came is destroyed because you are no longer needed. That's what happened to me with Cal. I came to Earth to protect him, but he no longer needs my protection. I also found a new purpose in meeting Ice, but with everything that's happened maybe that purpose is better left behind. I once said I didn't want to be anyone's champion, and it looks like now I have the chance to never be that again. If I were the me who just arrived on Earth, I'd be happy with what happened to me, but I'm not that person anymore. I know what happened to me wasn't entirely my fault and my brain was kind of messed up, but I let something bad get out inside me and I hurt the person I care about most in this life. What will happen the next time something like this happens again? I don't want something like that to happen again, not again please. It's the Red Dragon Emperor. I heard a kid walking past me say that and I looked where he and everyone else was looking. Yes, there she was, it was Ice. My dear Ice with his beautiful red armor. Seeing him, a big smile formed on my face and I approached the edge of the place where I was. I saw Ice fly quickly towards the Brooklyn Bridge and what he did was start spitting fire over the bridge. What are you doing? Spitting fire over the bridge? I don't see much point in it. Huh. The fire Ice was spitting out was taking the form of letters, but they weren't just any kind of letters, they were Kryptonian letters. Oh my row. What he wrote in letters of fire above the bridge, the meaning of those letters was, "And love you, Kars Or-El." Seeing what he did my eyes filled with tears and I couldn't stop smiling. Ice, I love you too, I love you more than anyone. A red line of light passed in front of me and before I could react, that light took me to the top of the Manhattan Bridge. Issei Hyoudou. When I saw that Kara received my message, what I did was take her in my arms, even though I was in my Triana form, and quickly carried her to the neighboring bridge. As we reached the bridge, the part of my armor that covered my face was removed and we both stood on top of the Manhattan Bridge. I held Kara above her waist while she wrapped her arms around my neck. The emotion in her beautiful blue eyes said more than 1,000 words, along with the small smile she had on her face. Hello. Hello. Did you get my message? Kara then asks, feigning doubt. What message? The message from there. I pointed towards the burning message that was still above the other bridge. Oh, that one, was it you? Don't play like that. I didn't understand what he was saying. Kara clung tighter to my neck, her smile growing happier as I held her more firmly. I'll tell you what it says. It says I love you. Because I love you. His smile widened and I continued talking, easily getting lost in how beautiful his blue eyes were. And it doesn't matter what people think about what happened last night because everyone makes mistakes. Yes. About what? That we would be on separate paths. They are not separate paths, you are my path, and no matter which version of the multiverse you are, you will always be my path. His face filled with even more happiness, and I rested my forehead against his, feeling our breath synchronize very romantically. I know others can give us 1,000 reasons why we shouldn't be together, but I'm sick of them, sick of all those possible reasons. We have to make a choice. Well, I choose you above all others. E2 Ice, I also choose you, I choose to be with you no matter what, even if I have to risk my life to be by your side, now that I don't have my powers. God, how much I love this woman. She is truly my most special person. So, I have an idea. At the end of this year, we'll go to England. Kara looked very surprised, and in her eyes I saw an infinite curiosity about what I suggested. England? Why? The place where the legend of Ddraig originated. Kara's eyes shone with even more excitement and happiness. Oh, that's an excellent idea. They really like the idea of getting to know England. Well, now I have a very important reason to do that. It's a fact, Ddraig, we'll go to England together. I wonder how many hundreds of years have passed. Just thinking about that trip makes me feel a comforting nostalgia. And there will surely be many criminals there in England. Yes, I like the idea. This trip just keeps getting better. I love the idea too. Finally going to England with my lifelong partner and the woman I love will be a fantastic experience. And who knows, maybe we'll even manage to capture Jack the Ripper. At the mention of it, Kara let out a small laugh. What? They still haven't caught Jack the Ripper. You didn't know? Kara pretended to be surprised for a second, then grabbed me tighter by the neck, and instead of responding with words, she did it with a very passionate kiss which I immediately reciprocated. We both got carried away in that kiss. The pressure, the emotion, and the passion were so overwhelming that after almost a minute we decided to end it. The emotions in the air were so intense, and now I really wanted to do it again. Azazel Tower, Manhattan. Something doesn't make sense. Ravel said as she analyzed the last fight Supergirl had against her aunt, General Astra. Did you find anything, Ravel? Rossweisse asked, approaching her to watch the fight. Yes, here. Astra knocks down Karasama twice, then loses spectacularly. Rossweisse frowned, quickly understanding her friend's point of view. Through and with everything that's happened in the last few days, the incident with Black Mercy or the Red Kryptonite, we didn't take the time to appreciate this nonsense. At that moment the church trio joined them and Zenobia crossed her arms. Maybe Kara is much tougher than she seems, after all she is Ice's partner. Irina was thoughtful and then told her friends. That was also very strange since Astra was locked up here and no one from her faction tried to do anything to try to rescue her. At that moment Rossweisse realizes something in the fight and points to Kara's aunt when she was standing over her niece's body. Wait a minute. Watch. Astra steps over Supergirl. It's a very open and very unstable position. As far as we know, Astra is a warrior. She should know that. TCH. That bitch wanted to lose on purpose. Azazel exclaimed as he approached the group of girls, realizing something he had overlooked the past few days. The Supreme Governor of the Fallen Angels, accompanied by Asia, Zenobia, Irina, Rossweisse and Ravel, went to the cell where Astra is locked up. When they arrived they saw the general acting so calm and quiet. You let your niece beat you. Azazel said bitterly. Besides, your troops didn't come for you. There's only one reason. That wasn't the order. You've been distracting us to carry out your real plan. What is it? And for the record, I have no ties to you. If I have to go in there and get that information out of you with Ex-Urandal, I will. Zenobia threatened her after Rossweisse spoke. The formidable Ex-Urandal user. I like you, girl, but it's too late. So that? Azazel asked, very annoyed. Myriad has finally begun. Astra said maliciously, and without Azazel having done so his artificial sacred gear activated, automatically covering him with the golden armor. What's up, Fafnir? As Azazel asked himself that question, Zenobia attacked him with an immense accumulation of holy aura, causing great destruction inside the Azazel Tower. Unknown location. Sir, Myriad is activated. Thanks to the general, we managed to seize the fallen angels' satellites. The reach has been global. All humans, metahumans, angels, fallen angels, demons and other races are now under our control. Excellent, my wife's plan has finally begun. HMPH. HMPH. Getting herself subdued by her own niece only to plant a computer virus on the fallen angels' computers without them even noticing, though I don't blame them. They were so busy dealing with Black Mercy and the Red Kryptonite incident, it was very beneficial, despite that last bit being unforeseen. Manhattan Bridge. Just as I, Issei Hyoudou, was about to kiss my Kryptonian girlfriend again, the part of my armor that covered my face manifested again without me wanting it to, and the aura within my armor intensified a little. This was very curious since it was the first time something like this had happened to me, and it also surprised Kara, who looked at me in surprise. What's up, Ice? I don't know what's wrong, Ddraig. Something tried to take over you, the sacred gear acted and protected you with my power. Ice, look at those people. Kara pointed her gaze at the people on this bridge, all those people. They were walking like automatons, organized and orderly. Their gazes were empty, it was as if something was controlling them. What the hell? I didn't understand what was going on. It's like all those people are under some kind of mind control. What news do you have from Azazel Tower? Kara asked me that question and I turned on my communicators to contact the command center, but no one answered me until I heard Zenovia's voice in the distance. Azazel Tower is secured. What are your orders? Then Astra's voice followed Zenovia's. Release all prisoners and prepare for the arrival of my army. Oh no. What's up, Ice? What's going on? It's your Aunt Astra, she just took over Azazel Tower. Kara was very surprised and for a moment I saw fear in her eyes. We must go to Azazel Tower. Do you want to come with me? You know that would be very dangerous and you don't have your powers. Kara bit her lower lip for a second and looked me in the eyes with quite a bit of determination. I know, but I still don't plan on letting you go alone. She grabbed my arms as tightly as she could and spoke to me as firmly as she had ever spoken before. If you go, I'll go. I know how to help you. Besides, I was trained by the Amazons. I know how to use a sword. Even without powers, Kara is still very brave. That's another of the many qualities I love about her. Okay, we'll go together. Kara nodded with a big smile, grabbing my neck tighter. I held her more firmly above her waist and took off at high speed from the Manhattan Bridge to go directly to Azazel Tower. Azazel Tower, Manhattan. In another of the multiple containment cells, Astra, who was accompanied by Zenovia and Irina, entered one where a very tall, red-haired woman was locked up, wearing a green suit with different shades, gloves and boots of the same color, and a good opening in the part of her cleavage. Wow, but who do we have here, General Astra? Maxima, queen of the planet Almerac, Myriad has already begun. It is time to take over this planet. The aforementioned smiled maliciously as Zenovia and Irina freed her from her containment cell. Sekiryuutei x Supergirl. In a very short time, Kara, Zor-El and I, Issei Hyoudou, arrived at the Azazel Tower, and upon arriving the first thing I did was summon Ascalon, removing it from my sacred gear to give it to Kara. Here you go. Thank you, Ice. Kara smiled at me in a flirtatious way. It should also be noted that she was now wearing her new Supergirl costume. Together we quickly entered the command center where a group consisting of several prisoners and fallen angels emerged from the path leading to the cells. Ddraig. Leave it to me. The flame of fire formed inside my stomach. Since I'm still in my Trihexa form, using my ability to double my power wouldn't be a very good idea since the increase would be very excessive. Luckily, I don't really need it since this power is more than enough, being much superior to my normal balance breaker scale male at maximum power. Transfer. Ddraig transferred part of my current power to that flame, greatly enhancing it, and I spat out a very powerful flame of fire towards those who had just left their cells. The super prisoner, along with the others accompanying her, were thrown backwards and the fire seemed to spread everywhere. I'm sorry, but you won't be getting out of here. Really? Your idea was to set fire to the command center? Kara questioned me with a raised eyebrow, wielding Ascalon in both hands. I'll take care of Maxima, you take care of the rest. Why doesn't that surprise me? Kara asked sarcastically and I rushed towards Maxima, but the fighting instincts of this queen of Almerac were no joke and she managed to block my blow with one of her forearms and in the middle of my surprise, she connected a brutal blow to my face. Ugh. Blood. Just one hit from her made me bleed. What the heck? The Almeracians have an extraordinary level of strength. If you want to face her, change to another form of Trihexa. Yeah. Welsh Dragon Kryptonian Buster. Change solid impact. My armor becomes enveloped in a large mass of red aura, becoming much larger and bulkier compared to any other form of Trihexa or my normal scale male. But the change made, I responded to the blow I received from Maxima by giving her a blow similar to the one she gave me. Maxima this time receives my blow, but instead of suffering, she blushes and gives me a brutal knee in the stomach, but the density of my armor and her invulnerability cushioned much of the impact of her blow, but before I could hit her, she grabbed me by the shoulders and threw me against the ceiling. Cracks. The roof of the command center fractures from my impact and I then fall to the ground along with some giant metal debris. Maxima tries to stomp on me, but before she can take it I cover myself with one of my super giant arms, cancelling her attack, and before she could try to perform any other attack, I grab her by the leg and slam her hard against the main table of the command center. The table is destroyed and a large amount of sparks are released. I love you, darling. That. On the other side of the command center, Kara, who had already defeated several prisoners using Ascalon, said that after me. What Maxima said distracted us both at the same time, and now she had to deal with several fallen angels who were trying to attack her with lightsabers, while Maxima managed to kick me straight to the ground and then climbed on top of me, grabbing me by the neck with both hands to try to subdue me. "What are you saying, Welsh dragon? Maybe you're better husband material than Superman. Ugh, you're tempting me, but I'm already dating Superman's cousin and I'm more into blondes than redeeds." Maxima shows an offended expression and lets her guard down for a moment, and I take advantage of this to push her off of me with my super strength. Maxima quickly tries to launch herself at me again, but I duck before receiving her blow, and my gigantic right fist positions itself at a perfect angle for her to receive my solid impact blow. My strike was precise, and the damage increased greatly thanks to my elbow through the percussion hammers located on it. Ugh. Maxima's body is thrown like a doll, and she crashes brutally against a steel wall inside the command center and then falls unconscious. After defeating her, I returned to the normal form of my armor and went to Kara, who was able to deal with those fallen angels who were now scattered across the floor, with several cuts coming from Ascalon. "Apparently, I've defeated more prisoners than you," Kara said, sounding quite smug since she had been in charge of defeating 11 prisoners and 14 fallen angels, while I had only taken care of Maxima. "Oh please, Maxima must be worth 20 or 30 at least." I defended myself by making her laugh. For a moment there was a pleasant calm between us, then we got back to taking things seriously. "Ice, what's going on? I wish I knew." "Myriad has begun, little one." A familiar but not very friendly voice answered Kara's question, and we both turned around to see that it was General Astra. I was wondering why you hadn't appeared yet." "Aunt Astra, did you do this?" General Astra smiled contentedly and nodded her head. "Myriad was my creation on Krypton. I made it to save our planet from destruction. We had exploited our planet's resources beyond their limits, politicians argued without reaching a solution, and that was when I implemented this new solution. Myriad, advanced technology designed to force everyone to think like me." "You're talking about mind control?" Kara whispered, very hurt. "Nan and I were captured just before we could use it to save Krypton. And that's why they were sentenced to Fort Ross. I fearfully deduced what would now happen to all the inhabitants of the Earth. I told you, little one. Together we would save this planet even if humans didn't like my methods, and we succeeded. What did I do? Just when you thought you'd beaten me, you brought me to this tower, and this was just what I needed to be able to use Myriad all over the world. You did it right, little one, though I'm sorry I used you. So this was all a setup from the start." Astra continued talking, but this time looking at me. "I didn't expect you to be immune to Myriad's control, though I'm not surprised either. The celestial dragon's balance breaker is quite formidable, but when you reach your limit, you too will fall. We're going to stop you, Aunt Astra, and we're going to stop Myriad too." Kara told her aunt, fearlessly pointing Ascalon at her. "I'm sorry, little one. Once started, Myriad will never stop. Will you keep fighting me?" "Yes, your niece and I are stubborn as mules." Astra let out a sigh and looked at Kara one last time. "Are you sure about your choice? You already know my answer." "I understand, take care of my niece and you finish off the Sekiryuutei." Who is Astra talking to? Zaz. 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 It happened at that moment. A slash of light aura. A slash of holy aura. And a slash of dark crimson aura. They went straight for Kara and me. With a quick movement the two of us were able to dodge those attacks, but in doing so we separated and I could see that in front of Kara appeared Zenobia and Irina, each under the effect of Myriad. Zenobia had Exurandal in her right hand and Excalibur Destruction in her left hand. Irina, on the other hand, had Excalibur Mimic in one hand and a lightsaber in the other. "So that means I'll have to." Zez. The aforementioned appeared in front of me, and Graham's aura became so overwhelmingly terrifying, almost as if death was in front of me. Zez, under Myriad's control, smiled at me. "The general found your best opponent, Seki, someone who knows your weaknesses and carries the weapon that can kill you. Oh come on Zez, you're stronger than this. Beat Myriad. I know you can do it. You know what else I can do, Seki. Damn hit." Wham. Zez launched a huge slash of dark crimson aura at me. If I'm not careful, he'll tear me to pieces with it. Welsh Dragon Superluminal Kryptonian. Change star Superluminal. Before that aura slash hit me, my armor changed back to the Superluminal Triana variant, and before receiving the impact everything moved extremely slowly in my eyes, which allowed me to dodge that aura slash just before receiving it. The aura blast exploded brutally, destroying much of the Azazel Tower's command center facilities. Good. If a fight is what you want, a fight is what you get. In my hands I concentrated a bit of my dragon aura, along with the energy of my nano gears, quickly forming a dragon shot which I immediately shot at Zez, but he protected himself with his sword, after forming a kind of dark crimson red aura barrier all over his body. Since when can he do that? Looks like he absorbed your attack. Did he do it? Is this the best you have, Seki? Fly Ash. At that moment, Zez channeled much of Gram's aura throughout his body and was able to briefly exceed the speed of light. He started chasing me like a hunter chasing his prey. Luckily I have a bit of a speed advantage when using Trihexa. Zaz. 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 In the midst of the chase, Zez fired several aura slashes, which hit different locations within the building, causing further chaos and destruction. This chase escalated to the very top of the building. I fired a dragon shot towards the roof to create a gap big enough for me to get out of the building, but Zez kept chasing me and he jumped high while continuing to channel an insane amount of dark crimson red aura. Welsh Dragon Kryptonian Buster. Change solid impact. While we were both in the air, I changed back into my Trihexa form, which is super strong and super durable, and in doing so I turned around to face Zez and attacked him with one of my gigantic solid impact fists. The movement surprises Zez, who covers himself with his sword and has no choice but to receive the solid impact. The massive fist slammed into Zez, and the percussion hammers located on the elbow parts did their thing, causing my myriad-possessed friend to brutally plummet from the top of Azazel Tower. Cold. The instant Zez fell from the top I felt a strong chill. It was then that I saw Zez, who was standing in the place where he had crashed. He used Gram to stop his fall and was now channeling much of the aura of that powerful demonic sword while holding it over his right shoulder. I know that position. The most powerful demonic sword channeled an immense amount of aura. End of Fafnir. Zez pointed his sword in my direction and out of it came an incredible amount of dark crimson red aura that was almost the same size as this building. That immense mass of aura split into 6 parts and each took the form of a dragon. I have to resist. Hey boo. I have received Zez's most powerful attack. I can feel the ultimate aura of the most powerful demonic sword burning me completely, eliminating and ignoring the invulnerability of this form of Trihexa. My strongest and toughest armor was made of paper for Zez's strongest attack. Kryptonian Buster has been completely destroyed. My armor had returned to its normal form, but the damage had been done. I could also feel that there were too many burns on my body, too much blood, and then, without any apparent trace of my strength, I fell from the top of Azazel Tower, crashing into the entrance of the building. Hang in there, Issei, it was just your bones, your muscles and your organs. I said to myself as I tried to crawl to safety. Flash. A very powerful flash of light appeared in front of me, and when I was able to stand up, I saw that once again it was Zez. Oh no. Guardian Scourge. I hate it when he does that. Zaz. Zaz. Zaz Zaz. Zez advanced in front and behind me, launching several diagonal slashes that damaged my armor too easily. Each cut he made on me was a true hell. The first was very agonizing, the second almost made me lose consciousness, the third felt like it was breaking my bones, but the fourth was a total of 6 claw-shaped slashes at the same time, and they had a shape that resembled the claws of a dragon. After that last attack, I fell to my knees and he stood in front of me with a very ruthless smile. You didn't expect this, Seki. Now he was preparing to deliver a final blow. I knew it, he knew it, surely Astra knew it too. Well, at least if I die I won't be a virgin. At that moment, a powerful spear of light collided with Zez, although he was perceptive enough and managed to block the impact with his demonic sword, although in doing so, he was brutally thrown against one of the pillars that were here at the entrance of the building. HMPH. Looks like you need a hand, how about you take over from me? Ice. That voice. Looking at where it came from, I saw a figure wrapped in magnificent golden dragon armor with jewels emanating a purple aura. Master Azazel, but how? When it all started, Fafnir's jewel was activated, forcing me to enter balance breaker. Yeah, too bad we couldn't have prevented what happened to Myriad in time. Now all my subjects are subjects of that bitch Astra. She took control of my satellites and sent neural signals throughout the planet to take control of all the inhabitants of Earth. So they use your satellites, can't you destroy them then from the inside? I've been trying, but now you need me to give you a hand, don't you? Thank you, Master, but you must be careful. HMPH. I know, after all, that demonic sword, the most powerful one named Gram, is the one used to destroy Fafnir, and now I'm using an artificial sacred gear that contains Fafnir's power. This is going to get really good. Oh wow, far from being scared, Azazel looks very excited at the idea of facing Zez. I wonder how Kara did. Sekiryuutei x Supergirl. Ice took his battle against Zez elsewhere, while I, Kara Zor-El, continued dealing with Zenobia and Irina in the ruins of what was once the Azazel Tower Command Center. This was a complicated battle, as I was facing two very dangerous and powerful swordsman warriors. Despite the unfavorable situation I found myself in, I couldn't help but admire and be surprised by how powerful Zenobia and Irina can be. With each passing second, the thrusts Zenobia attempted against me became more dangerous and unpredictable, and when I tried to attack her, Irina acted to complement Zenobia, and all I could do was keep dodging and retreating. If this keeps up, I'm going to be finished. At one point in the battle I had to jump to avoid a very dangerous blast of holy aura that Zenobia fired at me. That blast blew to pieces several of the upper levels that were in this building. Wham! The moment I jumped, Irina flew towards me and managed to cut me in the abdomen with her lightsaber. That cut was fatal to my current self, and I fell heavily to the ground, and I had to overexert myself even more since at that same instant I was about to receive a dangerous stab from Zenobia that was aimed at my head. I was able to dodge Zenovia's thrust, but that thrust caused the entire floor to collapse and the building to shake with the threat that it would collapse at any moment. Zenobia, Irina, you have to fight. I know you're in there, I know you can. As quickly as I could I hid behind another pillar as Irina fired large amounts of light bursts, eliminating everything in the impact zone. You know what you have to do if you want all this to end, little one. Although it was Zenovia's voice that said that, I knew it was actually my aunt. Zenobia raised Exurandal upwards, and the holy aura that emanated from the blade spread through the gaps in the ceiling and extended to the highest part of the building. Oh no, Zenobia is going to do it. This is the same move Zenobia did when we fought the hero faction. Zenobia attacked me with that massive aura of holy light, dropping it in my direction, and the large building collapsed. Krayayash. The terrifying pulse of massive aura completely enveloped the building. A very terrifying tremor was felt as I continued to cover myself in fear behind the pillar. After the attack there was a brief lull for a few seconds. Zenobia had destroyed the entire upper structure of this building, the remains of the command center, and the levels below it. All of the facilities containing the villains imprisoned here were still operational since they weren't in range of this attack, but the rest fell apart. The view became very apocalyptic. The fire and gigantic debris was all that was around me, also the beautiful night sky of this night could be seen with the moon and the stars. Well, I'm starting to think that move isn't fun at all. Swash. With a gust of wind, Irina appeared in front of me with both swords in her hands. You chose the side, little one. Irina raised Excalibur Mimic to try to kill me with it. I gripped the hilt of Ascalon tighter and prepared for whatever was to come. Irina-san, Zenobia-san. Please stop. Asia. I thought I had gone crazy, but no, there she was in front of Irina and me with a rather distressed expression and a flood of tears in her eyes, and next to Asia were also Ravel and Rossweisse. How come they are not under mind control? Zenovia's voice spoke. The Valkyrie made sure to protect you and the demon from mind control, huh? Norse magic and magical barriers are a problem, but who knows how long she'll be able to keep you safe. Rossweisse was able to do that. As long as it takes. Rossweisse exclaimed with a rather annoyed expression. Irina's voice was the next to speak. You couldn't protect Zenobia Quarta, Irina Hyoudou or Zez Zatenberg in time. Now poor Asia will see this. Irina made a movement with the blades of her swords, and Zenobia did the same, both of them had me as their targets. I have to do something, my body hurts too much during this fight. I wasn't able to protect myself from some of the slashes from the holy swords they wield. I've been losing blood in this fight, but even so I won't give up. They're my friends. And I'm going to keep fighting them even if it's the last thing I do. Zenobia-san, Irina-san. I know you two can beat this. I trust you too. And I know you won't hurt me, Kara-san or I-san. Asia exclaimed with great emotion in her voice and approached with a steely determination. We have formed a very strong family, we were raised to serve the Lord God, and despite everything we have experienced in this last year, we have done it and we will continue to do so, no matter where the Lord is now. Yours Zenobia Quarta and Irina Hyoudou. My best friends. And nothing in this universe will take away what you are. Zenobia and Irina looked at each other very doubtful and confused. No way, Asia's words are working. Please come back, Zenobia-san, Irina-san. I need my two best friends. Asia. Asia-san. The two warrior girls from the church shook their heads, each feeling very confused, as if they had just woken up from the same trance. The Excalibur were stored inside Exurandal, and the two quickly approached Asia, sharing a very touching hug. Myriad's mind control over them was broken. Kara, I'm really sorry I wasn't myself. Please forgive everything we've done to you. Very sorry, Zenobia and Irina said, helping me to stand up while Asia began to heal my wounds with her sacred gear. Don't worry, I've been through worse this year and I've already had my mind controlled, so I know how it feels. Although his attacks really hurt. Chapter 78. Myriad, Part 2. Sekiryuutei x Supergirl Issei. Even though Azazel Tower probably collapsed due to some impulsive attack from Zenobia, the battle between my master Azazel and Zez seemed far from over. I understand why Azazel is holding back when facing Zez, because if he decided to go serious against him, New York could easily be wiped out and his balance breaker armor could break, and if something like that happens, he could fall to Myriad's mind control. Although that doesn't mean that this confrontation wasn't simply spectacular. Shock. 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 The two looked like two very powerful lines of lights chasing each other as they crashed into each other over and over again throughout this entire city. I would have liked to join my master in that battle, but due to the brutal attacks I received from Zez, my balance breaker was in very poor condition and Graham's dragon slaying essence temporarily cancelled my use of Trihexa. I don't know how long I'll have to wait to use it again, and I don't know if I'll be of much help to my master, and right now I'm really worried about what could have happened to Kara after that wave of energy that Zenobia released. Don't worry about me, Ice. Go find your girl and your friends. Did Azazel read my mind? Damn it, don't do that, master. You're sure? Haha. What? You think the Supreme Governor of the Fallen Angels will lose? Haha. Well no, but. Do what I command. Prosh. Azazel fired a huge spear of light at Zez, who narrowly dodged it, and it caused a brutal explosion hundreds of kilometers outside the city, on the surface of the ocean. Thank you, teacher. I spread my dragon wings and flew above the remains of what was once Azazel Tower until I finally found Kara, and not just her. Asia, Ravel, Rossweisse, Zenobia and Irina were there too, and they all looked great. Kara. Whereas. When we landed in front of her, we both gave each other a very affectionate hug. Are you okay? Yes, thanks to Asia, I'm fine now. Asia? I moved away from Kara a bit and saw Asia very surprised. How come? Before Myriad was released worldwide, Rossweisse protected me and Asia as we all accompanied Azazel Sama to interrogate General Astra. In the end, it was a very wise decision as the barrier was able to protect the three of us. Ravel quickly explained to me and Rossweisse blushed quite a bit. I didn't know something like this was going to happen. I was worried that Astra would try to escape. It was just a precaution, and wow, it worked. San, you're very hurt. Asia noticed my physical condition and quickly approached me to begin healing me with the aura of her sacred gear. What happened to Zez? Kara asked worriedly. He's still fighting Azazel right now. What about the prisoners or the fallen angels? The prisoners are still in their cells. The fallen angels teleported to another location before I unleashed my attack. Zenobia answered my question. Thank goodness. Asia sighed in relief as she finished healing my wounds. Everyone stay alert. I sensed the presence of several hostile targets approaching our position. Ddraig's sudden warning surprised us all, and when we looked up at the sky, we saw several humanoid figures descending from the top, landing in front of us. All of these people wore the same black armor with a strange device with a very bright blue light on the left chest. In total there were 6 of them, and judging by the way they arrived along with the resemblance in their outfits to the one Astra wears, I can say without much mistake that they, like Kara or Astra, are Kryptonians. The man who seemed to be the leader of this group looked at Kara and showed a smile, as if he found it very funny to see her. Have you forgotten about me yet? Little girl. You're Non, Astra's husband. Is this man Non? The one who's Astra's second in command? Non looked like a middle-aged, muscular man with blue eyes, short hair and a freshly shaved beard. And to think that you are the last daughter of what was the Great House of El. The way Non mentioned the Great House of El or Kara was with quite a bit of disgust and repulsion, as if she were the worst. You use that tone of voice with my girlfriend again, and I'll make you eat all your words. Boost. 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 My power and aura rose to the maximum, and in the process doubled until reaching the maximum capacity of my scale mail. The bright red aura had grown very thick around me, giving me a very frightening appearance, but Non was far from intimidated. On the contrary, he looked quite pleased by my challenge. The formidable Issei Hyoudou, who survived the activation of the Juggernaut drive, I will take care of you in a moment. After saying that, Non pointed his gaze at Asia. So far, no one has been able to break Myriad's mind control. Asia Argento, you really are a danger. Zenobia and Irina each stood in front of Asia to protect her from Non. Take care of Asia Argento and her friends, the Sekiryuutei is mine. Nan gave his orders to the Kryptonian soldiers who were with him, and in response they along with Nan quickly advanced towards where we were. I also did the same and quickly rushed towards Nan just before Rossweisse created a gigantic magic barrier to keep Nan soldiers away from Asia. On the other hand, Zenobia and Irina fearlessly rushed towards these soldiers once again brandishing 2 holy swords each. Rossweisse and Ravel, who were together with Asia inside the barrier, created several magic circles on the outside of the magic barrier, and with those circles, they bombarded Nan soldiers with an immense amount of Asgardian and demonic magic power. And as for Kara, she joined Zenobia and Irina's fight as she was still wielding Ascalon. It was at that moment that the entire distance between Nan and me was reduced to 0, and my left fist brutally collided with Nan's head. Our fists landed on each other's faces like a cross. Ooh. Even though I was wearing my armor, the intense pain in my head felt like it was going to explode inside me. My helmet was destroyed by the attack, but my blow also managed to hit Nan. The power of our fists was so great that a brutal shock wave formed at the moment of impact, and the dry sound resonated with great intensity in the ruins of the Azazel Tower. This was the first fist bump. Nan and I were dragged back after receiving our blows. Blood started to flow from my nose and from the corner of my mouth. The exact same thing happened to Nan. His body trembled a little. The hard hit. Well, this was just what I was waiting for from you. Nan seemed more motivated than before after our first exchange of blows. He must be another battle freak. Why do I always have to fight with battle maniacs? The blow you just received in the past would have meant death for you. But you've continued training every day, improving more and more both your base state, as well as your normal balance breaker and the illegal move trainer. You weren't able to show this when facing Zez due to Graham's effect, but now you're facing a Kryptonian, and I respect you even more for it. Ddraig says it quite amazed and proudly. Thanks for saying that, buddy. Hey, I need you to boost my defense after taking their attacks. Okay, but keep in mind that doing this will decrease your resistance, and if it reaches 0, you will probably be affected by Myriad. I know, but if I take too much damage, I'll be done for too. We're facing a Kryptonian, and I can't use Trina yet. I understand. I'll also let you know when Trina is available again. Now go beat the shit out of her. My conversation with Ddraig ended, and both Nan and I soared into the clouds, beginning our battle. It was close-range punches and kicks. The truth was, his martial arts were far superior to mine. So there was a limit to what I could do with the martial arts I'd learned over the past 4 years, thanks to Zez. The key is experience, and Nan has plenty of experience from being part of the Kryptonian military. But thanks to Zez, Azazel, a little bit of Barakiel, Old Man Tannen, and Kara, along with fierce battles in real combat, I was more than able to hold my own against Nan. And with Ddraig taking care of my defense, I could continue to take on Nan's super-powered fists. I've also realized something very important. Nan's fists. The strength he possesses. His punches don't hurt as much as Kara's punches when she was under the effects of red kryptonite. After having a close-range fight for almost a minute, I took my distance from Nan just as he used his heat vision, which I was able to dodge having experience with that kind of attacks, thanks to Kara. The next thing he did was attack me with his icy breath. When that happened, a small flame had already formed inside my stomach. Transfer. Ddraig anticipated what I was going to ask of him and transferred a lot of power into that flame which I spat out to counter Nan's ice breath. The skies above Manhattan were filled with fire and ice. When our attack ceased, there was a large smokescreen in front of me, and I could feel a great sense of danger coming from behind me, and it happened faster than I could have counterattacked. Ooh. Nan had disappeared from my side as he came around behind me faster than I could react and brutally hit me on the upper back with his clasped hands. Ugh. That hit sent me into a nosedive, and the part of my armor covering my back was moderately damaged. It was then that I remembered that something very similar happened to Zez when he and I fought not long ago, and that gave me an idea. Before hitting the ground, my dragon wings acted as a parachute and I landed on the ground. Instead of going after Nan like I normally would have, I decided to wait for him to come after me, and he did. He was swooping down like a meteor and coming for me. All done, buddy. Trina is back in working order. Perfect. Thanks for the heads up, mate. It's not about to crash into me. It's time for him to feel Ddraig and I's true power. Welsh Dragon Kryptonian Buster. Change solid impact. The red aura surged around me. My body was covered in a massive armor. And when Nan was within 0 distance of me, I delivered a brutal uppercut with my massive left fist. I managed to land a precise hit with my elbow, increasing the damage significantly. Bang. Nan's body flew back the way it came after making a rather loud explosive sound from my hit. Wanna see how awesome I am? Well, here's a demonstration. Welsh Dragon Kryptonian Blaster. Change Fang Blast. My armor returned to its normal form. Then the dragon wings were replaced by a backpack that formed on my back and Trina's signature cannons appeared on my shoulders. I aimed at Non who was still in the air stunned by my solid impact hit. Buzz. The power that was the combination of my released Sekiryuutei power and the power of the Omega Nano gear silently charged inside my backpack until it reached a fairly optimal firing capacity. It's time to send you along with Rao. Dragon Blaster. Boost. The immense blast of lightning-like aura traveled at immense divine super speed, brutally impacting Non. Just as it happened nights ago, the skies were enveloped in a combination of bright red and emerald green aura. The city shook brutally with a great jolt generated by the explosion of the dragon blaster, and high in the sky, a humanoid figure was seen descending until it fell to the ground. I was breathing heavily since I had spent too much energy on the train changes I made, and also because of the fatigue I was already having after receiving those attacks that Zez threw at me. Also, I have been using Trina for quite some time now without resting. Yes, I can still feel the side effects of Gram on me. My stamina isn't at its best. We haven't completely defeated Astra and her soldiers yet, but luckily I think I've finished off Non. Yes, you are quite strong, but unfortunately for you I have this. Non sounded very satisfied with the attack I just made on him. His body was riddled with fatal wounds, his black suit was now stained with his blood, he didn't look healthy. I'm surprised he was even able to try to force himself to get up. Then I saw what he was holding in his hands. Phoenix Tears. Yes. It was a bottle of Phoenix Tears. Non opened that bottle and poured the entire contents of the bottle on himself, and automatically all his wounds healed instantly. That's right, they are part of Kao's brigade. So it all starts again. Well, I have no choice. This time I'll use Superluminal Trina to find an opening. Before we continue, I have to thank you. Huh? What do you mean? What are you talking about? Suddenly, I felt something very strange about Non, something that was very familiar. It came from the strange object that was now in his right hand. It looked like a rather dark crimson-colored fragment that contained a very absurd. That can't be possible. Ddraig, I don't understand. What's going on? That's a very powerful fragment that contains the aura and essence of the boosted gear's Juggernaut drive. What? That's a fragment of my Juggernaut drive. How could you be in possession of something like that? Answer me. Don't you know what happened when you entered the Juggernaut drive enigma? What are you trying to tell me? Before you detransformed, the vanishing dragon ripped off the wings you had during your transformation. Wings, but even if he did they would have disappeared over time. It doesn't make sense. Non smiles with great satisfaction. What if Kryptonian technology were advanced enough to preserve those wings for future use? This has to be a joke. How dare they? How dare they? I could feel Ddraig's anger. Non continues speaking. Unfortunately, even with the powerful wings of the Juggernaut drive, our technology couldn't recreate with them an armor as powerful as the one the boosted gear possesses in its balance breaker form, but thanks to the insane amount of aura in them, what you'll see below is possible balance breaker. The dazzling light spread across the field. It was a very dark red light. Non was enveloped in a very dark red aura, and as the aura's intensity faded when I looked at Non again, I saw that he was now covered in very dark red armor. It was armor similar to mine in its early years. There were no dragon wings, but the classic propulsors and the shape of the jewels on the armor were very different, pointed and with quite a few geometric endings. A fake balance breaker, incomplete and temporary in the body of a Kryptonian. Now come, try attacking me again with that armor you call Trina. Let's see if the real thing in the hands of a metahuman can overcome a fake in the hands of a Kryptonian. You'll regret what you just did. Welsh Dragon Kryptonian Buster. I rushed towards Non, closing all the distance between him and me. Change solid impact. My armor returned to its larger form, and I sent my solid impact fists flying straight at Non. I also boosted the attack's damage by precisely using my elbow, while continuing to propel my fists forward. What the hell? My fist was stopped by his hand. Non just stopped my solid impact attack with one of his hands, and the worst part is that he made it look like something relatively easy. Non made a sound as if this event was very funny. I haven't given up yet. I'm going to keep trying. I'll keep using the mechanism in my elbow to keep pushing my fist forward. Bang. The power in my elbow increased and the strength of my fist increased tremendously, but in doing so, part of my solid impact fist was destroyed. This is impossible. I can't get through their defense. My strength and defense were supposed to have increased a lot. As Non becomes so powerful with a fake imitation of my balance breaker. It seems that a fake in the hands of a Kryptonian is a lot better than a real thing in the hands of a metahuman like you. Ooh. Crash. Non's fist entered my stomach and my armor returned to its normal form as a result of the blow. He managed to cancel my Trina in one fell swoop. UGHH. My body flew until it hit the ground and a little blood pooled in my mouth. I've taken more damage than I thought possible. Whereas. I heard Kara yell my name and with great effort I turned my gaze to where she was. She was fighting against several Kryptonian soldiers using Ascalon as a warrior, and when she saw me lying on the ground she ran towards where I was, but before reaching me, a woman appeared, getting in her way. Not so fast, little one. That woman was Astra. Get away from me or I swear I'll kill me. With a sword that doesn't even belong to you. Look at you, your hands are shaking since you've lost your powers, and you know that with or without them, you wouldn't stand a chance against me. Don't you realize how compassionate I've been being with you? I could break your neck here and now, but I don't because I know it's not too late for you yet. Come on, little one, take my hand and join us. We are your family. I will never join you, Aunt Astra. Whether you conquer Earth or the universe or not, it doesn't matter to me, you've been dead long before Krypton died. Odd the way Kara said that to her aunt and the coldness in her words, it even hurt me a little. It was at that moment that Non reappeared in front of me and I had enough strength to stand up once more. What's going on? Are you afraid of what I'm capable of? He didn't challenge me, and without thinking twice I charged at him, packing all the strength and aura I still had into my fists. Ugh. Non stopped my fist with his hand again as if it was nothing, but at that moment I felt a terrible pain in my stomach, as if I was dying, and when I lowered my head, I saw that Non stabbed me with an extremely large and sharp knife that released an aura that made me wish I was dead. I was wrong about you, you're not as fierce and powerful as I thought. Ai. Non broke the knife blade and it lodged in my stomach, burning me and causing an immense amount of damage that made me feel sicker and sicker. I tried to remove the blade and as I did so I felt the pain become more and more unbearable. From my stomach. That excruciating pain spread throughout my entire body and I also felt like my armor would completely shatter at any moment. My power was also leaving me. My hands kept shaking. What did he do to me? It hurts, right? It must be hard for you to bear. Haha, that knife is very special, it's a demonic weapon used to kill dragons, which was greatly enhanced by the power of the Juggernaut drive wings that I have in my possession, along with the balance breaker that I currently possess. Damn, this can't end like this. Ooh. I heard Kara scream in despair, and then I felt a powerful flash of heat hit someone, and out of the corner of my eye, I could see Astra's body flung from her body as she was attacked. I didn't need to think about it for long to know that finally Kara had regained her powers. That's when I lost any remaining strength I had in my body, but before I hit the ground Non grabbed me by the neck and threw me away like a stone. With a rather dull sound I fell to the ground, then as I began to see everything blurry, I realized that it had already started to rain, and the thunder looked terrifying in the sky which was now covered in clouds. Hold on, buddy. You have to hold on. Shock. 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 The great battle was being fought in the distance. I knew it was Kara, since she apart from me, was capable of causing that brutal sound that rumbled with the thunder that sounded in this storm that had just begun. Suddenly I felt someone approach me, although I couldn't move my head because I felt so weak and tired. Isama. That voice, is that you, Ravel? I felt like someone was lifting me off the ground, although I was no longer able to feel the cold winter wind that had already begun. What, Ravel, is it really you? SHH, I have you, Isama, please hold on, I'll take you to Asia-san. Ravel's voice sounded quite broken. Even though I couldn't feel my body, the dizziness became unbearable when Ravel pulled me to my feet, then I saw Kara fall to the ground in front of me, now she's fighting Non. My question was immediately answered when Non landed in front of her and the two exchanged punches faster than I could see right now. What did you do to him? Kara cried, having enough strength to hit Non with an uppercut and send him flying, but she didn't stop there and flew after him to continue hitting him. Ravel, this doesn't feel right. Come on, Isama, just think about it, it could be a very cool scar on you. Ha ha ha, yes, Ravel, I don't think so, am I breathing? I'm going to kill you. Up. Then do it. Ravel screamed as she looked up, and the next thing I heard was everything coming down and a giant piece of rubble falling on top of us. Isama, be careful. Ravel pushed me and I saw that not far away, Kara and Non were still fighting, exchanging blows so strong they made the entire city thunder. The next thing I saw was Ravel, who came back to me and took my arm again. I know, Isama, please, SHH, you'll be okay, I promise, now please get up. I can't see. Ravel placed my arm around her shoulders and helped me continue walking towards the place where there was a gigantic magic barrier. Concentrate, Isama. One foot in front of the other, come on. Yeah, come on girl, I know you can do better than your pathetic boyfriend. Not as pathetic as you, who don't even have a last name. The voices of Kara and Non were heard in front of where he was advancing, supported by Ravel. Ravel, I'm sorry for worrying you for every single thing I do. I'm also sorry I haven't been to drink tea with you lately. Don't say that, Isama, we're close, almost there, Isama, talk to me. Ravel. Almost. I could feel a strange magical energy around me. I think I'm now inside Rossweisse's magical barrier. It can't be, Isan. You heard, Ice. You bastards, I'll rip all your heads off. Including yours, damn witch Astra. Ice-kun. Please, Asia-san, save him. How could they, Ice-kun, hang in there? I'll make sure to keep this barrier stronger. Asia Zenovia Arena Rossweisse. That's when I lost consciousness. Ruins of Azazel Tower. I couldn't believe it. Issei Hyoudou, who is the Sekiryuutei, just fell unconscious. I, Rossweisse, concentrated all my magic on the barrier, since if before we were at a disadvantage, now things were getting worse. Zenovia and Arena attacked her enemies with more violence, and Arena's wings flickered in black and white, a sign that she was ready to fall, since in her eyes, there was a strong feeling of revenge. And as for Kara, she kept hitting Non with the intention of killing him, and it seemed that she would succeed since she regained her powers and was now stronger than I remembered her. But then Astra attacked Kara from behind with her heat vision, pulling her away from Non. Kara plummets towards this place, and without a second thought I opened a hole in my magic barrier so she could enter. She falls to her feet, and with her face full of anger, she is about to try to go alone to confront both Non and Astra. Up. Ravel screamed between cries, drawing Kara's attention, who upon seeing Ice-kun unconscious on the ground, lost all desire to continue fighting against her uncles and quickly ran to her beloved. She sat on her knees, as did Ravel and Asia. The latter had started to heal Issei, but it wasn't working. What is it, what's going on, why isn't it working, Asia? Kara spoke with great desperation while trying not to cry, unlike Asia, who was already a sea of tears. Twilight healing isn't working, it's like something's blocking it. Realizing this, Kara used her X-ray vision and was immediately horrified. It has a very sharp blade embedded in it. Kara, very carefully and very fearfully, put her hand inside Issei's stomach, and between very painful grimaces, she managed to remove a large bloody metal blade that emanated a very dangerous aura. Now it's working. Ice, please stay with us. Kara begged through tears. Come on, Isama, this is nothing to you. Remember when you faced my older brother? Or when your ex-girlfriend stabbed me, remember? I was in the same position you're in and your voice helped me stay awake, so please, Ice, don't fall asleep, please, please, please don't. Remember you promised we'd go to England. No, Isan. At that moment Asia's sacred gear light went out and her gaze was in shock. Asia-san, what is? Ravel asked in confusion until she saw her friend's lifeless look. I understood what happened, Ice-kun's injuries, he didn't make it was too late. No, Ice, please wake up, I love you and I need you, please, Ice, I need you with me. Kara's voice cracked considerably and was very painful to hear. Isama. Ooh. Kara's scream was one of pure pain and was heard at the same time as a terrible thunder rumbled in the skies. Apparently Ice-kun died. When I realized it, I, Issei Hyoudou, was in a blank world. I remember this place. Yes. This blank world is deep within the sacred gear. I used to come here often when I tried to persuade my predecessors. Right now, I was here. Although I don't understand it, I was having a great battle against Non and he seriously injured me, and then I remember that Ravel helped me to take me together with Asia and Karashi. Since I obtained Trihexa, I haven't ventured back here, but I remember that all my predecessors used to remain impassive. But right now they showed quite enraged expressions, surrounded by a black aura. Juggernaut Drive. Yes, the Juggernaut Drive. They seemed to agree with that creepy word. Juggernaut Drive. What do they mean by that? Then a vision appeared in the blank world. I saw myself in it. It was me, lying prostrate on the ground, with Ravel, Asia, and Kara around me. Just looking at that scene, I realized I was in quite a critical condition. I was fighting Non and he stabbed me. Does that mean the damage I received was so severe that it sent my consciousness into the depths of the sacred gear? Juggernaut Drive. The Juggernaut Drive is the only solution. Yes, that is the only solution. That Kryptonian is looking for him. One of my predecessors from the past stood up from his chair and showed me a creepy smile while covered in a black aura. There was a black aura coming out of my body too. It began to cover my body. And at the same time, a feeling of unease emanated from me. What was it that screamed the pain, hatred that was growing inside me? That Kryptonian, I hate him. I hate Non. I want to defeat him, I want power, absolute power, because I want to wipe Non off the face of the earth. Elsha belzered me. Pain. It was at the moment when my heart was about to be consumed by hatred. I could hear a melody, a soft melody coming from the only woman I truly love. Moon River, wider than a mile. I'm crossing you in style someday. Oh, dream maker, you heartbreaker. That voice, that soft voice she has when she sings, I remember. Wherever you're going, I'm going your way. Two drifters, off to see the world. There's such a lot of world to see. We're after the same rainbow's end. Waitin' round the bend. My huckleberry friend. Moon River and me. She sang this song to me when I had used the Juggernaut drive. She did it so she could save me. It's a song that I have engraved in my heart. The vision I was having changed and moved to that dimension where I faced Diodora, and then I thought I had lost Kara forever. Yes, I couldn't forget that dimension, although at that moment I was seeing things from the third person because I saw myself using the Juggernaut drive, and I also saw my beloved Kara, who was singing this beautiful song being accompanied by Kiba, who was the one playing the piano. But it wasn't just Kara and Kiba. Superman, Batman, Flash, Diana, Green Lantern, John Johns, Azazel, Rias, Asia, Zenobia, Akeno, Gasper, Kaneko, Vali and his team, they were all there, even Old Man Tan. Ha. I saw myself speaking in human form, while transformed. His song touched my heart. Hal, can you take me to ice? Of course, Kara. I heard Kara ask Superman for help and he gladly agreed to take her with me. Moon River, wider than a mile. I'm crossing you in style someday. Oh, dream maker, you heartbreaker. Wherever you're going, I'm going your way. Two drifters, off to see the world. There's such a lot of world to see. We're after the same rainbow's end. Waitin' round the bend. My huckleberry Issei. Moon River and me. I saw Kara grab me by the neck and then kiss me, which in turn caused the Juggernaut drive to deactivate. This is simply beautiful. Hario. Hello. Hello. Another memory. This one was more recent since it was before the myriad thing happened when I took Kara to the top of the bridge. Did you get my message? What message? The message from over there. Oh, that one, was it you? Don't play like that. I didn't understand what he was saying. I'll tell you what it says. It says I love you. Because I love you. Without realizing it, I was shedding tears as I looked at this beautiful memory. And it doesn't matter what people think about what happened last night because everyone makes mistakes. Yes. About what? That we would be on separate paths. They are not separate paths, you are my path, and no matter what version of the multiverse you are, you will always be my path. Seeing the face of the woman I love again, so happy, full of beautiful feelings towards me, made me feel so alive, so excited, so loved. I know others can give us 1,000 reasons why we shouldn't be together, but I'm sick of them, sick of all those possible reasons. A choice has to be made. Well, I choose you above all others. Me too, Ice, I choose you too. I choose to be with you no matter what, even if I have to risk my life to be by your side, now that I don't have my powers. The scene in my mind changed again. Haman Isama, this is nothing to you. Remember when you faced my older brother? Or when your ex-girlfriend stabbed me, remember? I was in the same position you're in and your voice helped me stay awake, so please Ice, don't fall asleep, please, please, please don't. Remember you promised we'd go to England. No, this isn't a memory, this is something that was happening right now. This was the voice of the woman I love who calls me with her most radiant smile of all, the smile I always see every time I wake up next to her. Blonde, her hair is a beautiful blonde color as radiant as the sun's rays at dawn and more precious than a pretty yellow lily. Her eyes are as blue and deep as the sky. Yes. That beautiful person I love so much is the one who is always by my side, whether in good times or bad. All my memories, all the moments I spent with Kara up until today flashed through my mind, filling my heart with a warmth that grew ever greater. As the beautiful memories continued to flow through my thoughts, I felt as if something inside my heart was trying to ignite, but then a dark voice approached me as I happily remembered everything I experienced with my beloved Kara. Now. Current Sekiryuutei. Haidu Issei. Let's go crazy. Let's activate the Juggernaut drive. The one who said it was one of my predecessors, who had a rather thick black aura. But the light in my darkness, Kara's beautiful voice, her warmth, my hope personified, also increased and sprang forth in greater abundance from the bottom of my heart. I could also hear other voices calling me here and now. Self-sama. Isan. Whereas. Ice-kun. Issei. Whereas. Issei. Ravel, Asia, Zenobia, Irina, Rossweisse. I also heard Azazel and Zez's voices. I wonder what their fight was like. I also heard the voices of those Kryptonians. What a disappointment the Sekiryuutei turned out to be. I don't know what's more regrettable. Him or my niece's feelings toward him. You keep challenging me, huh? I'm not done yet. I won't let it end like this. I can still fight. I won't die, no matter how much my body is destroyed. My desire to fight will lift me up because it's so strong. My predecessors did not waver in their black aura, even when witnessing the voices of my loved ones and my Kryptonian enemies. Now. Let's finish him off. With the power of domination. Be quiet. I told them as I looked at all my predecessors. Can't you hear them? The voices calling me. Not just Kara. But all the voices of my loved ones. No. The path of the celestial dragon is to become the king of domination. Impossible. Things like that are impossible. It's not true. I'm not going to become the king of domination. My name is Issei Hyoudou. I am the Red Dragon Emperor of the Justice League. Supergirl's partner. I will never become any king of domination. If there's one thing I will become, it will be a symbol of hope. No. You will be the king of domination. The Juggernaut Drive is the royal road that has been planted within the sacred gear. And what's wrong with choosing another path? A new person appeared, interrupting my predecessor's speech. It was a man wrapped in a white light. Then one of my predecessors became enraged. It's you. The man who shone in the white light said to me. I am one of the last bearers of Albion. What Albion? So he's one of the hacker Yuku from the past. Yes. The moment you inserted the Albion jewel into the boosted gear, it seems that the fragment of my thoughts was in it. Although the true me would be inside the divine dividing. Ah. That's right, I did. So this person standing in front of me right now. Ali's predecessor offered me his hand. Sekiryuutei. This must be fate as well. I'll help you. I'll use my split half ability to suppress whatever's swirling around the boosted gear. Are you sure? I'm the Sekiryuutei, not Vali. Ali's predecessor smiles at me. You're interesting. I can understand why the strongest Sekiryuutei in history disappeared while laughing. If you are the one who has the enthusiasm and fun, perhaps you can blow away the curse, then you might be able to change the celestial dragon. No. You might be able to bring the two celestial dragons to a new possibility. That's why. He raised his hand upwards, and with it spread a very intense and bright light. You have to become the new dragon together with Vali Lucifer. Flash. A deep silvery white light spread throughout this darkened world. It began to strip away the black aura belonging to the Sekiryuutei's past hosts. The power of their hatred was halved and also disappeared. The black aura was also halved, and the one I have is also reduced. That was the power of Vali's predecessor. The hatred, the grudge, and the resentment began to be halved. I won't let you go. Hatred. Sorrow. And hatred itself is what the Red Dragon Emperor's sacred gear represents. Having the curse within. Spreading the resentment of destruction is the path of the heavenly dragon who becomes the dragon of domination. Oh, I truly feel sorry for my predecessors who can't let go of that hatred, even now. Then my beloved Kara's radiant smile filled my thoughts just before I felt her kiss on my lips in real time. Kara. I was saved from this thanks to her. And that's why I'll stay by her side. She's my light of hope. The light that will illuminate my past, present, and future. It was at that moment that my predecessors began reciting the Juggernaut Drive chant as their last resort. I, the one who will awaken, am the celestial dragon who stole the principles of God's domination. No, I won't let the curse rule me. I'm going to eradicate that curse. That's why I started reciting a different chant. I, the one about to awaken, I am the Sekiryuutei who has discarded the principles of domination. I laugh at infinity and despise dream. I walk the path of justice, carrying infinite dreams and indestructible hope. I will become the Red Dragon of domination. I will be the Crimson Dragon Emperor. I will sink you in the depths of Crimson Purgatory. I promise all of you that I will show you the future that shines in the true crimson light. One of my predecessors had a brilliant expression upon hearing the completion of my chant. Future, will you show us the future? Yes. If you'll allow me. I'll show you the future. No. We'll all see it together. Let's show the future to my companions. To my friends. To the woman I love. To everyone. Let's show the future that will shine in true crimson light to the entire universe. Another of my predecessors was the next to speak. Future, will we create the future? Will we not destroy it? That's right. Let's make it happen. If we all join hands, I know we'll make it. Another one was the next to speak. But what about destiny? Fate is written. Becoming the dragon of domination is our destiny. And who decided that? Let's see, one of you answer me. Who was the one who decided that? To become the dragon of domination. Hatred. Resentment. Who decided that? I am the current Sekiryuutei. So I must be the one who decides those things. And I choose not to be. I choose to be the celestial dragon of justice. The Crimson Dragon Emperor. My predecessors looked at each other. Is it possible to change your destiny? It's not possible, we didn't have that option. Did the current Sekiryuutei achieve it? Elzerd and Elsha saw something in him, do you remember? And he has already proven himself capable of doing impossible things. We cannot change what we were, but we can see the future that Haidu Issei wants to show us. Is it decided then? All my predecessors pointed their eyes at me. Haidu Issei. Yeah. You say you will show us the future? Yeah. Then use the power of the Juggernaut Drive within you and show us the future that shines in true crimson light, not the crimson purgatory. What are you? What does that mean? Are you really going to keep pushing for the Juggernaut drive? Do it, Haidu Issei. If you're so sure you can make the impossible possible, then use the Juggernaut drive. And prove to us that you are capable of overcoming the curse by doing so. You said you'll show us the future. Then do it, show us the future of Juggernaut drive. Vali's predecessor approached in front of me again. The curse has been reduced by half. Do you think you can take care of the other half? I will do my best. Shock. 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 Several shock waves of aura completely enveloped me again. The black aura took hold of me again. But the negative emotions. The curse. All of that was halved thanks to Vali's predecessor. This is my only chance. If I do this wrong, I'll die, and all my efforts will have been in vain. This is the first time I've managed to get all my predecessors to agree. I can't let them down. Beat. A strong throb erupted within my heart, and from the bottom of my heart, I felt a beautiful aura in the form of sunlight manifest itself, mixing with the dark aura of the Juggernaut drive. It's the Omega Nano gear. It's trying to fuse. Hate, resentment, contempt, anger, destruction, love, happiness, appreciation, joy, creation. Negative and positive feelings were colliding in me, trying to take greater possession of me. I closed my eyes tightly and focused on them. I know I can do it, I'm going to do it. Crimson Haidu Issei is enveloped in a crimson aura. But it's not a dark crimson. It's brilliant. When I opened my eyes, I saw it. I was no longer surrounded by a dark aura or the aura of the Omega Nano gear. I was enveloped in a bright crimson aura. In the center of the aura, several things appeared before my eyes and in the eyes of my predecessors. The two heavenly dragons then became the boosted gear, the balance breaker, scale mail, the Juggernaut drive, and then a new possibility emerged in the aura. Come on, my predecessors. I am Issei Hyoudou. I am the Sekiryuutei of the Justice League. The man who loves Kara Zor-El. It is time to see the beginning of this new and glorious dawn. Chapter 79. The bright future under the true crimson light. Crimson. I was enveloped in a crimson light. When I opened my eyes, I sat up abruptly, taking a deep breath. What happened? It was the first thing I said, and I saw Asia, Ravel and Rossweisse, who were standing in front of me, each with their mouths open, as if they couldn't believe what they had just seen. In the distance I also saw Azazel and Zez. I realized that Zez was no longer under the effect of Myriad. Rossweisse's barrier was not active either. Ice. Kara, who was next to me, quickly sat on my lap and hugged me as tightly as she could. Her arms wrapped around my neck, and if it weren't for the armor, I think she would have accidentally choked me. Kara, what's going on? Why are you looking at me like this? Idiot. You made me think the worst. Don't do that again, Ice. I won't stand it. Kara sobbed, clutching her arms around my neck as if her life depended on it. Calm reigned for a second as I felt the love and warmth of the woman I love. I clung to her as well, wrapping her in a tight hug, my dragon wings also engulfing Kara in the hug, and as I did so I realized that something about me was very different. The design of my wings, they didn't look like any of my armor. They were of a design that resembled the vanishing dragon's balance breaker. They were wings of light, but the color of these wings of light was a beautiful crimson red. I'm fine, please don't cry anymore. I whispered to Kara in a rather kind and gentle voice, still holding her comfortingly. What a relief that Ai-san is okay. Yes. I'm so happy about this. Asia and Ravel also cried very happily, seeing that I was okay, that we all were. If I could, I would hug them both right now, but Kara wouldn't leave my side, and, to be honest, I don't want to leave her side right now. By the way, Ice. Yeah? Kara let go of my neck, stood up, and extended a hand to help me up. I gladly accepted his hand and once again realized something strange. My arms, the armor that was on them as well as the wings of light I now possessed, were a beautiful crimson red. The jewels that are normally an emerald green color were also crimson red, although a deeper shade than my wings, and not as strong and bright as the current armor I was wearing. This new armor you have. Yeah. Now that I was standing up I could better appreciate this new armor. The shape is a little different from the usual. It's a beautiful deep crimson red throughout. I've never seen armor with such a beautiful bright deep crimson color. Buddy. Oh, Ddraig. What's up? What's going on? While talking to Ddraig, I looked at the crimson jewel on my left glove. I feel so different. This is the first time my entire armor has changed into this shape and color. To tell you the truth, I'm starting to like it. I also feel a strange nostalgic feeling in the aura. Your consciousness was drawn into the depths of the sacred gear. I tried to go there, but the consciousness of the past users was so dense that I couldn't enter. And when I thought that and opened my eyes, something like this happened. The curse was removed. What happened? I see. So it worked out. It was all thanks to one of Vali's predecessors. He helped me. You say the Albion jewel fragment had a consciousness. So it was moving within the depths of the sacred gear. It seems so. Anyway, he helped me remove the curse. He used his power to divide, and I took care of eliminating what remained. I see, that explains why you were able to enter a purified version of the Juggernaut drive and merge it with your metahuman powers linked to the Omega Nano Gear. I'm currently using a purified Juggernaut drive fused with the Omega. I'll check the HUD. That's right. Right now, I'm using both the Juggernaut drive and the Omega Nano Gear powers. No. I'm not. I've fused them. I've fused the Juggernaut drive with my metahuman powers. Just then, I heard Azazel's voice analyzing my current situation. Red or no, this isn't red. It's a brighter, nobler color that's the true crimson color. Yes. Crimson. The same color as the hair of the man nicknamed Crimson Satan. Next I heard Astra's voice which was also very analytical. I haven't seen such a crimson glow since the last time I saw Krypton Soul Rao, but it's not just the color the aura within him isn't normal, it's flowing uncontrollably, as if the seal upon the celestial dragon has been removed. This phenomenon occurs when the Sekiryuutei or the Hakuryuku enter the riddle of the Juggernaut drive, but if that's the case, why hasn't this metahuman gone berserk? Following his wife, Nan was the next to speak. No, that's not the Juggernaut drive. The wings and the crimson color don't match. The power may be similar in quantity, but the quality is totally different. Listening to each other's analysis, I looked at my teacher who kept an eye on me. Everyone is right in what they say, this crimson armor is more than the Juggernaut drive. It's something I would call Cardinal Crimson Fusion, the fusion between the purified version of the Juggernaut drive with the pinnacle of your metahuman powers, the Omega Nano Gear. The best of both worlds. It was at that moment that more soldiers belonging to the Astra faction appeared and joined those my friends had already been fighting. Before there were 6 of them, 7 counting Astra, but now there were approximately 24. I should feel terror in the presence of so many enemies of this caliber, but fear was the last thing I felt now after my new awakening. It seems the reinforcements have already arrived. Nan said fearlessly, as if victory was now guaranteed for them. I think it's time to show him the true power of a celestial dragon. Issei. I am now enveloped in a large amount of crimson aura and without a second thought, giving a battle cry, I launched myself against the entire Astra army with immense divine super speed. Wait. I heard Kara scream, but I had already reached the position where all these enemies were and attacked the one closest to me. I slammed my crimson-filled fist into one of Astra's Kryptonian soldiers. For a moment, it seemed as though they were all moving extremely slowly. And when I slammed my crimson-filled fist, it felt like I was hitting something made of paper. Cracks. That soldier's body made a very loud sound of bones breaking, and his body flew in a straight line, crashing into multiple buildings until he disappeared from my sight as I sent him beyond the city. Oh, this feels good. 2 more of these soldiers tried to attack me at the same time, but in my eyes they moved so slowly that I easily began a series of multiple punches against those 2. Gone. By the 4th blow, I was doing it with enough force to send them flying out of my city, and with each blow I made using my fists that were still filled with this immense aura, it was as if I was causing them damage that went beyond their well-known invulnerability. The next one I faced I grabbed by the neck with the tail of my armor, strangled him and brutally slammed him against the ground, and the very unfortunate man lost consciousness. God. I feel unstoppable. I've never felt so powerful before. Or are the soldiers of Astra's army really that weak? They are not weak, you are just in a very different league than them now. Another one of the Kryptonians attacked me at close range with his heat vision. But the most impressive thing was that those rays were unable to penetrate the crimson aura that surrounded my armor. Witnessing this, the one who attacked me stopped channeling his heat vision and looked at me in fear. What do we have? A volunteer. Play Ash. I approached my attacker faster than his eyes could process and struck him with each of my fists, each blow landing on his chest. Gone. In my eyes, he was floating in the air for a moment due to the blows I gave him and then. The 3rd blow I gave him was so aggressive that I heard every bone in his torso fracture after the last impact. What's going on? Didn't Nan kill him? The one who asked that question was next on my list. I think your general's husband needs better aim. The crimson aura gathered in the palm of my hand, and as I stood in front of him, I fired a crimson dragon shot straight at his stomach. The individual's body flew through the air propelled by my crimson dragon shot, and before he could even attempt to escape, my dragon shot exploded in a large explosion tinged with a beautiful crimson red. Following me, Kara had also already defeated several of Astra's soldiers, although not with the same brutality and intensity as I did. That's enough. The very powerful heat vision tried to attack me head-on, but I was faster and dodged it. The one who attacked me was none other than Non, who, seeing how I mercilessly finished off 6 of the men in his army, could no longer hold back. Okay, Non. Now, it's my turn. Your turn. Aye. A considerable amount of my crimson aura gathered in my left hand again, and a crimson dragon shot formed in it. Ooh. With a brutal punch from my left hand, I fired the crimson dragon shot, hitting Non in the stomach with it. Ugh. What affected Non the most was the shock of the impact, as it sent him flying in a straight line through an incalculable number of buildings in less than a second. Star Superluminal Booster. Flash. My sacred gear gave the announcement that one of Trina's abilities was activated, and as I flew to chase Non, I felt like the entire landscape around me was disappearing faster than I could have ever imagined. This speed is far superior to what I possess in my superluminal Trina form. The system was also different. While in Trina it involved making the armor super thin and a greater number of propellants on my back, in my Cardinal Crimson Fusion form, it was simply an immense amount of aura expelled through my wings of light. I was now flying above Non, who was still being thrown in an endless straight line by the crimson dragon shot that was still stuck to his stomach without exploding. On. Gone. Gone. On. Gone. Gone. On. Gone. Gone. I began pummeling Non with a series of left and right punches around his torso with this great divine speed. Each blow shattered the fake Sekiryuutei armor he was currently wearing, and when it came time for the next blow. Solid impact booster. The crimson aura covered my right arm with greater intensity, and my right arm transformed into an improved version of the Kryptonian Buster. Knowing how Kryptonian Buster works, I increased the impact using my elbow, and when the blow landed, the damage it caused increased disproportionately. My right punch connected with Non's stomach, and the Kryptonian was thrown to the ground with such force that a very deep crater was created in his body. The whole of Manhattan shook like jelly from the force with which I sent Non crashing to the ground. In the crater I saw a strange hollow and quickly deduced that Non was trying to hide. An evil smile formed on my face, and I raised my right arm upwards, and in my open right hand, a good amount of crimson aura began to accumulate. I'm going to fire a stronger dragon shot. The crimson aura that was building up in great quantity completely shook my city, and without thinking twice I threw this dragon shot towards where the gap Non escaped through was. Hey boom. The force of my dragon shot's explosion was far more powerful than I thought, and the burst of crimson aura soared up to touch the sky. This time it wasn't just my city. It was the entire planet that shook. I immediately moved away from the range of my dragon shot's explosion, landing near the Statue of Liberty, appreciating with a bitter smile the explosion of crimson aura that I caused. Hey buddy, be careful next time. If you fight carelessly, you could damage the Earth's core and your home will become Krypton 2.0. Oh. Yeah. I'm sorry. It's just I can't believe that the power I have right now is beyond anything I could have ever imagined. This feels perfect. I'm glad you're having fun, but I've been looking into Cardinal Crimson Fusion, and I have some disturbing news you might want to keep in mind. What news? I hope my life isn't being consumed. Oh, don't worry. This form doesn't consume your lifespan, nor does it make you lose your sanity. Those weaknesses that the normal Juggernaut drive has are no longer present in Cardinal Crimson Fusion. You thank goodness. However, the other weaknesses are still present and to a greater extent. What weaknesses? Aggression, arrogance, anger, vulnerability to dragon-killing weapons, and excessive energy expenditure. If you fight carelessly, you could self-destruct or worse be consumed by power. I understand now, that's why I had no compassion for. It was at that moment that Non appeared behind me and grabbed me by the neck very tightly. I'll break your neck. Ascalon. Tracks. Non swung his arms hard enough to try and break my neck, and I heard the sound of vertebrae snapping like tree branches. No, this isn't. Before Non had the chance to try and break my neck, I summoned Ascalon, or rather the full power of Ascalon, and materialized it as an energy sword projected from my left hand, and with it well. Hey Non, now you really won't have enough hands to peel it for me. Yes. That's what I did to him. With Ascalon in energy sword mode, I cut off both of Non's hands in a move that was faster than light. PFF. Non's hands fell to the ground near where he was projecting Ascalon. It's interesting, in this new form I possess, I'm able to summon the aura of Ascalon over long distances. At the moment I don't possess Ascalon since I gave it to Kara, but the sacred aura that sword possesses is so synchronized with me that in this form, I am even able to manifest it, even without having it with me. Ugh. Non made a rather angry sound at his lack of hands. Oh, poor thing, now his wife will have to wait on him every time he goes to the bathroom to do number 2. Come on. Is this seriously the best you can do with that fake power? Where is that Kryptonian man who thought he was a better Sekiryuutei than the real Sekiryuutei? Zaz. 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 I extended my left arm forward with the Ascalon energy blade still activated and began to attack Non with it, causing cuts at a speed far greater than Non himself was able to perceive. Now his body was riddled with very fatal cuts, and the dragon killing effect ended up shattering the fake Sekiryuutei armor he possessed. Boon. The next move I made was a swift kick towards his jaw with my right foot. Non now flies shot up to the highest point in the sky. He is stunned, and when he manages to recover, he stays up there. Immediately a second balance breaker armor forms all over his body. Oh. So the bastard has more fragments. Well, I don't plan on dragging this fight out any longer. I'm going to finish Non in the next move. It can't be happening. How is it possible that I'm defeated by a damn metahuman? On top of my dragon wings, there are cannons that are similar to those on Trina's Kryptonian blaster. I see, in this form, Trina's cannons are not located on my shoulders, they are on the inside of the top of my dragon wings. Ooh. Not even a second passed and these cannons already silently accumulated an immense amount of dragon aura, fused with the solar energy coming from the Omega. Surprising, the limitations seen in Trina also seem to have been overcome. Ddraig is also surprised by this important detail. Alright, Ddraig. It's time to end this battle. Non. Here's a true demonstration of the true power that a true Sekiryuutei possesses. Final Crimson Blast. Fang Blast Booster. I fired an immense beam of crimson aura that traveled at super divine speed, completely enveloping the heavens, including Non. Roar. The great explosion of crimson aura was heard as if it were the roar of a gigantic dragon. For the second time it felt as if the entire planet was shaking like jelly, and the skies were now dyed in a beautiful, deep crimson red. But the crimson aura beam didn't stop in the planet sky. He continued his course, going off the planet, maintaining divine super speed, disappearing into infinite space. Not only was the reload much faster than in my Trina form, the destructive power wasn't double or quadruple, it was just ridiculously far superior. One thing I realized when using this ability is that the accumulation of both powers takes place in the wings of light that send immense amounts of Sekiryuutei power and solar energy to the mouth of my cannons that keep said accumulation on the outside of my armor and not the inside. I still don't know if there's a limit to Trina's Dragon Blaster or not, so I can't even imagine what the final Crimson Blaster would be capable of. Shortly after I fired that attack, I saw Non fall from the beautiful crimson sky, looking in terrible condition. Even when I damaged him with Trina's Dragon Blaster, he didn't look this bad. This was over for him. Ruins of Azazel Tower. The moment Ice made sure to take his battle against Non elsewhere, my Aunt Astra tried to follow him to help Non, but before she could continue on her way, Kars Orel blocked her way by standing in front of her. She looked at me with an expression that reflected disappointment and betrayal for the things I told her, things that were very true, and also for the fact that I was not going to allow her to interfere in the battle that was now taking place between Ice and Non. How stupid and naive you are, do you even have any idea what you're doing? A confident smile formed on my face and I clenched my fists tightly, taking a boxing stance in the air. Yes. I'm going to stop you. My mom couldn't stop my Aunt Astra, I'll take care of what she couldn't. Astra smiles at me mockingly and says. Your mother thought she would. But she failed. I am not my mother. The mocking expression that adorned my Aunt Astra's face changed again to a rather serious look. She charged at me and I charged at her. We both rushed towards each other at an immense divine speed. Boon. We both hit each other in the face so hard. The shockwave was so strong that the windows of every building in Manhattan were shattered. The shockwave also caused my aunt and I to be thrown back several meters, but that didn't stop me or my aunt, and we both fell towards each other again, but this time we did so high into the sky in the middle of the storm. Every blow I tried to give my aunt was blocked by her arms, and in the same way every blow she tried to give me was blocked by my arms, then they moved on to kicks that were also blocked, and the close-range combat ended with a strong clash of our heat visions at close range, which made us distance ourselves again. Doost. For quite some time, our heat waves remained even until I started gaining ground. And that's when something shook the whole city with such violence. Doon. That brutal impact cut short the clash of the powerful heat visions. And it was at that very moment that I could see Zez advancing with very impressive divine speed to confront two of Astra's Kryptonian soldiers who were distracted by that brutal jolt that the entire city had. He made a very quick movement fitting Graham into the chest of the one on his left, and with a very strong struggle, he made a 360-degree turn dislodging Graham from the chest of that soldier to slide Graham towards the soldier on his right, throwing an immense slash of aura right into the soldier's eyes. At all times Gram was emanating an insane and very dangerous amount of aura, which was dangerous for Zez, considering how much he has fought during this night, but even so, he continued to demonstrate who he is and why he is here. Those two soldiers were knocked out and it was then that a third soldier tried to attack him from behind. Zez didn't move, he just smiled confidently as one of Rossweisse's Nordic teleportation magic circles formed where he stood. Zenobia was also standing on the same magic circle, and what happened was that Zez and Zenobia switched positions after being teleported by Rossweisse's magic, and my friend who was currently wielding Xurandal with both hands, gave that soldier a brutal stab, plunging Xurandal into his stomach. Immediately afterward, Xurandal released a brutal blast of holy aura, and the soldier was thrown into the sky, disappearing from everyone's sight among the storm clouds. At the same time that this was happening, Irina attracted the attention of 5 soldiers who would not stop until they caught her, but she led them into a deadly trap set by Rossweisse, who managed to immobilize those 5 soldiers within a magical barrier, and then she finished them off by unleashing an immense amount of magical attacks of different attributes on them. The magic of this Valkyrie at its maximum capacity was able to cause severe damage to those soldiers who fell unconscious from the brutal stamp of magic. And as for the rest of Astra's soldiers, well, I couldn't say if they were brave enough or foolish enough, as they went straight to confront Azazel, who in an overwhelming display of power not only defeated them but also crucified them on gigantic crosses created by his light magic. Now only Astra and Non remained. Suddenly a huge explosion of crimson aura erupted in the city, reaching the same height as a skyscraper. The city and what is further away from the city shook completely. Is this the power one gets when overcoming the Juggernaut drive? My Aunt Astra said that, very impressed and with some fear. If the person responsible for causing that crimson destruction were someone else, they'd have reason to be worried too. Non doesn't stand a chance against Ice, and your army has already been defeated. This is over, Aunt Astra. Please just give up. Don't you see? This is why Myriad is necessary. If we don't control the people influenced by mythological beings like the celestial dragons, this world will simply be destroyed like Krypton. Aunt Astra, is it so difficult for you to change that mentality? No matter how defeated you are, no matter that all your followers are already defeated, and no matter that you know this won't end well for you, do you really not back down? My Aunt Astra continued. Such is the nature of humans, little one. You surely know by now how the predecessors ended the man you love, and no matter how blinded you are by your feelings for him, you know that one day he will become the ruin that condemns this world, whether in a fight against his eternal rival, or simply because the power of his dragon becomes an addiction for him. With Myriad this will not happen because they will be under our control, and not only would we ensure that this world can prosper for several generations, we could also ensure that you little one do not come to a bad end. It is true that the Sekiryuuteis that were before Ice ended up becoming corrupted and brought ruin to their loved ones, and I am also aware that there will always be a small chance of Ice getting out of control. But none of that matters to me. Even if the darkest day comes, I know that your light will shine in the darkness and never go out, and if for some reason your light becomes too weak, I will make sure that it shines like the sun itself at every dawn. As long as we're together, we'll make what's supposed to be impossible possible. Aunt Astra, I understand that you're deeply upset by how our planet ended. And you may be somewhat right. My Aunt Astra had a small smile on her face, then I told her. But even if that happens, I will not lose hope because I am Kara Zor-El, the last daughter of Krypton of the noble house of El. And it was at that moment that an immense explosion of crimson aura of light completely enveloped the sky. The great explosion of aura that completely shook the planet and enveloped it in a deep crimson light. The storm was eliminated and now the sky shone in a deep crimson light. My Aunt Astra watched with fear and astonishment what happened, so I rose a little higher in the sky so she could see me looking up, and I told her what I felt. I will not lose hope, and together with Ice, I will lead everyone to a beautiful future, a future that will shine with this true crimson light. My Aunt Astra and I stared into each other's eyes for several seconds. She knows she won't win this battle, much less this war. Myriad cannot be deactivated once it has started. It works as a psychic connection system that blocks everyone's optimism and hope, but there is a way to stop it. Aunt Astra. My voice sounded quite cracked and happy. Apparently I finally managed to reach her and change her mind. You'll have to break the block, transmitting optimism and hope in the same way that your friend, Asia Argento, did. Oh, Aunt Astra, thank you. I approached my Aunt Astra, and for the first time since I arrived on Earth, I hugged her tightly. My Aunt Astra also hugged me tightly. I felt so emotional at this moment that I started to cry. Just a few moments ago, I was having a fistfight with my aunt. But now that the war between us is finally over, I felt something I thought would never happen. At least not in this life. And that was the hope that finally my aunt and I could try to get back to being the family we were back in those days on Krypton. I know it won't be easy, I know they're going to lock her up, but now I have hope that one day we can be a family again. Sekiryuutei x Supergirl. After Issei Hyoudou, defeated Non, I picked up her body which was still in critical condition, as well as her hands which were lying near the Statue of Liberty. After the last attack I made, my armor went back to the usual balance breaker, I went from my crimson armor to my red armor, and for a long time I was breathing very heavily. The crimson armor, Cardinal Crimson Fusion, gives me too much raw power, but in return, maintaining it consumes a large amount of stamina. Estimating my stamina consumption, what the balance breaker would normally consume in a month, the Cardinal Crimson Fusion did it in less than a minute. Of course, you also have to take into account the wear and tear I had brought with me after using the different forms of Trihexa throughout the day, and the damage I suffered when facing both Non and Zez. The sky was still crimson, and when I landed where everyone was gathered, I was surprised to see Kara and her aunt sharing a tight hug. Everyone saw me coming, and when I put Non down on the ground I looked around for Asia. Asia, could you give this guy a hand? I couldn't help but say it in a rather mocking voice, and the aforementioned nodded and ran next to me to take care of healing the Kryptonian. The next thing I did was approach the place where Kara and Aster were. My girlfriend and her aunt had already separated, and they both saw me with different feelings. While Kara looked at me with love, her aunt did so with a rather suspicious expression. What happened to your crimson armor? Kara asked me quite confused, to which I told her in a rather playful voice. It left me more exhausted than you leave me at night. Wha what oh, row ha ha ha. Hey, don't say that in front of my aunt. Kara was blushing heavily, and her aunt simply closed her eyes, shaking her head, and with a sigh walked away from us to go see her husband who was still unconscious while being treated by Asia. You made me blush, Ice. You did it again, you damn pervert. You're as perverted as I am, so that's no excuse. Be quiet. Kara was so embarrassed, but she was also smiling from ear to ear. I saw her aunt again, who was next to Asia, who was still caring for Non. It was so strange to see her without the hostile presence that has characterized her since the moment I met her. So you managed to change her mind? I asked Kara, who looked at me with a rather happy smile. Yes, I think I did it. Although that doesn't change the crimes he committed. You're right. But I must admit I feel some compassion for her. Well, after all she is still part of his family. I'm with you, Kara, always. Kara turned around still with that happy smile, for a moment she looked into my eyes before looking away in another direction, and as she did so, she slowly opened her arms. She was inviting me to hug her. Oh Kara. Of course. I gladly hugged her, and even though I was still in balance breaker at that moment, that didn't take away the love and affection she felt, as we both held each other tightly in this fantastic embrace. Kara started to say. You know, Ice, my mother didn't send me to Earth to fall in love, she sent me here to protect Kal-El, who, as you already know, doesn't need me. She looked up and I saw that her face was happier. Maybe fate separated me from my planet, my parents and my cousin, but in return it brought us together, and with you I have more than I ever dreamed of. Every day we spend together, I feel so happy. Wow Kara. Kara just left me speechless. I just stood there with my mouth open, not knowing what to say. God, there are so many things I wanted to say right now. But no matter how much I opened my mouth, no words came out. Kara. I really want to kiss you right now. And tell you how much you mean to me. But if I do. As if she was somehow reading my mind, Kara spoke to my partner. Hey Ddraig. Do you think you can remove Ice's helmet and protect him from Myriad for a while? Sure. The red aura lightly enveloped my armor as the part covering my face was removed, and then, Kara brought her face closer to mine, and in the midst of surprise, she kissed me on the lips once with so much love that I felt like I would collapse at any moment. The part of my armor that covered my hands was also removed, and as I shared this kiss with Kara, I ran my hands down her back, slowly, returning the kiss with everything I felt in my heart. Now I don't want to leave. I could stay like this forever and never get tired. Well, maybe so, because I feel like at any moment I'll lose my balance breaker, but that's beside the point. I also felt the excitement of the moment and my body was already starting to react, the kiss was becoming more and more passionate, and as I felt the looks of our friends, my dragon wings covered Kara and me from those looks, and for a good while we remained quite cloying. A few minutes later, when a plan was apparently already in motion to stop the Myriad signal, I was more confused than I usually am when I heard the plan Azazel proposed. So the plan is for Kara and I to spread a symbol of hope to the world? I asked, sounding quite stupid since Azazel had explained it in such a way that even someone not very intelligent like me could understand it, but I still didn't get it. And a speech. Ravel added with a rather confident smile as she and Rossweisse finished preparing a broadcast booth. I understand. under myriad, I could see and hear, but I was a complete stranger to myself, and it wasn't until Asia spoke of our faith in the Lord, and it was like a switch flipped in my brain, that I could feel faith again and hope again. Zenobia said this with a smile, and Irina nodded happily. And that's what you and Kara will give to everyone when Azazel initiates the connection through his satellites. The truth is I still don't understand, but I'll pretend I did understand even though I really didn't. Basically, what you and your girlfriend will do is repeat whatever it was that you did to convince the consciences of my former hosts. Oh, that's it. Now I get it. Thanks for clearing that up for me. Whenever you want. So speech, huh? Well, if I was able to convince my predecessors, I'm sure Kara and I will be able to do the same for everyone and save them from Myriad. Although I can't understand how you were able to free yourself from Myriad's control. I said as I looked at Zez, who was helping Azazel with the final preparations. In response to my question, Azazel laughed a little before answering. I saw that Asia managed to talk some sense into her friends, and I tried that same approach on good old Zez. Zez nodded and looked at Azazel with a rather proud smile. It was a true honor to have fought against you. HMPH. You did pretty well, Zez. If you keep this up, you might reach Vasco Strata's power before you even reach 50. Huh? Vasco Strata? Who's that person? And why does he sound like someone like Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson? Even Zenobia and Irina, who were not too oblivious to the conversation Azazel and Zez were having, shuddered at the mention of that name. Okay, Ice, Kara, we're ready. Azazel notified us when the final preparations were finished, and all the magic circles he used to make the necessary adjustments disappeared uniformly. Ready to do this? Kara asked me quite excitedly, and to tell the truth, the idea of trying to convince everyone overwhelmed me, but with Kara by my side, I feel like I can do it, no matter how scared I feel about this. Ready? I replied as I sat down next to him in the chair Ravel prepared for me, and the next thing I did was look at the gigantic Nordic magic circle that would serve as the main chamber. Azazel did the math. In 3, 2. The Nordic magic circle began to spin like the hands of a huge clock, signaling that Kara and I were now on air. I took a deep breath before speaking, and even though my face was covered by my armor, it made no difference to the nerves I still felt. I hope this really works. People of the world, this is the Red Dragon Emperor, the Sekiryuutei, Seki speaking along with my partner, the last daughter of Krypton, Supergirl. Kara looked at me with a smile, and seeing her beautiful blue eyes, she let me know that she liked the way I introduced us. All of this thanks to Azazel, his abilities and his technology. The symbol and the speech that Kara and I would transmit would be transmitted on every existing communication device, be it a phone, a laptop, computers or televisions. Kara was the next to speak to the magical chambers. We hope you listen to us. Tonight we have been attacked, mothers, fathers, friends, neighbors, children, all of them stopped by a force more terrible than we know. Now, she paused for me to continue. Their attacker took away their free will, their individuality, and their spirit, everything that defines us. When faced with such an attacker, it's easy to feel hopeless, to give up, to lose our strength and ourselves, giving the green light for our darker side to guide us. I understand. When I came to this planet at the beginning of this year, I lost everything. I felt alone and sad. But I discovered there was more love in the world to be received. Then, the people I met helped me, pushed me to be who I was meant to be. They showed me who I am, made me stronger than I ever thought possible, and I love them for that. It's easy to ask you to feel hope on a beautiful day. But there will also be days that are darker than we can imagine. There will be days when you feel alone, and that's when you need hope the most. No matter if you think it doesn't exist or if you feel lost, you must promise me that you will hold on to hope. Keep it alive. We must overcome suffering. My wish for everyone is that you become hope. Everyone needs it. And even if we fail, what better way is there to live? Well, we look here at those who helped us become who we are. I know this feels like a farewell, but we will carry a piece of ourselves into everything we do afterward, so we don't forget who we are and who we were meant to be. I know that in each of you there is a light, a spirit that cannot be extinguished, and that will not give up. That is why we ask all of you to have hope. Hope to remember that everyone can be a hero. Hope to face the enemies determined to destroy your spirit and defend yourself until you win. It was at that moment that Azazel managed to transmit the emblem of the House of El on all the existing screens in the world. I saw it, and even more so because of the smile he showed when he achieved it, and to end this speech, I let Kara be the one to say the final words. Hope that those who abandoned them in a time of crisis will help them, hope that they will see again those they love, and perhaps those who are no longer with us. The Nordic magic circle stopped moving, and that's when multiple teleportation magic circles appeared all over this place that was still in ruins. Those who appeared were all the fallen angels who work here, and it wasn't just the fallen angels who appeared, angels and demons were also present. That's when Kara and I heard Azazel's loud, euphoric laughter screaming. Ice, Kara, you did it. I looked back at Kara and she saw me with a rather content smile as she wiped away the tears that had accumulated in her eyes while we were giving the speech. Chapter 80. On the Bad Roads Perfect. December 21st, 2017. And so, as the first morning of winter arrived, one of the greatest battles fought against Kao's brigade came to an end. General Astra's faction was completely defeated, even though their army was in very poor condition, they suffered no casualties, and neither did we. Once captured, Astra, who was the only one conscious, became quite cooperative and gave us the location of her base, which turned out to be in Nevada, where Fort Ross was apparently hidden behind a cloaking field. There was Myriada who, despite everything, continued to operate. We, the Sekiryuutei team, along with Azazel and several high-ranking fallen angels, quickly headed to Nevada to end this once and for all. Astra was now locked back in her cell, under the watch of Barakiel, who promised that if she or any of her subordinates tried to do anything stupid, he would personally have his own fun with them, which made me feel quite uncomfortable, and I couldn't help but feel pity for anyone who tries to take his daughter's hand. How lucky I was with Kara that I didn't have to meet my father-in-law, damn it. Are you thinking about your luck again? The one who asked me that question with a rather mocking and flirtatious voice was Kara, who was flying to my left, pointing at me with a smile that said it all. Kara, don't read my mind. It's so awkward when they guess what I'm thinking. It's just that I know you very well. To me, you're like an open book when you think about those things or when you try to pretend you don't. Well, you're absolutely right about that. That's when we all finally arrived at the location in Nevada, but when I arrived I didn't see anything out of the ordinary. Remember, there is an invisibility field. Oh, that's right. HMPH. Let's see if she can stay hidden after this. Azazel proceeded to raise his hand, and in it created a magic circle, and from it multiple spears of light came out that fell like rain towards the ground, revealing what appeared to be a gigantic space infrastructure in the shape of two rings. I knew Fort Ross would be a very advanced and powerful space fortress, but what I saw never crossed my mind. Amazing, the structure far exceeds 1 million tons. Rossweisse spoke in amazement, and Zenobia summoned Ex-Urandal again. So we're going to destroy it. Please tell me we're going to destroy it. I feel like destroying it to its very foundation. Zenobia, who was floating on one of Rossweisse's magic circles with Asia and Zez, looked very excited about the idea of blowing it to pieces. Hey, Zenobia, calm down, not long ago you blew Azazel Tower to pieces. You've already destroyed a lot of things for today, don't you think? Azazel made a no gesture with his hand without taking his eyes off Fort Ross and said the following. We'll seal Myriad, and the next step is to teleport this fortress to the underworld. I've discussed this with Michael and Serziches, and they both agree that it should be handed over to Ajuka. In fact, he's the most suitable person to possess Fort Ross. He'll know what to do with it and put it to good use. So it will be as a gift from Mr. Ajuka Beelzebub. Gosh, looks like Christmas is coming to him sooner than expected. Much later, after Myriad's complete deactivation and Fort Ross being sealed and sent to the devil Ajuka Beelzebub's territory in the underworld, I felt terribly fatigued, and that's why when I closed my eyes, I lost all my remaining stamina and simply fainted. I'm not sure how long I slept, but when I woke up I felt quite refreshed, and the first thing I saw was the ceiling of the apartment where I live, and I also realized that I was comfortably lying in my bed. I guess something like this was to be expected after all the things that have happened since I returned to my universe. I really needed this break. But what happened after I passed out? Good morning, Ice. The sweet voice of the woman I love. When I looked to my right, I saw her lying comfortably next to me, her head resting on her hands, and just like me, she looked completely at peace, as if she were in a bubble of happiness. Kara sat down on the bed and then took my hands and squeezed them lovingly, without taking her eyes off me. When you fainted, I brought you to our bed so you could rest and heal. We were all worried about you. Azazel wasn't surprised and said it was obvious that this would happen to you after having awakened such a spectacular power. The Crimson Armor, it really is a pretty spectacular power, although it doesn't seem like it's going to last very long each time I activate that power. I have a very long way to go if I want to improve that transformation. There are as many advantages as disadvantages to CXC. The main advantage is that it's a purified Juggernaut drive with all its power, combined with my metahuman powers. That's why it possesses the abilities of the Omega that gives me Trina's abilities, but at an absurdly superior level. Because of this, I went from being dragged by Non to being the one dragging him. But there are plenty of disadvantages. For starters, well, CXC doesn't reduce my lifespan or drive me crazy. The other disadvantages that the normal Juggernaut drive had are still present. aggressiveness, arrogance, lack of control over the power released, excessive stamina consumption, vulnerability to certain dragon-killing powers like Gram, a fairly short time limit, and most notably, I can't use my ability to duplicate my power. If I want to use the main ability of my boosted gear that allows me to double my power, I must first overcome all the weaknesses mentioned above. While I was thinking about that, I saw Kara and everything I was thinking about automatically went into the background as she gained my full attention. She was only wearing blue underwear and a rather short white top with blue sleeves and the symbol of the L house on the part that covered her breasts. Her beautiful and very sensual thighs, her curves, her waist, her hips, her flat stomach that looked very well worked and quite erotic, and her breasts. Seeing her breasts, I realized that she was not wearing a bra, since I could make out the shape of her nipples in the white part of that top that looked so erotic. It was like Kara was modeling her body just for me. Damn, I'm already getting extremely horny and I've just woken up. Good morning, Kara. As I continued to stare at her, I noticed her cheeks turn pink, apparently realizing that I was looking at her in a rather lewd way. How are you feeling today, Ice? Just looking at you I feel so good. I couldn't look my girlfriend in the eyes. I was so busy looking at her entire body in detail. It was like seeing paradise in heaven. No. This is so much better than that. Sorry Kara, but I can't take my eyes off your very erotic body. I love the days when you admire me like that. Kara just said she loves it when I look at her like this. And she said it in a very flirtatious tone of voice. Kara, if you say things like that, you're only going to make me hotter. She later added. And I'm glad you're okay. I'll be better if you sit on me. I said it without thinking, and Kara looked at me in surprise for a brief moment and then laughed lightly at me. I thought so. In a very sensual way she said that and crawled onto the bed and positioned herself in a very suggestive way over my body. Oh yeah. I feel so much better now. Having her on top of me, my hands ran over her waist, a rather slow and sensual touch until I reached her curves. MHM. A rather soft moan escaped her lips. It was a moan that expressed how much she loved the way I was touching her. I felt her skin heating up as well, and her heartbeat was so strong I could feel it as her breasts pressed against my body, giving me a much greater sense of satisfaction. I love this feeling holding the woman I love in my arms and being able to touch her so gracefully and softly. Oh, she truly is like a goddess. Yes, I love it. I love being in my beloved's arms and having him touch me so elegantly and gently. Oh by Rao, you really make me feel like a real goddess, Ice. That's exactly what I thought. How come? Do we think alike? Do we think the same thing? Is that where we've come in our relationship? Well, technically, we've already skipped several steps, so it's not that surprising. Hahaha. No. Kara made that erotic sound again, but in the form of a question. With everything that happened yesterday, we really need that vacation in England. I'd love to go on vacation with you, though. Don't you mind if this place is going to be empty for a while? You're my home. Oh. I realized that she was caught in a wave of tenderness by the honest words I said to her. Wow, Issei, you really are a hunk. Kara couldn't hold it in any longer and lowered her face to my neck and then she began to kiss it very softly. Oh my god, is it just me or does she just really love my neck? As I moaned from the pleasure I was feeling from her kisses, Kara laid her body completely on top of me and I could feel her weight on my body. Those kisses I was receiving from her on my neck, they were really quite stimulating, so much so that I couldn't control my heat. God, I'm getting more and more aroused. As I enjoyed the pleasure she was generating on my neck, I tightened my grip on her waist a little more and the weight on her felt like a true paradise to me, especially her breasts and her nipples that were being pressed against me. What we felt isn't something you get to feel often, but with the gentle caresses and kisses, it was like I was in heaven. Feeling her body so close to mine was an inexplicable delight. And the fact that I was squeezing her waist only made Kara even more eager to keep kissing me harder and harder on the neck. Hey Kara. As soon as I said that, she let go of my neck, placed her hands on my chest, and looked me straight in the eyes. Yes, my love. Even without wanting to be, she is so erotic. I saw it. Did you see it? Did you see what? Kara asked adorably, confused by my words. What you did when I lost control on Juggernaut Drive, the way you brought me back to normal. Kara was quite surprised. Yes, the way she saved me that time, I could see her just when I was about to lose control again, and not only that, I could see several of the moments we shared together. She was the light that was able to pull me out of that abyss, which I was able to turn into a beautiful crimson light. I just did what I thought might work, it wasn't the only way you could get back to normal. Oh, it's clear he doesn't like to brag about his accomplishments that much. Then I told him. Whenever I'm in a bad situation I manage to get through it because you're there for me. How many times were there? I don't know, but always, no matter the reason, somehow, it was thanks to you that I could overcome any adversity. A moment later, she began to shed a few tears, and I immediately felt her squeeze me very tightly in a hug that expressed everything she felt for me. Her breasts pressed tightly against my chest. That feeling so elastic and soft at the same time was crushing me with pleasure. I think what I said to her, my expressions and the way I looked at her made her feel like that towards me, and I'm really enjoying it. I could feel a slight sense of pain from the way he was hugging me. After all, it was the hug received by the girl of steel. Someone who can easily kill a human with just a hug. In fact, not just a human. If it were the me before I met old man Tannen, I'd be dead. Old Tannen, I really thank you, because if it weren't for you I wouldn't be in this good a position right now. While I was enjoying the hug I was receiving, I stopped squeezing Kara's waist as I felt that was insufficient, and I went directly to reciprocate her big hug so that her body would squeeze me a little more. This felt better and better, and the fact that the only thing keeping my body away from her breasts was the soft fabric of her white top made it even better. As I hugged her and touched her back I could feel how excited Kara was, her breathing also felt a bit heavy. I truly felt she was very excited, maybe even more excited than I was at that moment. Her body that felt so soft to my touch and at the same time was invulnerable to almost everything. The scent, she had a scent of white roses that suited her so well and made me feel like a torrent of emotions that overflowed from me when I felt her so close. Anyway, I felt very happy to have her by my side, and even more so when I felt the warmth and softness of her body, which I loved to touch. The feeling of being so close to her was the best, and as I felt her breasts pressing more and more against my chest, my breathing became a little labored. We stayed like that for a good few seconds, and it was as if nothing at that moment mattered more than our togetherness and warmth, which was so perfect. I never tire of telling you, I love you, Kars Orel. I know, and I love you much more than you can imagine. Kara answered me while I felt her caresses on my shoulders. She didn't stop stimulating me with her touches that were quite soft, and her skin really felt quite good when she was so close to me. Holding her in my arms is my dream come true. Every day I wake up and there was nothing else that was more important than this moment. For a moment, my face met his, and it was as if the world had stopped, and then we both gave each other a kiss at the same time that was very passionate. We were both so lost in the moment, in this kiss that was quite passionate, that we didn't care how many minutes were passing. We were just on top of each other, feeling our heat and even our breathing that became very agitated. The world seemed to be on its side, and we only existed to feel the pure love we had for each other. We really only thought about that and nothing else. Well, as far as I remember, Kara doesn't have a job, and Azazel Tower was destroyed, so it won't matter if we both stay in bed all day today and just let ourselves go. After everything that had been happening over the past 2 weeks, we truly needed each other here and now more than ever, and between passionate kisses and sensual touches, for the rest of the morning, no, for the rest of the day, we simply stayed in this room, in this bed, making love with a passion and a pleasure that only grew. The Watchtower. As night fell, we, the Sekiryuutei team, were summoned by the Justice League, who had finally returned to Earth since, during all this time since we last met with them, they had been attending to matters outside the planet. It would seem like they were gone from the planet for weeks, but in reality they were only gone for 3 days or maybe 4, since I was asleep for several hours until I woke up this morning, and I really enjoyed the rest of the day. Kara knows how to move, and my pelvis is pretty resilient, and you just have to add the amount of positions we tried, and the fact that we literally did it for the better part of a day, and that definitely made saving the world worth the whole damn thing. As usual, we were all teleported away by John, and by the time we reached the Watchtower, I was able to re-enter Balance Breaker, which was a great help since it would have been quite embarrassing to see Superman and have him see all the marks that were still present all along my neck. Kara was on my left wearing what would be her new superhero costume from now on, which I can't stop saying fits her quite well and is very hexy. The one on my right was Zez, and behind the three of us came Asia, Zenobia and Arena, and behind them came Ravel and Rossweisse. Azazel wasn't with us, but something told me he was already meeting with the League. And then, when we all finally entered the headquarters. Applause. The 6 founding members of the Justice League, Archangel Michael, Devil Lord Serzich's Lucifer, Azazel, Barakiel, the Gremory group, the Citri group, even Riser and Old Man Tannen, they were all here and greeted us with a huge applause. Kara and I were quite confused, as were our colleagues, by this very warm welcome. What's going on? Pal. Seeing our confusion, Superman walked up to us and placed one hand on Kara's shoulder and the other on mine. Kara, Ice, you saved the world, and not just the world we know, but also the heavens and the underworld, and perhaps several planets that were on the Chaos Brigade's list. That's why we're calling you, all of you, to thank you, because you did more than well. Hearing Superman say that, I couldn't help but blush and feel very excited. Alice and I. Kara started to say, quite embarrassed about what happened the last time they spoke here. Superman shook his head, smiling at his cousin fondly. Don't worry, we know what happened to you, and it wasn't your fault. Accidentally exposing yourself to something that's very dangerous for both you and me was an accident, which luckily didn't turn out any worse. Now the man of tomorrow looked at me again. Thank you for always taking care of my cousin and for making her very happy, Ice. Now Kara blushed harder than before. Of course. I'll always protect Kara and make her happy. Very happy. Ice. Kara complained, sounding quite adorable while still almost as red as her cape, making us all laugh. Diana approached Kara and looked at her with a smile full of approval. New look. I like it and it looks great on you. Thank you, Diana. Kara nodded quite happily and no longer as red as she had been a few moments ago. At that very moment, the church trio had gathered around Archangel Michael. Irina, Asia, Zenobia, I can't thank you enough for everything you did. Heaven is very grateful for all the things you did, not only in the last few days, but throughout this entire year. It's nothing, Archangel Michael. Yes. We are happy to continue serving the Lord and you, saving all who need us, whether in your name or in the name of the Lord. Thanks again for Urandal. It's helped me more than I could have ever imagined. Seriously. Haha, if you mean that it helped you cause a lot of destruction and damage to property, well, Zenobia, you're absolutely right. In the distance, I saw Rias smiling. She signaled me to come to her and with a smile, I approached the Gremory group who were waiting for me. Good job saving the world, as always. Rias congratulated me with a rather cheerful smile. Thank you, although I didn't do it alone, Kara was with me, also Asia, Zenobia, Irina, Rossweisse, Ravel, Azazel and Ziz. It was thanks to working together that we were able to achieve it. When Myriad affected us, it was your voice that helped me come back, that helped us all come back. Akeno, Kiba, Gaspar and Kaneko nodded very happily and continued to smile very happily. Akeno then looked towards where her father was and with a rather affectionate smile she approached him. Hello, Dad. Akeno, I'm glad you're okay, I apologize for not being able to. Akeno shook her head, smiling happily at him. I'm glad you're here and we can see each other again. Arakiel was going to say something else, but Akeno got ahead of anything he could say and hugged him tightly. A very emotional moment between father and daughter, who were now hugging each other. A father who lost his wife and a daughter who lost her mother. I'm glad they can share these beautiful moments today. The one who said that was Flash, who was watching that beautiful moment to my left. That tragedy had also happened to Barry. I understand why he feels so strongly about Akeno and Barakiel. How are things going in Central City? I heard you're having legal trouble with one of your enemies. Yes, it's complicated, but it's not something Team Flash can't handle. Barry replied with a bitter smile. You know that if you need anything, you can count on me. And I really appreciate it. We both slapped the backs of our hands together and also heard someone stop behind us. Hey, Sekiryuutei. Both Barry and I turned around and the person who spoke to me turned out to be Riser Phoenix. He looked pretty fresh and lively. He still had that bad boy look, but his attitude was very different from how I remembered it. Ravel's older brother clenched his fist and pointed it at me. Their blows are something I'll never forget. I'd like to return the favor sometime soon. You and I in a fight, I'll show you how much I've improved since we last met. Yes. Of course. I'll fight you as many times as you want. Riser then looked towards where Ravel was. I'm also leaving Ravel with you. She can be as unruly as Rias. Even so, she's serious. I'll burn you if you make her cry, do you understand? This is none of your business. Ravel answered, blushing from a distance. It seems you will have a complicated life. The one who told me that was John, who looked quite smiling about this meeting. Complicated? What do you mean? You'll understand. Ugh, he won't tell me the whole truth. Haidu Issei. Suddenly I heard old Tannen's deep voice calling me. At first I was scared but quickly recovered from the shock and went to his side to greet him. Long time no see. Old Tannen. He was in his small dragon form, but he was still quite tall and scary. Well, scary would be if you didn't know him, or also when he calls you with that slightly scary voice. Congratulations, kid, for overcoming the Juggernaut Drive curse. Oh. So you. Wow, I had no idea old man Tannen already knew that. Old Tannen smiles at me and says. When you unleashed that immense power, even in the underworld all of us dragons felt it. A pulse of crimson aura that was so powerful, it was as if Ddraig had reappeared. I knew I was very strong back then, but I had no idea how strong. Old Tannen's words really surprised me. Suddenly, someone else joined my conversation with old Tannen. That person was Azazel, who in turn placed one of his hands on one of my shoulders and saw me as a teacher. This is just the beginning. You've reached the next step in your growth, now it's time to perfect it. Your CXC is still incomplete. We'll make sure it takes you to the next level. Yeah. When I exclaimed that statement, Azazel and old Tannen looked at me with a suspicious smile. Well, we'll leave you with her. The two of them walked away from me after Azazel said that and I felt someone else approach me. When I turned around, I saw it was Kara, and before I could say anything to her, she took my hands and gestured toward the exit. Before escorting her to the exit, I took one last look at everyone in this room. Superman, Serziches, Archangel Michael, Azazel and Old Tannen were talking. On the other side, the church trio, Ravel and Rossweisse, were talking to the Gremory group, and Zez was talking to the Citri group, and it seemed as if Sona was asking him for something, while Sajji nodded saying please. Adman and Diana were talking a little further away from the rest, and the same was happening between Barry, John and John. Everyone was distracted, so they didn't notice when I walked away with Kara. She led me to a more private spot, and the part of my helmet that covered my face was removed. Yes. What you're? Kara took me by the shoulders of my armor and immediately kissed me very passionately, pushing me against a wall, then she hugged me tightly and a very pleased smile formed on me, while I reciprocated her very gladly. My gloves came off, and in the middle of this passionate kiss we were having, I took her a little above her waist, touching her soft and very erotic skin, enjoying the wonderful and very sensual closeness between our lips. Her hands slid down the side of my back until they reached the nape of my neck, and I realized that she had been standing on her tiptoes. Then I felt her legs wrap around my waist as I was tightly hugged by her. And as we continued kissing, my breathing increased in gasps, and just as my tongue was about to find its way to his. Hey, Superman says he's going to do the champagne trick. Oh haha, sorry to interrupt. We both heard Zez's voice cut short our moment. Kara moved away from me a little, turning her back on Zez, feeling very embarrassed, and I covered her up by standing in front of her, feeling just as embarrassed. Okay Zez, we'll go with you. He had already gone ahead of Kara and me, and we both arrived just in time for Superman to squeeze the champagne bottle and the cap to fly off, spraying a lot of foam from the spout of the bottle. We all applauded for the trick he performed, and champagne was poured into everyone's glasses. Let's make a toast to the Red Dragon Emperor and Supergirl. Superman said it, and we all raised our glasses. No, wait. Kara interrupted him and then looked at me with a knowing smile and said. For the alliance of the three great factions, the Justice League and the Sekiryuutei team. For the alliance of the three great factions, the Justice League and the Sekiryuutei team. We all clinked our glasses celebrating this moment. December 21, 6:15 a.m. The true White Dragon Emperor. A few days ago, somewhere in England, during the hours when Myriad's mind control was nearing its peak, a brutal battle had been taking place. A battle triggered by Myriad's mind control, where various mortally dangerous people or creatures fought each other to eliminate two very dangerous individuals, which were part of the plans of General Astra's faction. This brutal battle was taking place between Vali Lucifer, wielder of the Divine Dividing and the last direct descendant of the true Lord Lucifer Morningstar, who was being supported by Gog Magog. And together, they were facing their comrades. Arthur Pendragon, Biku, Kuroka, LaFay, Fenrir, controlled by Arthur's sword Excalibur, and the newest member named Speedy, who is the half-sister of Star City vigilante Green Arrow, Oliver Queen, the penultimate member of the Hakuryuku team. Ever since Myriad began, they automatically fell under mind control and received a direct order from Astra to eliminate Vali Lucifer. Despite being outnumbered, the talented Vali Lucifer was able to take them on with his balance breaker without much difficulty until his team began to get more serious, bringing him to a standstill. It would be normal for Vali to feel hatred toward Astra for the critical situation she had caused him, but reality was far from that. Vali was happy that his comrades had fallen and were now facing him with the sole intention of killing him, since in this way, they would push Vali to his limits, and this fight maniac loved that very much. His white armor was badly damaged, and the most dominant color on it wasn't white, it was red, as it was stained with his hybrid blood on various parts of his body. Faced with this situation, all he did was laugh at the damage he had received and at the Kryptonians who were responsible for it. And the worst part is that he wasn't just fighting against his teammates, he was also fighting against the consciences of his predecessors, who were trying to force him to use the Juggernaut drive, so it could be said that Vali was struggling both physically and mentally. He could try to persuade his predecessors the same way Issei Hyoudou did on the other side of the planet. But Vali didn't want that. He didn't want to talk. He wanted to fight and dominate because that path was more exciting to him. Sitting down to talk would be like a taboo for him. And now that he had reached this critical point where he had everything to lose if he didn't activate the Juggernaut drive, he immersed himself in the depths of his sacred gear, and with all his willpower and immense demonic power, he decided to face all his predecessors by force, with the intention of subduing them to his strength. The result of this fight within his sacred gear ended with all of his predecessors' consciousnesses being overwhelmed by Vali's demonic power, and now they found themselves sealed and oppressed, because for Vali, all of his predecessors were a minority of Hakuryukas who have no say in him. All the battles he had been fighting this morning had given Vali an idea, and that idea was that now that all those consciousnesses had been suppressed, it was time to perform a chant different from that of the Hakuryuku's Juggernaut Drive. A chant that would aim to give him a power that completely surpasses the Juggernaut Drive, a power that would be possible thanks to the fact that all the consciousnesses of the past Hakuryuku were sealed. Then, Vali, descendant of Lucifer, said. I, the one who is about to awaken, am the Hakuryuku who will bring truth to the darkness. I will walk the path of domination and destruction of infinite dreams. I will be the true White Dragon Emperor. You will have to obey the silver-white illusions on the perfect bad paths. And it was at that moment that the crimson blaze of light was unleashed upon New York City, illuminating the entire Western Hemisphere in a beautiful crimson light, but in the Eastern Hemisphere there was no crimson blaze of light. No, the blaze that there was in the Eastern Hemisphere was a brilliant and very frightening silver light. Now, the White Dragon Emperor wore silver-colored armor very different from his well-known balance breaker scale mail, and the aura within it was far superior to what could be achieved through the Juggernaut Drive, and was a deep silver color. This is more than a Juggernaut Drive, it's an Emperor in Juggernaut Overdrive, and Vali had achieved it thanks to General Astra pushing him beyond his limits when he was pitted against his entire team in a deathmatch. Astra, you heard me, you pushed me to the limit like you have no idea, and I respect you for that, but like the man said, what doesn't kill me only makes me stronger. A rather evil and ruthless smile was reflected on Vali Lucifer's face, which was covered by his new and shining silver armor. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.